Chapter 1 AI ran plummeted from a great height, crashing into the sand dunes. Parched and utterly exhausted, it seemed that this accursed desert was finally set to consume her. Wait, why did the sensation change? Struggling, AI Ran managed to extricate her arm and then forcefully pulled her upper body free. When she lifted her head, she was taken aback. She was enveloped in a vast expanse of azure pudding. The boundless desert had vanished. So, had she truly perished and ascended to heaven? Never mind. If she had indeed passed on, then so be it. AI Ran sprawled upon the cool pudding. Mouth agape, the texture, temperature, and elasticity were utterly delightful. And the color, how remarkably soothing. She extended her little tongue and took a tentative lick. It was icy and slightly sweet indeed. The pudding of paradise was of exquisite quality. Coiling languidly, a massive serpent-like being exuded an air of arrogance, its cold gaze indifferent, mistaking her for a caterpillar fallen from a tree, the impact merely a trifling matter. However, when it raised its enormous serpentine head, its blue eyes narrowed slightly. Within its slit pupils was unmistakably a small female weight. What was she doing? Before AI Ran could savor the pudding further, it abruptly vanished, causing her to tumble to the ground in pain. She looked up, finding herself surrounded by delicate, soft veils of a pale blue hue. This paradise is simply too beautiful, isn't it? AI Ran's eyes widened as she beheld the strikingly handsome figure approaching her, and to her embarrassment, she involuntarily drooled. Paradise was indeed splendid, but it seemed to be fleeting. Likely, this dashing figure would vanish soon as well. No, having never indulged in such pleasures, if she was in heaven, she might as well feast while she could. Hee. AI Ran lunged at the handsome man, her pearly teeth clenching, lips curving into a radiant smile, a triumphant expression blooming on her face as she audaciously kissed the angelic figure of paradise. What's this? She furrowed her brows slightly. AI ran a wood, sinking her teeth into those succulent, tempting lips, cool and sweet. Even better than pudding, the crucial difference was that pudding offered no sustenance, but this certainly did. Sweet nectar slid down her throat. Her parched and sore throat was finally moistened, and a blush erupted across AI Ran's cheeks. Had she truly committed such an embarrassing act? No worries in paradise. No one was watching, no one knew. She must seize the moment before he disappeared. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself, mouth slightly parted, preparing for a second assault when suddenly, her waist was gripped tightly, and she was unexpectedly flipped onto the ground. I dislike being mounted, I prefer to dominate. Can you talk? AI Ran gasped in surprise, having assumed he was merely an enchanting figment with no thoughts of his own. How shameful. Female, are you certain you wish to mate with me? Mate? Engage? Were the inhabitants of paradise so brazenly open? Yes. No. Yes or no? Yes. No sooner had the words left her lips than their mouths met. The Banyu Forest was the largest forest in the beast realm, with towering peaks and an endless expanse. It was said that only advanced beastmen could escape the curse of Banyu and break free from the miasma of constraint. Yet, advanced beastmen were few and far between, and even the leaders of the beast tribes were not necessarily of the strongest tier. Nearly all beastmen were trapped at the 7th level of the common tier. He would rather face certain doom and become a crystal of storm than not take a chance. Unbeknownst to him, the dangers therein were profound. Advancing tiers was perilous and life-threatening, leading to severe injury. Though he held the pinnacle of the common tier, he was no match for a 3rd-tier wandering beastman and could only hide to heal, never anticipating he would encounter a female. Looking at the softly murmuring female beneath him, his reason gradually slipped away. His gaze flickered, slightly intoxicated, skin fair and flushed, with fine beads of sweat glistening. This intoxicating aroma was unparalleled in the beast realm. Had never encountered such a gem. But why had she consented? Serpent beastmen were typically shunned by females despite their formidable might and being the strongest clan in the beast realm. They were possessive and tyrannical, never allowing a female to betray them. In a world where females were exceedingly rare, which one would willingly pledge loyalty to a serpent beastman, let alone to a single one? AI ran parted her red lips, her breath disordered. She was utterly exhausted, fingers slipping from the strong arms that encircled her, delicate lashes fluttering open as she gazed at the azure sky. It felt as if she had always been enveloped in this healing hue. Now, she could rest easy. She had nearly completed her journey, having experienced all that life had to offer. The final moments were rather pleasant, towering ancient trees, blue skies, and white clouds. Even the air carried a refreshing sweetness. Observing the utterly spent yet contented female beneath him, he inquired, "Is that enough?" Instinctively, AI Ran murmured in Wait, something seemed amiss. AI Ran's eyes widened. As she turned to look, she locked eyes with his slit-pupilled blue gaze, her heart sinking. Why had he not vanished yet? I had thought you females were so remarkable, requiring many males to satisfy you. It appears not so, he remarked, rising to his feet and rewrapping his bee skin. AI Ran hastily grabbed her clothing, scrambling to her feet, but upon realizing there was nowhere to hide, she immediately crouched down. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders as she curled up, warily watching him, resembling a brazen male caught in an awkward situation. In her disheveled state, she exuded an allure of femininity unbeknownst to her. Where is this? The beast realm. And who are you? A serpent beast man. This blue fabric. My recently shed serpent skin. I don't believe it. AI Ran's worldview shattered. She had traversed from the desert to the beast realm and had indulged upon arrival. No, she was not that kind of girl. She was quite reserved. Chill. He suddenly leaned closer, the sweet scent of fresh grass and nectar enveloping her, causing AI Ran to momentarily forget her intentions, her body stiffening. Hey! Before AI Ran could regain her composure, she was suddenly scooped up and swiftly darted into a thicket 10 meters away. Do not make a sound. A long, slender finger pressed against AI Ran's red lips. She was puzzled. Weren't beastmen supposed to be coarse in appearance? Movies always portray them as such. Why did this one possess such refined fingers? Leia, do you smell that? The beast man surveyed the surroundings, extending his neck and raising his nose to catch the alluring scent of a female. Indeed, the scent of a female just came from this direction. The beast man crouched down, leaning closer to the grass, sniffing intently, excitedly urging his companion, "Aw, come smell. It's right here. Roar." Oh, whoa. AI Ran observed the excited beastmen. Puzzled, it was merely a patch of grass, yet they appeared to have discovered treasure. She quietly asked, "Why are they so thrilled?" While keeping an eye on the situation, he replied seriously, "They are in heat, and the scent lingering here is from your mating." AI Ran spat blood, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Had she known better than to ask, she wouldn't have pried into such matters. She turned her head to avoid his gaze, thinking it was all rather primitive. In the beast realm, many wandering beastmen existed, having been cast out by their tribes, with no fixed abode. The more perilous and secluded the forest, the more their shadows could be seen, foraging and competing for females. These two were wolf beastmen. As they reveled in their excitement, one of them suddenly turned pale, yanking his companion and sprinting off, the other trailing behind in a rather undignified manner. What's going on? There's the scent of a serpent beast man. Are serpent beastmen truly that terrifying? AI Ran tilted her head, her gaze drifting from his sculpted chest to his handsome features. The process took but a second, yet in that moment, she found herself utterly entranced. Why had she forgotten her purpose in looking at him? Only after the wolf beastmen had fled did he rise, still holding AI Ran in his arms. All right. AI Ran regained her senses and asked, "Since they fear you so much, why are you hiding?" His handsome face faltered, his blue eyes darkening. "That's none of your concern." With that, the beastman suddenly let go, and AI Ran fell to the ground with a thud, caught off guard by the pain. Was he serious? Even if he hadn't fully evolved, he should still understand the concept of cherishing a lady. How quickly he had forgotten, despite what had just transpired. Coughing, it was fine. AI Ran stood up, feigning nonchalance, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. "What about your piece of serpent skin?" AI Ran attempted to appear calm, casually asking while hastily putting on her dress. The sudden fantasy had ignited her youthful heart, leading her to lose her reason and indulge in desire. Now reflecting on it, she only wished to bang her head against a wall. It's my own possession, I can't destroy it, can I? Umph. Who cares about your serpent skin? Having donned her clothes and tied her hair into a ponytail, she barely took a step before her body was abruptly yanked back, her wrist painfully gripped by the man behind her. His movements were rough and domineering. The key was that she hadn't even been angry, he had instead chosen to lash out. His gaze icy and menacing, his tone contemptuous. You females are indeed like this once satisfied. You leave. What? AI Rand's heart was in shambles. Why on earth would this fellow utter such words to a girl like her? Wasn't it you who just enjoyed it? Even if that's the case, you shouldn't say it so bluntly. Come on, this place is no longer safe, we must relocate. With disdain for AI Rand's slow movements, she directly hoisted her up and dashed away. Hey, wait. AI Rand was jolted nearly into a concussion, her mind spinning so much that she could hardly remember who she was, let alone articulate her thoughts. As she opened her mouth, her tongue was caught between her upper and lower jaws, causing her face to turn an ashen hue. They sprinted through the primeval forest, weaving through dense underbrush, startling the birds and insects along their path. Suddenly, they came to a screeching halt, and AI Rand was propelled forward by inertia. Fortunately, the hand gripping her waist managed to exert just enough force in time. However, it slid down her side, and when she lifted her flushed face, she beheld the ominous situation ahead. The two fleeing beastmen had returned, accompanied by 7 or 8 allies. Their gazes were fierce and predatory, hungrily fixated on the female perched upon the shoulder of one of them. As she raised his foot, they scattered like wolves, moving with astonishing speed and agility. In mere moments, they had encircled both the enemy and the prey, leaving no escape route. Leia greedily eyed AI Rand while impatiently threatening, "Hand over the female, and I shall spare your life." She coolly uttered a single word, "Scram." "Do you think you have any choice now?" Chin Nua's mouth twitched, revealing a sly grin, before he continued, "What a reckless soul you are. Isn't it better to be a top-tier beast man? Why take such risks? That female shall be taken alongside Lan Jing." Lan Jing? Leia was left in a state of bewilderment. Why was there information about the operation that he had overlooked? Were they not a team? "He is injured," Chin Nua said, his expression one of determined ambition. Upon sensing the presence of the snake beast man, Chin Nua unearthed the secret of this top-tier practitioner. His aura was weak, chaotic, and disordered, must have sustained grave injuries, likely attempting to advance while hiding in the forest. Chin Nua hurriedly pulled Leia away, not in a panic-stricken retreat, but rather to summon reinforcements. Despite the opponent's injuries presenting an opportunity, there were still several ranks above them, making the confrontation perilous. At this moment, AI Rand finally grasped the situation. "Huh," she sneered coldly, his eyes sharp and disdainful. "No one has ever taken what I possess." Though they were numerous, a confrontation was by no means guaranteed to be successful. Leia, feeling uneasy, stepped closer and whispered, "Chino, perhaps we should reconsider. Let's not engage him directly. We can just seize the female." Chin Nua was well aware that facing a 7th-tier practitioner would not end well, with defeat likely resulting in either death or severe injury. Nevertheless, the thought of such a being perishing was tantalizing, for Lan Jing was a gem within the realm of practitioners. "We may not win, but we can outlast him." With a flick of his hand, Chin Nua settled onto the ground. The others understood the plan, transforming into their wolf beast forms, standing by to monitor the situation. As long as they surrounded the opponent and denied him any chance to recuperate, he would surely not withstand their assault. In his current state, attacking would merely be a matter of timing. Though their strategy remained unclear to AI Rand, the savage and primal glints in their eyes sent chills down her spine. She timidly tugged at Zai's pelt, murmuring, "We can escape, right? If you hand yourself over, we can." AI Rand's face darkened. Was this fellow suffering from a severe case of male chauvinism? "I'm tired," she declared as he sat down. Though AI Rand had gained her freedom, She had no desire to touch the ground. She felt as if she were merely a piece of meat among this pack of wolves. Why sit down? Run. Carry her away. They had been moving so swiftly just moments ago. Why had he suddenly resigned? Mating is indeed a healthful and beneficial activity, fostering mutual understanding between both parties. He surprisingly comprehended the thoughts of this petite female in an instant and candidly admitted, I can run, but I cannot outrun them. Ew. AI Ran was infuriated, thinking, is this fellow's intelligence merely a single digit? Gritting her teeth, she retorted, can't you feign bravado? Given his current predicament, how could he possibly pretend? This petite female truly underestimated the wolf-beast clan. They were not so easily dealt with. Generally, beastmen would not dare venture away from their tribes alone for fear of encountering wolf-beastmen, who excelled in teamwork. Even this insignificant band of wandering beastmen had formidable organization. It would be remarkable if they did not rip him to shreds. Was this fellow truly going to sit idly by? AI Ran, in a frenzy, inquired, can't you transform into beast form as well? If he dared to lick, did he think it necessary for her to transform? If he shifted into beast form, he would become mere prey for this pack of wolves. Only then did AI Ran remember the blue pudding and instantly fell into despair. What on earth, as the female lead, was the very first person she encountered upon crossing over so weak? Having failed to advance, her serpent scales had been burned away, leaving her without armor. Are you a pig? Speaking like that, the enemy can hear you. AI Ran was so frantic she stomped her feet, yet her interruptions and attempts to prevent him were futile. The wolf beasts rose, baring their teeth, arching their backs, and lowering their bodies, launching a group attack without hesitation. Wolves towering 4 to 5 meters sprang into the air, their sharp claws slicing through the air, their gaping jaws mere inches away. In the nick of time. AI Ran was shoved aside, her wide, terrified black eyes watching helplessly as he plunged into the pack of wolves. In an instant, the roars of beasts echoed like thunder, jaws piercing flesh and bone. Blood gushing forth, AI Ran was paralyzed with horror at the bloody scene before her, as if she were plunged into the depths of hell. Jaws and claws tearing flesh, skin splitting, bones exposed, blood splattering everywhere. The suddenly intensified scent of blood attracted countless raucous vultures, which landed on nearby branches, patiently awaiting the aftermath of the battle. Covered in blood and battered, AI Ran cried out, You idiot pig beast! If he dies, I cannot survive either. In the ranks of wandering beastmen, there were no females. Even if captured, they would perish amidst violent ravaging. Abandoned by their tribes, they would not acknowledge their kin. They had no future and certainly did not need to consider the propagation of offspring. At that moment, the skin beneath the claws and fangs was rapidly covered by glowing blue serpent scales at an observable rate. Not good, Chunua shouted, but Leia had no time to react as he lunged toward she. His fangs embedding themselves into flesh, accompanied by a resounding snap, as half a foot of fong was torn from the maw. Leia's eyes widened in terror. Incredulous, no! Chunua shouted sharply, but she's fangs suddenly reversed and plunged into Leia's neck. Scalding liquid erupting forth. With a thud, the 5-meter wolf beast crashed heavily onto the grass. The wolf beastmen were taken aback. This was impossible. This fellow had suffered severe internal injuries from the backlash of his failed advancement and had endured their relentless assault. With external wounds that were gruesomely violent, exposing blood and bone. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to be faster than the wolf beastmen. Even less so could he swiftly retaliate against the nimble Leia. The fangs slipped from his bloodied fingertips, marking the end of a wolf beast. A faint smile graced his icy, handsome face as he remarked, Thanks. Kill him. Avenge Leia. The wolf beastmen launched a second group assault. Yet Chunua ordered a retreat. Regardless of whether his companions complied, he had transformed into his beastman form and lifted Leia, fleeing with wings clipped. Kill him. Chunua's departure did not quell their fury and assault. Whoa! Chunua heard the anguished cries of his companions, unable to bear turning back. That fellow had done it on purpose. They had sought to seize the crystal of the storm, yet he was merely using them to level up. Unleashing the latent bloodline power of the Titan Python in the midst of a fight against the weak. rising from the brink of death. It was the most lethal aspect of that accursed beast clan. Roar, a thunderous clap reverberated, shaking the heavens and earth. Iran's eyes widened as a colossal blue python rose majestically, the serpent skin she called pudding revealing its scales, rapidly spreading forth. Crack, sparks flew as hard. Impenetrable serpent scales erupted forth. He had successfully advanced, breaking through the limits of the commoner tier. His senses were instantly heightened, a powerful and searing force coursing through his body like electricity, sweeping through his veins. Blood boiling and circulating rapidly. His physique was being reshaped to acquire unique qualifications, awakening the specialized skills of high-ranking beastmen. Bang! The sky erupted in a brilliant blue light, visible for 100 miles. Chuna, Leia was on the verge of death. No, you won't die. I will definitely save you. Chu Nua quickened his pace, rushing into the dense forest. This time, Ran was even more terrified than before. Her eyes wide in shock, tears on her face not yet dried. Are you afraid of me? Though she had transformed into human form, in Ran's mind, he remained the terrifying and colossal beast. That could not be. She needed to adapt. You are my partner now. I absolutely will not allow you to flee out of fear, nor will I permit you to bond with another male. I am not afraid. This petite female was evidently trembling with fear, her voice quivering, gaze averted, unable to meet his eyes, her small frame shaking uncontrollably. What beast would not be afraid? Ran was internally collapsing. She was indeed with such a fearsome beast. When it rose from the ground, she was left dumbfounded, unaware of its true length, only knowing that its explosive aura had frightened her heart into an irregular rhythm. Let us go. Night is falling. Having successfully advanced, there was no reason to linger here. He needed to take her back to the Serpent Beast Clan tribe at Her tongue trembled, her legs felt leaden, making it difficult to move. If you truly fear, then I shall swallow you whole, and it will be over. Who would dare admit that? Ran felt both aggrieved and panicked. Despite being so frightened, her heart seemed about to leap from her throat. She still insisted, no, not afraid. Little female, it is you who is in heat. I asked you prior to mating that if you regret it now, I will not spare you. I am not frightening you. Swallowing you whole is already showing mercy. Compared to the tragic fates of those wolf beast men lying on the ground, being devoured whole was indeed merciful, but she still could not accept it. At that time, who would have guessed he was a beast? Had she known, she would have fled at the first opportunity and would not have dared to entertain any other thoughts. Even if he were the only male in the world, even if she could fulfill her long-held wish at the moment of her demise, she absolutely would not engage with him. He was a beast, a massive python. Who could possibly withstand that? Are you going or not? Going, Ran replied timidly, feeling frustrated yet not daring to express it. She bit her trembling red lips, fearfully following behind him. Yet he still found her movements too slow and hoisted her up. The small village of the Serpent Beast Clan was named Lai Lai Village. It was abuzz with the scent of fresh females, and the beast men followed closely behind. A female? What a delightful aroma! Where did this female come from? She is willing to join our Serpent Beast Clan. Ran wore a face of black lines. How did these fellows know she was willing? She was still hanging upside down. She? Who is she? Hey, there's a girl's voice. Then she's not the only captive. Wait, it seemed not to be the case. Amidst her surprise, Ran also sensed the hostility in the other's tone. Well, the other was not a captive. Unlike her, she was the mistress of this tribe. She responded nonsensically. Where is Gupa? I am asking you who she is. Luan Qing, though disdainful of this female's appearance, found no female younger or more beautiful than herself. However, this female was now being carried back by she, which was enough to become the source of her ire. Jadi hurried forward, seemingly trying to smooth things over. I will take you to find Gupa. I know where she is now. The newly arrived female attracted the attention of all the males, who followed eagerly, greedily inhaling the sweet fragrance emanating from her. It was the first time they had encountered such a delightful female scent. This left Luan Qing even less able to accept. She was the only young female in this tribe. Luo Shan, feeling impulsive, hurriedly intervened, knowing that since Luan Qing was female and had been brought back to the tribe, she would undoubtedly not be allowed to leave again. Moreover, she had been brought back by Shi, so it was essential to maintain a facade of friendliness. Luo Shan had always harbored resentment towards Luan Qing simply because Luan Qing favored Shi. Luan Qing widened her eyes in disbelief and retorted, "Do I care about her?" AI Ran was led into a vast cave, where she encountered the wrinkled visage of Gu Pa, leaning on a cane. Gu Pa could only shuffle a few steps, her advanced age rendering her unable to walk freely any distance beyond that required assistance, despite being a low-level beastman of merely the 3rd tier. She possessed vast knowledge, having once been the mate of the strongest warrior of the Serpent Beast clan, though that was centuries ago. That a revered elder and 7 formidable warriors had once led the Serpent Beast clan to prosperity and glory, establishing it as the preeminent beast clan in the realm. Yet, only they understood that times had changed. Their reputation as a powerful clan was faltering, and the entire beastman race faced potential extinction. Their leader had vanished in a great battle a decade prior, and as time passed, speculations about his fate grew rampant. Should it be confirmed that the leader was indeed gone, it would inevitably incite war. The victory of that conflict had bestowed glory and abundant territories upon the strongest beast clan, but the cost was high. Not only had their leader disappeared, but many of their mightiest warriors had perished as well. Now, only Elder Ui of Pygon Village remained as a strong figure of the Serpent Beast clan, but he was aged and no match for the younger warriors, should war be declared against the Serpent Beast clan. It would be impossible for them alone to withstand the onslaught of the other clans. From the moment she entered the cave, Goop has sensed the powerful aura of the newly ascended high-level beastman. However, as he had only recently entered the realm of the strong, the 7 tiers within that classification meant that even a single tier difference could spell disaster in battle. Moreover, there were 2 additional stages beyond that of the strong. Ngupa had been the mate of a 5th-tier revered elder a century ago. Thankfully, divine beings were merely a legend. Otherwise, the low-level beastmen would have faced even greater oppression. Jiu Pa, I have brought back a female. She announced that a bead of sweat trickled down AI Rant's forehead. Was this truly the introductory line for introducing a girlfriend to an elder? Due to her old age, Gupo's eyesight was not sharp, so she positioned AI Ran before her, making it difficult for Gupa to see clearly. Additionally, as a fellow female, her ability to discern the essence of femininity was not as acute as that of males. However, since she had brought her back, she must be of good standing. Jiupa inquired. Have you consummated your bond? No. AI Ran exploded in indignation, furious that this insufferable serpent had denied her. Scoundrel, she possessed fire attributes. She had only discovered AI Ran's unique qualities after ascending to become a high-level beastman, as low-level beastmen lack the capacity to recognize attributes and enhance their skills. Upon hearing this, Gupo's expression grew grave. Gaitier, go guard the cave entrance and prevent anyone from entering. What do you mean? AI Ran asked, bewildered as she replied. It means you will become the most coveted delicacy among the high-level beastmen, myself included. You insufferable serpent. I have tolerated you long enough. AI Ran fumed, resorting to punches and kicks, though limited to the length of her arm. She held her head down to prevent her from hitting him and continued to address Gupa. Moreover, I have discovered another of her peculiar traits, which could be deemed the finest in the Banyu Forest. Upon hearing this, AI Ran ceased her struggle, her small face flushed crimson with pride. If that was the case, she must indeed be extraordinary, her head adorned with twinkling stars, rising gracefully in the air and bursting forth with a resounding pop. Weakest, poof. AI Ran spat blood in fury, exclaiming, Insufferable serpent, can you not finish your sentences in one go? After all this, my unique constitution is equivalent to being regarded as a delicacy by those high-level beastmen. She continued, addressing Gu Pa. The transformation into a beast-human hybrid is an evolution post-awakening. However, the Banyu Forest has yet to witness a reversal into beast form. The crucial point is that she has not even awakened her beastly instincts. AI Ran was infuriated. Insufferable serpent, what do you know? I am human. Why must I evolve into a beast? I am the highest evolved species in your beast realm. Goopa grasped AI Rand's wrist, causing her a sharp pain that elicited an involuntary moan. The two males in the cave instinctively turned their gazes toward AI Rand. A primal instinct surged from below, causing a dry heat to settle in their throats. Although the cave was the most spacious in the Li village, it was still limited, and the air was stagnant. With 4 individuals breathing in unison, the lack of fresh oxygen and the constant exhalation of carbon dioxide created a stifling atmosphere. Rand felt her breath becoming labored. She tilted her head back to seek air, only to catch sight of those piercing blue eyes fixated on her with an intensity that felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of their union in the forest. Rand quickly lowered her head, her cheeks aflame, utterly unaware that her unconscious moan would cause such trouble. Ahem. Gideon also reacted, though fortunately, he was at a distance, so the embarrassment was manageable. He turned to look outside the cave, where the beastmen were urging one another to take action. Gupa, somewhat slow to react, was oblivious to the young men's impulses. Releasing AI Rand's wrist, she said, "She is indeed not awakened. She possesses no power at all. Sending her out like this is akin to sending a cow or horse to be hunted by the beastmen. These beastmen are too much. She is the highest evolved human, yet they deem her mere meat to be slaughtered at will." Luan Qing and Luo Shan approached one after the other. Upon seeing AI Rand's face, Luan Qing's anger flared even more. However, she still heeded Luo Shan's advice to maintain a semblance of friendliness. "Has the tribe established a new rule that all brought females must be presented to Gupa?" Luo Shan smoothly interjected. "That is impossible. Gupa is of advanced age and a highly respected elder of our tribe. How could we trouble her with such trivial matters?" AI Rand, furious, pouted. This insufferable serpent had yet another opportunity to mock her, calling her the weakest. "Gupa, I shall take my leave," she said, hoisting AI Rand onto his shoulder and leaving behind a warning to Luan Qing. "Do not approach her." Luan Qing clenched her fingers, trembling with rage. Gupa then instructed Gadier at the cave entrance, "Go to Paigon village and inform Elder Dui that she has successfully ascended. He is the first initial-tier strongman born into our Serpent Beast clan in the past decade. He is quite audacious. He truly dared to take the risk to attempt ascension." Luo Shan's realization came too late. No wonder that fellow had suddenly vanished. He was hiding away to ascend. Damn it. Had he known, he would have certainly followed him, for that was the only opportunity to seize his lawn crystal. However, as a fellow 7th-tier individual, he no longer had the chance to take his place. Gupa remarked, "Luo Shan, you might also consider attempting ascension. Our beast clan is no longer as it once was. We need young beastmen like you to grow stronger." Without absolute certainty, Luo Shan was unwilling to try. The price of failure was far too great, and the success rate was exceedingly low. Success was merely a stroke of luck. Under normal circumstances, those who attempted to break through would face backlash, leading to their demise and leaving their lawn crystals for others to claim. "Stop picking me up. I can walk on my own. You want to escape?" AI Rand stuttered uncontrollably. "I do not." She chuckled lightly, proceeding to walk away. If she could escape, it would indeed be an impressive feat. After all, as a walking meat product, she would be devoured by beastmen wherever she went, regardless of their tier. "Stop right there." AI Rand, contrary to her intentions, rushed in front of she, hands on her hips. "Why won't you acknowledge me? Scoundrel, what?" She feigned ignorance, fully aware of her inquiry regarding his denial of their bond. AI Rand hesitated, especially with the nearby male beastmen watching, leaving her flustered and unable to articulate her feelings. After all, she was a demure girl. "Wait until you can articulate it clearly before speaking to me," she said, striding forward. This was the territory of the Serpent Beast clan. She was safe enough here, in this beast realm. Females inherit the innate skills of males after mating, which also enhances the male's abilities. However, after their union, a problem arose. She had not inherited any of his innate skills, and conversely, he had been weakened by her. Even if Gupa were not informed, her weakness could not be concealed for long. If others were to discover that she had engaged in union with him without obtaining his innate abilities, suspicions would undoubtedly arise. Within the realm of the beast world, there exists a notorious legend concerning the inheritance of talents. which suggests that when a female and a male engage in copulation, there's a certain probability of a reverse inheritance phenomenon occurring. The female would grow increasingly powerful, drawing upon the male's innate skills. However, such occurrences have yet to transpire, and the legend itself is rooted solely in ancient prophecy. Should this young female manage to absorb his abilities, it would not be insurmountable for him. Yet now, as she neither inherits nor fortifies him, she becomes his nemesis, an entity that, while comparatively feeble to others, poses a formidable threat to him. The serpent beast clan teeters on the brink of peril, and he, as a newly ascended strongman, faces dire consequences should any incriminating evidence surface. Losing his life would be but a trivial matter, as it could endanger the entire beast clan. Regarding this predicament, he had initially intended to consult Gu-Pa about a potential resolution. However, he was interrupted by the arrival of Luan Qing, forcing him to abandon the thought. Yet upon further reflection, he surmised that even Gu-Pa might not possess the answers. Not a soul could he confide in. It is truly exasperating. After a single union, he feels somewhat diminished, the price too steep to bear, lingering effects from that one encounter still clouding his mind. It is likely that even the mightiest of beastmen in this world could not fill this insatiable void, unless a solution to this conundrum could be found. Gadiel, upon noticing AI, ran sulking alone. Approached her with a smile and inquired, "Why are you still here?" "I've already returned from Pagan Village. Did she not take you back to his lair?" "Who cares if he didn't take me?" AI ran retorted angrily. "He brought me here, then ignored me, forbidding me from leaving. What a temperamental beast!" Nearby, the male beastmen were willing to take her in, yet they dared not approach, fearing that fellow, especially now that he had shattered the bonds of communicator and ascended to a higher rank. "He looks down on me, and I look down on him too." AI ran sat cross-legged on the grass, her lips pursed high. Gadiel, understanding she's temperament well, knew that there must be a reason for his actions. Yet he couldn't let this adorable young female be abandoned outside the cave overnight. Squatting down, Gadiel cheerfully asked, "What is your name?" AI ran. "Hello, AI ran. My name is Gadiel, that I live not far next door. If you have nowhere to go, you can come find me tonight." "That won't be necessary." Just then, she appeared out of nowhere, scooping up the young female from the grass and turning away. Gadiel stood up, watching their retreating figures with a smile. But if it were confirmed that the leader had perished, this fellow would undoubtedly be the greatest hope for their serpent beast clan. Typically, ascending to the first rank would take several years, irrespective of age. Yet he had ascended continuously within a mere decade, and now had even broken free from the restraints of a communicator. However, such prowess alone could not resolve the pressing crisis. Relying on a single individual to empower the beast clan was futile. The Banyu Forest housed countless beast clans, yet only 14 could be deemed noteworthy, even if each clan possessed merely one strong warrior. Should they unite to attack the Serpent Beast clan, annihilation would be the inevitable outcome. With a resounding thud, a piece of raw meat fell from above. Iran lifted her sore head to see she standing before her. It turned out he had gone hunting and was now looking down at her from a height. Commanding, "Do not speak to them," Iran, indignant, replied, "You are being exceedingly domineering." "What was the name of the person I just spoke to?" She made a sharp turn, leaving Ran momentarily stunned, but she still provided an answer. Gadiel, from a sudden, forceful kiss caused Ran to fall on her back. Although the cave floor was strewn with hay, her spine still ached from the impact. His fangs pried her mouth open, invading her with fervor. Ran felt dizzy from the kiss, especially in the stifling air of the cave, yet she remained clear-headed. Offering a piece of raw meat in exchange for being devoured? What a lucrative deal! However, she was not concerned with the barter of food and female. He was consumed by jealousy that she had spoken to a male and even learned his name. Ran gave up struggling and pleaded for mercy to It was only then that she released her, allowing the defenseless young female to breathe once more in a bid for survival and a chance to escape. Ran feigned submission, stating, "I can promise to speak less, but I cannot remain silent. I am not a wooden doll." The young female's expression was one of sincere grievance, softening She's heart, prompting him to relent. Ran, famished, gazed at the large piece of raw meat in her hands, truly at a loss for how to eat it. She raised her head and inquired, "Would you allow me to step outside the cave? I promise not to wander far, just nearby. You wish to escape?" "No, no, no." AI Ran shook her head vigorously. A suffocating kiss had nearly cost her life. She would never dare to confront a great python. She understood well that in this brutal world of the strong devouring the weak, she, as a lowly and feeble being, could only rely on her wits. "I merely wish to improve the food. It is simply unpalatable. May I?" AI Rand's face displayed earnestness and a sense of helplessness. Signaling her harmlessness, he did not respond, yet tacitly permitted her. Yes, as soon as AI Rand exited the cave, her true nature was revealed. She kicked the nearby bush fiercely, exclaiming, "Curse you, foul serpent! How dare you imprison me? I am human. I am the advanced form of your evolution. What are you doing?" A voice from behind startled AI Rand, causing her heart to nearly explode. Her small frame stiffened instantly. Surely, she could not be so unfortunate as to provoke his ire. Fearing the worst, AI Rand did not have the time to concoct excuses before being dragged back into the cave by the serpent. "It seems you do not truly wish to leave. Then do not go. No. It's not like that. You simply do not want to see me." The serpent remarked, "You should keep such thoughts to yourself. No need to make things awkward. No. No. No." AI Rand's heart was in turmoil. What a troublesome serpent. He was so petty. How could he be so sensitive? What is that smell? So fragrant. It seemed to be wafting from that direction. Luan Xing observed the beastmen eagerly approaching Xi's cave and immediately thought of that female. She must be up to some mischief, trying to entice all the males of the tribe to fall for her. "What are you doing?" Luo Shan said as he hastened to keep up, as if he were born to exist for her. Wherever she was, he would surely be found. Outside the cave, the area was crowded with beastmen, who were initially drawn by the scent, yet now stood frozen, gazing at the young female within, filled with confusion, fear, and awe. None daring to approach it. AI Rand, too, was intimidated by the imposing presence. She had only intended to start a fire to cook meat. So why were these beastmen staring at her? Nearby, she observed the process of a young female creating fire by friction. Thus, in comparison to the other beastmen, he remained somewhat composed, but he still found it hard to accept that this seemingly weak young female could summon fire. Could it be related to her fire attribute? Although she was filled with curiosity and a desire to uncover the truth, his proud and aloof serpent nature compelled him to suppress that thought. Even if he were to feign indifference, it must be done convincingly. He could not allow this young female to underestimate him. Jiu had also arrived. The beastmen parted to create a path. Gadiel assisted Gupa into Xi's cave. Truly, he was grateful to this young female for illuminating his humble abode, drawing so many beastmen to it. Upon seeing Gupa, AI Ran immediately stood up and presented the roasted meat in her hand. Politely inquiring, "Gupa, would you care for some roasted meat?" Flatterer. Launching shot AI Ran a fierce glare. AI Ran was not intentionally trying to curry favor, regardless of how esteemed Gupa was. She did not plan to stay here for eternity. Given the opportunity, she would certainly slip away. She simply felt that the elderly Gupa had endured much, having lived for several centuries. That AI, Gadiel reminded. Her name is AI R.N.Gupa nodded, indicating that she remembered, pointing to the fire and asking. AI Ran, "Did you bring this fire?" "Oh." AI Ran suddenly realized that the beastmen were astonished by the fire, nearly causing her to panic, thinking they were staring at her with intentions of devouring her. AI Ran placed the roasted meat on a leaf and then squatted down, rolling up her sleeves to demonstrate the process of creating fire by friction once more. First, she placed dry grass on a large piece of wood, then carved a small hole in the wood, selecting a harder stick to fit into the hole, and then continuously rubbed the stick, accumulating heat until it ignited the dry grass. Fire. It is fire. This little female truly possesses the ability to summon fire. The orcs find it utterly astonishing, having savored roasted meat before. However, it requires a stroke of luck. Only when lightning strikes the ground, igniting a forest fire, can they partake, and it is only then that the flames become visible. Jiupa, both astonished and delighted, exclaimed, AI Ran, "You possess such divine power. This is marvelous. Our serpent beast tribe is saved. You are our lucky charm. No, I am not that formidable, AI Ran replied, shaking her head repeatedly. She was a shy girl, overwhelmed by being praised as a deity for such a trivial feat. She simply could not accept it demonstrate. She pulled Goopa closer. Gupa, I do not possess divine power. The principle of friction fire involves generating heat through rubbing continuing to rub. The resulting heat will elevate the temperature. And both wood and dry grass are combustible materials. Once they reach their ignition point, fire will emerge. Gupa remained utterly bewildered. AI Ran believed she had explained herself well, but as Goopa fell silent, the atmosphere grew awkward. Just when AI Ran was at a loss for words, Gaudier broke the tension with a smile, saying, Goopa, I understand. AI Ran felt relieved and instinctively wanted to thank Gaudier. However, her beaming face quickly shifted expressions. Having learned a lesson from past experiences, she could not let her guard down. She furtively glanced back at the fellow behind her, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, he was watching her. How outrageous! Then shall I give it a try? Gaudier declared, picking up a small stick and attempting the steps AI Ran had just demonstrated. As AI Ran observed the instructional outcome, she also noted the smile on Gaudier's face. He truly was a cheerful young man, far superior to a certain someone. Fire! It's here! Gaudier successfully summoned fire. The orcs were ecstatic. Gaudier's success meant that they too could achieve the same. Only Goopa, aged and slow, remained perplexed. Having lived for centuries, she had never witnessed such a marvel. Even the esteemed high-ranking orcs could not conjure fire. Gaudier explained to Goopa, this is not divine power, merely a method to produce fire. AI Ran nodded vigorously. This explanation was excellent. The Gupa remained dazed for half the night, but finally regained her composure and joyfully proclaimed, Wonderful! AI Ran, you are truly brilliant. You are the first orc in the beast world continent to think of this method. I am human, not an orc. Well, when in Rome, I shall be an orc. Hee, with a playful smile revealing her small white teeth. AI Ran felt giddy at being praised by so many for the first time. She had not anticipated that graciously accepting compliments could be such a delightful experience. The orcs in the tribe were overjoyed, and even Luo Shan acknowledged AI Ran's abilities. Yet Luan Qing was most incensed. Witnessing AI Ran being lauded and adored by the orcs made her face pale with fury. Gupa, actually, the meat could be roasted even more deliciously. But he forbids me from leaving the cave. I can't even wash. AI Ran seized the opportunity to complain to the esteemed Goopa, pointing with her finger, though she felt it was impolite. But being a snake, surely he would not mind such trivialities. Goopa turned around and scolded the serpent, saying, What are you doing? AI Ran is also one of us. She is not a captive. And you cannot treat her this way. The serpent had never faced such a reprimand before, and the experience was rather unpleasant. AI Ran stuck out her tongue as she, boldly, making a face. Despite Goopo's stern gaze, she noticed that this little one had consistently rejected her advances. Gupa intensified her tone, stating, AI Ran is a child bestowed upon us by the divine. You shall not bully her. Do you hear, she? The serpent begrudgingly replied, I understand. Gupa turned to the gathered orcs, announcing, and you all shall not bully AI Ran either. If I find out, the clan's rules will be enforced, having demonstrated the method of friction fire. No orc dared to insult her. They feared her as one would fear the source of flames. Gaudier, Before Goopa could finish her sentence, Gaudier interjected, I shall make a trip to Paigu village immediately to share this method of fire-making with Elder Dui, so that all the orcs in the tribe can ignite fire. The orcs dispersed, eagerly attempting the method. Upon succeeding, they danced with joy, overflowing with excitement. That AI Ran, having received Goopa as protection, felt a newfound freedom of movement. She deliberately sauntered in front of the serpent, hands on her hips, sticking her tongue out and making a face, relishing the chance to show off. You can no longer imprison me. The handsome face darkened, akin to clouds before a thunderstorm. AI Ran lifted her chin defiantly, strutting forward with an air of triumph. Oh dear, she stumbled, nearly falling. It seemed she still needed to pay attention while walking. Gupa tapped her cane, producing a crisp tap-tap sound that finally caught Xi's attention, who had been fixated on AI. Ran exiting the cave. The Gupa earnestly remarked, "Where do you think you can run off to? Why imprison her? She doesn't even possess the first stage of a communicator. If you wish to capture her, it would be an effortless task." "I did not." The serpent refused to admit it. Gupa glanced back, noting the absence of orc attention outside the cave, and leaned down to say, "You truly have not mated?" No, though she knew Gupa meant well, she opted to keep secrets. Gupa paused, then exclaimed, "Oh," as she slowly made her way toward the cave entrance, muttering to herself, "Since you do not like it, I shall ask Gaudier to make an effort." "Don't." The serpent jumped up in a panic. "Experience is a great teacher." Gupa smiled knowingly, but remained silent. The orcs waiting outside rushed forward to assist Gupa as she emerged. Iran followed the direction indicated by the orcs to find a small stream. She needed to wash the meat thoroughly and roast anew, for the bloody odor was simply unbearable. She must not forget that she was human and should not lower her standards when it came to food. AI Ran was shoved and tumbled into the stream. Turning her head, she saw Wanqing glaring at her with unabashed malice, as if worried she might not notice. "You, a primitive, dare to bully me? Sister, why did you push me? What wrong have I done?" AI Ran looked pitiful, emerging from the water in a rather disheveled state, and her pleading tone only made her appear more pathetic, prompting Wanqing to look down on her even more. "Sister, don't be angry with me. I certainly did not mean to offend you. Just tell me, and I shall amend my ways." As AI Ran approached Wanqing, she suddenly bent down, casually picking up the stick she had long set her sights on, her tone and demeanor shifting dramatically. With a swing of the stick, she declared, "Take that, for pushing me, for ambushing me. I shall ambush you in return." Wanqing cried while dodging. "Stop, stop." Caught off guard, Wanqing was unaware that AI Ran was feigning weakness, deliberately letting her guard down to lull her into a false sense of security. Clang. AI Ran dropped the stick, panting, "If you provoke me again, I shall burn you while you sleep. I can summon fire." Wanqing was naturally unwilling to concede, but this time it was merely her miscalculation. She had not anticipated AI Ran's cunningness. With a fierce glare directed at AI Ran, she gritted her teeth and fled. Whoosh! Having been frightened off this time, AI Ran wondered if it would work again in the future. She began to fret over her challenging path ahead. The orcs could ascend the ranks through their bloodline powers, while her blood only bore the ABO type. What strength could possibly be awakened within her? "Why do I keep encountering you?" Upon returning from Paigu village, Gaudier spotted the drenched AI Ran by the stream. Chuckling as he asked, "Surely you are not fishing in the water, are you? In our serpent beast tribe, females are not required to hunt. If you desire anything to eat, you may simply ask any male. They will provide for you," including himself, though he would never admit it. After all, she is a female with an owner. What a coincidence, encountering you 4 times in a single day. Iran quickly recalled a certain snake, and her desire to chat was instantly extinguished. She replied perfunctorily with a non-committal HM and resumed washing the raw meat she had brought by the stream. Gattel stood on the bank and addressed AI Ran below, saying, "If you need assistance, feel free to let me know." This individual seemed to hold a significant position within the tribe, as his affairs appeared to be intertwined with nearly everything, particularly in relation to Gupa. AI Ran turned her head and retorted, "Are you really that impressive?" Gattel sensed a strong survival instinct in her question. It indicated that she genuinely required help, yet she was cautious, probing his capability to assist. Gattel chuckled. "Could you elaborate a bit more? How much more detail could she provide? Was it not obvious? Aside from that fellow, what else could trouble her?" It seemed Gattel was also a foolish snake. "Never mind. It is better to rely on oneself than to seek help from others." Iran continued to clean her raw meat. Gattel was far from foolish, but there were matters he could not address directly. He recognized that this young female was not ordinary. She had become a notable figure in their tribe on her very first day. A female who brought the spark of fire. "Have you two mated?" Iran nearly spat blood. Why was everyone so concerned about this? And why did they always ask so bluntly, regardless of the occasion? As an orc, Gattel was accustomed to the forthrightness of his kind and did not realize how impolite and presumptuous this was. If you have indeed mated with him, then you must remain loyal to him. Gattel, as a snake orc, felt similarly. Rather than merely explaining the customs of their kind, he seemed to be cautioning AI Ran, hoping she would make a prudent choice. It could at most be considered a casual fling. They were certainly not lovers. Why should she owe him loyalty? She even felt she could accuse him of fraud. He had misled her. Those snake skins, shimmering blue and light as air, had tricked her into believing she had ascended to paradise and encountered a handsome angel. No. AI Ran retorted, somewhat irate. He wouldn't even acknowledge it. Did he expect her, as a girl, to clarify this everywhere? She was no Xiang Lin Saw, who would lament her plight. I don't care. AI Ran grasped the meat and strode away, thinking it better if he didn't admit it. That would make it less valid. Gattel, as AI Ran passed by, remarked, I'm not trying to scare you. This is the tradition of the snake orc tribe, even if you are not a snake orc. Should you mate with a male snake orc, you must abide by it. The consequences of defiance are severe, such grave consequences, yet he claimed not to be intimidating. She was not a female of the beast world. She was human. In principle, she did not belong here and was not bound by their customs. She would not comply. What could they do about it? Upon returning to the village, AI Ran encountered she. Oh no! Gattel seemed to be behind her. They shared the same village and naturally walked in the same direction. This jealous and petty fellow would not seek trouble with her again, would he? This time, she had merely washed a piece of meat. She approached AI Ran, as she found herself too timid to raise her head. What was going on? She was an evolved, advanced human. How could she be tamed by a snake orc? No, humans shall never be enslaved. AI Ran summoned her courage, suddenly looking up, ready to resist, only to see this fellow not in a rage, but simply unwrapping his animal skin and wrapping her, still damp. Within it, your animal skin isn't sufficient. I will make you a new one later. No. Note AI Ran's peripheral vision caught something, and her cheeks flushed once more, uncontrollably. She hastily pulled her arm away, trying to cover the lower half of the snake. Lon, please don't do that. I'm fine. You shouldn't just remove your animal skin like that. It's inappropriate. This truly was a primitive beast world. These creatures seemed utterly devoid of modesty, wearing expressions of unabashed openness. Likely unable to comprehend the concept of privacy, even if their lives depended on it. After AI Ran landed, she had involuntarily and actively seen far too many things. It was terrifying. The certain snake even appeared angry. His azure eyes blazing with ire as he asked, Do you find my animal skin repulsive? Head pounding, AI Ran quickly replied, No, I don't think it's repulsive. Then why did you refuse my animal skin? Because you gave it to me, and now you have none left. It's not good for you to be like this, exposed. That AI Ran felt like smashing her head against a wall. How could she be so earnestly discussing such a topic with a male? It was mortifying. The certain snake seemed to understand, glancing down a certain area of his body, his handsome features darkening rapidly, deeply wounded. His voice turned somewhat hoarse. So, you truly find me repulsive? You, my dear protagonist, have wounded the heart of an inexperienced youth? AI Ran, flustered, scrambled to pick up the fallen animal skin, attempting to cover him while desperately explaining and soothing. No, I really don't find it repulsive. I swear. I just, what is it? At that moment, Gattel also arrived at the village entrance. Upon hearing a third voice, AI Ran instantly froze. How could she have forgotten that this fellow was walking in this direction? There was no way they could stand in public discussing such matters. How could she explain this now? AI Ran's face darkened. It was truly maddening. The animal skin was too heavy. She couldn't hold on, and it fell at the same time. Gattel walked beside her, noticing AI Ran's hand perilously close to she's. If one were not careful, it might appear as though she were grasping. This had surpassed the realm of what could be explained. AI Ran disregarded the freshly washed meat and bolted, her face burning hot enough to fry an egg. The critical part was that she still did not realize anything was amiss. He was merely upset, his masculine dignity severely bruised. Gattel, upon seeing she, was unsurprised, as he too bore a similar experience. Thus, had the previous scene been a female assessing a male's capabilities in a certain aspect, Gattel observed and assessed while casually asking, "Is she dissatisfied?" Oh dear, the young snake was struck by another arrow, his emotional damage tallying up to 1,000. No worries. It should grow a bit more. You haven't fully matured yet. Gattel gently patted She's shoulder, offering a few words of comfort before continuing on. For him, this was perhaps the greatest blow he had ever received. He was now at a loss for words, unsure how to organize his thoughts. Gattel turned at the sound, gazing at the forlorn expression on the young snake's face, her heart aching for a full 10 minutes. Females require many males to feel fulfilled. Is that it? In terms of hierarchy and ability, she was confident he surpassed Gattel. However, regarding physiological age and the issues surrounding females, he knew he could not measure up to Gattel's understanding. Gattel lamented, "Basically, yes," as she lowered his head, staring at a certain area of his body, feeling a pang in his snake heart as he murmured, "Then what happens if a female snake orc is dissatisfied? That's why so many females of our snake tribe fled. They are unwilling to be with just one. Gattel, you are too much. How can you speak such blunt truths?" Ochi finally understood why the young female always seemed eager to escape. It turned out she was dissatisfied. But that was strange. He hadn't disappointed her before. When he asked if she was satisfied, she had replied affirmatively. Thus, she had lied then. She was indeed finding him lacking. The revelation hit the young snake hard. His heartache skyrocketing. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just want some peace." AI ran. Having rushed back to the village, dared not enter the cave. Instead, she set up a fire opposite the entrance to dry her damp clothes. After the embarrassment of what had just transpired, AI Ren truly did not know how to coexist in the same space with that fellow. However, if she strayed too far from his line of sight, trouble would surely arise. He was so petty and easily angered. Hence, AI Ren chose a spot directly opposite the cave, maintaining a suitable distance. Just about right. Speaking of that fellow, what was he up to? It was dark, and he still had not returned. If he didn't come back soon, AI Ren contemplated slipping away. Glilu. Her stomach growled in hunger. Had she known, she wouldn't have discarded that piece of meat. Now, she craved the taste of bloody roasted meat, but had none. "Would you like to eat the meat I roasted?" Upon hearing the voice, AI Ran was overjoyed, but when she turned her head, she was taken aback that IT was a girl from the tribe, roughly the same age as AI Ran, but her cheeks bore large patches of blood-red birthmarks, leaving her skin marred and incomplete. "I am so sorry." The girl realized her appearance had startled AI Ran, and she hurriedly retreated while repeatedly apologizing. Iran immediately stood up, stepping forward to grasp the girl's hand. "No, I'm truly sorry." At first glance, it was indeed somewhat startling. Yet AI Ran felt a surge of guilt for not managing her facial expressions better, inadvertently revealing her fear to the other person that one's appearance is an innate gift from one's parents. Whether it is pleasing to the eye is beyond one's control, and a birthmark is certainly not the fault of the girl. Observing her timid and sensitive demeanor makes it evident that she has been subjected to bullying in the past. AI Ran wished to retain the girl's presence and cautiously inquired, "I'm truly famished. I would love to have some of your roasted meat. Would you kindly share some with me?" The girl, feeling accepted, nodded with joy and generously offered the roasted meat. As AI Ran accepted the meat, she gently pulled the girl closer, inviting her to sit beside her. This action surprised the girl even more, as no beast man in the tribe would willingly sit so closely to her. Females are precious and scarce, but not when it comes to someone who appears as unattractive as her. The males looked down upon her, while the females, proud and surrounded by the males, naturally ignored her. They only approached her out of boredom, seeking amusement by bullying her. Iran smiled and remarked, "It smells delightful. Thank you for the roasted meat." The girl beamed with happiness in response. She had come to express her gratitude to AI Ran, for it was AI Ran who had brought fire to the tribe, although she had not taught her directly. As a member of the tribe, the girl felt immense gratitude since learning to create fire, and she wished to thank AI Ran personally. Although she struggled to express it, the roasted meat represented her gift. The roasted meat was indeed fragrant, yet lacking in seasoning, its flavor ultimately fell short. Without fire, they could not enjoy cooked food, and it was needless to inquire, They certainly had no condiments. It seemed she needed to devise a way to procure some, or else consuming too much of such bland meat would surely lead to nausea. After finishing the roasted meat, AI Ran wiped her mouth and cheerfully introduced herself. Hello, my name is AI Ran. I know that the beastmen in the tribe are familiar with your name. You have become quite renowned. You brought fire to the tribe. The girl expressed this with great delight, feeling a sense of pride in being a member of the tribe. She was a person full of gratitude, even if others had not intentionally helped her. Like with the fire, no one had taught her, and she had merely learned by observing. As for AI Ran, she had only heard about her from others. And what about you? What is your name? Oh wait, that's a lovely name. Are you she's partner? AI Ran was taken aback. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn. Away had no friends, and AI Ran was the first person to speak to her gently. Noticing AI Ran's silence, Away became flustered and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. I apologize. AI Ran reassured the visibly agitated Away. It's all right, no need to be so tense. We are friends. Ran felt a pang of sympathy for Away, wondering how much bullying she must have endured to become so sensitive. It was important to note that these beastmen were oblivious and never considered the feelings of others. Away lowered her head, her birthmark failing to conceal the anxiety on her face. She felt she had let AI Ran down, believing she should not have been so tactless, thinking of herself as a friend while only causing trouble. The atmosphere grew awkward again, and AI Ran devised a plan to alleviate the tension and foster their budding friendship, while possibly ensuring a good night's sleep for herself. Away. Could you do me a favor? I need help finding some materials. Sure. Being accepted was already a delightful surprise, and the prospect of assisting AI Ran filled Away with joy. Thankfully, it was not yet completely dark, as that would have made things inconvenient. AI Ran sought some wood and dry grass, attempting to construct a small hut. The cave was simply unacceptable. It felt too eerie. While the cold-blooded beastmen did not mind, AI Ran was human, having traversed from the 21st century, and she had no desire to regress to a primitive existence as a cave dweller. The stable framework in the world is the triangular structure. So, as long as she could establish a stable framework and fill it with dry grass, a simple hut could be constructed. It did not matter if the house was small, as long as it was well ventilated. The confined space would not feel oppressive. In fact, it would enhance the sense of security. The snake den was simply too high and wide, making it hard to envision a cave as a home. Away led AI Ran to gather materials, and the beastmen they passed by typically would not approach to chat. However, upon seeing AI Ran, they all came forward to greet her with enthusiasm. What are you up to? It's getting dark. It's best not to venture outside the village. It's unsafe out there. Indeed, stay inside. Your safety is paramount. You females are our tribe's most treasured assets. If you need food, we can share. Away was taken aback. She had never received such treatment. As many males had forgotten, she was also female. I need wood and dry grass. AI Ran replied readily, feeling no shame. This was not begging, nor was it a demand based on her female status. AI Ran viewed this as a reciprocal arrangement. Having taught them the skill of fire-making during the day, bringing fire to them, it was only fair they helped her in return. As expected, the beastmen readily agreed. All right, we will help you find it. It must be said, for such physically demanding tasks, males performed better than females. In no time, they gathered all the materials AI Ran needed. If it had been just her and Away, they would have likely still been searching at dawn. Upon returning to the village, AI Ran was stunned to see the scene before her cave. 3 bonfires illuminated the clearing, and for the beastmen of the tribe, this was nothing short of miraculous. The night could be so bright, and the credit went to the industrious young female. What began as a solitary endeavor, perhaps with the help of a new friend Away, turned into a collective effort, as the beastmen willingly joined in upon learning of her intentions, full of enthusiasm, having witnessed her skills during the day. They were in awe and praised her as the most capable female in the beast world. Although they did not fully understand what she was doing now, they still offered her high regard. Almost the entire village of beastmen participated, and even the elders sat nearby, propped up with a cane, watching. The few females gathered around the bonfire, where AI Ran taught them to twist grass ropes. They diligently followed her instructions, marveling at the fresh creations they had made, filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Grass ropes were indeed useful, capable of creating many things. However, AI Ran was now quite busy and had no time to elaborate. She needed to construct her small thatched house. The principle was simple. Using the ground as a baseline, two opposing wooden beams served as the sides, with their ends sharpened. They were to be forcefully hammered into the soil. The deeper they were inserted, the sturdier the support would be. The tops would be bound with vines, and the gaps created by the looseness at the base would be filled and compacted with soil, topped with stones for additional stability. Following a similar method, she would create triangular frameworks, binding the tops with vines. As the number of triangular frameworks increased, they would form a large conical space, and the more wood used, the sturdier the house would be. The supply of vines was limited, so the top would also need to be wrapped multiple times with grass ropes for binding. The central portion of the cone would serve as the walls and required filling. The adjacent wooden beams would be tied together with grass ropes, and segments would be attached in layers, with greater density resulting in a more solid structure when stuffing in dry grass later, providing better insulation. The primary material for the thatched house were wood and dry grass, and they were fortunate to have found a few vines. With the assistance of the male beastmen, AI Ran had already completed the wooden framework, and now the main task was to weave grass ropes. Although there were female beastmen helping, they were still far from meeting the required standards. This was AI Ran's own little house. She could not afford to be lazy and aimed to do her utmost to create the best version. After finishing the framework, she focused solely on twisting grass ropes. There could only be success, not failure. Initially, she had intended to do it on a small scale, thinking that if it collapsed, she could simply rebuild it without anyone knowing. However, now that she had inadvertently made such a grand affair, failing would mean letting down the help of these beastmen. AI Ran was startled, noticing a hand resting on hers. As she shifted her gaze up the arm, she encountered a somewhat familiar face that, oh, what is this fellow's situation? Why does he look so sullen and troubled? AI Ran snapped back to reality, realizing she had been so busy that she had forgotten about the awkward moment. Blushing with embarrassment, she anxiously glanced down at him. Thankfully, this time he was covered. Blue, please promise me you won't carelessly remove your beast skin from now on, all right? AI Ran pondered for a moment, concerned that he might be sensitive, and added, I truly do not find you distasteful. I swear, I bear no disdain for you whatsoever. I merely believe that being unclothed is rather inappropriate. Just observe me. I would never expose myself so casually. Would I? AI Ran froze momentarily, her heart racing uncontrollably. What on earth was this fellow doing? She was conversing with him, so why on earth did he suddenly extend his tongue to lick her? AI Ran winced in pain, attempting to withdraw her hand, yet he did not relent, carefully licking the wound upon her hand. What madness was this? It hurt terribly, yet strangely, there was a peculiar comfort amidst the pain. AI Ran's mind erupted in chaos, contemplating, could it be that I truly possess a penchant for pain? The flickering flames cast dancing shadows upon the handsome visage of a certain serpent, accentuating the contours of his features. His blue eyes, framed by long lashes, reflected the wavering flames, rendering him remarkably enchanting. AI Ran gazed at him, a bit mesmerized, never expecting that this fellow could exhibit such gentleness, so meticulously tending to her wound. AI Ran suddenly felt another stab of pain. She forcefully retracted her hand, yet it remained unyielding in his grasp. That Jiupa, hearing her cry, attempted to rise, but her cane afforded her little strength. By the time she reached AI Ran, it was likely that she would have already been devoured. While Wan Qing had been of no assistance, she had remained present, observing from afar, and upon hearing AI Ran's cries of distress, she hurried over with a sense of morbid curiosity. Roar, a thunderous sound erupted as a colossal blue creature manifested. Help! Help! AI Ran was lifted into the air, finally realizing just how immense this creature was, truly terrifying. Roar! The gigantic python opened its gaping maw. The warm, bloody wind disheveled AI Ran's senses. Its sharp fangs were fearsome, and as its forked tongue flicked across AI Ran's face, it swiftly coiled around her, dragging her toward its mouth. Ah, help! AI Ran realized that this creature genuinely intended to consume her, her face paling in terror as she struggled for her life. Yet her efforts proved futile, and the sounds emitted by the monstrous serpent drowned out her cries for help. A gentle reminder, whether seeking a boyfriend or merely a fling, one must never, ever consider a beastman. Awei was the first to react, stumbling toward the male beastmen, pleading, "Quickly, save AI Ran. Hurry!" Wan Qing chuckled softly. "Sirs are right," the male beastman replied. "Impossible. That is the female brought by she. He would never actually consume her. It's merely a jest. Moreover, she has brought fire seeds, making her a benefactor of our tribe." Gadol and the other male beastmen shared the same belief, thinking she was only jesting. However, upon witnessing the snake's tongue-ensnaring AI Ran, they realized the gravity of the situation and rushed toward Gupa, exclaiming, "Oh no, she truly intends to eat AI Ran. Ah, what sin have I committed to deserve this?" AI Ran despaired, for although the creature had mentioned several times that it wished to swallow her, she was the protagonist. How could she truly be devoured? Hiss! The blue giant python inexplicably began to shrink rapidly. AI Ran felt weightless as she plummeted from the heights, her limbs flailing desperately, yet she was not a bird. Her efforts were utterly in vain. What was happening? The beastmen were puzzled. Typically, males would not attack females unless they were mates, and only in cases of betrayal would a male consume a female. Yet they hadn't even made it, had they? With a swift motion, Gadol transformed into his serpent beast form, ensnaring AI Ran with his tail and gently lowering her to the ground, allowing her to land safely, though the ordeal had left her in tears. This was utterly terrifying. The tender-hearted handsome man who had been so considerate in licking her wounds had suddenly transformed into a giant python, intent on consuming her without a word of negotiation. "You little rascal! What are you doing? Do you intend to eat her?" Goopa chastised, striking the now miniature blue python's head with her cane, which had shrunk to about 2 meters in length, its coiled body measuring less than a meter. "You have crossed the line." Goopa was infuriated. She initially thought the fellow was making a jest, only to discover he genuinely intended to consume AI Ran. After receiving numerous strikes, the serpent regained its composure. It had meant no harm initially, feeling somewhat sorrowful that the little female found his actions distasteful. However, upon seeing her hand torn by the grass rope, he felt a pang of sympathy and sought to assist by licking the wound. The more he licked, the more excited he became, until he lost control. The attraction of similar attributes can be inexplicably compelling for high-level beastmen. AI Ran's unique constitution was no longer merely a delectable morsel. Provoked by her blood, he became so enthralled that he transformed, consumed by an urge to swallow her immediately. His actions would weaken her. Her wounds and blood would stimulate him into a frenzy, leading him to devour her. So, was this a mutual restraint? Cough, cough. Perhaps disbanding them would be best. Yupa recognized that this unforeseen incident might have been due to their attributes. After all, this young man had only just successfully advanced, and his control over his body and consciousness was still lacking. AI Ran, do not fear. I shall teach you a method to handle this little rascal. Goopa pulled AI Ran closer, whispering secretive information into her ear. It was Goopa's intervention that had caused the giant python to shrink so rapidly. Every serpent has a vital point. Even after evolving into a beast man, they still possess weaknesses, albeit with the ability to conceal them, making it difficult for enemies to detect. Generally, only those who are closely acquainted would know Dashi's weakness lies at a specific point on his tail. Goopa had jabbed it with her cane, causing him to shrink in pain. After being informed, AI Ran still felt trepidation, even developing a shadow of fear to make matters worse. The little hut AI Ran had painstakingly constructed over several hours had been completely demolished when he transformed into a serpent beast, his tail sweeping it away effortlessly. After the initial scare, the other serpent beastmen dispersed, although there were fire seeds to illuminate the night, thereby extending the beastmen's activities. They had yet to adapt, their bodies still clinging to past habits. And one by one, they succumbed to fatigue and yawned, gradually retreating to their caves. Thanks to AI Ran, Awei had the unprecedented experience of participating in a village gathering, which initially brought her joy. However, the near devouring of her newfound friend had left her greatly shaken. Upon seeing that AI Ran was unharmed, Wan Qing's irritation flared once more. It was infuriating that Gupa had divulged Shi's weakness to AI Ran. While it was known that it was in the tail, the specific point and the exact scale of the snake were indeed difficult to discern, especially for such a colossal creature. Even the tail's very tip constituted a significant section. The weakness lay on a particular scale, the only vulnerable spot on the serpent's body, while the rest was incredibly tough, making it nearly impossible to penetrate even the gaps between the scales. AI Ran felt uneasy, knowing she could not determine its location. Moreover, given the previous encounter, how could she possibly reach his tail? As night deepened, the serpent beastmen returned to their respective caves. Although she had calmed considerably, coiled at a distance, AI Ran still felt fear and called out, "Awei, do not leave." Awei wished to stay and accompany AI Ran, but she had no valid reason. Within the tribe, Awei was merely an unattractive and timid female serpent, and females were generally weaker, making advancement difficult. Gu Pa, a third-level communicator, was already the highest ranking among the females. Awei had yet to reach even the first level of communication, and even though she could serve as a light bulb for the tribe's powerful members, Gupa had already assured AI Ran that she was safe due to the knowledge of Shi's weakness. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, and AI Ran nearly lost her life, the beastmen did not overly concern themselves, as such incidents frequently occurred in their world. Females and males needed to adapt before uniting. Accidents were a common occurrence. Some females, upon acquiring the male's gifted skills, might seize the opportunity to eliminate them if dissatisfied. After all, there were fewer females in the beast world, and they could always seek out other males. Another scenario involved the male's desires swelling during mating, leading them to consume the female rather than lose her. By the campfire, a young girl curled up, hugging her knees, vigilantly watching the distance where the blue serpent lay coiled, its head aligned with her, its blue vertical pupils flickering with the flames, due to Gu Po's strike at its vital point. He could not revert to his human form, likely needing to wait until dawn to recover. This fellow seemed to understand his misstep, having frightened his mate, thus keeping his distance as sunlight bathed AI Ran's face. Warming her, she opened her eyes, still drowsy. Rubbing her eyes, she was startled to see a certain male beast sitting before her. His vertical pupils were filled with remorse. AI Ran was still angry about the previous night's events. Yet this fellow wore an innocuous facade, much like the sunlight that illuminated him. However, she knew this was merely a facade. He was an undeniably fearsome giant python. AI Ran's peripheral vision caught sight of the half-constructed hut, which had been rebuilt. Although the thatch was haphazardly arranged, the framework was superior to before and significantly taller, twice the height of yesterday. The framework, solely supported by timber, could only be determined by the height of the wood. AI Ran withdrew her gaze, bringing it back to the face of Shi. So, was this fellow here to offer her an apology? Losing one's life was a serious matter, and she would not let it slide easily. Do not think that this would lead me to forgive you. AI Ran clambered to her feet, and though she spoke thus, her heart was rather fond of the half-finished product before her. She pushed against it with considerable force. The wood remained steadfast and immovable, remarkably sturdy. You harbor feelings for Gattel. AI Ran was taken aback. This fellow moved soundlessly, always appearing suddenly behind her. I do not like anyone, least of all you. AI Ran was suddenly tackled, tumbling into the incompletely constructed abode. Sunlight streamed through the wooden cracks, casting a faint glow upon her visage, her dark hair cascading across the ground like a spilled ink. This little female was truly beautiful, her red lips and white teeth, her skin delicate, akin to the snowflakes of winter. Yet she claimed not to like him. Despite their intimate union, she still rejected him. Was there not a better way than to consume her? AI Ran sensed something amiss. Could this fellow be contemplating devouring her again? No, I do not like Gattel. I like no one, especially not him. I meant him, not you. Him, Gattel. Realizing her passive predicament, AI ran in a desperate bid for survival, timidly altered her statement once more. What was happening? Why was that snake not responding? Could he not hear her? Suddenly, her red lips were silenced. Pressed upon, and AI ran exerted force with her arms, pushing against the chest of the snake. Yet he only leaned in closer, ultimately pressing against her bosom. What on earth? Yesterday, he transformed into a snake beast to consume her. And now in human form, he still sought to consume her. She had not traversed into this world to become the mistress. She had been cast into a primitive and savage abyss. Raised by these Orcish beings in the name of sustenance and femininity. Absolutely not. Humans shall never be enslaved. Her little face flushed crimson. What was happening? In this critical moment, a thought flashed through her mind. His kissing skills had improved compared to the previous 2 times. No, I cannot succumb to such beauty. This fellow is a beast evolved into a man. While she was a legitimate human being, she must not become his food and captive. AI ran, overwhelmed by the kiss. Let out a low moan, her composure utterly shattered. She would never admit to enjoying his kisses. That was absolutely out of the question. AI ran wore a look of utter despair. Why did she suddenly feel weak? So limp and powerless that she could barely lift her resisting arms, akin to a piece of cheese being licked by a giant. It must be because she had not eaten breakfast. Leading to her exhaustion, the snake commanded, "You are my partner. You must not fear me. You need to adapt to me. Whether in my human form or my snake beast form, you must learn to accommodate me." Can I control this? AI ran felt frustrated and hopeless. Fear was fear, and such things were beyond control. The snake has tongue. Fear, right? Of course, before AI ran could finish her words, the snake kissed her again. This was outrageous. How could one force adaptation in such a manner? He was undoubtedly a devil. The snake, however, was quite pleased. The little female was sweet and fragrant, soft and delightful. Thankfully, she had been poked by Goopa last night. Otherwise, if he had truly devoured her, he would never find another like her in this not yet completed house. AI ran was pinned down by the snake, the thatch sparsely filled, with gaps everywhere. How could he behave in such a way? Did he not fear others witnessing this? Coughing, she mused that they had no hesitation in tearing off their beast skins. Would he truly feel shy? Orcs were not aware of bashfulness. AI Ran was deeply immersed in the experience of consummating in a newly constructed home. A profound aspect of Chinese culture. Just a single term encapsulated such intricacy that one could not grasp its essence without first-hand experience. Thus, AI Ran's fear, through an exceedingly complex process, transformed into a slap. Gattle passed by, detecting a rich scent of femininity, traversing the underbrush to the clearing before Shi's cave. What a delightful scent of a female. It seemed to emanate from Shi's cave. Was it the fragrance of that little female? It must be her. Among the entire tribe, her scent was the most intoxicating. It had to be her. Other male snake beasts gradually arrived, drawn by the sudden rich scent of femininity, naturally leading them to certain assumptions. However, she was the strongest beast in the village, and they dared not offend him. Ultimately, Gattle spoke on behalf of the others, as he was genuinely curious. "Have you two consummated?" He inquired bluntly, disregarding the feelings of the parties involved. "Not yet." This time, AI ran, and she spoke in unison, both emerging side by side from the half-finished dwelling. But the moment they spoke, they inadvertently glanced at one another, each harboring their own thoughts. The snake mused. "The little female smells divine. Though the cost is somewhat high, being weakened cannot quell the impulse to possess her. It feels as if he is already addicted." The girl thought, "Scoundrel snake, I will eventually seize your vulnerable spot and demand your life." Luo Shan, unsure whether to act out of righteousness or jealousy, indeed held a fondness for Luan Qing and had pursued her the longest in the tribe. Yet he had to admit that the newcomer's scent was even more alluring. Did they truly think these male orcs were fools? Early in the morning, such a scent rendered them unable to concentrate. It was truly excessive. Luo Shan could not help but voice, "If you two have consummated, could you not keep your distance?" AI Ran's little face flushed bright red. Gattle pressed further. "Did you truly consummate?" For safety's sake, she had intended to conceal the truth. Now, surrounded and pressed by a group of males, he felt somewhat shaken. Just as he was about to confess, AI Ran mustered her courage to deny it. No. Luo Shan shoved Gattel aside and whispered to AI Ran, "Little female, you may not be aware, but if you consort with him and are unfaithful, the consequences will not merely be akin to being devoured as you were last night." As Luo Shan intimidated AI Ran, she swiftly stepped forward and embraced her. This time, Gattel did not assist she, stating, "You cannot act impulsively in this matter. You should be well aware of the consequences." Seeing AI Ran in this state, it was clear he had not disclosed the truth to her. She coldly refused. "My matters are my own concern." The seriousness of the males caused AI Ran to feel uneasy, and she inquired, "What have you concealed from me?" "Nothing." As she spoke, his cold gaze swept over every snake beast present, issuing a warning. Even among the same tribe, if provoked, he would not hold back. Ran insisted. "I believe I have the right to know the truth. I assure you of your safety." She's guarantee directly infuriated Luo Shan, for his assurance could potentially bring disaster upon the entire beast tribe. Luo Shan retorted angrily, "This is not merely your concern. It is a matter for the entire tribe." "Luo Shan, do not be agitated. She knows what he is doing." Though Gattel said this, he still felt somewhat uneasy. He then ordered the other male snake beasts to disperse. Enough of the crowding. Though AI Ran received She's assurance, the seriousness of the males continued to weigh on her mind. Yet he remained silent. The other males seemed similarly reluctant to speak due to the pressure. The males ventured out to hunt, leaving the females idle. Wei came to assist AI Ran in twisting straw ropes. And AI Ran seized the opportunity to inquire about the matters of the snake beast tribe. Ran gazed at Wei earnestly, asking, "Wei, do you know about consummation?" "Consummation?" Wei's formerly pristine cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed the female beasts were indeed aware of modesty, while the males were shameless. Ran grew anxious and pressed further. "I have heard that your snake beast tribe practices monogamy. What are the consequences if one party betrays the other?" Wei replied, "There would be no consequences, for no one would dare to break this rule. What if someone does? Just like her, a newcomer who could accidentally stir up trouble without realizing it. There was seldom anyone to lend a helping hand in times of peril. One must exercise caution to preserve one's life. I'm not very clear, but I heard my mother speak of it long ago." A headache washed over her. Her mother had passed away many years ago, and she could hardly recall her appearance. Recalling her mother's words proved quite challenging. Yet, in an effort to solidify their newly formed friendship, Wei endeavored to recollect. "The reason our snake beast tribe practices monogamy is rooted in our ancestors. During a time when there were more females than males, the tribe was sustained by a matriarchal society." AI Ran understood this. It pertains to a matriarchal society, an organizational structure founded upon maternal kinship. The offspring are predominantly female, with males being an exceedingly rare occurrence. The presence of a single male often incites conflict, leading to fierce competition among the female leaders of various tribes to prevent the females from fleeing. Ancestors paid the ultimate price, establishing an unbreakable curse to ensure that their female descendants would possess devoted males. What? AI Ran was bewildered. Was this not aimed at preventing female betrayal? Wei merely treated it as a tale, as she had never encountered anything similar. The serpent beastmen adhered strictly to this rule. Yet over generations, it had devolved into the extreme condition of an abundance of males and a scarcity of females. AI Ran pressed for clarification, inquiring about the consequences of the curse. That Wei shook her head while twisting grass ropes, admitting ignorance, suggesting that such matters should be posed to the males. It seemed that this beastly realm was profoundly unjust, comparable to the feudal societies of China, despite the rarity and esteemed status of females. Males remain the ones in power. Well, it is always the case that those who hold dominion dictate the terms. This was true for emperors throughout Chinese history, and likely the same for the tribal leaders of the beastmen, an unyielding ruling class that naturally kept information under wraps. AI Ran contemplated when she might approach Gu Pa for answers, only to find that Gu Pa, accompanied by the few remaining females of the tribe, happened to be approaching, for the sake of camaraderie. Luan Qing followed suit. Gu Pa squinted for a long time before finally recognizing them, in her role as a wise elder. She quickly rose to explain, exclaiming, "Oh my, oh way," having entered the tribe alongside the elder. Immediately took it upon herself to clarify, smiling as she said, "Goopa, AI Ran refers to this as a house. Once the thatch is completed, it will be ready for habitation. The previous one was too small, accommodating at most 2 people. This morning, a certain serpent, in an effort to atone, cut more wood to construct a larger framework. Otherwise, AI Ran and away would not have been so busy without completing it by now." "Excellent. Wonderful." Goopa beamed with satisfaction, her joy evident as she grinned widely. This abode appeared far more comfortable than a serpentine burrow. They had evolved into beastmen, and it was high time to embrace better habits, moving their homes from cold caves. This was truly splendid. The females looked upon the emerging structure with unbridled delight. "AI Ran, let me assist you," Goopa offered, her age not hindering her eagerness to partake in the newfound endeavor. The other females, upon hearing this, quickly approached, urging Goopa to take a seat and watch as they took over. They recalled the techniques taught the previous night, collaboratively twisting grass ropes, securing and filling in the gaps. As AI Ran observed the females settling in, a sudden inspiration struck her. She surveyed her surroundings and selected a nearby willow tree, breaking off a branch to form a circle, binding the ends with grass rope. AI Ran, "What are you doing?" They inquired. "I'm attempting to weave a cushion," she replied. With fervent energy, she set to work, but the initial result was a chaotic mess. Undeterred, she fetched more willow branches, this time learning from her prior mistakes by first creating a smaller loop. She then added more loops around the initial one, twisting them outward into an extension. Starting with the small loop as a mold, she crafted a little round grass mat, then used it as the foundation to extend the willow branches outward, weaving them together until she eventually produced a large round grass mat. Presenting it to Goopa for a test, Goopa's fascination was palpable as she exclaimed, "How clever you are, little female. Which beast tribe do you belong to?" "Oh, I'm of the Chinese people." The beastmen had never interacted with grass, their diet consisting solely of meat. They did not store dry grass in their caves. Seemingly oblivious to the concept of using external materials for warmth, perhaps the serpent beastmen were unique in their cold-blooded nature, yet they exhibited a heightened sensitivity to the cold before their evolution. They were snakes, hibernating to survive the frigid winters. After becoming beastmen, they had overcome the need for hibernation, but still tended to huddle within their caves during winter, their limbs stiffened by the cold, rendering movement cumbersome. AI Ran's arrival had revolutionized their understanding of grass. This seemingly inferior plant was not solely beneficial to herbivorous creatures. It held great utility for carnivorous beastmen as well. Dried grass served multiple functions. It could be used for fire, for crafting various peculiar and useful items, and most importantly, for insulation. Away, brimming with excitement, implored, AI Ran, "I too wish to learn. Will you teach me?" "Certainly." AI Ran readily agreed, generously imparting her skills to the female beastmen. Primarily the weaving technique. Once mastered, it would not only enable the creation of cushions, but also mattresses that, oh, indeed. AI Ran suddenly realized that once the thatched house was completed, a substantial grass mat for bedding would be essential. The older female beckoned to Luan Qing behind her, saying, "Luan Qing, why do you stand there in a daze? Come over and learn with us. Do you wish to remain in the cave forever?" Luan Qing, reluctant to bow her head, retorted, "What is wrong with this house? I still prefer the cave. It is spacious and comfortable. This narrow dwelling looks stifling." AI Ran, fully aware that this girl harbored disdain for her, felt compelled to retort, "My house is not stifling. I've already devised a plan for doors and windows. When opened, it will allow for ventilation, and when closed, it will retain warmth." Luan Qing's face flushed with anger, yet she struggled to formulate a comeback. The females engaged in light chatter, intermittently learning to weave from AI Ran while assisting in the filling process. As the sun began to set, the first conical thatched hut of the serpent beast tribe took shape. AI Ran had also crafted a grass mat door and a grass mat window, reinforcing them with wooden branches for stability. The grass mat windows were hung on either side of the thatched hut, leaving 2 openings unfilled with thatch. Finally, she casually picked up a branch, folding it in half to secure the grass mat windows in place. The grass mat door functioned similarly, due to a lack of materials and the need for improvisation. AI Ran had yet to conceive a better solution, thus temporarily creating an upward opening mechanism for the door, which was suspended beneath the thatched hut. AI Ran gazed at her creation, grinning broadly to reveal her small white teeth. The males gradually returned to the village, their eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing AI Ran's handiwork. Particularly, their partners were eager to replicate a similar thatched hut. What is so remarkable about it? Luan Qing scoffed, having made no effort to contribute or learn, consistently rejecting anything associated with AI Ran. Were it not for her concern about being ostracized by the females, she would not have pretended to fit in. Much like in AI Ran's previous era, where one might dislike or even detest something yet still feel compelled to participate in group activities to avoid exclusion, the AI Ran was so preoccupied with the construction of the house that she almost forgot to inquire about the vital matters concerning the serpent beast tribe's curse. Gupa, AI Ran was just about to seize the opportunity to ask Gupa when the serpent returned, disregarding her wishes as he swept her up in his arms, leading her back to his burrow. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you even going to look at my creation? Shouldn't you at least compliment me like the others? Arrogant serpent, are you listening? I'm talking to you. Despite her struggles and reluctance, Luan Qing perceived this as a display of affection, a boastful show. The other females whispered among themselves as they watched the pair retreat to the cave. They must have mated. No, I asked Gu Pa, and she said they did not. Absolutely impossible. How could young beastmen resist the temptation when a male and female are together in the same burrow? Surely the little female is too shy to allow him to speak of it. Ahem, it seemed that even in the beastly realm, females were quite the gossipers. It was simply in their nature. Upon seeing Jadier return, Gupa greeted him. Jadier, you're back. Look, this little female has crafted this. She calls a house that I've been inside, and it's quite nice. You should experience it yourself. From a distance, Jadier spotted the thatched hut, but his attention was more focused on AI Ran, who was being carried back by she. Why does he never glance my way? Luan Qing was indignant. Before AI Ran's arrival, she had never regarded her with even a passing glance. She was undeniably the youngest and most beautiful female of the serpent beast tribe. After all, Luan Qing had remained in the serpent beast tribe solely for him. Who would cherish this tribe otherwise, with its detestable customs and curses, which beautiful female would willingly pair with the males of the serpent beast tribe? It was she, Luan Qing, who acted foolishly, infatuated with that wretched blue snake. In the end, he failed to appreciate her sentiments and returned with another female. Inside the cave, she placed AI Ran in a corner and tore off a piece of animal skin from his body. AI Ran immediately covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Are you a devil? I have told you countless times not to carelessly remove your animal skin. At the very least, do not do so in my presence." A certain snake intercepted AI Ran's arm and offered her a piece of animal skin, saying, "Give it a try." Well then, it seemed she had misunderstood him. It turned out he hadn't torn off his own skin, but had merely acquired an additional piece. "Is this for me?" AI Ran inquired while examining the animal skin. Suddenly, with a swift motion from the snake, AI Ran became frantic. What in the world? Could he not exhibit a little patience? He was already beginning to express disdain for her. Who taught him that it was acceptable to indiscriminately strip a girl of her clothing? "Do not touch me. I can try it myself." "No, do not assist me. I can manage on my own." "Are you a devil? Your cave doesn't even have a door, and you think that by cornering me, the male beastmen outside one peek?" The snake moved with remarkable agility, transitioning seamlessly from the act of peeling off the old skin to wrapping her in the new one. "I do not wish to engage with you. I truly do not want to engage with you." AI Ran lamented, on the verge of tears, feeling as though she had been subjected to an unwanted treatment. Away peeked in and cheerfully asked, AI Ran, "Do you have new animal skin now?" Still enveloped in sorrow, AI Ran thought. Although they had shared intimate moments, it did not exempt them from respecting each other's privacy. How could he behave in such a manner? Away, with curious eyes, queried, AI Ran, "What is the matter?" She, as if unperturbed, assisted his mate in donning the new animal skin before turning away to attend to the food he had hunted. AI ran, looked down at the tattered scraps of fabric around her feet, and cried out, "Why did you tear apart my perfectly good clothing? Do you not realize that my animal skin was the finest attire?" Old Granny, leaning on her cane, shuffled toward the cave entrance and gazed at the sorrowful AI ran, saying, "I senti it rather lovely. Why are you crying? It is beautiful. Your animal skin is the finest in the entire tribe." Old Granny, your attempt at comfort is far too insincere. With your failing eyesight, how could you possibly discern the quality of that animal skin from such a distance? AI Ren still mourned the loss of her precious and innocent clothing, which had cost her a significant amount of currency when she purchased it. Most importantly, it was now unique, a treasure of the beastly world. Old Granny, feeling awkward, coughed. "Ahem, my dear, your cleverness is commendable, but directly exposing the truth is rather ungracious. Look at how you've embarrassed the old woman, leaving her without a way to respond." Away hurried to support Old Granny, attempting to smooth things over. It was just that Old Granny heard Lord Jaya mention that she went to great lengths to find this piece of animal skin for you. Hence, Old Granny thinks it looks nice despite not being able to see it clearly. "Really, is it beautiful?" a certain young girl asked, wiping her tear-filled eyes while glancing down. Old Granny waved her hand, her irritation over the previous revelation forgotten, and smiled. "Come here, let me have a look." Having torn it beyond repair and lacking tools for mending, AI ran, though heartbroken over her clothing, had no choice but to accept the reality. She took several hesitant steps before finally making her way to Old Granny in a way. How utterly shameful! She had never worn such revealing attire. The most intolerable part was that she had eliminated her internal protections, making her feel as exposed as if she were running naked. Wow! Away could not help but exclaim. AI Ran lifted her head at the sound, only to find Away staring at her chest. AI Ran, please do not say that. AI Ran hurriedly covered Away's mouth, aware that her proportions were somewhat excessive. Yet, she herself was not fond of it. She deliberately bought smaller undergarments, hoping to minimize her appearance. Regardless of whether it was a woman or a man, any mention of that particular part made AI Ran anxious. It was all her mother's fault for having her drink so much soy milk and cow's milk since childhood. Yet she had always wished for a flatter chest. Ran's thatched hut was a resounding success, adored by the beastmen. Similar structures began to appear in the village, constructed in the same manner, though with slight variations as word spread. Other villages within the snake beast tribe also erected thatched huts. After being inspired by AI Ran, the females fell in love with weaving, crafting various trinkets from grass ropes. Observing AI Ran donning shoes, Away attempted to fashion herself a pair of insoles from grass rope, binding them together with animal skin. However, after only a short distance, they fell apart. "Away, you are so clever." AI Ran praised upon seeing Away's shoes, realizing that this was the first beastman she had encountered who could think outside the box. Away removed her grass-soled shoes and offered them to AI Ran, saying, "No, AI Ran, you're the clever one that you can do everything. Look at what I made. It's a mess that I cannot create something like yours. This isn't even my creation. It was made by others from our human race in China. They specialize in crafting items known as shoes. I have yet to learn the method of making them. Otherwise, I would surely teach you." Upon hearing this, Away hastily replied, "AI Ran, that's not what I meant. I am not blaming you for not teaching me. She only wished to share her trivial skills with them, using small tricks to win their favor. But for anything of greater significance, she was reluctant to impart her knowledge." Launching, having appeared in an opportune moment from a distance, witnessed AI Ran and Away comparing their shoemaking skills and seized the opportunity to sow discord. AI Ran retorted angrily, "I've already said I cannot do it. It is not that I refuse to teach." Launching words only agitated Away further, who clarified, "AI Ran, I truly did not mean it that way." Launching interjected, "If that is not your intention, then why mention that thing on your feet in front of her? You even showed it to her when it was broken." "Isn't that merely implying that you want her to teach you how to make shoes like hers? I never expected you to be so cunning." "Stop. AI Ran, do not misunderstand me. I'm not like she says." Away, frightened, began to cry, feeling helpless and regretting her attempt at making shoes. AI Ran was the first person willing to genuinely be her friend. and she feared launching's words would cause AI Ran to despise her. Let us go. Ignore her. AI Ran pulled away, distancing themselves from launching, disinterested in further conflict, since the topic of shoes had arisen. They might as well attempt to create some. After all, AI Ran's current pair had become utterly worn out, and she had been managing without a replacement. Life in the beast world was not as accommodating as the modern era, with uneven terrain everywhere, making it easy for shoe soles to wear out. Iran contemplated the possibility of trying to make wooden clogs. However, after searching around, she found no suitable materials. She needed wooden planks, but lacked nails. And piecing them together was out of the question. Therefore, she decided to seek a cross-section of a tree instead. Yet, this presented a significant challenge, as she only possessed a painfully dull bone knife. This knife had been given to her only after she pleaded with a certain snake for quite some time. He insisted that females should not handle such tools to avoid injuring themselves. The only one who has harmed her seems to be him. AI Ran gazed down at the bone knife in her hand, feeling discontented with its lack of utility, muttering to herself, I find it inadequate even for cutting meat, let alone using it to chop down a tree. Suddenly, AI Ran realized her folly. Why should she consider using a bone knife to fell a tree for just 2 wooden planks, since the beastmen in the tribe had learned to create fire by drilling wood? They not only cooked meat over the fire during the day, but also gathered around bonfires at night. Surely, she could simply ask for 2 suitably sized pieces of wood. Though AI Ran sought the wood from the village females, her journey back and forth was met with disapproving stares from passing males. She had always loathed the burden on her chest, yet the opposite sex seemed inexplicably drawn to it. Cough. Never mind that. AI Ran called to her companion, Away, come. Let us make wooden clogs. AI Ran retrieved 2 pieces of charcoal from the bonfire left from the previous night, placed her foot on the wooden blocks, traced an outline around her foot, and then extended the outline outward by about 2 centimeters, creating a larger perimeter while leaving sufficient material for future use. Away was an obedient apprentice. Whatever AI Ran did, she diligently followed suit. Little did she realize that AI Ran was also a novice. But after being transported from the 21st century to the beast world, she had transformed into a master craftsman. Waking up in the night with a smile, even drooling in her sleep. With a bone knife, carve along the contours drawn by charcoal, shaping the edges while leaving symmetrical grooves on both sides. Preparing for later binding and securing that a hole must be drilled beside the big toe of the wooden board to allow a rope to pass through. There is no alternative. Simplicity is key. A sturdy knot will suffice to hold it in place. Finally, the rope should be tied around the edges of the board, secured within the reserved grooves, and a tight knot must be tied at the bottom to prevent the rope from fraying as one walks. The rope should not touch the ground. Hence, sufficient height must be carved into the wooden clogs to keep the rope elevated. Additionally, one must consider the weight of the clogs, striving to minimize bulk. Therefore, the base of the clogs must also feature carved patterns to reduce weight. For the rope, one can temporarily use the torn clothing of AI Ran, which was shredded by a certain snake, more comfortable and durable than grass rope. AI Ran has already envisioned the entire crafting process, understanding the principles thoroughly, and feels it is worth a try. Yet, with hands covered in blisters, the wooden block remains unshaped, unchanged, and AI Ran feels both frustrated and aggrieved. This knife is undeniably dull. When will you visit Piga village? Elder DUI has yet to see you. You are currently the only orc in the tribe to break through to the transcendent level. With the leader absent, Elder DUI is in charge. Jaidir and she have returned from hunting together. But before he could finish speaking, he realized the person had vanished. In an instant, a certain snake appeared before AI Ran like lightning, its blue eyes reflecting her blistered hands, filled with both sympathy and anger. I told you not to touch the bone knife. AI Ran was taken aback. This fellow moved as if under some enchantment. Did he run over in human form or slither in serpent form? As the bone knife fell, the snake's tongue just happened to brush against her delicate skin. Don't. AI Ran regained her composure. Last time, his mere lick had caused him to erupt with a desire to devour her. Stay still, commanded the snake. But AI Ran was unwilling to comply, frantic to preserve her life, ready to risk everything. She struggled, trying to break free while positioning herself to flee, retreating her body. No. Don't lick me. I beg you. Seeing this, Jaidir suddenly understood. This fellow was ignoring him, drawn in by the voice of the little female. Indeed, a snake that prioritized lust over friendship. Quiet. Let me go. Let me go. In a genuine plea for her life, her voice was abruptly silenced, her dark eyes wide with shock, her red lips sealed. Surrounded by astonished gazes. AI Rand felt as if engulfed in flames, her little face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, the snake not only held her captive with a kiss, but, infuriatingly, bit her little tongue as well. A sudden jerk caused pain, tears brimming in her eyes. What the hell is this? Previously, he would carry her off at the slightest opportunity. Now he silences her in public. The worst part is that they are in view of everyone. All eyes are glued to the spectacle. Thick-skinned as he may be, she is not. She knows shame. It was not just Jaidir returning from a hunt. Other males in the village were present as well. Especially Lu Oshan, who was seething with anger. They had said if they were to mate, then just go ahead, but not to flaunt their affection in the village, filling the air with the scent of hormones when 90% of the village is still single. Cough, cough. Jaidir lowered his head, covering his mouth with the back of his hand, clearing his throat twice. She finally reacted, releasing the little female, having clearly seen the tears forming in her eyes and her aggrieved expression. He indignantly replied, she was too noisy. Having said that, he turned and walked away. Just like that, AI Rand felt a mix of anger and shame, left standing alone amidst a sea of curious gazes. What is this? She is merely trying to make a pair of clogs. Who has she offended to end up in such an embarrassing situation? Warm-hearted Jaidir, seeing the little female in distress, stepped forward to intervene. AI Rand, I forgot to mention, Gupa wants to see you. Would you like to come with me now? Okay. AI Rand seized the lifeline and followed Jaidir to Gupo's dwelling. However, she could not shake off the burning and suggestive gazes of the males behind her. Is it always like this? AI Rand felt frustrated and instinctively murmured, but then realized something was off and quickly shook her head, exclaiming, no, not at all. If you do not like him, you can clearly refuse before any mating occurs. Or even choose a male you prefer. As long as you are certain, and no matter how headstrong she may be, he would not persist in this manner. AI Rand felt a silent struggle within her. So, you do have feelings for him, don't you? No, that is not right. I do not like him. AI Rand hurriedly denied it, secretly clenching her small fists, insisting she did not like him. How could she possibly have feelings for a beast? That would merely make them friends with benefits. Being friends with benefits with a beast is even more humiliating than liking him. AI Rand suddenly realized, covering her face in embarrassment. Jaidir, please do not ask such difficult questions. Little Rand is here. Come in. Gupa beckoned AI Rand as she entered. Gupa had also settled into the thatched hut AI Rand had invented, spending her time sitting inside, surrounded by mats. Warm and far more comfortable than the icy cave. The address has changed. Adding comrade means she has officially become an intern in the beast world. Several females gathered around Gupa, including Wanqing, who was reluctant to acknowledge AI Rand's talents, but could not resist the law of reality. Not only did she reside in the thatched hut, but she had also learned weaving. Upon seeing AI Rand, Wanqing hastily hid the half-finished product behind her back, then displayed a face full of disdain. As the females heard Gupa address AI Rand this way, they too changed their manner of address. AI Rand wanted to speak with Gupa, but with so many people around, she feared she would miss the opportunity. She found an empty space and sat beside Gupa. Gupa, you called for me. Gupa had nothing in particular to do. She noticed AI Rand's absence and had asked Jaidir to bring her over to sit for a chat, akin to a women's conference in the beast world. With Gupa acting as the village's women-s director, AI Rand, this is Away peaked and timidly. Due to her appearance, she often faced exclusion. Gupa, noticing Away's timidness, assumed she was not fond of socializing and rarely called on her. All right, I haven't finished my clogs. AI Rand straightened up, taking the wood block and bone knife Away handed her while pulling her into the circle. Inside, aside from Gupa, it seemed everyone else was wary of Away. As if fearing her birthmark might be contagious, Each inching away, Ran thought this was fair enough, as it cleared space for them. Little Ran, what new and curious thing is this? Goopa was fascinated by Ran's handy skills. Anything she tinkered with piqued Goopo's curiosity. Wooden clogs. Cough, cough, a certain woman answered earnestly. Taking advantage of the orc's simplicity, she truly had no idea that this was merely a piece of wood. Luanqing genuinely disliked this intruder, feeling uncomfortable cohabiting with her. Remembering how Ran had struck her previously without a chance for revenge, she stood up to excuse herself, shooting Ran a disdainful glance before leaving. Ran fiddled for quite some time, but could not even get the outline of the clogs right. It seemed the tools indeed needed an upgrade. Otherwise, nothing would get accomplished. That Jiupo's curiosity had also been exhausted by Ran's wooden block. And she began to doze off. Gulialu Ran's stomach growled in hunger. The females were still lively. Although they had learned to start fires and cook food, they still lacked a regular meal schedule. Unlike Ran, whose stomach always responded at meal times. Unable to resolve the clogs of the moment, she decided to first address her hunger. Seeing Goopa sleeping soundly, Ran could not bring herself to wake her. She tucked away her wooden block and quietly crept out of Goopo's hut. Smack! A sound struck her forehead, causing pain. Ran looked up to see a certain snake standing before her. This fellow was quite punctual. However, the issue was that she was a human and did not need this beast to provide her with food, seeing the little female indifferent to the raw meat he offered. She questioned, "What? Do you have a problem with it?" Of course, she had a problem, but she did not dare confront him directly. No, Ran replied timidly, then obediently picked up the fallen raw meat, though she hastened her pace. She was still spotted by the females in the hut, who gossiped and laughed. Once Ran was far from the other orcs, she tried to resist, defending her human dignity, stating, "From now on, please do not feed me. I can find my own food." The snake ordered, "No refusals." Ran lowered her head, gritting her teeth, clenching her petite fists, wanting to hit him but dared not, because she knew that before she could reach him, she would surely be caught. Little fairy, do not get angry. Impulsiveness is the devil. Escaping the snake's grasp requires careful planning. A wise person does not fall for immediate losses. Ran suppressed her fleeting emotions, lifted her head, and, emulating the sycophant from movies, donned a traitorous smile as she said, "Well, actually, I would like to change my taste. Eating roasted meat every day is becoming a bit monotonous that I want to." Suddenly, she faltered, having not fully considered her words beforehand, and found herself at a loss for expression. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, the countenance of a certain snake darkened, for he had always harbored doubts about himself. It was a disaster. He could vividly imagine her various escape tactics and methods of capture. Ran, in a state of panic and perspiration, suddenly had a bright idea and added, "I want to catch a fish to eat." To defend the dignity of humanity and refuse to be fed, Ran sought to demonstrate her ability to hunt. She ran to the riverbank. Although she did not catch any fish, she managed to catch a few river shrimp. Despite the fact that the certain snake remained nearby, watching her intently, Ran hummed a tune with ease, leisurely removing the shrimp shells, stringing their heads onto a bamboo skewer, and starting a fire to roast them. Bored, she glanced around and noticed the swollen branches of the trees along the riverbank, and an idea suddenly struck her, prompting a grin to spread across her face. Ran set her skewers aside and moved to the riverbank, where she dug a small hole to collect some water, blocking the opening with stones, and then placed her wooden lump in a little puddle to soak. The wood would surely swell overnight, increasing its density and making it easier to carve. Relying solely on a dull bone knife, it might take her a month to shape it. Afterward, she could dry it in the sun. Perfect! This little female had gone through all this trouble simply to reject his offerings. Though somewhat displeased, he found no grounds for complaint as he grabbed a chunk of raw meat and brought it to his mouth. This scene was caught in the corner of Ran's eye. What was this guy thinking? She had told him repeatedly not to eat raw food. The beastmen in the tribe had already improved their dietary habits, yet he stubbornly refused, seemingly intent on opposing her. Should she care? Should she ignore him? How infuriating! Unable to restrain herself, Ran snatched the raw meat from the snake's mouth, exclaiming, "I've told you before, Don't eat raw food. It has parasites and is not good for digestion. She was the first to seize food from the snake's jaws. Indeed, a beast was still a beast. Just one glance from him sent chills down her spine. Terrified, AI ran immediately returned the raw meat to the snake, saying, "Here, who cares about your meat? My shrimp is far tastier." Her obstinacy was merely an act of preserving a shred of dignity, yet her trembling voice betrayed her true feelings. "Are you that afraid of me?" The snake cared more about the little female's attitude towards him than about the food being taken. Why was she still afraid of him after so many days? No. AI ran wanted to bash her head against a wall. The more she tried to project an air of authority, the more her voice trembled as the snake suddenly lunged at her. AI ran instinctively screamed and shut her eyes as she fell to the ground. What on earth? Even being scared could trigger a reflex. And no matter what he did, she was certain that calling out would be the right choice and that closing her eyes would protect her from the sight of his gaping maw. Even if she were to die, she would not die from fright. However, after a prolonged silence, the snake made no move. Tentatively, AI ran peeked through her tightly shut eyes to see the blue gaze of the snake fixed upon her, unwavering, as if his thin lips were about to part. I ran hastily interjected. "I know what you're going to say. It wasn't intentional. I don't want to be afraid of you. But you have to give me some time to adjust." Clearly, it was he who frightened her. Why did he turn the tables and blame her for being timid? If he had the guts, he should switch positions. He was a human, and she was a beast. Let us see if he would be afraid. Just as AI ran felt the unfairness of the situation, she failed to notice the chilling gaze of the snake flicker momentarily. And a faint blush appeared on his face. He then stood up and moved away, voluntarily maintaining a distance from AI ran. AI ran was utterly bewildered. This was the first time the snake had slammed on the brakes. Every time he had pounced on her, she had always suffered some loss. Yet this time he had chosen to let her go, as if he had experienced a change of heart. Clearing her throat, she decided to focus on her task, ignoring the lingering thoughts. As the shrimp were still roasting, Iran attempted to rise, but as she lifted her arm, her peripheral vision caught sight of the beast's skin sliding down her chest, instantly petrifying her. I absolutely despised this kind of clothing. The snake expressed that, despite his strong desire to act, his body was simply too weak. If he continued to weaken, he might not even be able to contend with a seventh-tier beast man. "Snake brother, keep your distance. I beg you." Clearly, such words fell on deaf ears. Iran gave up her struggle, disregarding the burnt shrimp, believing that it was better to starve than to be toyed with. She sat by the riverbank, hugging her knees, staring at her reflection with a face devoid of hope. After about 10 minutes, AI ran caught a whiff of something delicious. Her stomach grumbled in protest, and a skewer of roasted meat suddenly appeared before her. Instinctively, she reached out her hand. However, upon realizing that it was the foul-smelling snake offering it to her, she turned her head away in refusal. The snake, thinking AI ran had truly grown tired of meat, dove into the river to catch a fish. Arrogantly, he had chosen to indulge this little female for the first time, attempting to change his dietary habits, including the freshly caught fish which he intended to roast. Iran had no intention of engaging with the snake, but seeing that he was clueless about how to handle the fish, merely jabbing a stick into it to prepare it for roasting, she couldn't bear to watch the food be wasted. Iran found an excuse for her own hunger, swiftly taking the fish from the snake's hands, bending down to prepare it. Fortunately, the bone knife she used to carve her wooden lump was still handy, allowing her to gut and scale the fish. Once finished, Iran skewered the fish onto a stick and propped it by the fire, occasionally flipping it over as it sizzled, emitting delightful sounds as it cooked. However, the fish's meager fat content was evidently insufficient to enhance the flavor. Iran set her sights on the snake's remaining chunk of meat, as he had only skewered a small portion, leaving a sizable piece untouched. Noticing the little female's interest, the snake nudged the leaves holding the meat closer to her. Iran no longer held back. She sliced off a piece of fatty meat and skewered it. With a fish in one hand and fatty meat in the other, she quickly moved the skewer to hover above the fish, allowing the dripping fat to enhance the aroma. It smelled absolutely divine, and her mouth watered in anticipation. The snake sat quietly nearby, watching. The little female was truly delightful. Though she often became angry, she seemed to have a poor memory, quickly forgetting her frustrations and returning to a radiant smile. Once the food was fully cooked, AI ran blue on it while tasting a piece that IT was well prepared, not overly fishy, and quite flavorful, though lacking in seasoning. If only there was some salt. Salt? AI ran furrowed her brow in contemplation. The salt they consumed at home was store-bought. How did the salt cellar produce salt? Seawater is salty, so it should be possible to make salt from it. The principle was simple: evaporation and crystallization. It was convenient to produce and required minimal steps. However, this was an endless forest, far from the sea, that if sea salt was not feasible, she would have to consider rock salt. Yet salt mines were buried deep underground, at least 300 to 500 meters down. Not to mention the process of extraction. Merely locating a salt mine was unrealistic. With her dull-bone knife, how long would it take to dig several hundred meters? Forget it. For now, she would set that aside. She hadn't even completed her wooden clogs yet. First, she needed to fill her belly and then craft the clogs one task at a time, with diligence. Otherwise, nothing would get done. Observing the little female contentedly devouring her roasted fish, the snake found his lips curling upward unconsciously. The little female was simply adorable. The more he looked, the more he liked her. Did she prefer fish over meat? Once AI ran was full, she licked her lips, feeling slightly greasy yet still longing for more. Oh no. Driven by her craving, she had even overlooked the fatty remnants. The piece was too large and seemed to be stuck between her teeth. Her mother had always said not to use toothpicks, as it only made the gap larger, but digging with her fingers was hardly dignified, especially with a male nearby. Bah, what male? Just a pesky snake. AI ran dismissed his gaze, determined not to maintain a ladle-like image in front of him. Without a toothpick, there were fish bones. Snap. AI ran broke off a fishbone, and then it struck her. Fish spines? An epiphany dawned upon her. If the hardness met her requirements, she could simply drill a small hole at the top and polish it a bit, and it would serve as a needle. She had long been dissatisfied with the ill-fitting beast skin. With a needle and thread, she could craft tailored clothing, no longer fearing that a whole piece would fall off like the snake's, leaving her exposed. Yay! AI ran, picked up the fishbone, rushed to the river to wash it, and then dashed back to her thatched hut in the village to figure out how to make a needle from the fishbone. The snake did not intrude upon AI Ran's thatched hut, but returned to his cave. Transforming into his beast form, coiling his serpentine body, his large triangular head aligned with the entrance of the little hut allow for ventilation, AI Ran typically left her windows open. Weakened, his body felt strained. In beast form, he could alleviate some discomfort to expedite his recovery. As he gazed at the small window, his blue vertical pupils reflecting the sight of the little female diligently studying the fishbone. Snap, snap, snap. The fishbone broke one after another. The beast skin was simply too tough to penetrate. No matter how large the fish in the river may be, it cannot compare to those in the sea. AI Rant's experiment has been declared failure. If she desires pure and sturdy fish bones, she might as well seek the assistance of her shark brother for some fish spines, after much toil. AI Ran felt a bit weary. She stifled a yawn and sought a comfortable spot to lie down. Unbeknownst to her, from a distance within a cave, a pair of blue vertical pupils remained intently focused on her. A howl echoed through the forest as a beast raised its head to the sky, but before its voice could resonate for long, it was ensnared by a suddenly approaching giant python. Quickly switching to a soft whimper, what does this mean? Is it forbidden for beasts to call out? No, my wife is sleeping. She must not be disturbed. Yet, the beast's roar roused AI Ran from her slumber in the thatched cottage. She propped herself up, kneeling, and rubbed her drowsy eyes, nearly fully awake now. The night had deepened, the stars glittering in the sky, and the silvery moonlight spilled onto the ground, leaving a thin veil of silver gray. Instinctively, AI Ran glanced towards the distant cave, which appeared pitch black. Her vision was not as keen as that of the serpentine creature, which had already taken notice of her. Even with her eyes wide open, she could not see the python slithering inside. Having driven away the noisy beast disturbing his wife's sleep, the python coiled back, lazily resting its triangular head, quietly keeping watch. Splendid. They are all asleep. AI Ran finally had time to unleash her creativity. She untied the grass rope around her waist and removed the animal hide. The serpent was momentarily taken aback. What was this little female doing? She had always been so particular about covering her body. Why was she now shedding her garments? As her petite form slipped through the small window, illuminated by the moonlight, her delicate skin appeared even fairer. As she reached for the charcoal in the campfire. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her narrow shoulders. The python, witnessing this sight, nearly suffered a fatal reaction. Was this not a blatant temptation? Meanwhile, AI Ran remained blissfully unaware. After acquiring the charcoal, she returned to her spot. Kneeling on the grass mat, spreading out the animal hide. Using the charcoal, she drew lines on the hide, occasionally lifting it to her body to measure, adjusting the lines as needed. After a flurry of activity, AI Ran deemed the dimensions satisfactory and picked up a bone knife to cut along the charcoal lines. Whether it was fatigue or the dullness of the knife that frustrated her, she lowered herself, half-propped on the grass mat, pressing down on the bone knife with force. Little did she know, the python was on the verge of bursting from the site, after finally completing the cutting. She needed to carve holes. Damn, why is it so tough? AI Ran exerted herself with the bone knife, merely wishing to poke a hole, yet proved exceedingly difficult. Whose hide was this? It was simply too thick. With a muffled thunk, the hide finally penetrated, and AI Ran let out a long sigh of relief. However, after a brief respite, she quickly returned to her work. She needed to finish before dawn. A blue giant python slithered through the grass, leaving a long trail behind it. Unbeknownst to her, AI Ran, now the prey, remained oblivious to the impending danger. Focused on her animal hide, she completed the cutting and drilling tasks, then stood up to don the vest she had crafted, threading the reserved strips of hide through the small holes and securing them tightly. Indeed, it fit much better. Subsequently, she knelt once more to fashion the hem of the hide skirt in the same manner. Meticulously binding it, the tighter she tied, the more it resembled stitching. Once she deemed it nearly complete, AI Ran stood up, bent down to grasp the hem of the hide skirt, and stepped in, pulling the strips of hide through the holes. Suddenly, AI Ran froze, her movement stilled. She had finally realized something. Yet, it was quite evident that it was too late. A massive python had coiled around her thatched cottage, encircling it entirely. No. Don't wrap me up? Ah, no. AI Ran was at a loss as to why this creature had suddenly gone mad again, and she had no idea when it had approached. Yet, she was reluctant to see her little cottage destroyed. Rebuilding would be laborious. Merely patching up the thatched walls would take a considerable amount of time. Oh, Serpent, I implore you, please do not do this. Ah, my house, please do not collapse my home. The young woman pleaded desperately, begging for her cottage to be spared, but she could not avert the disaster brought upon her by the serpent. The sound of wood cracking echoed ominously, and she knew her cottage was about to suffer again. Ah, what have I done to deserve this torment? Why must you continually bully me? As the young female's heart-wrenching cries filled the air, the python gradually regained its composure, unwinding its body and sparing the cottage. Yet it did not release the little female within. The python transformed back into its human form and stepped into the precariously swaying cottage. What kind of life was this? Living in constant fear. AI Ran sobbed, questioning, "What are you doing awake at this hour? What do you want? Is it that you cannot bear a minute without tormenting me?" The python approached, cradling her panicked face and showering her with kisses, silencing her and rendering her unable to speak, even stifling her cries. Toxic. This serpent was toxic. I must find a way to escape. I must distance myself from this foul, venomous snake. Wait. Why are my emotions calming down? Hey, AI Ran, are you really so lacking in resolve that you can be soothed? You must not be comforted, especially not by this serpent's kiss. Xiao Ran, I heard your cries last night. Xiao Ran, where is she? Xiao Ran, the nearby males mentioned they caught a whiff of your potent feminine scent last night. Gupa's charisma was undeniable. She called out to AI Ran, and soon the entire village echoed with calls of Xiao Ran. Perhaps the beastmen believed this would endear her to them, making her feel more like one of their tribe. After all, no one wished for her to depart and join another beast tribe. Xiao Ran. Even Gaudier addressed her this way. Though it was the first time he had done so, It rolled off his tongue smoothly, while only the foul serpent continued to refer to her as little female. AI Ran knew what Gaudier wanted to inquire about, and quickly replied, "No, I did not mate with him." This time, she could swear they had truly not engaged in such activities. That fellow had vanished suddenly amidst their kisses, leaving her alone in the darkness, bewildered. "Where did she go?" Luan Qing inquired, glancing toward Shi's serpent den. She was fed up with the village's gossip. They incessantly discussed whether or not the two had mated. And today she was determined to extract a conclusion. "And no need to look. He is not here," AI Ran declared, walking towards the village entrance, having already checked the snake den and confirming that he was genuinely absent. This time, he had truly lost his mind. Usually, he would scare her, but last night the roles had reversed, and it was she who had frightened him away. What nonsense was this? Was she truly such a frightful creature? Cough, cough. It seemed that she had indeed scared the serpent. Fearing he could not control himself, he had retreated. If they were to mate again, he would truly perish. It was not merely a matter of vulnerability. Simply put, until he recovered, he dared not face the little female. AI Ran, without a care, mused for a moment before cheerfully returning to her tasks. With the serpent absent, she felt free. AI Ran raced to the riverbank, retrieving the wooden lump she had soaked the previous day. Sure enough, it had expanded. She found a patch of grass, knelt down, and began diligently carving, crafting wooden clogs. Ran, Away had also grown fond of this appellation. She sat beside AI Ran, pulling out her own wooden lump to carve alongside her. The two chatted and laughed, entirely unfazed by the absence of the serpent. Ran, your animal hide looks splendid. With the upper and lower halves separated. Why didn't Ti think of that? But how did you make the hide above? I want one too. This is called a vest. I Ran adored her vest. It covered most of her skin, and the previous wrap she had worn had been far too embarrassing. Now, she only needed to expose her arms, and she no longer feared the hide sagging. Both sides hung from her shoulders, and she was no longer afraid of being disrobed by a tug from the serpent. "I'll help you modify it." Under AI Ran's adjustments and modifications, the hide gradually took on the semblance of clothing. Soon, the females had learned to cut and drill holes for binding, refining their own animal hides to be more form-fitting and comfortable. Though Luan Qing was reluctant to admit AI Ran's methods were effective, she secretly took an interest in learning about garment-making techniques. However, she preferred her previous wrap, as it accentuated her graceful figure. How ugly! This wrapping has no feminine charm whatsoever, Luan Qing disdainfully remarked, her contemptuous gaze sweeping up and down Away's vest, adding, "You truly possess no self-awareness whatsoever. No male would ever cast a second glance at you, even if you wrapped your form tightly." Away lowered her head, grasping the edge of her vest. Yet Luan Qing persisted. Continuing, "She has a beautiful face. Do you try to emulate her, but can you truly measure up? You flit about like a mere shadow, lacking any sense of agency. Away, look at my wooden clogs. I have finally crafted them." AI Ran exclaimed, rushing towards Away, only to find Luan Qing in the midst of humiliating her. True to her nature, Away, upon receiving even the slightest raised voice or fierce demeanor directed at her, bowed her head low, standing there awkwardly, at a loss for how to respond. The more she was scorned, the more her self-loathing surged, a tide of inferiority washing over her. "You've arrived, yet I shall speak nonetheless." Accustomed to berating Away, Luan Qing, upon noticing AI Ran's approach, felt no trepidation, continuing, "You wrap her so tightly. Who could even tell she is a female, just based on that hideous face of hers?" AI Ran retorted angrily, "Do not judge her by her appearance. As one of the few females in the beast world, she is truly tarnishing our precious reputation. She has grown accustomed to clinging to our serpent beast clan, utterly oblivious to her standing. Should she venture outside, I assure you, she would be hunted down as a monster by the males. You." As AI Ran prepared to fire back, Away, overwhelmed by Luan Qing's words, felt her inferiority swell, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Were it not for your mother's contributions to the tribe, you would have been expelled long ago. How dare you, an ugly creature, parade around so brazenly?" Luan Qing said, turning on her heel to leave. Rather than merely bullying Away, Wanqing was envious of Away's newfound friendship. Each time she spotted the two together, her irritation flared. Most infuriating of all was that this good friend was someone she despised. Away, do not cry. Do not heed her words. You are such a foolish girl. Even if she speaks harshly, you should not allow it to wound you so deeply. Away gazed down at her vest, utterly bewildered. However, Wanqing's words rang true. She felt even less feminine, and her supply of animal skins was dwindling. Away's circumstances were the most dire in the tribe. Her mother had passed away years ago, and the males scorned her for her looks. Consequently, no male provided her with animal skins or food. She typically relied on her own efforts. Females were inherently weaker, unable to contend with fierce beasts. In Away's animal skins were the last remnants from her mother. Well, if that's the case, then I must shoulder the blame for ruining her only animal-skinned. It was merely an animal skin. It did not necessarily need to be fashioned into a vest. If you dislike it, I can help you alter it back. Not only would it retain the allure of the previous wrap, but it could also be secured, preventing any slippage. Oh, you believe me? Away's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Of course. AI ran crouched down, placing the wooden clogs at Away's feet. Here, try them on. See if they fit. Wow, they fit quite well, Away exclaimed, feeling their worth and quickly removing them. Ran, these are your clogs. Why give them to me? My shoes may be worn, but they can last a little longer. I can craft another pair. Wear these for now. Look at your feet. They're all bruised. I'm fine. I've always been this way. That's not true. You used to stay in the cave, never venturing out. Now that you're playing with me, running about all the time, those injuries are a result of that. Ran helped Away rework the animal skin. She cut away the shoulder straps from the vest, leaving only 2 strips of animal skin, transforming the vest into a sleeveless top. This not only preserved the effect of the previous wrap, but also secured it firmly on her shoulders to prevent slippage. Most importantly, it was even more alluring than before. The front retained the vest's opening, secured by a tying method that, while not as effective as modern buttons, still left some gaps to reveal glimpses of skin. This allowed Away's chest to breathe a little, enhancing her allure. The animal skin being split into 2 parts, though not intentional, yielded an unexpectedly delightful outcome, as the heavy animal skin hung lower, resting on her hips and revealing her slender waist. Away looked down in astonishment, covering her mouth, her cheeks flushed with disbelief at the sight before her. Away, lacking confidence, had never realized her figure could be so appealing. Much like Wanqing's, all thanks to AI Rant's skillful crafting of the animal skin that accentuated her form so beautifully. Ran, thank you. Away expressed her gratitude, unsure of how to convey her appreciation. But wait, I still want to make Wanqing envious. AI Ran giggled, pulling Away's hand as they dashed out of the hut. The clogs beneath Away's feet made a delightful tap-tap sound against the hard earth. Ran, that is a white bamboo fruit. It's inedible, Away cautioned, aware of AI Rant's penchant for snacking on greens. Cough. Wild vegetables, you silly beast person. AI Ran was aware that the fruit was not edible. She had tried it before Away's warning, finding it bitter and difficult to swallow. She had scouted the surrounding village for what was consumable and what was not. Roasted wild vegetables had an odd texture, while the mushrooms nearby would make an exquisite soup, something AI Ran had been longing for. Currently, she was troubled by the lack of cooking vessels. The most feasible option would be a stone pot. However, crafting one would be a considerable challenge, especially after the time spent fashioning the wooden clogs. Though the white bamboo fruit was not edible, AI Ran, fueled by Wanqing's mockery of Away, devised a plan. She picked several dried, white bamboo fruits, gathered a few leaves, and led Away to a large stone by the river. Then, she found a small stone and struck the white bamboo fruit, carefully extracting the white powder inside using a twig, wrapping it in leaves. Away observed AI Rant's actions, though uncertain of her intentions. She found herself, as Wanqing had said, following AI Ran like a shadow, eager to assist in whatever she was doing. The powder from the white bamboo fruit lacked adhesive properties, so AI Ran broke a piece of hoof grass, allowing the milky sap to drip onto the powder. Mixing it thoroughly, she leaned down to sniff, detecting a faint herbal aroma. Though unfamiliar with these plants of the beast world, she wondered if they might possess medicinal properties. After testing on her own hand and confirming it caused no allergic reaction, she then applied it to Away's face. Ran, what is this? Do not move. Close your eyes. Wonders will soon unfold. Indeed, Ran intended to create her own foundation. All girls love beauty and detest being perceived as ugly. And the females of the beast world were no different. Ran understood this well. Wan Qing's words held some truth. Away's situation would indeed complicate her search for a partner, yet the birthmark on her face was unremovable. Suddenly struck with inspiration, Ran thought to apply makeup on Away. Ideally, pearl powder would be best, but that was not readily available. Even if she could find clams in the river, they wouldn't necessarily contain pearls. So she decided to substitute with the fruit's white powder for the time being. All done. Ran beamed, revealing her perfect little teeth, her bright eyes sparkling as she smiled at Away. Away hurried to the riverbank, bending down to gaze at her reflection. Upon recognizing her face, she stammered in shock. Is this really me? Yes, I can look like this. For Away, it felt akin to being reborn. This was the magic of makeup, concealing flaws while accentuating beauty, revealing the most perfect version of oneself. Ran did not find Away unattractive. Her features were stunning, with large, bright eyes. As long as the birthmark was concealed, she would transform into a true beauty. Makeup technique, Away whispered, grappling with the concept, her disbelief evident as she reached out to touch her face. Don't. Ran quickly stepped forward, blocking Away's hand, awkwardly clearing her throat. My foundation isn't fully prepared yet. It needs some refinement, so don't touch it. It will smudge. Away was not deterred by Ran's half-finished product. Upon seeing her makeup-enhanced reflection, she felt an overwhelming joy, though aware it was merely a cover-up. She had never realized such a transformation was possible. Once deemed unattractive, the birthmark can now be artfully concealed. What truly matters is the effect. After being covered, Away too can radiate beauty, her features and delicate facial contours rivaling those of longing. Away lunged towards Aaron, embracing her tightly. Thank you, Ran, she exclaimed with glee, prompting Aaron to share in her joy. In an instant, the village erupted with excitement, the males gathering around to behold the returning Aaron and Away. Particularly, Away drew attention as she was a fresh face to them. Look, over there, a new female has arrived. Wow, she is stunning. Where did she come from? Wait, she resembles Away somewhat. That's impossible. Away is so ugly. It cannot be her. She looks marvelous, even more beautiful than Longing. Hearing this, Longing, naturally skeptical, rushed over. Upon seeing Away, she was infuriated. Impossible. She's an ugly monster. How could she transform into someone so beautiful? Away's face was not merely enhanced by makeup. Aaron had also crafted a unique bee skin that accentuated her figure, rendering her the center of attention and the most fashionable young female in the tribe. Ran, Away felt overwhelmed by the intense gazes fixed upon her and hid behind Aaron. Flustered, she had been so preoccupied with her newfound beauty that she had forgotten about the unattached males in the village. It's Away. One male beastman exclaimed, recognizing her. Is it really Away? How could that be? It truly is Away. The male beastmen were ecstatic, revealing their primal desires in front of the attractive female, some even adjusting their bee skins, which made even the seasoned Aaron uncomfortable, let alone Away. Aaron, unwilling to watch, pulled away and fled in the crowd of beastmen. Luoshan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the sudden transformation of the once hideous creature into a beauty. Away and Aaron managed to escape the gazes of the male beastmen, both panting heavily. Lord Gadi. Away tensed upon seeing Gadi. Aaron turned to the sound. Oh, this fellow has arrived too. He seems just as vulgar as those male beastmen. Away's voice was too soft. Gadi likely did not hear her as he approached Aaron directly, inquiring, is she still absent? No, it's been several days, Aaron replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. Wait, if that snake isn't here. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to escape? Why was she so glum? Gadi, Arrest's peripheral vision caught sight of the shy figure beside Aaron, and he turned to Away, realizing she had been following Aaron. Yet he was unaware of her transformation. Away, you Away quickly clarified, it's Sharon's makeup skills. She covered my birthmark. Why was this girl so anxious, so loud about it? Modern young women would never so readily admit to wearing makeup. It seemed Away was worried about being misunderstood. Wait, could it be that she harbored feelings for Gotti? As Aaron contemplated this, she scrutinized Away's face. Though she had applied foundation, a blush still graced Away's cheeks. Gotti, oblivious to the nuances of romantic interest, simply responded with a nonchalant "oh," before advising Aaron, when she returns, send him to Goopa. She has matters to discuss with him. Ugh, Aaron sighed, wiping the sweat from her brow as Gotti walked away. Away bit her lip, nervously watching Gotti's retreating figure. In no wonder she referred to him as Lord. It seemed she had feelings for him. Aaron cleared her throat, choosing not to confront Away's affections and feigning ignorance. At that moment, longing stormed over, seizing Away by the arm and forcefully gripping her face. Away and Aaron were caught off guard. What are you doing? Aaron fumed, but longing had already uncovered Away's secret. Noticing the white powder on her hands, she scoffed. I knew this ugly creature couldn't possibly transform so suddenly. It's all a facade. What facade? There's no surgery involved. It's merely makeup. Aaron insisted, defending Away. Longing turned to Aaron, retorting, I had to even mention you, yet you spoke first that I knew you were up to something. Ever since you arrived, you've brought chaos to our tribe, and now you're helping Away deceive the males. Deceive? Away felt an overwhelming wave of shame, a suffocating sensation. Not only was she anxious, but she feared Gotti might also believe she was being deceitful, and thus would like her even less than before. Mind your own business. I didn't do this to please you. If you don't like it, then don't look. Aaron pushed back against the aggressive longing, shielding the frightened Away. What's wrong with a woman adorning herself for the admiration of others? Besides, the males have no objections. Why are you causing a ruckus? To put bluntly, longing was simply envious. She didn't want Away to become attractive, nor did she want her to outshine herself. She believed she alone should hold the title of the tribe's most youthful beauty. Aaron, initially reluctant to confront, felt compelled to defend Away against longing's relentless jabs. Enraged, longing retorted, I don't. I disdain her. She doesn't deserve to compete with me. She's nothing but an ugly monster. Why should she dare to compare herself to me? No crying. For the first time, Aaron spoke with an authoritative tone, wiping away Away's tears while also helping her touch up her makeup. Never cry in front of those who attack you. Shaoran, she continued, this is your true self. Don't feel insecure. This isn't a deception. Aaron spoke to Away as a true friend would point to. Independent individuals must learn to stand alone. Even if Aaron didn't flee, they couldn't remain together forever. Aaron wouldn't always be there to protect Away. Moreover, individuals like Longing were not unique to the beastly world. Just then, the male beastmen began to gather around, their interest in the transformed Away unabated. Aaron, attempting makeup for the first time, found her supply insufficient to fully conceal Away's birthmark, giving Longing an opportunity to pounce on the weakness, magnifying it out of fear that the males were being deceived. Are you all blind? Can't you see this is fake? Even after learning the situation, the males were undeterred. In fact, one boldly approached Away, proposing Away, will you be my mate? Longing, witnessing this, became even more frantic. What ignorant and foolish males! All they know is mating and procreation, lacking any sense of pursuit. But Longing would not stand idly by. The ugly duckling should not be sought after by any male, not even those she deemed beneath her. Why are you still doing this? I've told you it's fake. Her beauty is a sham. She is still that ugly monster. Can't you show some ambition? I think Away is more appealing than you. You're so self-righteous, always looking down on us. Why do you care whether we like Away or not? I, for one, will never like you again. I'd rather have feelings for Away. A declaration from one male beastman stirred the assembled crowd, who were indeed tired of Longing's arrogance and disdain. She clearly looked down on them, but would not permit them to fancy another female. Seizing the moment, Aaron encouraged the timid Away, saying, Away, did you hear that? They don't think you're deceiving them. They like you. You need to have confidence in yourself. Understand? Away bit her lip, summoning her courage, and nodded affirmatively. Cursed. Longing fumed, feeling helpless at that moment. A male beast man even shoved her aside, pushing her out of the crowd. You all longing stomped her feet in anger, but the despised Aaron and Away had vanished from her sight, engulfed by the throng of male beast men who surrounded Away like a prized possession. Ah! Longing stumbled, losing her balance. Luoshan quickly stepped forward, catching her before she fell. Look at you, so disheveled. What is the point? If you don't care for yourself, I do, enough? Longing forcefully shoved Luoshan away, rejecting his kindness. You read just like them. Luoshan naturally holds a fondness for Erin, for she is the most enchanting female on the Beast World continent, possessing an exquisite scent and a figure that could be deemed unparalleled. Her skin, particularly, is delicate and fair, as if it could be broken by a gentle breeze. Constantly wrapped in animal hides, with much of her skin exposed to the elements without any notion of skincare. Coupled with her coarse dietary habits, the other female skin pales in comparison to that of Erin, who has traversed from another realm. Yet, Luoshan is acutely aware that this petite female belongs to she. Even if he were to deny having consorted with her, he would never permit another male to lay claim to her present. The transformed Away presents a commendable alternative. Away, timid and easily manipulated, is, however, merely a facade, as launching has already indicated. Her beauty is but a temporary cover. Thus, in comparison, launching remains Luoshan's most desirable mate. With a smile, Luoshan reassures launching, I am unlike the others. I shall forever stand by your side. My affections are solely for you. A night descends. Away lies in her modest dwelling, tossing and turning. The attention and affections of the male beastmen linger in her mind, causing her heart to race. When Erin was assisting Away with her makeup, she had yearned for transformation. Yet, the joy and excitement of newfound beauty do not equate to the pursuit of a mate. It is only after the fervent gazes of the males envelop her that she comes to realize the truth. Lord Gattle, Away whispers, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing faster. Indeed, the girl harbors a secret admiration for Gattle. With a sudden crack, a branch snaps underfoot, startling Away as she sits up to discern the disturbance outside. To her astonishment, Luoshan has barged into her abode, towering over her. Away gasps, chiding herself for her foolishness. Why should she be so exposed in the darkness? Luoshan, without hesitation, leans down, prompting Away to hastily rise. Yet her attempt to flee is thwarted, as Luoshan swiftly restrains her. The animal hide tears with a sizzle, the flickering light of the campfire casting an illuminating glow upon all as she struggles. She pleads, Please, Lord Luoshan, do not doubt Luoshan's intentions are unmistakable, and even Away, in her innocence, comprehends the implications. Aware of her inability to escape, she implores Luoshan for mercy. Displeased by Away's refusal, Luoshan, in a fit of anger, questions what, Do you believe I am unworthy of you? No, that's not it. Away stammers, fully aware of Luoshan's esteemed status within the tribe and his position as a top-tier beastman among the Serpent tribe, second only to Gattle. Thus, she refers to him as Lord. Then why do you reject the prospect of uniting with me? Luoshan finds the notion absurd. How dare this female dismiss him? Does she truly believe that merely covering a birthmark would elevate her to the status of a phoenix? That's not what I meant. Away does not belittle Luoshan. She simply harbors feelings for Gattle. Yet, she is acutely aware that she is not worthy of him, which renders her incapable of expressing her affection, burying it deep within her heart. Luoshan, lacking the patience to engage further with Away, is consumed by the memory of the male surrounding her during the day, vying for her attention and affection. In a fit of rage, he seizes Away by the shoulders and forcefully turns her over. As she crashes to the ground, Luoshan swiftly descends upon her to no. Please, Lord Luoshan, no. Silence. Meanwhile, Erin remains blissfully unaware of her friend's peril. Sitting at the entrance of her small dwelling, clutching a mat, she gazes at She's cave. Pouting in frustration, where on earth could he be? Stupid snake, Shauran, are you asleep? Gaddle's voice calls from a distance. Aaron peers out, unable to discern Gaddle's form concealed in the darkness, much like she was oblivious to she's presence within the cave that day. However, Gaddle spots Aaron instantly. A small fire flickers beside her abode, casting a warm glow upon her delicate features, making her appear exceptionally lovely. Noticing Aaron's silence, Gaddle remarks, "If it is inconvenient for you, I shall not intrude." "It's fine, I'm available," Aaron replies, though her heart remains unsettled. As she speaks, she rises and steps outside, unwilling to permit a male into her private space. "Ahem, and what of Lon?" she inquires, recalling how he had entered multiple times. Even dismantling her dwelling, as Gaddle approaches, he expresses, "I intended to speak with you during the day, but could not find the opportunity." "Are you referring to she?" Aaron turns, facing the serpent's cave, her voice tinged with disappointment. "He truly isn't here. He hasn't returned at all. Since evening, Aaron has been waiting, seated at her doorway, watching the cave, convinced that if he were to return, there would be some commotion. Gaddle's vision surpasses Aaron's. And without her elaboration, he too observes that she's absent from the cave. Earlier, he had wanted to inform Aaron, but with Away and the other beastmen present, he refrained, despite being part of the same tribe. Not all beastmen desire unity among their kin. There are always those with ulterior motives, seeking to harm their fellow tribesmen. The she, as a newly ascendant stronghold of their tribe, must not be exposed to danger. His demise could be exploited by others. "I actually possess a lead on she," Gaddle states, "and I can confirm that he's been injured. In the thicket, I discovered remnants of his presence, his blood." "Blood?" Aaron's face pales at once. She has witnessed she battered and bruised, having encountered the bloody clashes between him and the wolf beastmen. Gaddle's words drag her back into those terrifying memories. "No, I don't believe anything has happened to him. He is merely playing hide and seek. He will return soon." Aaron stammers, her voice betraying her panic. Understanding her distress, Gaddle presses on, "Aaron, the tribe requires she. He cannot afford to be in peril. I must locate him swiftly. And I need you to provide any useful clues to assist me in finding him." "Clues?" Aaron looks up at Gaddle, questioning what she could possibly offer. "How did she bring you back? How did you encounter him? Was his attack connected to you?" Gaddle's tone is gentle yet probing, suspecting that she's recent assault may have stemmed from a vendetta. Given she's nature, it is entirely plausible that he might have captured a female he fancied. And in truth, Aaron is that very female. Fearing that his intentions are not sufficiently clear, Gaddle adds, "Have any of your tribesmen come seeking you?" Aaron vehemently denies. No, she arrived in the beast world as if stripped bare. Entirely alone, longing for companionship. Wait, if we are speaking of enemies, it must be the wolf beastmen. If it is indeed revenge, it is highly likely to be the wolf beastmen. Before we reach the tribe, we encountered them. She fought against them. Oh no, it was not merely a skirmish. Lives were lost. However, if we had not retaliated, it would have been she and me facing death. Damn it. Gaddle's expression shifts dramatically. The wolf beastmen are the most formidable adversaries within the beast world. Although the serpent tribe is ostensibly more powerful, their leader has been missing for a decade, leaving them with only a hollow reputation. The most troubling aspect is that the wolf beastmen have always had their eyes set on the serpent tribe. "Aaron," she hears Gaddle's voice as he hastily departs, intensifying her anxiety. This matter has escalated beyond she alone. It potentially jeopardizes the entire serpent tribe, risking annihilation at the hands of the wolf beastmen, whose objective has always been to eliminate any tribe deemed stronger than their own. They spare no mercy, leaving none alive and disdain those weaker than themselves. Worrying for she's safety, Aaron impulsively follows Gaddle out of the village. She too must consult Elder Dui in Piga village as she passes Away's dwelling. Her mind is consumed by concern, oblivious to Away curled up inside, her animal hides in disarray, hair unkempt, and her face streaked with tears. Luoshan has long departed, yet he has left behind a piece of his hide, though the manner of his gift resembles that of charity. Carelessly discarded at the threshold of Away's abode, as a female of the serpent tribe, she should be acutely aware of the tribe's rules. She now belongs solely to Luoshan, and should she dare to let any other male touch her, he would show her no mercy. As for the matter of copulation, it must not be mentioned to anyone, including your close female companion. Should you dare to let slip even a whisper, I shall tear you to shreds. Luoshan must not permit Away to discuss their affairs with her It is merely a physical union, not a commitment of partnership. He seeks only to claim Away's body. Previously, due to her unattractiveness, such thoughts had not crossed his mind. However, upon witnessing Away's transformed appearance after adorning herself, he acknowledged her beauty. Furthermore, with Away surrounded by males vying for her attention, seeking to court her, Luoshan felt a surge of jealousy. He may not surpass the formidable She, nor could he compare to the esteemed Gatl, but no male aside from them could eclipse his standing. Away's newfound allure ignited within Luoshan a desire to possess her form, though it is a desire rooted in superficiality. The birthmark remains a reality. Given the choice, Luoshan would undoubtedly opt for the seemingly perfect. For instance, his ongoing torment concerning launching has been a source of great distress. Yet now, after copulating with Away, Luoshan feels a significant alleviation. Indeed, why had he not considered this outlet for his frustrations sooner? The venomous curse of the serpent beast tribe is directed at the females, ensuring their unwavering fidelity to prevent defection. However, males are still permitted to engage with multiple females. For centuries, most males have lost sight of this awareness, conflating the notion of mutual fidelity between genders, a confusion stemming solely from the insufficient number of females. Away's situation is scarcely different from that of a slave. Gatl, Away murmured towards the village entrance, her voice hoarse. As Luoshan invaded her, she cried out in desperation, yet no one came to her aid. When Gatl rushed past, Away noticed him, but now she felt compelled to conceal her affection for Gatl, fearing to dwell on her feelings, which filled her with profound shame and guilt towards the one she admired. Meanwhile, Aaron accompanied Gatl to Piga village, where they encountered the esteemed Elder Dui of the Serpent Beast tribe. Elder, Aaron addressed the man before her, struggling to reconcile his presence with the term aged. He appeared to be merely in his 40s. Unbeknownst to Aaron, in this beastly realm, maintaining a youthful and vigorous appearance is a small privilege afforded to the higher-ranking beastmen, a reason why females often gravitate towards them. Females are physically weaker, and most do not meet the criteria for advancement. Their sole means of acquiring innate skills is through copulation, which must occur within the framework of partnership, as opposed to the coercive claims exemplified by Away. The innate skills of males necessitate their own generosity and willingness to share. Females can only inherit such skills through becoming a male's partner, thereby benefiting from the privileges of advanced beastmen. Much like Gu Pa, whose former partner was of esteemed rank, allowing her to live for so long. You are Aaron? Elder Dui had heard of Aaron's name and recognized the skill she brought. Greatly appreciating the capabilities of this industrious female, the thatched hut he resided in was constructed by the tribe's beastmen, utilizing her methods. However, upon their first encounter, he was somewhat taken aback, just as the males of the tribe had rumored. The fragrance emanating from this petite female was indeed delightful, sweet, and enticing, even causing Elder Dui to feel somewhat tempted. Elder, Gatl's call snapped Elder Dui back to attention. Gatl, speak, Aaron stated, explaining that prior to their return to the tribe, they had encountered an attack by the wolf beastmen. Thus, She's disappearance was likely related to the wolf beastmen, suggesting a battle may have occurred in the Chinza region. The wolf beastmen, Elder Dui's expression darkened at the mention of this tribe. Observing their troubled countenance, Erin felt a weight in her heart, fearing for the safety of Lon. Had she known better than to provoke that irritable serpent so obstinately? In truth, he was not so terrible, and perhaps even held some fondness for her. At least he was quite handsome, a striking figure who would undoubtedly be a coveted catch in the modern world. Cough. This line of thought was unacceptable. If it truly was the wolf beastmen, then she's chances of survival were grim. Elder Dui was reluctant to acknowledge this possibility, yet it was the stark reality. All they could do was hope that she had escaped the Chinza region rather than being captured by the wolf beastmen. Aaron implored, "Elder, you have done nothing. How can you so hastily jump to conclusions?" Gatl understood Elder Dui's concerns, but still wished to advocate for she, insisting, "Elder, she is a newly ascended strength. He is the hope of our tribe. We cannot abandon him." Aaron felt a sense of disarray. If that fellow were to perish, She would be left a widow. Cough, cough. Young lady, remain composed. You are not yet wed to him. Elder Dui interjected sharply. Gattel, you carry the greatest responsibility in this matter. Jiupa is of advanced age and unable to make decisions. You, as the de facto leader of Lai village, should be acutely aware of your obligations. Gattel hung his head in remorse. Indeed, Elder Dui had urged him to bring the newly ascended strength forth, yet he had failed to do so. Had she met with Elder Dui, he would naturally have been guided to adapt swiftly to his changing body and rank. There are only 7 villages within our serpent beast tribe, and the sole new strength hails from your Lai village. Now you tell me he has vanished, and I do not even know what he looks like. My apologies, Elder, Gattel replied, overwhelmed with shame and uncertainty. The tribe was composed of low-ranking beastmen. Even if Elder Dui wished to take action, he had no resources at his disposal. Elder Dui's pent-up fury erupted as he questioned. Do you expect me to lead a handful of 7th-tier practitioners into the heart of the wolf beastman's territory to retrieve him? Do you not realize they have 5 powerful fighters among them? It is my fault. Gattel clenched his fingers in frustration. If Elder Dui were to lead a group under such circumstances, it would effectively broadcast their weakness. Aside from an elderly powerful fighter, they would be composed solely of low-ranking beastmen. Easily overwhelmed, the chief had vanished after the battle. They had concealed this fact for a decade, while the wolf beastmen had patiently awaited their chance if they were to reveal their vulnerabilities now. Could the serpent beast tribe remain unscathed? If she had been injured and fled from the Chinza region, it would be the best outcome for the serpent beast tribe. However, if he had not escaped and was instead captured by the wolf beastmen, it would be a trap, a means to probe the serpent beast tribe's strength and to launch an attack. Thus, in this situation, Elder Dui, as the acting leader of the serpent beast tribe, must prioritize the greater good, even at the cost of this newly ascended strength, to ensure the safety of the entire tribe. After Elder Dui's lengthy discourse, Aaron began to grasp their implications. The situation of the serpent beast tribe was indeed dire, leaderless and lacking in true strength, while the wolf beastmen represented a formidable power in the beastly realm. Thus, they planned to sacrifice the few for the many. No, even if he is not yet my boyfriend, he is still a valuable ally. I cannot allow him to be sacrificed. Gattel, can you guide me? What did you say? I wish to go to the wolf beastmen as territory. Aaron was convinced that Gattel must have discovered traces of she, and given Elder Dui's reaction, it was highly probable that she had indeed been taken by the wolf beastmen. Absolutely not. Gattel refused without hesitation. Elder Dui, unaware of the capabilities of this young female and having not yet met her, naturally would not impede her. However, he and Gattel shared the same viewpoint, wishing to protect Aaron from danger. It is known that the females of any beast tribe possess a numerical advantage, scarce and precious. Particularly those of such exquisite quality are treasures in the beastly realm. Merely inhaling the sweet fragrance emanating from her was a delightful experience. Even Elder Dui, despite his intentions, would never allow males outside the serpent beast tribe to possess her. Venturing forth like this will not save she, and you may very well put yourself in peril. Elder Dui was resolute against Aaron leaving the serpent beast tribe. Turning to Gattel, he commanded, Gattel, she is a female, brought by your village. You bear the responsibility to ensure her safety. Yes, Elder, Gattel affirmed, leading Aaron away. With Elder Dui opposed to rescuing she, Aaron's presence there was futile. She returned to Lai village with Gattel and subsequently confined herself to her humble abode. Gattel assured Aaron that even if Elder Dui would not lead a rescue mission, he would certainly find a way to save she. However, confronting the wolf beast tribe head-on is akin to striking a stone with an egg. It requires careful deliberation. I ran tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Restless, she rose from her bed, feeling unsettled, and began to pace back and forth in front of her dwelling, occasionally glancing toward the dark serpent's den, which appeared ominously black, though she was certain that creature had not returned. Gautier's words did little to soothe Rant's anxious and troubled heart. She pondered what actions to take, perhaps due to her youthful audacity. She felt a stirring desire to act, having only scratched the surface of understanding the brutality and peril of the beast world. Grasping a torch, AI ran hurried toward Away's dwelling, but soon halted. Away was her dear friend, and if she were to inquire about the location of the wolf beast tribe, Away would undoubtedly worry, potentially reacting like Gaudier, refusing to divulge the information even if she knew it. Luan Qing. AI ran considered, but that idea too was unwise. He was even less reliable. If he provided her with an incorrect location, she would not only fail to meet Lon, but she might also find herself oblivious to her own demise. Oh, wait. AI ran suddenly recalled someone and promptly turned around, racing deeper into the village. Ahem, are you asleep? Hello? Could you wake up? I have a question to ask you. I'll just take a moment of your time. Just one question. Hello? Can you hear me? AI raised her torch, cautiously approaching the serpent's den, trying to peer into its depths while attempting to inquire softly. She needed to ensure her voice was audible without disturbing the neighboring beastmen, which proved to be quite the challenge. Gaudier would never guess that she was seeking information about the wolf beast tribe from this individual, who was the least favored male beastman in the tribe. Indeed, it was Luo Shan. This fellow disliked she, and would surely relish the thought of something unfortunate befalling her, perhaps even hoping she would venture into danger. Compared to other beastmen, Luo Shan's words often bore a semblance of reliability. As AI ran stealthily approached the serpent's den, his emerald vertical pupils had already locked onto her, observing her every move until that moment. Luo Shan was in his serpent form, coiled within the cave. Such a primitive state brought comfort to the beastmen, yet he maintained a masculine desire, particularly as this little female drew closer. He could hardly resist the urge to drag her into the depths of the cave. These creatures, having learned to construct dwellings, still insisted on residing in caves. How vexing! AI found it increasingly difficult to walk, even while clutching the torch. The path was obscured, and she often stumbled over loose stones. Though she did not fall, her ankle twisted painfully. Beastmen, despite their adaptability, remained most at ease in their beast forms, which allowed their bodies to relax. Such a small dwelling could hardly accommodate their immense sizes. What a tantalizing scent! This female's essence was potent enough to drive an adult male beastman to the brink of insanity. Luo Shan found himself struggling to contain his impulses, yet serpentine beastmen seemed inherently aloof. Even when restless, they could maintain an exterior of indifference. His vertical pupils lazily blinked, shimmering with a verdant glow. Upon catching sight of the massive creature within, AI stood rigid, her limbs stiffening, instinctively holding her breath. Although she was aware that the beastmen of this tribe were serpents, and she was a transformed behemoth, she had seen them a few times before and should have been prepared. Furthermore, the emerald giant before her, while smaller than she in his beast form, still evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. Chilling to the bone, she felt utterly out of control. I just came to? AI struggled to suppress her fear, but her vocal cords betrayed her, echoing her trepidation just as they had with she. She discreetly pinched her thigh, the sharp pain providing a momentary reprieve. Swallowing hard, she summoned her courage and asked, "Could you tell me where the wolf beast tribe is located?" The vertical pupils widened slightly, evidently surprised by her inquiry. In an instant, a chilling glint flickered within his penetrating gaze, instilling a profound fear in AI that made her shudder involuntarily. Engaging with beastmen proved to be an unwise endeavor, especially with such a colossal serpent. Doubts began to creep in as AI turned to retreat, murmuring, "If it's inconvenient for you to share, I can always ask someone else. I was just passing through, so I won't disturb you. I'll just go ask someone else." Oh. AI gasped as she was suddenly confronted by Luo Shan, nearly collapsing to the ground. On the verge of tumbling from the rocky ledge that a fall from such a height would surely be fatal or leave her crippled. Fortunately, he had transformed into his human form, which alleviated some of her trepidation. "I'm sorry to disturb your rest. I mean no harm. I simply wish to know where the wolf beast tribe is located." Yet her voice remained unnaturally tense, still rattled from the encounter. Despite her desire to project bravery, she feared that if she appeared so timid before the serpent beastmen of the village, how could she possibly venture into the wolf beast tribe to rescue her companion? Luo Shan was unexpectedly accommodating, not only providing assistance, but also escorting her directly to her destination. He gestured into the inky darkness ahead, instructing AI Ran, "Continue forward in this direction, and you shall reach the place where you seek your demise. And do pass along a message to she for me. No. You can convey your own message to him, that he will return." AI Ran interjected, taking a deep breath as she raised her torch and pressed onward. Lon would not perish. Neither would she. She would save him. How utterly naive. The emerald-eyed serpent's gaze flickered, a glimmer of intrigue passing through his expression. Was he truly so foolish as to allow her to venture into danger without consequence? With she's fate uncertain and gaudy air conveniently absent, he saw a prime opportunity to sample the essence of this little female. As Luo Shan contemplated this, AI Ran continued her path, but a voice suddenly called out from behind. "What do you think you're doing? What a pity." Luo Shan turned, a faint smile gracing his lips, his earlier disappointment vanishing without a trace, as if nothing had transpired. "Wan Qing, what brings you here?" he countered, his face betraying no hint of guilt, his demeanor calm, yet amused. Regardless of his recent thoughts of AI Ran or his prior encounter with Wei, Wan Qing seemed indifferent to his intentions. Wan Qing, however, was far more interested in AI Ran's journey toward the wolf beast tribe. She gazed into the distance where the torchlight had vanished, questioning, "Why did you bring her here?" She wanted to escape, but didn't know where to go. "So I brought her here. I know you don't like her. I thought bringing her here to meet her end would please you." Luo Shan fabricated a casual lie, unwilling to disclose the possibility that she had been captured by the wolf beast tribe. Wan Qing accepted this explanation and turned to leave, perhaps lacking reason not to believe it. As long as AI Ran disappeared, she would indeed feel a sense of satisfaction. AI Ran, meanwhile, remained unaware of whether she had reached her intended destination. The wolf beastmen had yet to master the art of building homes and continued to dwell in caves. Even within the tribe, there was no clear structure of communal living. Wan, Brother Serpent, AI Ran found herself amidst a dense forest. Torch held high as she scanned her surroundings while softly calling out. Unbeknownst to her, pairs of predatory eyes were fixated on her from all directions, though she was in the same forest. It felt as if she were in two vastly different realms. This place was far more sinister than the territory of the serpent beast tribe. A chilling wind, laden with a damp, foul odor, swept through, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. Chirp, chirp, roar. The darkness was boundless, and various sounds echoed from afar, reverberating through the gorges and caverns, amplified to the point where it was impossible to discern whether it was the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, or the growls of wild beasts. AI Ran shivered involuntarily, yet her concern for her companion outweighed her fear. If she were to abandon her quest, he would be left in dire straits, with no one to recover his body. "Lon, can you hear me? If you can, respond. Lon, I've come to rescue you." AI Ran ventured deeper into the shadows, glancing around while softly calling out. The danger was manageable, for she remained blissfully unaware that she was being observed. That it was, rather, this frigid and shadowy environment that rendered her feeling quite unsteady. As a sought-after female, to intrude upon their territory in the dead of night was utterly foolish. Yet, curiously enough, although she was ensnared by numerous predatory gazes, none dared to launch an attack. They remained concealed in the darkness, silently observing the young female. It turned out they were in fear of the torch held by AI Ran. Aside from the snake beastmen, the others believed that only the natural fire seed could ignite a torch. However, there had been no thunder or lightning recently, casting suspicion upon the flame in the hands of this little female. The beastmen regarded fire with a sense of reverence, convinced it was a gift from the divine. "Snake brother, if you don't respond soon, I'm leaving. Are you even here? Snake brother, can you hear my voice?" AI Ran paused, scanning her surroundings. A headache plagued her. Even with a torch, it could not illuminate the entire forest as effectively as a flashlight. If classmate Lon did not reply, even at a distance of less than 3 meters, she would remain oblivious to his presence. "This is bad," AI Ran exclaimed, noticing the flickering light dimming. Realizing the torch was nearly burnt out, she quickly crouched down to gather dry grass and twigs, unwilling to be engulfed by the darkness. Even if she could not find a suitable large log to use as a torch, She had to preserve the fire that a small campfire would suffice. This way, her vision could extend further, and perhaps those at a distance could see her. If classmate Lon were indeed nearby, he would surely recognize the fire as a signal that she had come to find him. Snake brother, let us make ourselves clear. If I truly rescue you this time, we'll consider it even, and you can no longer bully me, understood? AI Rand spoke into the darkness, but all that answered her was a whispering sound echoing from the valley. Could it be that you were truly dead? Whether it was the cold wind or the fear of being alone in the dark, she squatted beside the campfire, hugging her knees, her dark eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. In truth, AI Rand's presence here did not signify great courage. Remaining in place would yield the same result. She would still be enveloped by darkness and solitude, merely with the addition of a thatched hut. Scoundrel, you wretched snake! You were the one who abducted me, and yet you vanished without a word, leaving me all alone. Don't you think that's outrageous? It was not merely to frighten her or intimidate her. She truly must have lost her mind to come searching for him. But what if? What if you are really dead? Then what shall I do? AI Rand seemed exhausted, sitting on the grass with her legs drawn close. In this beastly world, a battleground dominated by physical combat, relying solely on oneself was insufficient. Even if the snake beast tribe was willing to accept her, she would still need to team up with others. Away was quite nice, but she was a girl. Even if AI Rand did not wish to start a family, Away would need to establish her own household, and thus could not remain with AI Rand indefinitely. Though reluctant to admit it, AI Rand was acutely aware that females were a vulnerable demographic. Without the protection of males, they were akin to prey. If she were to perish, AI Rand would become a mere widow. As the tribal laws of the Snake Beast clan forbade females who had mated from seeking out other males. How infuriating! She had never had the chance to inquire with Goopro about that curse. Was it merely a means of intimidation, or were there truly dire consequences? A rustling sound startled AI Rand, prompting her to turn her head sharply, her dark eyes widening as they fixated on the depths of the darkness. Damn it, she could not see clearly. Yet she sensed something was locking eyes with her. Snake brother, is that you? AI Rand stood up, so tense she could hardly breathe. Aside from classmate Lon, she was not prepared at all to encounter any other beast men. Little female, are you out of your mind? You dare to come onto my territory looking for a snake beast man? A deep, slightly hoarse male voice resonated from the darkness, gradually approaching as the firelight illuminated the features of the man before her. Oh no, to be precise, it was a male beast man. There was nothing to fear. She needed to remain composed. Just like in modern times, encountering an opposite gender in a strange place was simply a matter of staying calm and collected. Do not panic. Based on her experiences with classmate Lon, if her voice cracked, he would certainly notice or feared. It was imperative that she maintain her composure. To speak naturally, AI Rand subtly moved her throat. However, her mouth was parched. Devoid of moisture to soothe her sore throat, she regretted not drinking more water before coming to, I'm talking to you. You had better respond. This was not a friendly reminder. Merely the tone alone made AI Rand feel pressured, as if he were warning her that if she did not speak, she would meet a grim fate. Taking a deep breath, AI Rand finally spoke. I'm here looking for my companion. What an embarrassing slip of the tongue. AI Rand secretly pinched her thigh, quickly correcting herself. I am here to find my friend. I believe you do not seem like a bad person, and I did not intend to trespass on your territory. I simply came to find a friend. You should not be the unreasonable type. Although AI Rand's words flowed freely, she silently pleaded for this beast man to be reasonable and not to devour her at the first disagreement. The man's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that AI Rand could not decipher. In that instant, AI Rand felt a chill run through her body. Although there was no howling wind at that moment, she was already freezing, her hands and feet numb. The man leaned closer to AI Rand, reducing the distance between them. What he was about to say next was enough to take AI Rand's breath away. The friend you speak of, it wouldn't be from the Kangza region, would it? Kangza, it was indeed this place, the very location that Jaidir had mentioned, just as AI Rand was reflecting on the name. She felt a sudden tightness around her waist. Her body abruptly lifted, the unexpected contact of two unfamiliar bodies sending a shiver down her spine. AI Rand struggled to stand on tiptoe, but could not reach the ground. And her feeble attempts to resist were inconsequential against this robust male that it was reminiscent of the time she had fallen from the sky and landed upon she's serpentine form. Fear, tension, and unease were all evident in her dark eyes. AI Rand had no energy left to feign strength. She was willing to show her vulnerability, simply wishing for him to release her. "Please let me go." The cold gaze flickered slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. This little female dared to say, "Please? If you do not release me, I will summon the fire seed." This was AI Rand's final bargaining chip. She was uncertain if it would intimidate him, but she had no other recourse. Perhaps she truly should heed Jaidir's advice and consider her options carefully. The man hesitated, skeptical, glancing at the campfire beside him before finally loosening his grip. AI Rand hit the ground and immediately withdrew, attempting to escape. However, she soon realized there was no way out. A dozen male beastmen were closing in on her. Emerging from the shadows, AI Rand was at a loss when she had stepped foot on this land. It was not unnoticed. Rather, she had been under the watchful eyes of these beastmen all along. They had not attacked her immediately because of the fire she brought with her. An older male approached the first beastman who had spoken to AI Rand, slightly bowing his head as he spoke, indicating the latter's higher status. "Zhu, have you ascertained where a fire seed originated?" "Not yet, but she just startled me a bit," Zhu replied, glancing at AI Rand's anxious and frightened expression, a smile playing on his lips. Thus, not only was he unfazed, but he also found this little female rather amusing. Zhu was the leader of the wolf beast tribe, a formidable fifth-tier warrior, 2 tiers above the highest elder of the snake beast tribe. DUI. Zhu stepped closer to AI Rand, slightly bending forward, a teasing smile dancing on his lips as he quietly inquired, "Little female, do you know what fate awaits you if I were to force myself upon you?" AI Rand averted her gaze, unable to meet his penetrating stare, as if he could see right through her. Although he was not a member of the snake beast tribe, he had heard of their absurd and ludicrous tribal laws designed to restrict female defection. Yet, such foolish and terrifying laws could hardly keep wayward females in line. Likely, very few remained. However, upon seeing this particular little female, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Why would someone of her caliber choose to remain with the snake beast tribe? Why would she risk venturing into the territory of the wolf beast tribe for the sake of snake beast man? Suddenly intrigued, he wished to uncover the nature of the curse that bound her. AI Rand was not foolish. She immediately grasped the implication behind his words. She did not wish to meet a bitter end, hastily replying, "No, I have not mated with a snake beast man. You needn't be curious." As the figure approached AI Rand, lips brushed against her icy ear, the voice resonating with precision. "Little female, you truly cannot lie. Your face is replete with guilt." AI Rand pushed against the man who clung to her, yet he remained unmoved. Observing AI Rand's struggles, he turned to the elder beside him. "Pei Lao, do you think I should take this little female back with me?" The leader's words were evidently a declaration rather than a genuine inquiry. Pei Lao replied, "I believe it is permissible. This is not yet the territory of our wolf beast clan, merely land that has attracted this pack of wolf men due to the scent of an unfamiliar female." The figure straightened, creating some distance between himself and the little female. However, he showed no intention of granting her freedom, chuckling lightly. "I too wish to take her home. But how can I? She came seeking the serpent beast clan and has already mated with one." "It would be quite improper to bring her back like this," a robust young male from the wolf clan interjected. "What does it matter? That is their serpent clan's rule, not ours. Just take her." "It is irrelevant. Bringing her back would allow us to share in the spoils," he continued lightly, yet a glance from him instantly intimidated the young male, who retreated quickly, lowering his head in silence. Only the serpent clan adhered to such one-on-one rules. Other beast clans were not bound by them. Thus, a female taken as a captive could be shared among the males. Yet such a norm did not apply to the exquisite beauty before them. Pei Lao scolded sternly. "Impudence! Is the leader's praise something you covet as well?" With that, Pei Lao discarded the torches he had brought and ignited the bonfire. The orcs concealed in moonlight and shadow were suddenly illuminated. This marked the first time the wolf clan ignited their bonfire using an unnatural flame after months of drought, without a single drop of rain or the rumble of thunder. The fierce blaze reflected in her terrified dark eyes, and tears streamed down uncontrollably as she beheld him. The one she had sought all along, now right before her. Plop, plop. Tears fell incessantly, soaking her wooden clogs. Iran could not comprehend why she cried. After all, he was not someone of great significance to her. In fact, on a subconscious level, she should have been terrified of his serpentine form. Oh, look, little female, step closer, or you won TC clearly. Look at your male. What has happened to him? The tone of the figure dripped with mockery and derision at that moment. She also sensed something amiss, his enormous triangular serpent head lifting slightly. However, he was too weak. In less than a second, a dull thud echoed as his massive head fell to the ground. Only his blue, slit-like eyes remained focused on the small figure not far away. Damn it, how did this little female end up here? Iran instinctively covered her mouth, uncertain of what to do as she watched the giant serpent, bloodied and torn, with ghastly wounds that penetrated deep into the flesh, the cuts as deep as half of her arm. The shattered serpent's scales littered the ground, stained with blood, remnants of a fierce battle. All around the giant serpent were countless wolf beasts. She had witnessed their combat style before, in the most secluded corners of the Banyu forest, group attacks. Encirclement, attrition, but this overwhelming force left her feeling the suffocating grip of death. This was the heart of the Wolf Clan's territory, where their elite far surpassed him in strength and numbers, and their highest-ranking leader had yet to lift a finger. The Wolf Clan was the undisputed stronghold of the beast world. While the Serpent Clan remained hidden in their humble deceit, the Wolf Clan grew rapidly stronger, evolving from faction that relied on others to join in attacks against the Serpent Clan a decade ago, to becoming the leaders of warfare. Now, if they could utterly annihilate the Serpent Clan, they would reign as the sole rulers of this beast world. It appears she truly is your female, he mused. Picking up a tattered serpent scale and, sitting down, gazed at the encircled blue serpent, muttering, "It is indeed remarkable that she came seeking you." Damn it. She was most displeased by such provocation, but just as the giant serpent attempted to rise, even Iran could hear the sound of a wound splitting open, for he lacked the strength to continue fighting. Just a casual partner. Why did she feel such heartache upon seeing him? Iran hurriedly wiped her tears away and turned to their leader, her voice trembling. I can trade with you." He understood the little female's desire to save her companion, but a pang of jealousy surged within him at the thought of the Serpent Clan's one-on-one rule. It was absurd that a rule designed to instill fear in females and compel them to flee would lead to a defenseless little female venturing into danger to save her male partner. "Speak," he commanded, suppressing his displeasure and granting her the opportunity to express herself. "I can tell you how to make fire." The figure chuckled dismissively. This little female was endearingly naive, since they already knew the Serpent Clan could create fire. Why would they need her to divulge this information in exchange? Iran thought he understood her meaning and added, "With fire, you could improve your meals, you could eat cooked food." Laughter erupted from the wolf beasts, shattering the stillness of the forest. He too could not help but laugh, stepping toward Iran and leaning down, saying, "Little female, our wolf clan does not favor cooked food. We relish the thrill of tearing into our prey, devouring raw meat, and drinking hot, fresh blood." Iran fell into despair, collapsing onto the ground. Not even fire could entice them, let alone trivial living skills. Such paltry tricks were utterly beneath the notice of these wild beasts. And no wonder Elder Dui held them in such dread. Jadier, being merely a communicator, dared not challenge them. "I have heard your Serpent Clan has a ridiculous rule, one that cannot be broken, that I am curious to see its consequences firsthand." He jested, intentionally obstructing the giant serpent's view, then suddenly grasped the legs of the fainting little female, and with a rip, tore her beast skirt open. In the moonlight, a slender, pale leg was revealed. The slit pupils blazed with fury. Roar! At that moment, countless wolf beasts lunged at the giant serpent, blood splattering in all directions, even with the firelight held high. The blue-eyed view remained shrouded in dark chaos, relentless attacks, and savage bites enveloping the scene in bloodshed. Yet he could still distinctly hear her panicked cries. Suddenly, Pei Lao stepped forward, attempting to intervene. "Leader, perhaps it is best not to." Until the mystery of the Serpent clan's curse was unraveled, Pei Lao advised against recklessly mating with a female for the sake of amusement, and if the repercussions affected the next male after mating, the losses could be substantial. The leader bore no anger. He understood Pei Lao's concerns. As he rose, AI Ran was spared from doom. Though frantic, she still endeavored to cover her exposed body. "Stop," with the leader's command. The wolf beasts retreated, yet they maintained their defensive line, tightly encircling the battered blue serpent. Tears filled her dark eyes, her vision blurring. She could scarcely see him now, yet she still strained to look in his direction. Had she ever regretted her folly and recklessness? It was the first time he felt such helplessness and despair. He had allowed himself to be so passive, subjecting his little female to such humiliation. AI ran, summoning courage from somewhere, crawled towards the giant serpent. "Devour me," she. "Did you not say my physique is quite unique? I'm the food you desire, am I not? I do not understand your beast world's rules. Nor do I know if consuming me would make you feel better. But I believe it must be preferable to becoming a captive. Perhaps it might even aid your escape." Her crimson lips trembled, yet she dared not utter a sound. Now she understood the sensitivity and ferocity of these wolf beasts. Still, she believed he could decipher her silent plea, could grasp her intentions. What was she trying to do? Pei Lao felt a surge of unease, watching the little female while cautioning the leader. "What can she do?" The leader retorted. "The advanced beastmen possess the ability to discern attribute traits, yet this is restricted to those of the same element." As a beastman not attuned to fire, Yin failed to perceive AI Ran's fiery constitution. Naturally, he could not fathom that this delicate female might possess such capabilities, in the eyes of the wolf beastmen. The role of females is merely for procreation and the release of carnal desires. The former applies solely to their own kind, while the latter pertains to captives. Other beast tribes' females, in their view, merit no respect, regarded instead as licentious and unsatisfied lower beings. Consequently, the phenomenon of directly devouring females post-copulation is all too common. The alarming decline in the number of females in the beast world is perhaps significantly linked to the wolf tribe's actions, as they have slain numerous females after mating and consumed them as prey. Old Pei expressed astonishment, pondering whether this young female harbored intentions of accompanying the dead. "Impossible," Yin retorted, inexplicably irked. He despised such occurrences. Females are inherently promiscuous, incapable of loyalty. Even the venomous curse of the snake tribe could not render them faithful. AI Ran cried out as her arm was seized and yanked painfully. "Are you so loyal to him?" Yan's anger reached its zenith. As the leader of a formidable tribe, how could he allow himself to be envious of such trivial matters? "I am not loyal to him. I simply refuse to give you the satisfaction." After all, death was inevitable. She might as well grant some measure of fulfillment to Lan, who had shown her considerable kindness. In comparison to these foul and brutal beastmen, Lan was infinitely superior. Yin, seething with rage, questioned as a captive, "How dare you speak to me in such a tone?" Gritting her teeth against the pain, Ai Ran shot back. "What are you? You are nothing more than a beast evolved into a beastman. I merely have the misfortune of being transported here." This marked AI Ran's first display of such courage. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason fails. Rather than endure this torment, death seemed a preferable option. For the first time, Yin was confronted so defiantly by a female. Who among them would dare challenge him? Old Pei intervened, gesturing for Yin to focus on the looming giant python, suggesting that he should not concern himself with a worthless female. The crux of the matter lay with the giant python. Their prolonged confrontation stemmed from their inability to seize the elusive lawn crystal. Now that his little female had arrived, why not take advantage of the situation? The fury in his vertical pupils surged to its limit, yet he was acutely aware of the battle's dynamics. Although the opposing forces held an absolute advantage, the fight was far from the effortless victory they had anticipated. Time and again, The wolf beastmen launched collective assaults, yet each time, the outcome remained unchanged, stalemate. They sought the coveted lawn crystal, but the advanced beastmen could self-destruct the crystal within their corpses to obtain the lawn crystal. They must breach his final line of defense. However, the Titan giant python boasted the strongest defensive capabilities in the beast world, making it a formidable challenge. Thus, they resorted to wear him down. Though displeased, Yin ultimately heeded Old Pei's counsel. Dismissing the need to engage with the infuriating little female, he called out to the dark throng of wolf beastmen. Yes, Tsunua transformed into his beastman form, stepping forth from the crowd. AI Ran widened her eyes. She did not recall the name, yet she recognized the face. Yin inquired, I have reinstated you, forgiven your previous transgressions, and allowed you to return to the tribe. Should you not make some contribution? Contribution, was there none? Yet Tsunua had led the advanced snake beastman into the thicket, which enabled the ambushing wolf beastmen to successfully launch their attack, thus bringing him to the territory of the wolf tribe. But the leader's words were not to be contradicted. Yes, Tsunua acquiesced. He turned to gaze at the little female on the ground. During the clash between the two tribes, the allure of the female had diminished significantly, and upon encountering her again, Tsunua found himself no longer captivated by her scent. Now, he harbored hatred for her, and even more so for that giant python that was they who had slain his dear brother. Leia. That day, Tsunua had fought with all his might to escape with the injured Leia, but ultimately he could not save him and could only watch helplessly as Leia breathed his last in his arms. Thus, despite enduring mockery and humiliation, and facing the wolf tribe's severe punishment for betrayal, he was determined to return to the wolf tribe, to this very clan, harnessing their collective strength to avenge Leia. AI Ran discerned the hatred in this beastman's eyes. He sought to kill her. Tsunua faced AI Ran, then glanced back at the giant python, and as he had surmised, the python's vertical pupils remained fixated on the little female, unwavering. Therefore, let this little female assist him in achieving glory for the tribe, to elevate the wolf tribe's name, and to avenge his beloved brother, Leia. AI Ran gasped as Tsunua's wolf fang plunged into her chest, creating a gaping wound that pierced her breastbone. She had braced herself for an attack from him, having recognized the hatred in his eyes, and had resolved to relinquish her will to survive. Yet she had not anticipated the excruciating pain. With a sickening sound, as Tsunua withdrew his fang, warm blood splattered across his twisted, hate-filled visage. Yin furrowed his brow as the leader. He was acutely aware of the brutality that coursed through their bloodline. Yet it was somewhat surprising that this lesser beast man would inflict such cruelty upon a female. You killed my brother in this manner, and now I repay you, Tsunua snarled at the giant python, revealing a sinister smile. Yet he felt no joy. His mind was haunted by the agonizing expression and cries of Leia as he succumbed. Tsunua raised his hand, clutching the fang of Leia, and drove it down forcefully. This time, he intended for the little female to perish before him, to die slowly and painfully. Yin found it difficult to watch, believing it unnecessary to treat a female in such a manner, and was about to intervene when Old Pei restrained him, signaling for the leader to observe the scene afar. Tsunua was right. He had identified the giant python's weakness. This little female was the key to breaking the giant python's final line of defense, and he was on the verge of collapse. Old Pei had long recognized that simply enduring was insufficient to conquer this newly ascended foe. He preferred to shatter into pieces rather than allow the whole to remain intact. Obtaining the lawn crystal was akin to scaling the heavens in difficulty. Yet now, an opportunity had arisen. The wolf beastmen rose, preparing for a collective assault, their fierce gazes locked onto the crumbling giant python. A powerful Titan beastman who was on the brink of breaching his final, fatal defense. Roar! With a thunderous beastly roar, the blue giant python expended its last vestiges of strength to transform into human form. Tsunua sensed the scent of victory. He stood tall, intent on witnessing the demise of this creature, to behold its corpse as it became the lawn crystal, just as he had witnessed Leia's resurrection. AI Ran lay on the brink of consciousness, the pain blurring her awareness as she struggled to gaze in his direction. But she rose from the pool of blood, the air thick with the suffocating scent of blood. He was utterly weakened, his wounds still oozing profusely. Even AI Rand could perceive it. The beast form afforded comfort to beastmen, yet transforming into human form drained energy. He was no match for so many foes and had no need to assume a human guise. His azure eyes remained fixed on his little female, but he ought to be devoid of understanding when it came to love, yet he was resolute in his desire to protect her. He could not bear to see her harmed. Nor could he accept her demise. What was he to do? Old Pei, typically composed, suddenly found himself in a state of panic. She rose from the bloodied ground, his complexion ashen, his azure gaze filled with tender affection for the little female. He knew nothing of emotions in the beast world, only that he needed to safeguard her. His slender fingers delved into the wound on his abdomen, and he faintly heard a muffled crack. Yan's brow furrowed tightly, sensing that something was amiss. Though he had suspected a deviation, he dismissed the notion as impossible. This creature would never take such a risk. The blue scales began to shed, each piece flaking off as if they had been deliberately removed simultaneously. As he retracted his fingers, a bloodied white bone was extracted from the wound, the shed scales adhering to the bone as if infused with life. Merging into one, something shattered within. He had truly lost his mind. Yin watched as she approached through the blood pool, realizing with dawning horror that this creature had indeed gone mad. He had resorted to the forbidden arts feared by all in the beast world, extracting his own bones and shedding his own scales to forge a weapon for the death of beastmen. Failure meant death, yet if successful, the attributes would surge exponentially. Although he was merely a newly ascended orc at the first tier of strength, his attributes now erupted with formidable power. With a resounding boom, a powerful aura, tinged with the scent of blood, swept through the forest in a violent gale. Far off, 100 miles away, Gadier sensed the aftershocks and the overwhelming presence, jolting him awake from his slumber. Was there a battle erupting in the distance, or was it a powerful being? This ferocious aura was an unnatural spike in strength, a phenomenon that should not occur. As upgrades typically progressed gradually through the tiers, how could one become exponentially stronger in an instant? Simultaneously, Elder Dui also felt the explosive might. After Gadier departed with the young female, Elder Dui remained at the doorway of the small hut, seemingly awaiting something, perhaps even uncertain of what he himself anticipated. He gazed into the distant forest, his expression graved. It was a forbidden technique. The wolf orcs gradually began to comprehend the situation, astonished that the serpent orcs were even more ruthless than themselves. They had never imagined such cruelty would be directed at their own kind. This fellow was truly fearless, having abandoned the last line of defense, opting instead for a desperate gamble. Elder Pei was genuinely astonished. A hint of admiration in his gaze at his advanced age. It was the first time he witnessed such tenacity in an orc, albeit regrettably. He was not one of the wolf orcs. Woo! The wolf orcs surged towards the focal point, attempting to intervene. However, the bone weapon in his hand rapidly gathered energy. With a swift motion, it elongated several times, and the serpent scales adhering to it transformed into hard, sharp blades. Roar! A titan-like serpentine beast materialized in a brilliant blue light, suddenly rising from the ground and then explosively expanding, shattering the surrounding rocks and colossal trees. With a thunderous crash, debris and splintered wood erupted in all directions. AI Rand felt somewhat dazed, her vision clouded with blood and tears that clung to her long eyelashes. Obscuring her sight, it seemed she saw him carving a bloody path, advancing towards her. Thoswanua was neither the leader nor a core figure of the wolf orcs and had been expelled by the chief for a minor transgression. He was undoubtedly the most astute among the entire beast clan. This time, he was the first orc to react, unlike the reckless and impulsive wolf orcs. That would be a death sentence. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Though unwilling, Zwanua made a conscious decision, picking up a wolf fang from the ground and fleeing. With a swift motion, he vanished into the thicket several dozen meters away, disappearing into the night. Damn it! Lon witnessed his fellow orcs fall one by one, blood splattering everywhere as they transformed into their beast forms. As a gust of wind swept by, his human form expanded by several meters. The massive white wolf head tilted back in a ferocious howl before leaping forward to pounce on the sword-wielding youth. Don't. Elder Pei transformed into wolf form to halt the chief, but not to engage in battle. Instead, he aimed to intercept the chief's furious charge, which propelled him several dozen meters away. The powerful impact naturally affected Lon as well, yet being young and robust, he did not suffer as grievously as Elder Pei. Urgently, Elder Pei shouted before the chief could unleash his wrath. No, you must not engage him. Elder Pei's warning gradually made Lon aware of the true purpose of this battle. He sought not only to seize the powerful Serpent Orc's crystal, but also to test the strength of the Serpent clan, to determine whether their leader was present and how many high-tier orcs were concealed within their ranks. After that fierce battle, the wolf orcs had lost all critical information regarding the Serpent clan. Even after years of preparation and an increase in strong individuals, they had yet to find an opportunity to strike. If the leader of the Serpent clan had not perished, but was instead hiding for some reason within the tribe, perhaps even observing from the shadows, then engaging in combat with this youth would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. The powerful beings within the beast clans had all clashed with the youth, yet they had ultimately been stymied at his final line of defense, unable to breach it. Lon, as both the leader and the mightiest warrior of the beast clan, knew that slaying the youth would not guarantee victory. They risked exposing their entire strength, leading to a potential counterattack and annihilation of their clan. This youth ought to have been their prey and captive, a means to test the waters. Yet thus far, the Serpent Orcs had made no move, sending only a young female. What did it signify? Was the leader truly absent, or was it a ruse? Could it be that this youth was merely bait? A mean for the Serpent clan to probe the strength of the wolf orcs? A single misstep could lead to total disaster. Elder Pei's concerns were not without merit. Exterminating the Serpent clan was not a task to be accomplished overnight. For now, they had only gleaned information about this newly ascended youth, with no knowledge of the rest. It was indeed difficult to reveal the full extent of their clan's strength, and Lon was unwilling to relent. Yet he had to suppress the burning anger and intense desire for slaughter in his heart. As the leader, he could not entertain any risks. His ultimate goal was to annex the Serpent clan, establishing the wolf orcs as the unequivocal dominant clan in the beast world. Release. Lon stifled his longing for victory and his fury towards the youth, withdrawing his hand, observing the hesitation and concern of the two prominent figures of the wolf orcs. AI Rand suddenly realized that Elder Dui was correct. He was not sacrificing Lon, but rather employing a strategy to save him. Ji cradled the injured AI Rand, leaving a trail of bloody footprints in the darkness. Despite his grievous wounds, he felt that her injury was the true source of his agony. When the battered youth finally reached the territory of the Serpent clan, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he collapsed, his body cold. This had been the longest journey Ji had ever undertaken. Iran's body tumbled to the ground alongside Ji, and though she scraped her forehead, she paid no heed to the pain, striving to crawl towards him. Yet her own chest wound was grievous enough to threaten her life. Lon. The beastmen caught the scent of blood and began to arrive in droves, hastily lifting the two barely conscious individuals to carry them to Lai village. Elder Dui stood at a distance, observing quietly. He had not slept, anticipating that something significant would occur that night, whether it was an assault by the wolf orcs or Ji narrowly escaping death. However, he had not expected the young female to boldly seek him out. Be careful. One beastman shouted to his companion, who had nearly stumbled over Ji, their shared burden. Elder Dui was momentarily taken aback. Though he had instructed Gadier to bring the newly ascended youth to meet him, he had yet to see him in person. The distant glimpse now filled him with dread. What is it? Elder, a male beastman accompanying him, inquired. Nothing, nothing, Elder Dui replied, turning away, appearing unperturbed, yet instinctively quickening his pace. The tranquil village erupted with tension, the pungent scent of blood igniting a frenzy as they realized that Ji and AI Ran had encountered peril. Awei had not yet healed from her physical and emotional wounds. The shadow and voice of Luo Shan still tormented her like a nightmare. Yet upon seeing AI Ran being carried past, Awei disregarded everything and dashed out of the small hut. Xiao Ran, what happened to you? Awei cried, Following AI ran into the hut, where she joined the other females of the village to tend to AI Rant's chest wound. Upon seeing the injury, the elder female gasped. "It's the fangs of a wolf orc." At the same time, Gideon rushed over. Neglecting to assist, the elderly Goopa.1 remained in the hut, while the other was in the cave, after delivering the injured to their destination. The beastmen gradually departed to return to their own villages. The injuries were clearly inflicted by the wolf orcs, marked by claw and fang marks. Although the exact circumstances were unknown, anyone brave enough to confront a pack of wolf orcs alone could be considered a true hero. The elder female pressed down on AI Rant's chest wound while shouting, "Away! Quickly, fetch water. The fangs of the wolf orcs are poisonous and must be washed out. Hurry! Yes, yes." Away dashed out of the hut, stumbling. "What are you doing?" A disdainful voice fell from above, striking Away at her most vulnerable, the voice of Luoshan. Seeing Away frozen in place, the elder female urged, "Away, what are you standing there for? Hurry up. If you delay any longer, your good friend will die." Suppressing her fear, Away tried to quell her terror towards the male, lowering her head and hastening away. Yet Luoshan acted as if nothing had transpired, continuing to ignore Away as he always had. Instead, it was AI Ran, lying in the hut, that piqued his interest. This young female had been the one he sent to the borders of the wolf-orc territory. She had surprisingly returned unharmed. What a vexation it is that she has returned. Upon learning of the situation, Wanching hastily pursued, rushing toward Shi's cave. Just as Luoshan disregarded Aiwei, Luoshan too was ignored by Wanching, inciting a furious green hue upon his face. Why is this so? What has happened to Shi? Can anyone elucidate this matter for me? Why is he so grievously injured? Will he survive? Wanching knelt beside Shi, witnessing his battered form and unconsciousness, and was struck with fear to the point of tears. "Make way." The other beastmen were attending to Shi's wounds, finding Wanching somewhat obstructive, though she was acutely aware of her own responsibilities. Yet the multitude of wounds and the blood rendered her panic-stricken. Gator rushed over, skidding to a halt at the entrance of Aiwei's modest dwelling. The small female was barely clinging to life, the grass mat soaked in blood. And Gator felt a profound discomfort, an indescribable turmoil within. He had promised her that come dawn, he would lead a rescue party. If Elder Dui did not act, he would devise a plan himself. Why did she not trust him? Was she truly so significant to her that she would risk everything to seek him out? "Gator, have you lost your senses? Do you covet his female?" A smile played at the corner of Luoshan's mouth. For it was the first time he had caught Gator in a compromising position, and he seized the moment to mock him. "Do not speak nonsense," Gator retorted, striding toward Shi's cave. Yet, each step away from Aiwei's abode grew heavier. He did not ponder deeply, believing, like the other males of the tribe, that it was merely because she was a female, deserving of a few additional glances, nothing more than admiration or desire, at least. He convinced himself of this. The scent of blood permeating the air alerted Gator to Shi's dire condition. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the scene firsthand, he was taken aback. No wonder Wanching wept so fervently that "I will take over." Gator maneuvered past the beastmen, reaching Shi's side. Let me see." Jiu Poshanshan arrived belatedly, her concern no less than that of the others. Aiwei was fetching water from the river and was about to dash to Aiwei's hut when an unexpectedly extended foot tripped her, causing her to fall with a loud thud, splattering water across her face. Luoshan crouched down, seizing Aiwei's hair and yanking it sharply. Aiwei winced in pain but dared not utter a sound. Luoshan questioned, "What? Did you not see me just now?" Aiwei quivered in fear, unprepared to encounter this individual. Dumbstruck him. As Luoshan spoke, she forcefully pressed down, causing Aiwei to hit her forehead against the ground. Aiwei did not dare to grasp Luoshan's arm. She could only tremble as she clutched her painfully yanked hair, pleading, "Lord Luoshan, please allow me to fetch water for Xiaowan. She needs me." Indeed. Luoshan exhaled softly, pausing momentarily as if lost in thought before continuing. "Now that little female is a hero. She truly ventured alone to rescue our tribe's youngest warrior. Lord Luoshan, please spare me." However, Luoshan seemed deaf to Aiwei's pleas. Muttering to herself, she went into the territory of the wolf beast tribe and returned in scathe. "How is that even possible?" Luoshan, why does the wretched remain unscathed? Why? Luoshan was now furious, her mind swirling with incredulity and questions. Why could this little female successfully bring she back? Why would she dare to brave such perilous ground for she? Why was Wanqing weeping for she? Why were these females so disobedient? As Luoshan suddenly rose, she inadvertently lifted Ai Wei from the ground. Ai Wei cried out in pain, but Luoshan remained unmoved, heedless of Ai Wei's cries as she dragged her into the nearby thicket. In the following days, Wanqing devoted herself to caring for she. Once Ai Wei recovered, she remained unconscious, his injuries far exceeding hers. Wanqing forbade Ai Wei from approaching she's cave. Although the beastmen of the tribe believed Ai Wei had rescued she, Wanqing would not acknowledge this. That night, Wanqing had seen Luoshan take Ai Wei to the boundary of the wolf-beast tribe, indicating that Luoshan had known all along that she was there. Yet Luoshan lied, failing to disclose the truth to Wanqing. Consequently, Wanqing harbored resentment towards Luoshan. Xiaowan, fruit. Ai Wei, knowing Ai Wei enjoyed grass and fruit, picked several ripe ones and hurried to Ai Wei's hut. Despite being haunted by nightmares, she endeavored to maintain her friendship with Ai Wei. Ai Wei sat at the hut's entrance, holding a stone and chiseling it rhythmically. Her wounds were healing slowly, and she preferred to remain seated, focused on her task. Iron pestles can be ground into needles. So surely I can carve this stone into a pot. Seeing Ai Wei's lack of response, fixated on she's cave, Ai Wei crouched down, waving her hand before Ai Wei's eyes, Xiaowan. Only then did Ai Wei snap back to reality. However, as Ai Wei returned her gaze, she noticed new wounds adorning Ai Wei's face. Ai Wei, what have you been doing lately? How did you get hurt again? Ai Wei raised her hand, intending to touch Ai Wei's forehead wound. Ai Wei instinctively recoiled. Evading Ai Wei's hand, yet fearing Ai Wei might misinterpret her actions, she hurriedly explained, "Oh, I just tripped." Tripped again. What is wrong with you? Are you not watching where you're going? Are you a head-butting fish? Do you roam about colliding with things? Your wounds are healing slower than they are multiplying. Ai Wei hastily diverted the conversation. Xiaowan, is Wanqing in the cave? Yes. At the mere mention of this, Ai Wei felt a surge of anger. Why did Wanqing have the audacity to prevent her from entering? How infuriating! Wanqing acted as if Ai Wei were not her own, making her appear like a wicked woman poised to harm her own friend. It was maddening. Had she not been injured, Ai Wei would have stormed over with a half-finished stone pot to confront Wanqing. Xiaowan, honestly, you are incredible. You actually rescued she all by yourself. That was the territory of the wolf-beast tribe, known for their brutality. Ai Wei gazed at Ai Wei in awe, her little vertical pupils brimming with admiration. My mother once warned me never to encounter a wolf-beast, for they are perverse and delight in torturing females. If a female from the outer beast tribe goes missing, it is almost certain she has fallen victim to the wolf beasts. I am not as remarkable as everyone claims. Ai Wei replied modestly that I lack the ability to make a difference. It was fortunate that I did not complicate matters. Reflecting on it now, she felt a chill. Back then, she had been blissfully ignorant, her understanding of the beast world insufficient, naively believing she could negotiate or barter for a rescue. Ultimately, it was she who had saved her. Quick! Over here! Is this the place? Yes, this is it. I was here yesterday, but he was still unconscious then. I wonder if he has awakened today. Did he truly break the casting ban? That seems implausible. It is an exceedingly dangerous endeavor. No beast would dare attempt to break such a ban. How is he so courageous? It is true. Moreover, he was successful. He is our snake beast tribe's youngest and bravest warrior, and he is also a high-ranking beastman. Had it not been for the wolf beast tribe issue, I would still be unaware of our tribe's newly emerged strength. A group of young females approached from a distance, chattering excitedly, their faces alight with infatuation and admiration. They had come from other villages, drawn by curiosity, and began to flock to Shi's cave. Ai Wei watched them enter, perplexed. What are they doing here? Ai Wei's heart ached anew. Enduring Wanqing's wrath daily was one ordeal. But now these infatuated young admirers made it unbearable. That was her friend, after all. What could they possibly want? To see their idol, of course. Ai Wei felt a twinge of jealousy. Ai Wei sat beside Ai Wei, nibbling on a fruit while observing Wanqing welcoming these young females, and inquired, how strange. Why is Wanqing accepting them? She is confident. AI Ran pouted, feeling that Wan Qing was now fixated solely on her, while being exceedingly kind to all the other females. Humph. What is so special about that? If he doesn't want me to see him, so be it. Just wait and see. When Snake wakes up, I refuse to believe he truly accepts you. That time, I shall employ all manner of seductive tactics to reclaim my companion. AI Ran had already conjured various enticing poses to attract Lan Tongshue's attention, but unfortunately, her confidence seemed less robust than she had imagined, as her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to being slathered in red paint. What does companion mean? She asked, clearing her throat. Oh, nothing much away. Just give me a couple of fruits. I ran swiftly changed the subject, requesting a couple of fruits from away, placing them on a leaf beside her, and then using a small piece of animal hide to wipe her semi-finished stone pot, scrubbing away the lime inside. The leftover animal hide from her clothing-making endeavors had been cut into small pieces for cleaning purposes. Finally, she laid clean leaves at the bottom of the pot, placed the fruits atop, sliced them with a bone knife, and began to crush them with a small stick, idly attempting to make some jam. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a male beast man carrying a bamboo pole. Suddenly inspired, AI raised her arm as if trying to catch the teacher's attention in class. "Excuse me, great beast man. Please hold on a moment." The male beast man was quite pleased to be called by AI Ran. She was considered a small hero of their snake beast clan, but he smiled and asked, "What's the matter? I would like a segment of that bamboo." Before AI Ran could finish her request, the male beast man had already brought the bamboo to her small dwelling. With a resounding thud, he placed the entire pole in front of her and cheerfully added, "It's all yours. I can chop another one down." AI Ran quickly replied, "No need. That is too much. Just one segment will do. I merely wish to make 2 bamboo cups." Both away and the male beast man, equally curious, inquired in unison, "What kind of bamboo cups?" Unable to move easily while holding her semi-finished stone pot, AI Ran leaned forward, pointing at the bamboo nodes as she explained, "See, cut here, and then here. One side will be sealed naturally, and the other will have an opening. It will be a cup that can hold water or other items." "I understand now. So, that means we won't need to use animal hides to carry water anymore. We can use these bamboo cups instead." Away was quite taken with the idea. Having experienced the struggles of fetching water herself, she recalled how more than half of it would leak out by the time she returned. The male beastman grasped her explanation immediately and promptly pulled out his bone knife, eagerly helping AI Ran to cut the bamboo cups on the spot. He was overly enthusiastic, making quick work of it as he chopped several segments. Seeing this, AI Ran quickly interjected, "Great beastman, that's enough. No need for so many, just 2 will suffice." "All right then, I'll take them all." She conceded that AI Ran had been chiseling away at her stone pot for the past half-month, breaking a dozen stones in the process. The most painful loss was the semi-finished piece, just when it was on the verge of completion. A fateful strike caused it to shatter. This time, AI Ran resolved to be more conservative, no longer striving for perfection. Let the pot's base be a little thicker. If it doesn't cook the food inside, at least it can be used to warm it. She reached for the grass outside her door, thinking it might provide some lubrication for polishing. Suddenly, raindrop-sized beads began to fall, pattering against her arm. Within seconds, the rain intensified, pelting down in a torrential downpour. Iran quickly withdrew her hand and shuffled back inside. Beside her on the grass mat lay the fruits left by Away, who brought fresh offerings daily. Having foraged all the edible items in the vicinity, seeing the fruits reminded AI Ran of the Baijian fruit, which was nearing the end of its season. She needed to help Away prepare some powder while there was still some left to pick. However, the rain showed no signs of abating. Unaware of the prolonged rainy season that followed the months of drought, AI Ran continued to polish her stone that moment, a slender youth stood at the cave entrance, panting with a rapid, shallow breath, his face pale and his blue eyes glimmering with anxiety. Yet upon spotting the small female at the door, he let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't a dream. It was real. He had brought the small female back alive. Crack. AI Ran froze, staring at the cracked stone pot, unwilling to accept the reality. After a brief daze of 3 minutes, she finally exploded in frustration. What the heck? It broke again. Is it really so difficult to make a mushroom soup? Hmm. He smirked, his lips curling slightly, still retaining their charm despite lacking color. Wait? AI Rand seemed to hear something, turning her head to see she. Hey, he is awake. And he woke up while Luan Qing wasn't here. Overjoyed, AI Rand raised her arm and waved enthusiastically at she, shouting, Snake go. Amidst her excitement, she noticed a certain someone casting her a cold, indifferent glance, and, without waiting for her to finish her greeting, he turned and walked into the cave. AI Rand's forehead was lined with dark clouds. What does that mean? Am I being rejected? Oomph. If you don't want to pay attention to me, then don't. She tossed the broken stones outside, suddenly realizing that the pile of debris beside her small dwelling had grown quite high. It was no small feat to sacrifice so much just to craft a single stone pot. The little stone mason would have to seek more stone materials. But wait, something fell off. Rand gazed at the heap of sacrifice stones, increasingly troubled by her repeated failures. Why do I keep failing? She murmured. Is it my technique, or is it simply impossible to begin with? Suddenly, realization dawned on her. It wasn't the crafting that was flawed. The stone pot wasn't meant to be chiseled out like this. A brilliant idea struck her. Yet, she needed to prepare first. Rand selected several larger pieces of animal hide, drilled small holes around the edges, and threaded them with grass rope to tie around her waist. Though it appeared wrinkled now, once filled, it would serve as a pouch. All right. With her preparations complete, AI Rand folded a large leaf, shielding herself from the rain as she dashed forward. Inside the cave, after awakening, the snake transformed to facilitate his recovery. Just as he was about to close his eyes, his slit pupils caught sight of the small female rushing through the rain. What could she possibly be doing in such weather? The snake felt a tinge of irritation. He had ignored her earlier out of anger for her recklessness in venturing into the territory of the wolf-beast clan, a place where no female should tread. He followed her closely, a protective instinct guiding him. Rand had left the village, arriving at a place the beastmen referred to as the Heaven's Punishment Zone. They claimed it was a divine retribution for angering the gods. A warning to the beasts of the continent. It sounded mystical. Yet in truth, this area had suffered a calamity years ago, struck by lightning, which had cleaved the small hillside in half. Thus, AI Rand deemed it wise to seek stone materials here. The ground was littered with thick shards of stone, blanketing the once fertile soil. Vegetation struggled to thrive, as this northern slope received scant sunlight, creating a desolate and eerie atmosphere, aptly reflected in the beastmen's naming. AI Rand filled a pouch with quartz and feldspar, then turned back, picking a bag of Baijian fruit along the way, hoping to dry in the sun when the rain cleared to assist away in making powder. If her upcoming experiment succeeded, it wouldn't just be about crafting a stone pot. The mere thought filled AI Rand with joy, prompting a soft chuckle. Meanwhile, the snake's focus had shifted dramatically. His initial intent to follow was out of concern to protect the small female from slipping in the mud or being swept away by the rain. However, his slit pupils remained fixated on her waist, where a faint curve was becoming apparent. The beast's skirt was secured only by knots, inherently unstable, and now, burdened further by the animal hide pouch filled with stones, the pull of gravity was becoming a concern. Moreover, the torn animal hide, a result of a previous incident, had gone unstitched due to a lack of tools, merely tied crudely beneath her skirt, while she had been resting and healing indoors, occasionally smashing stones. She hadn't considered this critical aspect, but now, outside, it was all too evident to the snake. The tear extended dangerously close to her thigh. The vertical pupils fell, unbeknownst to her, upon that elusive spot. The petite female, undeniably small in stature, possessed legs of remarkable length. Joy turned to sorrow as AI Rand stepped on a sharp stone, twisting her ankle and coming into intimate contact with the earth. PFF, a certain serpent, having discerned the situation, spat blood. AI Rand rose, her face clouded with frustration. The leaves that sheltered her from the rain were torn by the jagged stone, scattering the materials from her beast hide bag across the ground, while the grass rope snapped under the weight. Infuriatingly, her wooden clog broke with her misstep. All she desired was a sip of warm mushroom soup. Why must it be so arduous? With her spirit dampened, AI Rand felt a sense of injustice. Her earlier fervor had evaporated, leaving her likened to a docile beast by a way for consuming wild vegetables. She was the pinnacle of human evolution, striving for nutritional balance. It was not mere grass, it was vegetables. Yet, one could hardly fault a Way's analogy. In truth, she merely lacked a pot. With a pot, she would resemble a member of a civilized society, and the taste of wild vegetables would undoubtedly improve. Huff. AI ran exhaled deeply, her mindset gradually shifting as she regained her composure. Upon returning to the village, the serpent that had stealthily followed her had already seized the opportunity to return to its lair. "Brother Serpent, may I borrow a spot in your cave?" Her blue eyes widened slightly, the vertical pupils reflecting the damp little female cradling an assortment of unknown debris, a pitiful sight indeed. However, the serpent turned its head away. Evading her earnest gaze, Iran's expression soured. What was this? Why did he seem to disdain her even more than before? Had they not once shared life and death? Truly, a mere friend with benefits, devoid of any emotional attachment. Especially with a serpent, a cold-blooded creature, it was certainly the most indifferent being in this beastly realm. Were it not for the rain outside and the flammable thatch and wood within the small hut, she would not have sought refuge in the serpent's cave. After being met with indifference following her warm greeting, she silently bore a grudge. Forget it! The village was not solely inhabited by him. She would seek other options. Yet, just as Ran turned to leave, a massive serpent tail swept across her path, blocking her way, and like a fly, it shoved her into the cave. Ran landed on the ground with a thud, pain shooting through her. "Could you not be a bit kinder to me?" She huffed, but the serpent paid her no mind, its head turned away as if unwilling to acknowledge her presence. The serpent was not rejecting her. Rather, it feared losing control. Out of sight, out of mind. Earlier during the punishment phase, it had nearly succumbed to the urge to overpower the little female right there. Now, with injuries all over its body, coupling with her would surely leave it weakened. Umph. Ran rose, deciding to disregard the arrogant serpent and focus on what truly mattered. As she searched for a workspace, she noticed a heap of dry wood deep within the cave. Perfectly dried wood. Just what Ran needed on her way. She had worried whether the scanty thatch would suffice, especially with the rain outside making any collected firewood damp. Cough, cough. Ran feigned calmness, suppressing her elation. "Then, might you lend me a bit of firewood as well?" Blue, the taciturn serpent, was particularly fierce in its serpent form. Ran had never heard it speak, perhaps due to her inability to understand serpent language, but it mattered little. Generally, its silence implied consent. Ran cleared away the thatch on the ground, creating a space to stack the firewood, light a fire, and methodically categorize the collected materials. She even dug up some clay. The serpent's vertical pupils frequently darted toward the industrious little female seated upon the thatch. As long as she remained oblivious to its gaze, it could watch her endlessly, captivated. Yet while Ran busied herself with her experiments, agitated voices echoed from the village. "Who stole my firewood? You scoundrel, don't you know how to chop wood?" Infuriating. Ever since the tribe learned the skill of firemaking, they understood the importance of collecting firewood for cooking and providing light at night. Especially with the rainy season approaching, firewood was crucial. The tribesmen had begun preparing for the rains, only to find their supplies mysteriously vanished. Cough, cough. The serpent expressed its disinterest. Maintaining its cold-blooded nature, it had little need for warmth. Thus, while the tribe members relied on fire, it remained as indifferent as ever. Indeed, it was simply too lazy to gather wood. However, upon witnessing the little female fall in the rain, wet and miserable, a flicker of thought sparked within the serpent. It borrowed some firewood from its companions in the tribe, preparing before the little female's return. Yet, Blue, was it truly borrowing? It was practically theft. Moreover, was it merely a bit of firewood? You've pilfered nearly the entire village, stuffing your cave halfway full. Cheong, you seem to visit the most frequently. Could it be you have taken a liking to Blue? Wan Qing laughed as she spoke, but her expression bore no trace of jest. She allowed the other little females to visit Blue, but only for admiration, forbidding any genuine affection. Of course not. We're just here to have a look. Chiuyang was the beauty of the neighboring village, but knew she could not compete with Luan Qing. Even if she had developed feelings for the tribe's youngest warrior, she could never confront Luan Qing directly. Just as Luan Qing had finished warning Chiuyang, she spotted AI Ran playing with clay and roasting by the fire in Blue's cave. Damn it! How did she get in there? Luan Qing quickened her pace, rushing toward Blue's cave, only to discover Blue had awakened. What nonsense! Luan Qing felt indignant. She had cared for him diligently for days, hoping to be the first he saw upon waking. Yet AI Ran had beaten her to it. Cough, cough. This was the advantage of proximity. Fury ignited within Luan Qing as she confronted AI Ran. Don't you have your own hut? What are you doing here? AI Ran ignored the ire of her enemy, not even glancing her way. While continuing to mix her clay with quartz and feldspar, she replied casually, "Can a neighbor drop by? What did you say? You can come from so far away, and I live right across. Why can't I visit?" AI Ran deliberately refrained from mentioning that she found her own hut inconvenient for making fire, wanting to infuriate Luan Qing. After all, who was she to issue orders and dictate where she could go? Since arriving in this beastly realm, AI Ran had admitted that Blue was the most handsome creature around, and she could understand why the females were so enamored. Just hours ago, she had contemplated how to attract him. But that was hours ago, ever since the arrogant serpent had brushed her off with indifference. She had lost interest. Whoever wanted him could take him away, but she hoped to keep the cave for herself. "Blue, I've been taking care of you all this time." Luan Qing ceased her verbal sparring with AI Ran, fearing that AI Ran would steal her thunder. Anxiously, she sought to clarify, worried that Blue might not believe her, pulling the little females at the cave's entrance to testify. "You all say, is that not so?" However, upon seeing the awakened warrior, the little females were utterly mesmerized, their faces alight with infatuation, completely oblivious to Luan Qing's voice. Ran felt a row of black lines form on her forehead. Could they truly find a giant python attractive? Fine. AI Ran belatedly realized that they, too, were serpent beasts, and their standards of beauty could not be gauged by her own. She returned to her half-finished project. Suddenly, the light was obscured, and AI Ran turned to the cave's entrance. "PFF," she gasped, blood spurting forth in shock. 7 or 8 small pythons coiled at the cave's mouth, lined up neatly, each extending its head toward the languidly dozing blue giant python within, excitedly wagging their tails. "You all!" Luan Qing was furious. They had insisted they wouldn't compete with her. Yet here they were, all poised and ready for mating. A cold-hearted man did not deserve to find love. Blue's temperament was truly abominable, completely draining the enthusiasm of the little females. Even as they departed, he kept his eyes shut, ignoring them. As the strongest female, Luan Qing stood firm on the front lines. Yet Blue maintained his indifference and silence, not even shifting his position, resembling a massive statue in Luan Qing's eyes. AI Ran was the most detestable of all. She disregarded her anger and disdain, allowing the mocking jest to pass through one ear and out the other, while she remained intently focused on tinkering with the broken trinket in her hands. The quartz and feldspar that AI Ran had collected were still not sufficiently crushed, so she struck them again, striving to refine them further, then mixed in clay, blending it thoroughly before shaping it into a pot and placing it over the fire to bake. Ran merely wished for a stone pot in which to brew her soup. Yet, through repeated failures and constant adjustments to her methods, she inadvertently embarked on the path of pottery making in the beast world. Rising to stretch, AI Ran suddenly noticed Luan Qing standing silently behind her. Luan Qing was resolute, determined to wait until AI Ran had departed before making her own exit, regardless of how unwelcoming the atmosphere was. Humph. AI Ran had no interest in this cold, haughty serpent. After toiling for so long, the animal skins and hair had already dried, and now all she needed to do was wait for the pottery to dry as well. She dashed back to her little hut through the rain. Once AI Ran left, Luan Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, in a long-awaited solitude, Luan Qing realized that AI Ran still maintained her usual demeanor, although a tinge of disappointment lingered. Having received no response after caring for her these past few days, seeing AI Ran treated with similar indifference and aloofness brought a measure of balance to Luanqing's heart. Inside the small hut, AI Ran peered out, catching sight of Luanqing rushing past. She leaned her head out to glance at the cave entrance, where the serpent's head remained turned inward, revealing only a mass of blue scales. Gurgle! Her stomach grumbled. After all, she hadn't eaten all day. Reluctant to lose face, AI Ran decided to make do with a few fruits gifted by a way to satisfy her hunger. Xiao Ran, at the sound. AI Ran lifted her gaze to see Gattel standing at the entrance, offering a bundle of food wrapped in leaves. Without even needing to open it, the aroma of roasted meat wafting from it made her mouth water uncontrollably. Gupa is worried about your injuries, and with the rain falling, it's inconvenient, so she asked me to bring you something. Gattel, concerned for her, had placed a hat atop Gupo's head. Please thank Gupo for me. AI Ran joyfully accepted the food, unwrapping the leaves to reveal the tantalizing roasted meat. She eagerly grabbed a piece and brought it to her mouth. What an exquisite delight. I'll take my leave now. Gattel chuckled, turning to depart before AI Ran could express her gratitude, disappearing into the curtain of rain. Just as a certain young woman was relishing her meal, a chilling gaze fell upon her from the cave entrance. What is this? He provides her with food, and despite her reluctance, she insists on catching fish and shrimp to prove her ability to hunt, yet she devours Gattel's offering with such glee. Ahem, Blue. I assent to your serpent head always turned inward. As long as it stays that way, you won't see anything, otherwise your jealousy will never cease. While the beastmen fretted over the prolonged rainy season, AI Ran found joy in her solitude. After finishing the roasted meat Gattel had brought, she extended her hand to wash it in the rainwater. The small hut, though modest in size, was transformed into a cozy haven under AI Ran's care, with thick grass mats strewn about, thanks to the generosity of the beastman elder. She had an ample supply of bamboo utensils, thick ones for storage, medium ones for cups, and slender ones for pipes. Restless by nature, AI Ran quickly returned to work, extracting dried Baijian fruits from her leather pouch, pounding them on a stone to create powder, and carefully pouring it into bamboo tubes for Away's stockpile. As she busied herself with this, she began to repair her broken wooden clogs. Fortunately, it was merely the fastening rope that had snapped, not the clogs themselves. Otherwise, she would have to spend considerable time carving new wooden pieces. Though rain fell steadily, the air remained somewhat muggy, the residual warmth of the dry season not yet dissipated. While bending down to mend her clogs, AI Ran stretched her feet, allowing them to be kissed by the raindrops, occasionally wiggling her toes in carefree delight. She replaced the rope, readying it to the clogs, readying them for wear once more. The rope and fabric were scarce resources for AI Ran. Once her clothing scraps were exhausted, she would be at a loss for suitable replacements. Grass rope was hardly reliable, its most significant flaw being its lack of durability and tendency to fray. Like the clogs in her hands, had she used grass rope, her feet would long ago have been blistered. Yet the beastmen were accustomed to going barefoot for years. Their skin thickened, allowing them to endure better than AI Ran. Speaking of which, it seemed Blue had no clogs. Perhaps you should make him a pair? Ahem. AI Ran quickly dismissed this notion to try to curry favor with that cold, haughty serpent. Her limited fabric was far too precious. She almost forgot that it was he who had carelessly torn her clothing. AI Ran couldn't stifle yawn, and no wonder she felt increasingly drowsy. Glancing up, she noticed the sky had darkened. Due to the rain, the daylight had already been insufficient. By evening, it felt as though night had suddenly descended. Forget it. No need to fuss anymore. AI Ran withdrew her feet and crawled deeper into the hut, arranging the grass mats to find a comfortable spot. Although the fragrant air had turned sour with Gattel's scent, seeing the little female peacefully drift into slumber made him close his vertical pupils as well. 100 miles away, Su Nuo was dragged into a cave by Pei Lao. Although there was no source of fire, it posed no hindrance for the wolf beastmen, for the night bore no substantial difference from the day. They were inherently nocturnal creatures. The eyes of the wolf beastmen glimmered at night, reflecting infrared light invisible to the human eye, which shifted into visible light upon reflection for the other beast tribes. Such a gaze was terrifying, as it signified they had been targeted. Swift movements and precise attacks made escape nearly impossible. The eyes of their leader, along with those of the wolf beastmen, instilled fear. Their rare blood-red hue reminiscent of burning blood on his knees, Su Nuo kept his head bowed in trepidation, afraid to meet those blood-red eyes. "You have quite the audacity to exploit me." The voice of Ran was somewhat muffled, tinged with a rasp that he did not rage. Yet his tone was enough to terrify the captured Su Nuo. From the moment Ran discovered Su Nuo's escape, he realized that this fellow had returned not for the sake of the tribe or the wolf beastmen, but to exploit him to deal with that giant serpent. This was rather uncomfortable. As a formidable fifth-tier warrior and a clan leader, being used for personal vengeance was unacceptable. However, Ran also recognized Su Nuo's merits, capable of luring the serpent beastman's stronghold into a trap. Merely proposing such an idea demonstrated that this individual was a clever wolf beast. To kill him would be less advantageous than to keep him for future use. Rising to his feet, Ran approached the cave entrance, gazing in the direction of the serpent beastman's tribe, his gaze darkening as a subtle smile crept onto his lips. "I offer you an opportunity to redeem yourself." "Thank you, leader." Su Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. "Why is it still raining?" AI Ran propped herself up, gazing outside her little hut.my stone pot. She dashed into the rain, reaching the cave entrance, astonished at how soundly the serpent slept. Its eyes closed, coiled in the same position as before. Never mind him. It's better he doesn't notice her. Though this thought crossed her mind, AI Ran's actions betrayed her guilt as she stealthily approached the depths of the cave, glancing back 3 times with every step. Having burned a considerable amount of firewood, not to mention the stones used as supports, even the cave walls were blackened from the smoke, with such intense carbon flames. Surely they must be nearly done. Bending down, she retrieved the stone pot from the ash, tapping it lightly. Thud thud, as her vertical pupils slightly opened, they fell upon the young woman. In truth, he had already noted her every move before she even drew near. Experience is the only true criterion for testing truth. As AI Ran turned to leave, his pupils quickly shut again, feigning sleep. "Ahem, Blue. You're quite the actor. If you care, just admit it. Does your mother know how shy you are?" AI Ran dashed outside the cave, rinsing the ash from the pot with rainwater while observing, "Ha! No leaks." AI Ran glanced at the serpent. Good. No reaction. Still sleeping. She filled half the pot with water, returning to the fire pit, grouping the stones around the center to closely match the size of the pot until it fit perfectly over the hearth. Previously, she had merely roasted the food directly, but with a pot now, a proper stove was necessary. Yoshi, another small step closer to human civilization. After observing for a few minutes and confirming that there were indeed no leaks, AI Ran felt a wave of relief wash over her. Seizing the opportunity while the water boiled, she set out to gather ingredients. She had long since familiarized herself with the edible plants in the vicinity, though she lamented the inability to cook them. Mushroom soup, she chuckled to herself, having foraged a plethora of vibrant mushrooms not far from her cave. The brightly colored ones were poisonous, but these pale varieties were not only harmless, but undoubtedly delicious. Elated, AI Ran returned to the cave, her anticipation palpable as she rinsed the mushrooms and tore them apart with her bare hands, eschewing the bone knife. The mushrooms bobbed and rolled in the bubbling water, presenting AI Ran with the most enchanting sight she had encountered since arriving in this beastly realm. A certain serpent could not resist the urge to open its eyes, observing the small female kneeling by the fire, eagerly gazing at her clay pot with her little mouth agape, saliva glistening to, oh no, a mysterious liquid was indeed trickling from the corner of her crimson lips. Why did this little female have such an insatiable appetite for greens? The serpent, being a carnivore, regarded AI Ran's culinary efforts with indifference. However, as an enticing aroma wafted through the air, it couldn't help but feel intrigued. Its vertical pupils widened in surprise as it suddenly raised its head. Fixated on the pot, AI Ran sensed a sudden dimming of light and turned to investigate. To her shock, a massive serpent head loomed above her, casting a shadow. Startled, she exclaimed, "Could you please stop appearing behind me without a sound every single time?" "It's quite terrifying." The serpent maintained that it hadn't slithered in silence. It was simply a matter of being a formidable creature, Since it was awake now, it suggested they share the meal. To which AI Ran promptly replied, "I'll go fetch some utensils." With that, she hurried off toward her little dwelling. While her words sounded generous, they were laced with a hint of guilt, having ignited a fire on someone else's territory without permission and utilized their firewood. It was less about sharing and more about AI Ran fearing the serpent might dismiss her coldly. Her humble abode was incapable of sustaining a fire. Had it not been for Gaudier bringing her food the previous day, she would have been left nibbling on fruits. Upon her return with a bone knife and a bamboo cup, AI Ran found the serpent had transformed into its human form, crouched beside the stove, observing the food with both curiosity and seriousness. "Tisich, foolish beast man, how could you be astonished by boiling water?" she scoffed internally. Suddenly, a piercing gaze swept over her. AI Ran froze. Could it be that her mental mockery had been detected? Ahem! She cleared her throat, pretending as though nothing had transpired, dismissing it as mere coincidence that he was a mystical being. After all, how could he truly fathom her thoughts? Calm down. AI Ran strolled toward the pile of firewood, selecting a piece that met her approval before returning to the stove. Although she could drink directly from the bamboo cup, AI Ran, being a refined little fairy, believed that delicious broth deserved a spoon. Only the uncouth would settle for less. As she crafted a rudimentary wooden spoon, she kept a watchful eye on the bubbling concoction, periodically checking if it was cooked, inspecting the pot for cracks or leaks, and determining whether the firewood had burned down sufficiently or needed replenishing. Unable to contain himself, the serpent finally spoke up. "Is it ready yet?" "Not yet." AI Ran pouted, her tone tinged with personal grievance. "It's going to run out." The serpent, though unaware of the principles of heat evaporation, could see the soup diminishing in the pot. With so little to begin with, if this continued, there would be nothing left. Coughing, AI Ran explained that while the soup was indeed cooked, it would taste far better with a longer simmer. The essence of the broth was drawn out over time. Wait, did this creature not disdain vegetables? But if she continued cooking, there would be none left. "You're a snake, not a monkey. Can you not be so impatient?" AI Ran teased, leaning closer to the anxious serpent, grinning mischievously as she seized the moment to retaliate. "Why do you care how much is left in my pot? As long as I have enough to drink, why are you fretting more than I am? You can't genuinely want some. Can you? I was merely being polite. I never intended to share with you. You're a carnivore. After all, you shouldn't be interested in grass." The serpent's handsome face darkened, seizing the opportunity to hold this leverage over him. AI Ran continued, "You really ought to maintain your dignity. If the other carnivores find out, they'll surely mock you. It's my fault. I truly didn't expect you to want some, but I didn't make much. And if we simmer it longer, there might only be a bowl left. So who gets to drink it? You or me? Perhaps I'll let you have it since you've never tasted it before. But I've worked hard for it. Shouldn't I get something in return? How about you call me sister, and I'll let you have it?" This little female was shockingly audacious. "Call you sister?" Just as AI Ran was reveling in her triumph, she was abruptly tackled. "I was merely joking. I know how much is left. Neither of us will go thirsty." AI Ran quickly backtracked. The aroma of the food was indeed enticing. Yet nothing could compare to the allure of the little female. Her lips, which had mocked him, now appeared irresistibly tempting. Her lips were forcefully covered before she could protest. In that fleeting moment, AI Ran became bewildered. Did the serpent truly harbor feelings for her? If so, why did he not acknowledge their union with the other beastmen, showing no intention of forming a bond with her? According to the customs of this realm, AI Ran understood that forming a bond was tantamount to marriage. Wait a moment. Something felt amiss. If she followed this line of reasoning, it would mean she was merely a casual partner. How absurd. Had she been played for a fool by a beast? No way. AI Ran curled her legs, pressing her feet against the serpent's chest, summoning all her strength to shove him away. Not only was the serpent pushed back, but it also let out a muffled groan of pain, as if she had struck a sore spot. "Don't kiss me without permission." Taking advantage of his momentary discomfort, AI Ran scrambled to her feet. She could tell he was in pain, his expression darkening, but she refused to be taken advantage of any longer. She had no intention of remaining a humble partner. "You're awake." "Goopa." leaning on her cane, entered the cave. AI ran, held her breath, her heart racing. Although Goopa had poor eyesight, she might not have noticed the earlier scene. Yet, following Goopa was another female beastman. The tribe referred to this elder female as a Lupa, the second oldest female in Lai Lai village. Though she remained silent, her inquisitive gaze had already scrutinized AI Ran from head to toe. Upon seeing Goopa, the serpent instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Responding, "Yes, I'm awake. Oh, Xiao Ran is here." Gupa finally noticed AI Ran, who had been tucked away in a corner of the cave, the dim lighting from the rainy day making her less noticeable. "What is this?" Goopa, drawn in by the enticing aroma from the clay pot, stumbled forward, squinting to get a better look. AI Ran's cheeks were still flushed from embarrassment, yet she quickly adapted to the situation. Sitting up, she took her bamboo cup and ladled out mushroom soup with her makeshift wooden spoon. The warm soup was a rare treat for the beastmen, especially one infused with a natural flavor of mushrooms. After just 2 sips, Goopa exclaimed in delight, "This is wonderful. The taste is truly exquisite." A Lupa, who had accompanied Goopa, could not suppress her own salivation. Observing this, AI Ran promptly filled a cup for a Lupa. Although aware it would be hot, she could hardly wait to taste it, accepting the bamboo cup from AI Ran and slurping it down with gusto. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the oppressive heat of the dry season had dissipated, and a few sips of the delicious hot soup felt utterly refreshing. The serpent, feeling quite aggrieved, watched as AI Ran serve the 2 females, having waited so long only to find himself empty-handed. AI Ran had brought only 2 cups, perfectly dividing them between Goopa and a Lupa. Naturally, AI Ran was generous. It was a rare delicacy. Wild mushrooms grew abundantly on the mountain, and now that the clay pot had successfully boiled, she could always prepare more whenever desired. Gupa and a Lupa, however, had made a long journey through the rain, and this hot soup was just what they needed to ward off the chill. Seeing Goopa and a Lupa enjoying the soup, AI Ran eagerly offered to refill their cups. Gupa, having only intended a visit for a quick chat and check on AI Ran, was pleasantly surprised to find herself savoring such a delightful dish. Who would have thought this grass would taste so fresh? Goopa, this isn't grass. It's a vegetable called mushroom. A Lupa consecutively indulged in several cups. Her belly swelled, yet she remained unsatisfied. She gazed longingly at AI Ran's ceramic pot, growing increasingly enamored, yet hesitated to voice her desire. Observing Goopa's continuous praises, she seized the opportunity and remarked, "Little Ran, seeing how much Goopa adores it, why not gift this delightful item to her?" "Sure." AI Ran surprisingly acquiesced, leaving a Lupa momentarily astonished. Stunned by AI Ran's response, she found herself at a loss for words. Having anticipated that AI Ran would be reluctant, Gupa promptly interjected, insisting, "No need. Goopa cannot accept such a precious item. Keep it for yourself. It's not precious, merely made of gravel and clay. I can always craft another one later. It's just the first attempt, rather crude, but thankfully Goopa does not mind." Had AI Ran, ever accommodating, suddenly recalled something and hastily added, "However, I cannot guarantee it won't crack. I feel it wasn't baked long enough and it may very well break. Just wanted to give Goopa a heads up, so that if it does explode, it won't frighten the elderly." Initially, she merely intended for Goopa to take it for convenience, but upon hearing AI Ran's words, Alupa shuddered and chuckled. "Since it's easy to make, how about you craft one for me as well?" AI Ran then realized that Alupa was coveting her ceramic pot, not genuinely thinking of Goopa. After some contemplation, she deemed it inconsequential and consented. "All right, thank you." Alupa beamed with delight. AI Ran caught sight of a certain snake, whose expression darkened with evident displeasure, though she could not ascertain whether it was due to the kick she had delivered or her forgotten promise of soup. Noticing the soup in the ceramic pot dwindling, she decided against fetching a bamboo cup from a small hut and simply carried the ceramic pot over to the snake, intending for Goopa to take it once she finished drinking and cleaning it. AI Ran scooped a spoonful and offered, "Can I have a taste?" Wait, why was she being so accommodating to this individual? She mustn't become a sycophant simply because of his handsome visage. Sycophants find no happiness. Just as AI ran wished to retract her offer, the snake grasped her wrist and, taking advantage of the moment, took a bite. AI ran froze, suddenly feeling an unexpected sweetness. It was akin to the heart-fluttering sensation of playing house with a crush during her childhood in kindergarten, although she could no longer recall the boy's appearance. The yearning of that little girl to grow up and become a lady of the house remained vivid. An overwhelming sense of happiness surged within her. What was happening? Her ambition was to transform the beast world continent, to become the first of a new breed, a unique and formidable woman. Yet now she inexplicably yearned to be a virtuous wife and mother. The snake sensed the little female's peculiar demeanor and was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she was concocting another plan to kick him where it hurt? You eat it yourself. AI ran offered the ceramic pot and wooden spoon, then hurriedly stood up, stammering, Goopa. I need to return to the small hut. I forgot to grab something. I ran hastily fabricated an excuse and rushed out of the cave. The pretense of fetching something obscured her true intent to distance herself from the snake. Fearful that her expression might betray her feelings, Gu's gaze was sharp, yet Alupa discerned everything clearly. Gupa, this little female is in heat. Puffed. The mushroom soup that Alupa had just sipped was instantly spewed forth due to her words. Gupa, realizing the situation late, turned to glance at the small hut outside the cave. Perplexed, is that so? Alupa affirmed confidently. Indeed. As Gaudier made his way toward Paigai village, he passed through the thicket outside the village. A rustle caught his attention as a pale yellow creature dashed across. But what truly piqued his interest was a figure curled up within the bushes. As he approached, he recognized it was away from the same village. The rain continued to fall. For the robust males, being drenched posed no inconvenience, as they were accustomed to traversing in the rain. However, the delicate males were not as fortunate, as they were prone to illness. Away. It was Gaudier's voice. Away lifted her head, and through her blurred vision, she indeed spotted the one she secretly admired, Gaudier. Yet, she felt a bit dazed, uncertain. Perhaps the rain obscured her sight. Why are you not returning home? Gaudier inquired with concern, extending his hand to help Away out of the thorny thicket. That you'll catch a cold like this. A warm tide surged through Away's heart. Gaudier was the gentlest male in the tribe. Despite his high status, he never belittled others and treated his fellow beastmen with kindness, often leading one to question whether he was truly the indifferent serpent beast he appeared to be. Seeing Away remain motionless, Gaudier assumed the rain was too heavy for her to hear him and called again, Away, come out quickly. You need to go home. Once Away confirmed she was not dreaming, she lowered her head. The rain washed away the white powder AI Ran had helped her apply, and she realized how ugly she appeared now. Gaudier's brow furrowed slightly, not due to the birthmark on her half-exposed face, but rather the expression he glimpsed when she bowed her head. Though it bore a resemblance to her usual timidity, it was unique. Fear, Away, what's wrong? Have you encountered some trouble? Though Gaudier held a position beneath Gupa, he was in reality the leader of Lai Lai village, and he felt it his duty to protect the tribe's members, especially the delicate females. Gaudier, Away's heart ignited with a glimmer of hope. Yet she knew his kindness could not be trusted. His concern stemmed solely from his status. She shook her head resolutely, gritting her teeth as she replied, I'm fine. Noticing Away's hesitation, Gaudier suspected she harbored unspoken troubles and pressed further. Away, what happened? Why aren't you going home? She was not the type to sulk or throw tantrums. She was simply afraid to return. Had Away known that Gaudier would pass through here and find her, she would have hidden even further away, wishing no one to discover her. This way, that devil Luoshan would not find her either. She could not resist, so she merely withdrew. Although Gaudier was anxious, he remained patient in his persuasion. Fearful of frightening Away, he took a couple of steps closer, bending down to approach the trembling little female. Away, tell me, I can help you. Gaudier's voice was soft yet melodious, sounding much like a promise. However, if seeking help were effective, Away would have sought it long ago. She could not even confide in her closest friend AI Ran, let alone reveal her troubles to the one she secretly admired. Gaudier, I'm fine. Really, Away fervently shook her head, desperately wishing Gaudier would leave her be. pretending he had not seen her. "Gaudier, don't worry about me. I'm fine, just leave me alone. What could possibly be troubling you to the extent that you cannot confide in our esteemed Gaudier?" That question struck away like a thunderbolt, hitting her right at her core. Why was Luo Shan's voice present? Away's eyes widened, tears instinctively welling up as fear engulfed her entire being. Countless past traumas erupted at that moment. Darkness, dread, the desperate cries muffled by a hand. All suffocated, just as the light she had pleaded for was dragged into an abyss. Ran had grown suspicious, but Away could not continually use the same excuse to deflect. Ran could not save her. She was already possessed by Luo Shan, destined to be his for a lifetime. She was on the verge of collapse. She truly could not bear it any longer. Luo Shan's insatiable desires remained unfulfilled. For he did not love Away, yet he could only vent his frustrations upon her, seeking relief in such a manner, which only served to amplify his beastly lust. In truth, Luo Shan had been lurking behind Gaudier. They were summoned together by Elder Dui to head toward Paigai village and happened upon Away hiding in the thicket. However, it was Gaudier who stepped forward to inquire. While Luo Shan remained in the background, Luo Shan was not merely a passive observer. He was more so enraged. In no wonder he had been unable to find her these past few days. She had been hiding. Away, Gaudier could not fathom that Luo Shan would be associated with Away. They were two entirely disparate individuals. That Away's incessant tears, in Gaudier's eyes, were merely rainwater. Point one was the proud and arrogant individual of the tribe, while the other, Away, was viewed with disdain due to her unattractive appearance. Even though Away had adorned herself with makeup to conceal her unsightly birthmark and had attracted the attention of the males in the village, Luo Shan remained utterly indifferent. The orcs of the tribe were well aware that Luo Shan's heart belonged solely to Luanqing. That Away's appearance further piqued Gaudier's interest, undoubtedly inciting Luo Shan's ire. The anger that flared upon Luo Shan's face was palpable, and his eyes burned with disdain. Perhaps more than anger, he was consumed by worry, fearing that Away might have uttered something inappropriate to Gaudier. Impatiently, Luo Shan remarked, "Gaudier is not like you. He has plenty of time to spare. You could at least respond to him. Whether you live or die is your own affair, but do not impede others." Luo Shan. Gaudier's tone held a hint of reprimand, but when he turned to face Away, his demeanor softened. "Away, if you are unwilling to speak, I will not press you, but you must return." The trembling figure, though reluctant, emerged from the thicket, knowing she had no choice. At least for now, resistance was not an option. Her body bore wounds, the distinction between old and new injuries blurred. "Damn it!" Luo Shan cursed under his breath, his gaze filled with contempt. Yet Gaudier was taken aback when Luo Shan unexpectedly removed his animal hide and draped it over Away. "Hurry back," Luo Shan commanded. Gaudier was somewhat perplexed, but at least Away complied and began to walk back toward the village. "Gaudier, what has come over you? Are you truly concerned about that oddity? Have you forgotten Elder Dui? Or has his counsel ceased to hold any weight with you?" Luo Shan mocked lightly before continuing on his way. "What about me?" Gaudier replied, feigning innocence. It was clearly Luo Shan who cared, yet he had cast the animal hide over Away. And now the blame was inexplicably shifting to him. That was impossible for him to care. Luo Shan simply did not want Gaudier to discover Away's injuries, which were beyond the thorns, hence the cover of his own hide, rather than any concern for her getting wet. Regardless, for Gaudier, it sufficed that Away was returning. He did not delve deeper into his thoughts and turned to follow Luo Shan, uncertain of what Elder Dui urgently required of him. After a considerable time, Away finally dared to turn around, gazing at the thicket and the receding figures. Tears mingled with raindrops streamed down her face. The angel she adored and the devil who tormented her walked side by side. Away found herself at a loss for words to express her current feelings. All she knew was that the flame of hope within her was gradually extinguishing, shrouded by layers of darkness, much like the animal hide draped over her. "Have you all made use of the clay pots that little female gifted?" Indeed, they worked splendidly. The rain season grew colder by the day, and Away felt increasingly uncomfortable, almost yearning for hibernation. Thankfully, this little female had crafted such a contraption. Now the water they consumed was warm and comforting. A few elder females sat at the cave entrance, praising the clay pots invented by Aaron, led by Grandma Lou, who had initially held reservations about the young female. However, the more they interacted, the more they recognized her merits. Isn't that Away? Upon seeing Away return to the village, Grandma Lou quickly stood up, waving at her and calling out, "Away, where have you been? We haven't seen you. Little Ran has been looking for you." After Aaron's successful pottery experiments, she had crafted another batch of pots, significantly improved from the first, with more defined shapes and even lids, distributing them among the females of the tribe. Naturally, Away was the first recipient Aaron thought to share with. Aaron had even made several bowls, reserving a set for Away. Yet, Away seemed to have vanished. No one knew where she had gone, leaving Aaron frantically searching for her. Little Ran, Away quickened her pace, dashing through the rain toward Aaron's abode. Achoo! Achoo! Aaron had gone to deliver the pottery to Away, thoughtfully making wooden spoons as well. However, upon not finding Away in the house, she began to search elsewhere but caught a chill from the rain. Since her return, she had been sneezing incessantly. A certain serpent felt displeased. The little female was freezing, yet refused to come to his cave for warmth. If she wasn't coming, what was the point of gathering so much firewood? After Aaron finished crafting the pottery for the females, there was no longer a need for her to visit the cave. She realized she might indeed have developed feelings for that creature. However, she absolutely refused to be a mere pet to a beast. How infuriating that it was a proud and aloof serpent. A fairy must not take the initiative. She must remain composed. Away stood beneath a tree, breathless, when she spotted Aaron in the small cabin. An inexplicable panic washed over her. Not mention to anyone our union. Otherwise, I shall peel your serpent skin and take your life. How? Unable to bear it. Wishing to die is quite simple, but you best consider the fate of that little female who is fond of you. If she were to perish because of you, you would have no one but yourself to blame. Ha ha. Surely you do not think I am merely trying to frighten you. Do you believe she can protect that little female? Even if he is the strongest in Lilai village, what of it? Just look at his current state. His life hangs by a thread in my hands, and how could that little female possibly be safe? If she truly has not united with she is fortunate. At most, she will end up like you, becoming my Luoshan slave. However, if she is already united with she, you should understand what fate awaits her if I were to touch her. While my interest in her remains dormant, you should carefully consider what actions are appropriate and what are not. Luoshan's voice resonated like a death knell, echoing in Away's ears. She could not involve Aaron. Aaron was her only friend. Though she had not acknowledged Aaron, the orcs in the village could see that he was fond of her. He monopolized Aaron, forbidding other males from approaching her, a situation quite different from Luoshan's claim over her. After some contemplation, Away turned to leave. The blue-eyed serpent noticed in the distance that it was less about his kin and more about the little female's friend. Yet he was not one to meddle in others' affairs. And he promptly closed his eyes again. Elder, Luoshan interjected before Gadier could speak. I called you here because I have matters to inquire of you. Elder D gestured for Luoshan and Gadier to enter the dwelling. Then continued, I wish to learn more about Shi-ha. Luoshan scoffed derisively, disdain written across his face. Had he known it was about that fellow, he would not have been so eager to come. Gadier inquired. Elder, please go ahead. I wish to understand Shi's background, such as his parents. After catching a glimpse of Shi's profile that day, Elder Dui had been unable to find peace. Yet, he knew nothing about Shi. Both Gadier and Luoshan were orcs from the same village and might possess the information he sought. Hopefully, it was merely a false alarm, and the resemblance was just a coincidence to Tio his surprise. Gadier fell silent. Elder Dui's brow furrowed. What is the matter? Luoshan answered hastily. Who knows when that brat's parents died? He was still an unknown child back then, with so many orcs below the third-tier proficiency in the village. Who would have cared about him? Gadier looked apologetic. He had no intention of withholding information, but he genuinely knew nothing of Shi's past. Since Aaron's arrival, the orcs in the village had formed closer ties, helping one another, constructing homes, and sharing food. Previously, they lived separately in caves, hunting on their own, with only a few higher-tier orcs interacting. Below the third-tier proficiency, even the wandering orcs were inconsequential. Gadier could only relay what he knew. She was well known among the orcs in the village due to his remarkable ability to ascend 4 tiers in 1 year. But prior to that, he had indeed gone unnoticed. Though it was a tale from long ago, Luoshan felt a surge of anger upon hearing this topic. Launching had been his childhood companion, and their union was only a matter of time. It was because that fellow excelled, rising 4 tiers in a year and gaining fame in the village, that launching had developed feelings for someone else. Luoshan retorted, "What is so impressive about that? The top 5 tiers of proficiency are mere trifles. Then why haven't you achieved it?" Gaudier countered, then continued, "She has always lived alone, disinterested in socializing. Not even with females to know. He was uninterested in females until Aaron appeared." Luoshan interjected. However, Gaudier chose not to amend his statement, as Elder Dui was not concerned with that particular detail. Gaudier asked, "Elder, why do you inquire about this? Is there something amiss with she?" While Gadol expressed concern for she. Luoshan wore a look of schadenfreude, his eyes narrowing as a smirk curled at his lips. If the elder suspects that young man is problematic, Luoshan would gladly offer his services. Luoshan was already lamenting his lack of opportunity to suppress that young man's momentum. If this continued, it would not only be Luanqing who took a liking to him, but all the females in the vicinity would likely be eager to mate with him. "Never mind, you all may return," Elder Dui said, his brow furrowed. Though he appeared anything but unconcerned, "I asked at all?" Luoshan remarked, exasperated. This old fool was utterly useless. How could one so high-ranking among the beastmen be so indecisive, so hesitant? Why didn't he perish alongside the others back then? Seeing Luoshan depart, Gadol hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to inquire further. Yet, Elder Dui showed no intention of speaking, leaving Gadol with no choice but to abandon his thoughts. Iran had not anticipated the lengthy, rainy season on the Beast World continent. When she constructed her small hut, she had not considered the elevation of the land. After several days submerged in the low-lying rainwater, the hut had become saturated, with the thatched walls beginning to seep, and even the supporting wooden pillars starting to swell and rot. The damp wind howled through the air. Though night had fallen, the blue vertical pupils still reflected the precariously swaying hut with clarity. Rainwater cascaded from above, coursing through to her neighbor's property. It was likely that within a few days, the hut would be uprooted and swept down the mountain along with the rain. While she felt compelled to take action, the thought of the little female's reckless disregard for her own safety incited a twinge of annoyance. Wait, was it truly her reckless behavior that bothered him? She had gone to save him. After all, fine. The serpent conceded that he was not only petty, but also possessed a touch of male chauvinism. He would have preferred to perish in the territory of the wolf-beast tribe, rather than allow the little female to venture forth. Exposed to the gazes of numerous males, closing his blue eyes once more, he feigned ignorance. Hey, Blue, aren't you being a bit excessive? Are you truly considering giving up on your mate?" She heard the sound of wood cracking. Dull and muted. Due to saturation, it emitted a volume that could scarcely compete with the patter of rain, resembling the sound of crushed wood instead. Damn it! Was the little female a fool, or did she genuinely wish to avoid sharing a space with him? Crack! The serpent suddenly sensed something amiss, swiftly rising and transforming into human form. He darted forward. Rescuing AI ran from the drenched hut just as it collapsed with a resounding crash. The little female in his arms remained unresponsive, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger just seconds before. Her red lips parted and closed instinctively, emitting a faint murmuring sound. She carried AI ran back to the cave, placing her upon a grass mat. Although it was cold, and she had previously deemed the cave too eerie, under these circumstances, it was certainly preferable to the thatched hut she had constructed in the lowland, at least at Wooden Tea Leak. Plus, she had once fired numerous ceramic pots here, leaving the ground dry. Upon noticing the little female, shivering uncontrollably, he felt a pang of sympathy and gathered some firewood, attempting to kindle a flame. Despite being the first beastman in the tribe to witness fire being created through friction, he had never attempted it himself. This omniverse had been experienced solely because of this little female. As Gadol had remarked, he was unlike those males. Even the allure of females held little sway over him. He seemed to focus solely on two matters, advancement, and solitude. Had AI, Rand, not provoked him first, he likely would not have contemplated mating with her. Ahem, why do you say you are different from other males, if you can refuse so easily? Huh. Min. Senior, you cannot do this. The serpent abruptly turned upon hearing her voice. His vertical pupils fixed intently on the curled-up little female on the Why mother says I must study diligently and cannot engage in romantic relationships. The serpent's expression darkened as he set down the firewood. Standing tall, his gaze burning hotter than the flame he had just ignited, fixated intently on the creature upon the mat. Though he could not comprehend the little female's words, the blush on her cheeks irked him. Learn from your senior that if you think my mother is wrong, I believe you might be more correct than she is. This little one was dreaming of her high school crush, the embodiment of the perfect boy. In reality, she dared not even accept a glance from him. Yet in her muddled consciousness, she imagined him confessing his feelings to AI Rand. How shameless. The school heartthrob did not belong to her. He belonged to all the girls in school. Actually, I too have feelings for. Just as AI Rand prepared to accept her senioress confession, a strong and domineering voice surged in her mind. What did you say? Showdown, my little treasure. Your hesitation means you are rejecting me. The senior's gentle demeanor, akin to that of a melancholic prince, gazed intently at AI Rand, evoking a pang of sympathy within her, making her yearn to embrace him immediately. Yet, as AI Rand was about to respond, that untimely voice interjected once more. Who do you intend to mate with? What the hell? This is a youthful romance story. Why must the topic of mating be broached at the slightest disagreement? Showdown, do you truly not like me? The senior's gentle and melodious voice bore a hint of anxiety, fearing AI Rand's denial. I like you so much. I adore your stunning appearance. Girls can be so superficial. Enamored solely by looks, right? No, it's both inner and outer beauty. I mean, I appreciate your essence. You have indeed fallen for another male that you aged at. AI Rand found herself momentarily cast as the heroine in a youth idol drama, indulging in her Mary Sue fantasy, with a male lead being the school heartthrob. Why must an incongruous voice continuously intrude? Showdown, what troubles you? Why are you so inattentive to my confession? Is there something lacking in me that fails to capture your full attention? No, you are wonderful. Senior, you are the most perfect male. A bead of sweat trickled down AI Rand's forehead. What the hell? Male. She had been led astray by that intrusive voice. This is a youthful romance narrative, not a documentary on mating in the animal kingdom. Ugh. Not a male, but a man. Senior, you are the most perfect man in the world, the kind all girls dream of dating. Little female, is it not sufficient to simply be alive? The serpent's ire skyrocketed with each passing second. This was no longer merely a matter of jealousy. He was on the verge of losing control. You are so annoying. You've wandered into the wrong set. This is a place for idle dramas, not the animal kingdom. Please go next door and do not disturb my romantic endeavors. Showdown, my little treasure, why are you angry with me? It saddens me greatly. Do you know how much I adore you? That's not it, Senior. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not angry with you. I don't know where that voice is coming from. It keeps interrupting me. Ringing in my ears. Ringing. AI Rand was yanked from her dreamscape, her pink bubblegum romance world vanishing in an instant. What replaced it were the flickering flames of the cave and a face that was far more handsome than her senior's, but shrouded in darkness. AI Rand finally realized that she had just been dreaming. That incongruous voice had been none other than the serpent speaking to her. The serpent, filled with jealousy, interrogated, Little female, do you dream of betraying me? How many times did I confirm the mating before? The jealousy he felt was as relentless as the rain falling outside the cave. AI Rand struggled to explain that a dream is just a dream. Uncontrollable by her will, she had wished to dream of her crush every night. Yet every time she finally dreamt of him, it was either a fleeting silhouette or merely a voice, gone before she could savor it. Today, she had finally stepped in dog excrement, not only dreaming of her crush in full view, but also receiving a confession. If you have a male in your heart, why would you wish to mate with me? The blue-eyed male felt he had been wronged. Females were always so greedy, needing a multitude of males to feel satisfied. He should have realized this sooner. Now he felt deceived in both body and heart. It was utterly outrageous. I thought I was dead at that time. I believed I was in heaven, and then I had never engaged in such matters and just felt a bit liberated. AI Ran's cheeks flushed crimson as she pouted, feeling a bit reckless, having slightly liberated her nature. This could not be blamed on her. Which young girl during her coming-of-age phase would harbor a crush on someone? Moreover, the more unattainable the object of affection, the deeper the feelings would grow. Distance lends enchantment, right? Did Nodaway also have a crush on Gattle? At first, AI Ran did not think much of it. After all, she was already resigned to her fate. Just then, she encountered a handsome man, who was several times more attractive than her senior. Thus, she found herself in a rather embarrassing predicament. Who is your dream object? Lon, clearly annoyed by the fickleness of the little female, could not help but feel concerned. A senior of mine. AI Ran instinctively replied, but soon realized the awkwardness of her response and hurriedly added, "What dream are you talking about? That's not it. Our relationship is purely innocent. We merely exchanged vows beneath the cherry blossom tree." As AI Ran's voice gradually grew softer, her cheeks flushed with heat. How mortifying it was to have such a dream. If the other girls at school found out, she would surely be the subject of ridicule. "What did you say?" No. There was no vow. I don't like him. I haven't spoken to him. Not even once. He is no different from a stranger. This does not constitute infidelity. Wait a minute. Why are you getting all worked up about a casual fling? After explaining for quite some time, AI Ran finally grasped the gravity of the situation and began kicking her legs, directing her frustration at the serpent. What sort of nonsense is this? I was peacefully sleeping in my room, and you dragged me into your lair. I was lost in my own dream. What business is it of yours? Yet suspended in midair, the force of gravity caused her body to sag downward, the beast's grip tightening painfully around her. Despite kicking for ages, she could not land a blow on the serpent. "Let me go. You foul creature. Release me at once. Do you hear me?" This fellow was being far too overbearing. Who was it that had treated her with such indifference? Who had ignored her for hours while she tirelessly labored over a ceramic pot, refusing to utter a single word to her? I can dream of whoever I please, be it spring, summer, autumn, or winter, in any hue or form. It is none of your concern. You must not harbor thoughts of any male aside from me. You cannot dream of any other male, not even the ones you were previously fond of. If you cannot manage it, I can assist you. Fine, then assist me. You must possess some extraordinary ability to alter my consciousness and memories. As AI Ran spoke, she suddenly realized the implications of her words, and a chill ran down her spine. Was she a fool? How could this creature possibly have the power to alter memories? He meant to crush her on the spot. AI Ran instantly deflated, her tone shifting. "Serpent, calm down. We can discuss this. There's no need for such drastic measures." Yet the serpent showed no signs of relenting. It seemed he had only just realized that the little female's abode had collapsed, and she remained utterly unfazed, lost in her dream. The more Lon thought about it, the angrier he became. This woman was utterly unforgivable. No. "Serpent, please." Seeing the flicker of flames in his vertical pupils, AI Ran grew increasingly anxious. "Serpent, let us speak calmly. It is too late. No, it is not too late. I admit my fault. I should not have been so enraptured by my springtime fantasies that I subconsciously forgot that I had moved on from that place. It was my mistake." AI Ran realized this awakening was timely. She must not allow herself to be ensnared by the past or provoke such dire consequences. "Serpent, you need not concern yourself with me. Truly, I can forget this at once. I will never recall these moments again, nor will I remember my handsome senior. It was merely a dream, a youthful reverie. He does not know me at all. How foolish would it be to let a beast end my life over a boy who has never spoken to me? I swear, I can," just as AI Ran was about to make a solemn vow. A flash of lightning illuminated the night, followed by a deafening rumble. The teacher had been right. Indeed, light travels faster than sound. But how terrifying that was. You would rather believe in myths than trust me? In her current state, AI Ran had lost her resolve, merely wishing to plead for her life. She would even compromise her integrity to utter falsehoods. Serpent, do not kill me. I hold you in the highest esteem. I am utterly loyal. I am completely devoted. Despite her desperate proclamations, the serpent remained unmoved, which felt exceedingly unfair to AI Ran. She had merely indulged in a dream, too excitedly, and inadvertently uttered some sleep talk. Without the chance to reflect or process her feelings, she was yanked from her slumber and subjected to threats. Was such a harsh response truly necessary? Yet, in her quest for survival, she had to strive for it. Serpent, you are magnificent. You are fearless. You are invincible. You are the most charming creature in the land. You are a paragon of grace. Your movements are nothing short of mesmerizing. AI Ran thought of various grandiose praises. Attempting to sway the serpent, though perhaps grandiose was too extravagant a term. Even a ghost would not believe it, let alone a beast with some semblance of intellect. Serpent, you are good. Serpent, you are handsome. Serpent. As AI Ran continued, fatigue overtook her, the compliments growing increasingly insincere and mechanical, her eyelids heavy with sleep. If he would not release her, she could not remain suspended indefinitely, even if she could not die from it. The strain was still painful. When no one else showed her kindness, she needed to remember to care for herself. Finally, AI Ran surrendered to her exhaustion, wrapping her arms around the serpent's strong arm and even curling her legs around it. Much like a little monkey clinging to a branch, desperate to avoid falling, if you have the strength to hold me like this, do not let go. AI Ran spoke with a calmness that belied her rising panic, challenging the serpent's strength, though her heart raced with anxiety. Especially given her current state, she was too tired to resist. If the foul serpent were to release her unexpectedly, her tailbone would surely shatter upon impact. Surely he would not force her to imitate a koala. She had no desire to sleep in such position tonight. Wait, if she remained suspended like this, wouldn't her body grow heavier? Why did it feel so much like her head was the weight? AI Ran clung tightly to the serpent's arm, determined not to let go until he released her safely to the ground. However, her limbs gradually grew weak, and she ultimately slipped from his grasp. In that moment of free fall, the serpent swiftly caught her just in time. Had he been a second later, her head would have surely met the ground. Wait, why is this soft, warm mass so hot? The serpent placed AI Ran gently on the grass mat, leaning down to uncover her fur vest, pressing his forehead against her chest. Hey, typically one would press their forehead against the other S, not directly against the chest. AI Ran thought, her expression one of disbelief. Though she felt lightheaded, it did not mean she had lost all sense of awareness. Perhaps it was the blood rushing to her head for being upside down. Coupled with the tension from his intimidation, the serpent straightened up, exhaling in relief. You are not dead. What do you mean? AI Ran was momentarily taken aback. Had he been listening to her heartbeat rather than checking her temperature? It was amusing to think that this serpent did not know how to find a pulse. Yet, a living person still breathed before him. How could he not see that? Why must he press against her chest to ascertain it? As AI Ran's imagination ran wild with visions of striking the serpent, he pondered the necessity of females in their beastly world. Weak and prone to causing trouble, ever since her arrival, his rhythm had been disrupted. Despite needing males to survive, the females exhibited a fiery temperament and were often capricious. The most pressing issue was her fickleness, her insatiable desires. AI Ran could see the myriad of grievances swirling in his azure gaze. Yet, she lacked the strength to retort. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the cave entrance. Though there was a fire burning, it could not illuminate the distance. Unbeknownst to her, her little abode had been submerged in darkness, nor did she realize that the serpent had saved her mere moments before its collapse. All she knew was that she felt utterly exhausted and desperately wished to sleep. While indulging in those springtime fantasies, she had already begun to feel feverish, and after the tumultuous events, AI Ran was utterly drained. AI Ran blinked, surprised to find that the serpent had ceased his torment. Instead, he lay quietly behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and holding her tightly. Wait, what does this mean? Was he intending to hold her as she drifted into sleep, or was he planning to suffocate her in her slumber? Just moments ago, she had feared for her life. Now, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. How infuriating that this unpredictable creature could provoke such a whirlwind of emotions within her. One moment, she was in trepidation, fearing her demise. The next, she felt warmth and sweetness, longing to become his little darling and bear a brood of offspring. Cough. Calm down. He must be playing with her. She must not fall for it. However, it truly feels exquisite. On one side, there is the warmth of burning firewood, and on the other, the coolness of Lan's body, which has drawn unfavorable reviews from AI, ran due to its cold-blooded nature. Yet, at this moment, it serves a purpose as AI Rand's temperature drops. Little female, will you perish? She suddenly felt a surge of panic, his arms tightening around her waist. His inquiry startled AI Rand. If she disregarded his previous unkindness, might have been led to believe that they were indeed a couple. She recognized that the little female was unwell. Most males die in battle, while females succumb to illness. For males, injuries and ailments are mere trifles. Their strength and high status often shield them from the consequences. However, even with inherited talents, females remain fragile. The thought of the little female potentially dying this way filled Shi with regret, making him chastise himself for his previous behavior. Yet if given another chance, he would likely still be unable to suppress his jealousy and anger. Iran found herself enveloped tightly by his strong arms, feeling as if she might burst from the pressure. It seemed his fellow intended to squeeze the life out of her. Lon, could you please ease up a bit? I'm perfectly fine, AI Rand's feeble plea emerged, hoping he would loosen his grip. Yet before she could complete her thought, he tightened his embrace even further. Little female, it's all right. You need not worry about reproducing for me. With a sigh, AI Rand thought that if she had a knife, she would certainly stab him. But for Shi, he was not mistaken. For in the beast world, females regard reproduction as their duty. Especially when faced with death, they think of giving birth to offspring, believing that children are the continuation of their lives. Little female, if you were to die, I would accompany you. This was Shi's most sincere confession, and the first time he had expressed such feelings to a female. Perhaps he truly believed that she was on the brink of death, which frightened him enough to shed his usual arrogance and reveal his heart. Rand's mind momentarily quieted as she pressed her lips together, feeling the cool breath that brushed against her ear. What was happening? She felt a stir of emotions that, I am different from you. My desires are limited. I will not endlessly pursue females. One is sufficient for me. Even if you were to perish, I would not seek another. Coughing slightly, she thought it best to halt this conversation. Lon, it seems you have misunderstood me. Iran felt it necessary to clarify that she was not a woman with insatiable desires before she landed in this world. She was as pure as could be. Although she had harbored a crush on the school heartthrob, it had been a distant admiration, and she had never spoken to a boy. Don't worry, little female. Feel free to leave. I will seek you out in a few hundred years. Iran felt a line of frustration cross her forehead. It was truly impossible to be touched by such sentiments. In fact, she felt a flicker of annoyance, thinking, thank you, I suppose, for promising to find me after a few hundred years. How incredibly devoted. Little female, I do not wish for your death. As she spoke, he pulled her closer into his embrace. His grip a tad too firm, making AI Rand feel as if she were being stuffed into a snake's belly. Lon, I can hardly breathe. You're choking me. Ease up. Let me breathe, and I will not die. Goodness, if I must perish, let it be from your embrace rather than suffocation. She, half in doubt yet reluctant to release her, loosened his hold just enough to peer down at the gasping little female, fearful she might vanish from his sight. You truly will not perish. AI Rand suspected that the arrogant snake did not genuinely care for her well-being, but rather was cursing her fate. After what felt like an eternity of struggling for breath, she managed to respond weakly. No, it's just a slight cold and fever. I will recover on my own. Unlike the females of this beast world, she had grown up receiving various vaccinations. Even when ill, her immune system was stronger than that of the beastmen. Outside the cave, rain pattered softly. Little female, will you succumb to illness? Lon still seemed unconvinced. Seeking reassurance once more. No, AI Rand declared. her eyes widening as she barely finished speaking before suddenly feeling his lips descend upon hers, kissing her fervently. Oh, you are not concerned for my life, but rather confirming whether my state is suitable for your desires? Absolutely not. AI Ren firmly rejected the notion. However, when his cool lips pressed against her feverish ones, she found it unexpectedly pleasant, a soothing chill accompanied by a hint of sweetness. Exercise truly does promote circulation and is beneficial for health. Thus, let us advocate for wellness through physical activity. Ahem, let us leave it at that for now. Do. Gupo's expression was grim, but she still discerned the man outside. Do, visiting late at night, is quite the disturbance. The acting tribe leader. He was sufficiently bold, even in the presence of the esteemed Gupa, not feeling the need to be excessively humble. Yet for Du, the elderly female before him was akin to a second mother. Upon seeing the drenched Du, Gupa hurriedly said, "Come in quickly." For Gupa, Du was like a child. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the tribe, protecting the Snake Beast clan whether the leader was present or absent, and his efforts had always been under Gupo's keen observation. It was precisely due to Gupo's support that he had risen to prominence within the tribe. Back then, however, Gupo's partner was still alive, and her status was naturally higher, granting her more influence within the tribe. Du had been a confused youth in need of guidance, but he bore some resemblance to she, perhaps explaining why Gupa valued she so highly. Gupa hoped she would mature swiftly, particularly during the Snake Beast clan's unique phase, wishing for him to become a mature warrior, much like the young Du had once been. Safeguarding the tribe. Have you finally met that child? Gupa, though aging, retained a sharp mind, and Du was momentarily taken aback. Yet he quickly regained his composure. She was indeed unlike ordinary females, able to see through his thoughts, which was only natural, very much so, isn't he? When Gupa spoke these words, a gentle smile graced her face. However, Du could not comprehend, feeling somewhat anxious as he replied, "Gupa, he resembles Kwaishuan." Indeed, Kwaishuan, the one who nearly wiped out our entire beast clan. Gupa sighed deeply, but as time passed, her fear of that figure had dissipated, only to resurface when deliberately reminded, slowly sinking into a crimson memory that Du, however, felt a sense of restlessness. The catastrophe seemed to have occurred yesterday. His reaction starkly contrasted Gupo's calm demeanor, his emotions running high as he exclaimed, "He is a demon. His sins should never be forgiven." Du summoned Jadier and Luo Shan specifically to inquire about Shi's biological parents. However, their responses only heightened his unease, for this individual, although a member of the Snake Beast clan, appeared to have materialized from thin air. Anyone connected to him must be eliminated promptly, lest future troubles arise. Du's concerns were not unfounded, for she bore a striking resemblance to Kwaishuan and possessed formidable bloodline awakening powers. Otherwise, he would not have broken through the barriers of a communicator, Gupa remarked. However, Kwaishuan has been dead for hundreds of years. Even if she were truly his descendant, he would not be Kwaishuan's son. Did Gupa truly believe that a generational gap could diminish the power and bloodlust within one's veins? Ever since Du began to suspect Shi's connection to Kwaishuan from years past, he had been unable to sleep soundly, further asserting, as long as he is a descendant, he is bound to inherit that lineage. He will inevitably become the next Kwaishuan. Does the tribe have any choices left? Gupo's question instantly stumped Du indeed. Aside from him, an old general, the rest were mere soldiers. The Wolf Beast clan was watching greedily. Who would stand against them? It was precisely because she inherited Kwaishuan's bloodline that his growth was so astonishing. He was merely at the initial stage of strength, rather than worry about him becoming the next Kwaishuan. It would be better to assist him in breaking free from constraints and ascending. Gupa, have you forgotten the terror, Kwaishuan? Du vehemently disagreed. This was far too risky. His purpose in meeting Gupa was to express his concerns and seek her support. Yet he had not anticipated Gupa would so openly favor this potential threat. The Snake Beast Kwaishuan was terrifying beyond measure, a nightmare for the beast world, causing perpetual unease. That Gupa certainly remembered those times. They represented the bloodiest era in the beast world. Even though I belong to the same beast clan as Kwaishuan, I remain imprisoned within the fears he has instilled. He represents the truly cold-blooded and merciless orcs of the beast world continent. Possessing an insatiable thirst for blood, akin to a demon in Kuishin's eyes, the beast world is merely a vast hunting ground, a stage for his murderous games, where he regards all life as despicable. Devoid of any distinction among tribes, he revels in the sight of life extinguishing in his blood-red gaze, as if he were the sovereign deity of the beast world. Jiupa, how many of our kin have perished at Kuishin's hands? Have you forgotten them all? Dui exclaimed, this being the first time he had spoken to Gupa with such fervor that Jiupa retorted, then tell me, why have you come to seek me today? As the acting leader of the Serpent Beast clan, he intends to slay a fellow beastman. Whether in secrecy or openly, why should he seek the approval of an aged matriarch? Gupa answered her own question, stating that it is because you are unsure of what to do, which is why you have come to consult me. Just like in the past, when Dui found himself lost and uncertain of the path ahead, he instinctively thought of Gupa, hoping she would illuminate the way and help him find direction. Dui lowered his head, pallid and feeble. After the great battle, the leader had vanished, the strong had perished, leaving him utterly alone. Once upon a time, he had pondered why he had not met the same fate. Jiupa reached out, gently placing her hand upon Dui's head, and time seemed to flow backward in that moment. Dui, Gupa understood the immense pressure you carry. This burden should not rest upon your shoulders. You have endured great hardship for the past decade. Yet apart from you, no one else in the tribe is capable of shouldering it. Dui raised his head, tears glistening in his slit pupils. In the eyes of the tribe's orcs, he was already an old man. Yet, before Gupa, he felt as if he had never grown up. Do not be hasty in your conclusions. Even if she is indeed Kuishin's descendant, you should still harbor hope that Jiupa believes in your potential. You are my son of whom I am most proud. Dui was taken aback. He was not Gupo's, in fact. Gupo's partner and children had been slain a century ago, not a single one remaining. You can do this, Gupa said, a gentle smile gracing her face. For she had always believed in Dui. Even when he had achieved nothing, her hand, though aged and frail, conveyed the warmest strength. I ran awakened, propping herself up with one hand while rubbing her weary eyes with the other. Still drowsy, she heard the voice of a certain serpent behind her. Little female, are you feeling better? I am not better. AI Ran retorted sharply. If this fellow truly cared about her well-being, he would not have tormented her body throughout the night, remaining unmoved despite her pleas for mercy. However, AI Ran's constitution was indeed robust. Having left the damp environment and warmed herself by the fire all night, she had recovered considerably. Regardless, even if her cold had improved, she would not admit it. Otherwise, it would lead to misunderstandings, suggesting that intimacy could cure illness, thereby providing shameless justification for certain rogue serpents. Ugh! AI Ran froze, staring blankly at an empty patch of ground before the cave. Where is my little house? It dawned on AI Ran, and she hastily scrambled to the cave entrance, gazing out to find only muddy rainwater. In a way, has my little house been swept away? Without the house, had all her belongings also been washed away? AI Ran's face fell in despair. Her beast skin bag, the thick grass mat bed, the intricately carved bamboo cup, the newly made wooden sandals, the chopsticks she had spent half a day crafting, the large wooden spoon she had spent much time digging, and her collection of antique fabric scraps. Everything was gone. The serpent had not intended to take credit, but had this little female truly overlooked the fact that she had also nearly been swept away. Females are heartless, ungrateful creatures. She does not thank him for saving her life last night, only lamenting over her trivial possessions, as if they were of greater value than the piece of wood he had carved. Come here, Wan Qing tugged it away, a look of impatience on her face. What are you sneaking around for? Is it because of me? Are you frightened just because I have arrived? If others see you like this, what will they think of me? Before she could finish her words, her temper still simmering, Wan Qing spotted AI Ran at the cave entrance and became even angrier, questioning, what are you doing here? Away. Upon seeing Away again, AI Ran disregarded Wan Qing and rushed towards Away. Where have you been, you naughty girl? I've been looking for you everywhere, thinking something had happened to you. Xiao Ran, Away had heard that the remains of a thatched hut had washed ashore near the village, likely in the direction of AI Rand's house. Worried, Away had come to check. But fearing she would cause AI Rand trouble, she intended to take a distant glance, only to be caught by Luan Qing. Luan Qing, seeing that AI Rand ignored her, angrily said, "I'm asking you a question. Did you spend the night in Xi's cave last night?" The noisy voice shattered the morning's tranquility. She, having been passively taken care of by Luan Qing, felt indebted to her and had no reason to refuse or drive her away. In truth, as long as Luan Qing did not harm the little female, he could maintain his silence. After all, this was what he excelled at. Remaining mute would merely wear down Luan Qing's patience. It was only a matter of time. "Away, where did you run off to?" AI Rand felt a sinking sensation in her heart upon seeing Away's additional injuries. This was certainly not the result of a simple fall. Her sudden disappearance must have a reason. "Away, did something happen to you? I am your friend. You can confide in me." Just then, as AI Rand pressed away for details, Luan Qing charged between them, forcibly pushing the obstructive Away aside and addressing AI Rand. "I am speaking to you. This woman is so bothersome, like a chattering bird." AI Rand replied, "I spent the night here. Didn't you see my house was washed away?" Ew. Luan Qing had not anticipated such a straightforward response, momentarily at a loss for words. Or perhaps, Luan Qing was simply disappointed. Her inquiries were not genuinely about the truth. She hoped AI Rand would deny it to ease her own worries. She had indeed noticed the absence of a house in the clearing and had heard the villagers mention the remains of a small hut. "Why do you keep asking me these trivial things? What are you trying to verify?" AI Rand pulled Away closer, heading back in a cave. She did not wish for Away to suffer any further harm. Even a little rain would be too much for her to bear. "Stop right there." Without waiting for Luan Qing to approach, AI Rand turned and declared, "Whatever your intentions, do not come at me. This is not my affair. If you like him, just go and throw yourself at him." The certain serpent shut his blue eyes, signaling that he had no involvement in the matter. Rand continued, "And as for my friend, please treat her kindly. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." Luan Qing glared at her, asking, "Do you know who you are speaking to?" "Who?" "The village flower of Lilei." "Ha! How impressive." AI Rand was unfazed by Luan Qing's threats. She was not Away, who had already endured enough intimidation from the arrogant serpent and did not wish to face further intimidation from a petty female flower snake. Xiao ran. Away pulled at AI Rand, hoping she would not make an enemy of Luan Qing. At AI Rand, ignoring Away's attempts to stop her, continued addressing Luan Qing, "If you truly have any skills, do not wear wooden sandals. You can continue walking barefoot, as I taught you." Luan Qing bit her lip, lowering her head to gaze at her wooden sandals. Utterly embarrassed, AI Rand had long been displeased with her, yet had refrained from stooping to her level. Today, however, she had crossed the line. "You, with your thick snake skin, please refrain from boasting before me that if you truly have any integrity, do not lay a finger on anything related to me. Do not use it." As AI Rand spoke, she suddenly turned her head, her gaze resolute. Though merely human, she exuded an intimidating aura that startled the blue student. "And as for this arrogant serpent, I had no particular interest in him. But now I find myself intrigued," Rand declared, turning back to Luan Qing. "He is mine." The blue student felt his cheeks flush, somewhat shy. What on earth? Had he just been charmed by his own wife? Luan Qing should have erupted in fury, but as she caught sight of Xi's shy expression from the corner of her eye, she instantly understood that this fellow was not indifferent to everyone. "Luan Qing, do not leave." Xiao Ran did not mean it that way. Away interjected, wanting to apologize on AI Rand's behalf, but was firmly held back by AI Rand. "Away, if you dare to go, we shall sever our friendship." AI Rand was not jesting. She had her own boundaries and principles regarding friendships. When paths diverge, collaboration becomes impossible. AI Rand could empathize with Away's feelings, sympathizing with her plight, and accepting her reasons for weakness. However, she was unwilling to be ensnared in Away's cycle of fragility. From the very first glance, AI Rand harbored a dislike for Luan Qing, as she unmistakably sensed the hostility directed towards her. She had no intention of pressing her warm face against someone else's cold backside. That Away was always like this, compromising herself, fully aware that she had done nothing wrong, yet consistently lowering herself to apologize in hopes of forgiveness. Unable to discern her own desires, such a friend would leave AI Rand feeling weary. AI Rand was indeed correct. One should never shed tears in front of those who attack them. Encouraged, Away suddenly felt inspired to embrace courage instead of perpetually retreating and shrinking away. She could not afford to disappoint AI Rand, her only friend. Without this friend, she would truly have nothing left. Gritting her teeth, Away nodded vigorously. Xiao Ran, I promise you, I will no longer be a coward. Hee hee. Seeing Away rejuvenated, AI Ran took her hand and led her deeper into the cave. Tidying up the items scattered on the ground, Away, let me teach you how to make pottery. Although she was concerned about the nature of Away's injuries, AI Ran did not wish to unearth her friend's scars under the guise of concern. If Away was willing and trusted her, she would undoubtedly confide in her. For now, AI Ran understood how to protect Away. There was no need to explicitly state her intentions or guarantee protection. She simply needed to keep Away close, within her line of sight. Despite AI Ran's warmth, Away remained somewhat timid, occasionally glancing at the cave's owner. Years of ingrained timidity could not be rectified overnight. However, at some point, the serpent transformed back into its beastly form, coiled beside the cave, its azure eyes half closed, appearing to rest. Away observed for a while, ensuring that the creature bore no intent to expel or disdain her, before feeling reassured and happily rushing towards AI Ran, exclaiming, Xiao Ran, I will help you. AI Ran watched as Away assisted her in stacking firewood, lost in contemplation. Her pottery had taken shape, and short-term boiling issues seemed manageable. Yet, she quickly recognized its flaws, especially after burning 2 batches, accumulating valuable lessons from the experience. The principle behind firing clay into pottery lay in the chemical reactions triggered by heating the components within the clay, resulting in new properties and altering the performance of the body. During her second firing, AI Ran extended the duration due to the increased quantity. Throughout this process, she discovered a close correlation between pottery, firing, and temperature, affirming her initial hypothesis that, in other words, the higher the temperature, the better the quality of the resulting pottery, with greater density and strength. However, the temperature achievable through fire was finite, much like water, which reaches its limit at 100 degrees Celsius. Boiling cannot exceed that point, and excessive heat can even lead to violent vaporization. As the water evaporates, it diminishes until nothing remains. AI Ran reasoned that the principles governing clay were akin to those of water. Relying solely on fire to elevate temperature would yield limited thermal enhancement for the clay, ultimately resulting in a phenomenon akin to boiling water, where saturation temperature leads to adverse reactions. The principle might be correct, yet it should not manifest in this manner. AI Ran pondered. In the annals of human evolution, primitive humans had successfully crafted pottery thousands of years ago, surpassing her rudimentary creations. How could a highly evolved being like herself, transported to this beastly realm and educated in numerous scientific principles, fail to outshine primitive humans? No way. I refuse to accept that I am inferior to primitive people. Determined, AI Ran fixated on the patch of ground designated for pottery, nibbling her fingertips in thought, contemplating where the issue lay. Was it a matter of principle, or perhaps a logical problem? Heating the clay induced chemical reactions to generate new components. Enhancing the structure and strength of the pottery required elevated temperatures. The heat from a fire was limited, though Away, ever considerate, was unaware of AI Ran's pottery trials. She had already moved the firewood closer, stacking in the spot where AI Ran had previously burned and left charcoal marks. Anticipating AI Ran's needs, after completing her task, Away turned to observe AI Ran, who appeared lost in thought, muttering incomprehensible phrases. Cough, cough. Away cleared her throat, having inadvertently stumbled upon a wave of snake food. She turned away, facing away from AI Ran and the serpent, pretending not to witness anything. While assisting AI Ran in creating fire through friction as a member of the serpent beast tribe, Away inherently understood that the serpent's actions were not intended to harm AI Ran. It would not treat prey with such tenderness. The male's affectionate licking of the female signified fondness, To claim otherwise would be mere folly. No other male existed within the tribe. Away thought to herself. I believe in your serpentine ways. Each act of resistance, without a doubt, resulted in a brutal oppression. After several attempts, AI Rand discerned the situation and relinquished her futile struggles. Ultimately, she stood bare before a certain serpent, exposed under the scrutiny of its azure, slit pupils, gazing up at a massive serpentine head. Her lips pursed as she timidly inquired, "Is this acceptable? What is the meaning of shame?" Huh. Such a concept does not exist in the beast world. After enduring a merciless onslaught of licks, any thought of modesty is inconceivable. In the presence of beasts, one must not even dare to speak. The serpent sniffed contentedly, closing its blue slit pupils. Yes, that seemed sufficient. Inside and out, she was suffused with assent, and no need for him to acknowledge it. The orcs already knew whose little female she was. Once AI Ran received the serpent's tacit approval, she quietly retrieved the beast's skin from the ground, which had been licked off by him, and now had to don it herself. Any objections were best kept to oneself. Emotions best left unexpressed. What an absurdity! It felt as though she had been transported back to the era before reform and opening up, landing on the beast world's soil. A scene so reminiscent of that time. He was just a scoundrel of a serpent. AI Ran turned to glance at her companion, Away, who had her back turned, casting a pleading look for assistance. Yet, Away remained indifferent. She neither felt compelled to intervene, nor did she believe the situation warranted her involvement. After donning the beast skin, AI Ran glanced once more at the serpent, who showed no reaction, as if nothing had transpired. Convinced that the inexplicable licking incident had concluded, AI Ran, with a bewildered yet anxious heart, cautiously took a step forward, fully aware that she must harbor no thoughts regarding the affair. The best course of action was to engage in self-deception, to convince herself that Away had not witnessed her humiliation, and to swiftly forget the incident, praying fervently that it would not recur. For this arrogant serpent was not human. He did not engage in reasoned discourse, lacked any prelude to his actions, and offered no explanations afterward. Just as AI Ran stepped out of the cave, she was halted from behind. She turned to face the serpent, despair flooding her heart. What now? What was wrong with this creature? For the most part, he remained in serpent form, appearing entirely at ease. Yet his silence made it exceedingly difficult for AI Ran, who could decipher his mute language. Ahem thought Away, initially reluctant to interfere, since that AI Ran required some form of rescue, and explained, "He is signaling you not to entertain thoughts of bathing in the rain to wash away his scent from you." Why did they all seem to know her intentions so well? Was she truly that transparent? AI Ran felt a sense of injustice. Evidently, this beast world was not her domain as a highly evolved primate. She found herself at a disadvantage against the beasts, constantly bullied, and she fervently wished to avoid another humiliating licking, abandoning the idea of cleansing herself under the watchful gaze of the slit pupils. She silently turned back to Away. Upon seeing the little female's compliance, the serpent assumed she was accepting his intentions, returning to his position, lazily coiling up and contentedly closing his eyes, his heart bubbling with joy. Unbeknownst to him, AI Ran interpreted this as a form of coercion. Away, having gathered firewood for a long time without knowing how to proceed, smiled at AI Ran and asked, "Little Ran, what should I do next? My mind is filled with thoughts of bathing." AI Ran's response did not address the question, but the serpent forbade her from exiting the cave. "Little Ran, do you not find it unpleasant?" Although Away favored Gattle, she could honestly say that this was the most pleasant male scent in the tribe. Iran's appearance, as she exited the cave, would likely make her the target of resentment among the other females. Raising her arm, Iran took a deep breath. A faint scent of grass wafted through, with a hint of mint. She had to admit that this aroma was more pleasant than many perfumes. Yet it was serpent saliva. How utterly revolting! With a sudden start, the blue eyes snapped open, the slit pupils fixated intently on AI Ran's silhouette. Almost simultaneously, AI Ran felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down on her back, as though encircled by raging flames. Turning back, she indeed found the serpent's gaze blazing into her. What a delightful scent! AI Ran blurted out, her conscience betraying her as she offered the most absurd compliment. If you like it, I shall lick you every day from now on, the serpent replied, lazily closing his eyes once more. Puffed. AI Ran nearly spat blood. There was no need for such courtesy. Please retract that offer. Wait, he could actually speak? AI Ran was not merely surprised. She was utterly shocked. You can talk? You're a serpent. How can you speak human language? I thought you were mute. Ahem. Dear AI Ran, I am not just any serpent. I am a serpent beast man. Away, though lacking any hierarchical status, could still achieve this. Sensing AI Ran's astonishment at his ability, he sought to impress her, showcasing his own prowess. No. AI Ran hurried forward, blocking Away's advance. There's no need, Away. It's really not necessary. I believe you possess that skill. I believe you. AI Ran understood that the beast world was inhabited by beasts and beastmen, and she was aware that Away was a serpent beast. However, since she had become friends with Away, she had never envisioned her transforming into a serpent beast. The key issue was that the image of two serpent beasts in a cave, one a boyfriend, the other a friend, with her being the only genuine human among them, was far from picturesque. Ugh, what boyfriend? More like a fling. Yet, AI Ran's actions were not swift enough. Away came to a halt just in time. But only half of her transformation took place. The sight AI Ran wished to avoid manifested before her. Raw, fantastical, and primal, that a deep cave, rain pouring outside, a coiled blue python, and a half-human, half-beast serpent, with AI Ran caught in between. Unable to discern whether she was a friend or prey. Little Ran, I haven't fully transformed. You truly not need me to complete my transformation. I can converse with you in full serpent beast form. Away wagged her tail at AI Ran, eagerly awaiting her friend's praise and acknowledgement. AI Ran genuinely found it hard to accept such an odd visual, yet she cooperatively responded, Yes, Away. You wonderful. Away, pleased by the compliment, grew even more excited and enveloped AI Ran with her half-serpent form, attempting to express intimacy. But AI Ran could hardly endure. The fact that the good friend she had finally made was a serpent beast who could devour her at any moment was unsettling. Although she understood the reality, witnessing it firsthand was quite another matter. Away, transform back. We need to make pottery. AI Ran believed that work was the only true source of joy, allowing her to temporarily forget the perils of the beast world and the unsettling nature of her closest companions. Away transformed back into her human form, assisting AI Ran with the tasks at hand. However, Blue, it seemed, was deliberately being a nuisance. He was sprawled out, taking up space, and frequently nudging AI Ran with his massive serpent head, licking her a couple of times under the pretext that her scent had faded and he needed to replenish it, asserting his claim. Serpent brother, there's no one else here. You needn't worry about marking your territory. Moreover, who in the entire tribe was unaware that this little female was his? AI Ran, wielding a stone, was chiseling a hole in one corner of the cave while Away diligently dug a pit nearby. Yet after only a few strokes, the soft earth was exhausted, leaving only hard stone. Little Ran, why are you digging? Are you planning to live here? I'm digging a kiln for pottery. AI Ran, feeling fatigued from the effort, realized that progress was painfully slow. Perhaps it would be best to settle for a simpler task, foregoing the stone wall for a patch of earth instead. Suddenly, a serpent tail slithered over, and AI Ran instinctively recoiled, fearing that the serpent intended to lick her once more. However, upon closer inspection, it was not the serpent's head, but its tail. Her dark eyes widened as she witnessed the serpent's tail effortlessly carving out a kiln. That tail is even more effective than a drill. Seeing AI Ran's face filled with admiration, Blue's slit pupils sparkled with delight, bubbling with joy, though he maintained an aloof expression. Nothing was more uplifting than the recognition and admiration of his mate. Blue, who had initially been lazing around, now took on a serious demeanor, raising his tailbone and aiming it at the stone wall. Sizzle, 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 he began to drill with exerted force while also being cautious, ensuring that the fissures did not widen. Truthfully, it required considerable skill, as without it, The entire cave could collapse. Cough, cough. That should suffice. This should be the size needed for you to... In reality, he could not drill any further, for to do so would risk breaking through. Student Lon assisted his wife in carving out a hole, though he was unaware of its purpose. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment as he prepared to wrap things up. Just then, the serpent's head turned, and he was taken aback. With a piercing gaze, he sensed something amiss. As the serpent's head shifted, its blue eyes reflected the petite female. She exerted herself to grasp her own serpentine tail, a mischievous grin revealing her pristine white fangs, leaving one uncertain whether she was exerting force or merely smirking. Bang! With a forceful shove from AI Ran, Student Lon felt a sharp pain, his expression transforming in an instant as he faintly heard the sound of the serpent's tail tip cracking. Drill! AI Ran commanded loudly. Student Lon, his face darkened with confusion, pondered what his wife meant. The position for the drill was here. AI Ran seized a scale from the serpent, her lips curling into a sly smile. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly, her ebony eyes shimmering as a star twinkled in the corner. With a swift motion, she yanked the scale upwards with all her might. Poof! The serpent expressed its exhilaration as its body shrank instantly, transforming into a smaller python, alleviating some of AI Ran's burden. She clutched the serpent's tail, aimed it towards the stone wall she wished to carve, and flashed a toothy grin while commanding, "Open the drill." Finally comprehending his wife's intent, Student Lon felt the stirrings of indignation. After all, a serpent beast possessed dignity. There were times to refuse, and one should not compromise merely because a weakness had been found. AI Ran grasped the vital scale of the serpent without a hint of remorse, exerting even more force than before, causing a distinct sizzle sound as she pulled, with tears welling in his blue eyes. The serpent's tail spun rapidly, drilling into the stone wall. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The serpent's head dove into a nearby pile of grass mats, covering its face completely. Who was the real masochist? Uncertain, but he now understood what it meant to feel shame. Stop! Drill! Stop! Change! Drill! Hey, AI Ran, this is your husband. Do you really think he has a power drill? Away sat on the ground, observing AI Ran as she maneuvered the serpent's tail around the cave, creating various depths of hollows in the stone wall, while the proud python was dragged along. Eventually, even the grass mats were out of reach, and it gave up on covering itself, displaying a face of utter despair. Any sign of non-cooperation led to the exposure of its vital scales, resulting in pain and stimulation. The cave walls were filled with small holes of various sizes and depths. The only limitation was imagination. There were styles aplenty, including spirals that widened gradually. With a bang, the serpent was unceremoniously discarded by AI Ran after her use, dusting off her hands and turning to admire her handiwork, indifferent to her exhausted husband. Cough, cough, who truly was the scoundrel that merely pulled up their pants and called it a day? This was a pottery kiln specifically designed for ceramic production. Below was the stove, where firewood was stuffed, allowing hot air to ventilate into the kiln. To be why sealing the kiln's opening, pressure would increase, yielding high-quality pottery. Magnificent! This hole could serve as a stove for daily cooking. The adjacent hole, once completed, would serve the kitchen's purpose, specifically for boiling water. The shallower hole felt inadequately drilled, yet could serve to display items as decoration. This high hole, being distant from the ground, posed some inconvenience, yet had its advantages. Less prone to dampness, suitable for items sensitive to moisture, the deep hole could serve as a storage room. Thus, we have storage room 1, 2, and 3 for vegetables, meats, animal hides, and surplus grass mats. I dashed about, categorizing the items strewn on the ground into designated areas like the bedroom, pottery room, kitchen, and living room, while arranging and storing them. Student Land's tail was stepped on, causing him sharp pain, his head shooting up in surprise. Yet his wife seemed entirely oblivious, or perhaps she simply did not care. AI Ran was exhilarated, having burned the bridge behind her, forgetting Student Land's contributions entirely. Xiao Ran, Away said, gazing at the exhausted serpent with a twinge of sympathy. She was the only one who witnessed the entire ordeal, perhaps because she was of the same kind. Understanding the fragility of serpent's tail, you stepped on his tail, he won't feel pain. AI Ran hands on her hips, leaned down towards the utterly exhausted serpent. Grinning mischievously, Student Lawn, you are a strong being, a high-ranking beast man. Your tail is incredibly tough. A mere few holes, nothing to worry about, right? Though true, she was not referring to a few but dozens of holes. Even if his tailbones did not break, he would still be exhausted. Truly, she was a heartless wife. The serpent had no words to express its grievances, pouting in distress, enduring the pain. As a male, he could not show weakness before a female. Moreover, given the petite female's deliberate provocation, he dared not complain. The kiln for pottery indeed proved reliable, far superior to AI Rand's direct burning on the ground. Away observed the entire process and participated in the key aspects of its creation, thus learning the art of pottery making. As evening fell, Away and AI Rand sat side by side, each tending to a stove, beginning to utilize their self-made ceramic pots, one for vegetable soup and the other for meat. While crafting the ceramic pots, they also made some bowls and jars, replacing previous inferior items. With AI Rand's orderly arrangement, the cave truly began to resemble a home. Gurgle, gurgle, the food in the ceramic pot was fragrant and appealing, making mouths water just from the scent. AI Rand ladled 2 bowls, sharing one with Away. After their labor, indulging in food brought an overwhelming sense of happiness. Nothing compared to sustenance earned through sweat. Self-sufficiency was the best. Even if lacking in seasoning, AI Rand still found it delicious. Away exclaimed after sipping the hot soup, unable to contain her admiration. Incredibly delicious. With a distant gulch, a soft sound of swallowing echoed. Though faint, AI Rand caught it, turning her head with a blank expression, yet secretly amused. Cough, cough. The tribe's most handsome male had indeed become a pitiful sight. After having been poked by the elder, he had yet to recover. And today, she was not gentle, directly forcing him to work. Coupled with fatigue, he was now utterly exhausted. AI Rand rose and approached the serpent. Upon seeing his wife finally acknowledge him, Student Lawn felt touched, mustering all his strength to raise his head in response. However, his wife turned and walked towards the cave's entrance. AI Rand merely stretched lazily towards the cave's opening before returning to the stove. Student Land's blue eyes darkened. She was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. She was taking revenge, but knowing this changed nothing. As his head fell with a thud, his face displaying despair, he was utterly incapacitated, unable to even take human form. Away, having eaten her fill and letting out a satisfied burp. Though she had ceramic pots made by AI Rand, she had yet to use them. Thus, this was her first experience with boiled food and hot soup. Suddenly, Away remembered realizing she had overlooked the host in her role as a guest. She turned to see the blue python, having been forced to reveal its vital scales, now shrunk in size, nearly matching Away's proportions, appearing quite adorable, especially with its harmless expression. AI Rand, you should check on Away suggested. AI Rand picked up a piece of meat and began to gnaw on it. Feigning ignorance. AI Rand, she must be hungry too. Are you really going to ignore him? Of course he would be hungry. After a whole day of work, and now we're just starting to cook. The serpent had participated in the labor, now utterly drained and hungry, particularly since it could smell the food but not eat, which was even more tormenting. AI Rand set down her bowl and utensils, wiped her mouth, and turned to face the serpent. Seizing the opportunity to negotiate, Student Lawn, let us establish some ground rules for being good neighbors and living harmoniously, shall we? The serpent remained silent, indicating it was open to further discussion. First, treat each other with civility, not through coercion. One should not exploit their strength to oppress the other. That the fair exchange is in order. For instance, my little abode was washed away by the rain, and since I am borrowing your cave, I will cook for you in return. Second, mutual respect. When one party says no, please cease immediately. One must respect the other's feelings. Third, I am a free individual, and you are a free serpent. Since we are neither bound nor defined, you shall not label me. Not that AI Rand enjoyed ambiguous relationships or sought anything with males. It was simply that Student Lawn was exceedingly possessive. Even in her dreams, he would accuse her of infidelity. If Student Lawn were to admit it, it could be justified. However, she is not even his girlfriend, yet she must bear the consequences of Land's jealousy, which is exceedingly unfair to her. When AI Rand noticed Lan's lack of response, she pressed on, "So, will you agree or not?" The serpent, uninterested, turned away. In a fit of desperation, AI Rand stood up and exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? It signifies that even if I starve, I will not agree." You. AI Rand's negotiation ended in failure, leaving her somewhat vexed. The serpent displayed a look of disdain. "You naive little female, do you really think that just because you touch my scales I am beholden to you? Do you take me for a mere snake or a worm? I have only just embarked on the path of pampering my wife. I'm still figuring it out. In the future, no matter how I spoil my spouse, I cannot exhaust myself to this extent that I must retain some stamina, at least enough to transform into human form. Having suffered this setback, there will definitely not be a next time. Oh, hell with those agreements. If I consent, will I ever encounter her again? How foolish. Does he think I am a vegetarian snake?" AI Rand took a deep breath, her thoughts settling. She reminded herself not to rush, but to take things step by step. Attempting to persuade the serpent once more, she continued, "Brother Snake, I respect you so much. Can't you show me a bit of respect in return? Just like with privacy and such matters, it truly deserves some respect. Even though we have had intimate contact, we are still two independent beings of the opposite sex. Boundaries must be maintained, and respect must be upheld." How infuriating. AI Rand turned away, sitting down in a huff. Away, unable to comprehend AI Rand's insistence on these agreements. Advised, "Xiao Ran, I believe she treats you very well. Why do you have to be so aloof with him? Moreover, all the beastmen in the village are aware of your relationship. You are his female, and you cannot escape that. As a good friend, it was acceptable to not only speak the harsh truth, but to also offer a little white lie to soothe the situation." Away added teasingly, "I think you really need to stop sulking. Instead, you should be motivated to give she a clutch of snake eggs soon, hatching a brood of little snakelings. Give birth to snake eggs?" AI Ran's worldview was turned upside down. She was expected to lay eggs alone. Lon paused, his vertical pupils narrowing. Indeed, why had the little female's belly shown no signs of movement, despite their numerous unions? Why was there no hint of egg-laying? The offspring of Xiao Ran, and she would undoubtedly be adorable. If they had several clutches, I could help take care of them. Away, imagining the cute little snakelings, was even more excited than AI Ran, envisioning a bunch of little heads poking out, utterly endearing. If AI Ran was so clever, surely the little snakelings would be equally intelligent. That Away could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of being a godmother. Shaking AI Ran enthusiastically, much like AI Ran had previously done with the pottery kiln, urging, Xiao Ran, you must hurry and lay those snake eggs." "I refuse. I absolutely refuse to lay eggs." AI Ran vehemently rejected from the depths of her heart. It was utterly inhumane. Who lays eggs, and especially not snakes? No way, no way. My babies must be human. I do not want snakelings. AI Ran invited Away to stay the night, which resulted in she wearing a gloomy expression throughout. The light was far too bright. AI Ran resolved that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would keep Away by her side. Firstly, she did not wish for Away to sustain any more unwarranted injuries. And secondly, she wanted to ascertain who was bullying in the early morning. AI Ran rose. Within a 10-mile radius, as long as there were no obstructions, Lan's gaze would be fixed upon the little female. As usual, her first act upon waking was to check that her beast hide was intact. Then she rose, slipped on her wooden clogs, producing a crisp clack sound as she made her way to the cave entrance. She fashioned a bun atop her head with her bare hands. Bathed in the early morning light, her skin appeared even more radiant, and though her height was unremarkable, her proportions were truly exceptional. Particularly her long legs, which were strikingly conspicuous. Her silhouette was extraordinarily appealing. I Ran casually retrieved a bamboo cup from a small crevice in the stone wall, a remnant of her previous belongings that had survived. She rinsed her mouth, washed her face, and then called for Away to wake up. Tisich, I didn't even call him to rise. Lon's jealousy had evidently grown, now extending to his wife's best friend. AI Ran decided to forego breakfast, thinking she could simply forage for some wild fruit later. Currently, Their staple food was meat. With 3 meals a day consisting solely of meat, it was truly nauseating. Wild vegetables merely served to alleviate the greasiness. Besides mushrooms, which had some flavor, everything else was bitter. Without seasoning, it was nearly impossible to prepare a palatable meal. AI Ran was truly reluctant to eat more mushrooms. If she grew tired of them, she would genuinely despair. Xiao Ran, I want to style my hair like yours. Sure, I'll help you. Not only did AI Ran assist Away in styling her hair, but she also took the liberty of applying some makeup, saying, "We have a task today. You will accompany me shortly." Where to? Just a stroll around the village that Away instinctively recalled Luo Shan, lowering her head in silence. Seeing Away's demeanor, AI Ran had a rough idea of what was troubling her. Her inquiry was merely a test, not a casual outing. It seemed that the one who had harmed Away was indeed from their own village. Let us first find Jadi AI Ran deliberately observed Away's facial expressions as she spoke. When AI Ran mentioned this name, a glimmer of tears stirred in Away's eyes. AI Ran could not discern Away's emotions, but at the very least, it indicated that Away was not afraid of Jadier, and he was not the one who had harmed her. AI Ran continued, "Then we'll have Jadier accompany us to find others." Upon hearing this, Away immediately grew anxious, even beginning to retreat, seeking excuses to refuse. Xiao Ran, I feel a bit unwell. I don't want to go to no. AI Ran cannot seek out Luo Shan alone. That would be an ugly and sordid affair, better left unmentioned, buried deep within. AI Ran quickly sensed Away's trepidation. Away had been concealing something, perhaps out of fear of being threatened. However, she believed this kind of protection was meaningless, only aiding the oppressor. How she longed to uncover which scoundrel was tormenting this kind-hearted and innocent girl. If she could catch them, AI Ran would not let them off lightly. Taking a deep breath, AI Ran steadied her emotions. Away, look, our pottery experiment yesterday was a success. Shouldn't we teach more beastmen? Away looked up at AI, and it would be a waste of our hard work if the improved pottery was only for the two of us. We must share our knowledge with everyone. We are incredibly skilled and generous, willing to share our findings. I Ran firmly believed that even in this primitive world of beastmen, who only knew brute force and savagery, their essence must be kind-hearted. And she was willing to believe that this quality was prevalent among them. Taking the first step to demonstrate their goodwill, she trusted that they too would treat them kindly, especially for the weaker beastmen like Away. They truly needed compassion from others. Simply compromising and seeking favor was not the right approach. Mutual kindness was the best way to coexist. Jadier is the leader of Lai Lai Village. We will inform him first, and he can help us select suitable beastmen and organize them to establish a pottery workshop. This way, all the beastmen in the tribe can utilize pottery. I Ran gently cupped Away's face. Smiling as she added, "You are my direct disciple. Your responsibilities are paramount. You must teach Jadier how to make pottery and assist him in organizing the others. I teach Lord Jadier?" Away's face gradually flushed red as she questioned, "I can't." "What? Lacking confidence? Or is it that I haven't taught you well enough?" AI Ran released Away's warm face, letting out a soft sigh, murmuring to herself, "It seems I am useless. I couldn't teach even someone as clever as Away, let alone those beastmen. I truly am a failure," Away hurriedly protested. "No, Xiao Ran, you are not a failure. You are amazing. You taught me." "Is that so?" AI Ran feigned disbelief, while Away earnestly affirmed, "I understand. Xiao Ran, I truly understand. I witnessed the entire process, digging the kiln, starting the fire, mixing the clay, making pottery, sealing the kiln, firing the pottery. Look at how nervous this girl is. She merely mentioned it casually to I Ran pretended to be a master, rising again to say, "Well, I suppose I'm somewhat gratified. The next task is yours. After I introduce you to Jadier, you must teach him. Master, I will teach you. You are my disciple, and I am your master. I am Xiao Ran's disciple. Indeed, you have gained a new title. You are now AI Ran's disciple. As a disciple, you shall inherit the teachings of your master and pass them on. I have imparted my knowledge to you, and it is your duty to teach others, ensuring the continuity of this craft." Away bit her lip, steeling herself, and then bravely lifted her head to accept this formidable task, pledging, "Very well, I shall endeavor to fulfill this responsibility. That's the spirit. However, I fear I may not live up to expectations and disappoint you. Showdown. Nevertheless, I will strive to teach Lord Gator well." "What a foolish girl. I am merely trying to facilitate your connection. Gator must take the lead. As the chief of Lili Village, his charisma is unparalleled. Without Gator's involvement, organizing this endeavor would be exceedingly difficult, and Aaron's ideas would remain mere theory. If the pottery workshop in Lili Village can be established successfully, it would not only resolve the pottery needs of the Serpent Beast tribe, but also become the first pottery factory on Beast World continent. As the pioneer in transmitting pottery-making techniques, Away's status would naturally rise significantly. And who knows, perhaps during her collaboration with Gator, they might even become romantically involved. Aaron pulled Away along, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and prepare. Otherwise, Gator will go hunting, and we won't be able to find him. Lord Gator." Away's heart was rekindled with hope. Aaron was right. She was not entirely useless. She was the first in the tribe to master pottery making. And she could even teach Lord Gator how to create pottery. Suddenly, a serpent whipped past. Aaron felt her shoulders sag, instantly feeling smaller. Away burst into laughter. "Aaron, you're really something. You even used a python as a scarf." Meanwhile, Lon stuffed the serpent's head into its coiled body. Regardless, he was determined to stick by his wife. Wherever she went, he would follow, even if he was currently inconvenient, unable to revert to his human form. "Ahem, dear protagonist, who told you to expose someone's vulnerable spots, nearly causing them to lose their scales? You have indeed overexerted them, depleting their energy, and now they cannot revert to their original form. You bear some responsibility." "All right, I will take the blame." Although she begrudgingly accepted this, she had to remain cautious. It was her neck that was being entwined, and she certainly did not wish for a sudden surge of excitement from the serpent to endanger her life. Aaron rubbed her neck, attempting to push the serpent's body downward, away from her delicate throat, but that lump remained unyielding. "Let go. My wife must be tightly wrapped. Will you let go?" Gradually, the serpent loosened its grip. On the way to Gator's residence, all eyes were on Aaron, who was ensconced by the small blue python. Despite her efforts to hide her face by looking down, she had inadvertently gained notoriety, becoming the wildest snake girl in the entire village. This misunderstanding was indeed too vast. She had previously despised snakes, those cold-blooded creatures, and now she had directly immersed herself within the Serpent Beast tribe. When Gator first laid eyes on Aaron, his instinctive reaction was to laugh. As he surveyed the small, clingy blue python, he chuckled. "Aaron, how have you transformed like this? Isn't this a question asked with prior knowledge?" Away also arrived, asking, "Are you well?" Gator recalled the day Away had hidden in the bushes and felt a twinge of concern. "I am well," Away replied, blushing and looking down. Aaron carried the cumbersome creature all the way. Feeling overwhelmed by the gazes from all directions, she pleaded, "Snake brother, could you please acknowledge your weight? You are exceedingly heavy." Lon extended his head, slithering toward a nearby tree. Da-da! Aaron was suddenly yanked forward. Then, with a thud, her back slammed against the tree bark. Pinned in place, Lan's upper body coiled around the tree, while his lower half remained wrapped around his wife. In this manner, she would not tire, and he could continue to cling to her, achieving a perfect balance. Aaron wore a look of exasperation. Oh no, it seemed his wife was angry. The serpent flicked its tongue, gently licking her sulky face, yet she remained indifferent, unwilling to engage. "Showdown, Lon truly cares for you." Gator teased, unable to resist. Upon hearing this, Lan's expression soured. "Humph, who cares for her? I'm merely here to keep an eye on her, ensuring she doesn't stray while I'm vulnerable." Aaron ceased her resistance, unwilling to argue with the insufferable serpent. The more she engaged, the more he would cause trouble. She was here on a mission and could not allow the serpent's antics to derail her efforts. "Away, why don't you quickly explain your intentions to Lord Gator?" Aaron prompted. Away then realized, hastily handing the pottery she was carrying to Gator, she said, "Lord Gator, this is our improved pottery, sturdier than before." Aaron felt a surge of urgency for Away, adding, "You must explain how it was made." Otherwise, he cannot organize others to establish the pottery workshop. Indeed, she had merely crafted a badge for the females of the village without instructing them on the process. I am here to inform Lord Gator about pottery making. Away murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, lacking confidence. Gator was taken aback, smiling as he asked, "Really? Away can do it too?" Away's heart raced. Gator's voice was delightful, especially when laced with laughter, warming her to the point of fluster. She bit her lip, her cheeks aflame. The pottery had been well received by the beast folk since its creation, and after savoring the warm soup, they felt inseparable from it. However, for a weak female to engage in such tasks was akin to an insult to the males. Suggesting their own ineptitude, Gator had previously contemplated seeking Aaron to inquire about the pottery-making process, to entrust the males with it. He had not anticipated Aaron's arrival today, along with her proposal for a pottery workshop, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. Aaron noticed Away's struggles and attempted to assist, but the serpent was still entangled with her, making it impossible for her to escape the tree. "Lord Gator, Away is my direct disciple. She will teach you how to do it, but you must promise me to take good care of her and not allow anyone to bully her." Away's head drooped even lower, biting her lip so hard it felt like she might draw blood. Gator responded with a smile. "Of course, even without this matter, Shaoran, you need not worry. I will always protect the females of the village. It is my duty. Caring and protecting are not synonymous concepts. Lord Gator should understand this. Right?" Aaron gently guided him, recognizing that if he were reasonable, she would undoubtedly be an excellent negotiator. Gator was indeed ensnared, realizing that his promise to Away was more significant than to ordinary females, and quickly clarified, "What I meant was, during the establishment of the pottery workshop, I will do my utmost to look after Away." Just then, a male who had previously pursued Away rushed over, visibly relieved upon seeing her. However, his anxious expression remained evident as he asked, "Away, I haven't seen you in several days. Where have you been?" "Hi, Away, please seriously consider my proposal for partnership. I've already turned you down to S.O. You've been deliberately avoiding me these past few days?" No. Away was at a loss. She was not adept at rejecting others. Gator suddenly understood. No wonder the girl had been hiding in the bushes that day. It was to evade her suitor. Yet he felt happy for Away. Chuckling, "It seems Away is about to settle down. I need not worry for her anymore." Upon hearing this, Away's heart shattered. This implied that Gator held no affection for her, and her hopes were utterly dashed. Away felt like crying but feared revealing her feelings, so she turned and fled. "Away!" The male hurriedly pursued, but Away ran faster, disregarding the raindrops falling around her. Aaron understood Away's feelings at that moment. No matter how much an unwanted suitor pursued, it would be in vain, while the one she liked remained indifferent, making Away's path to love exceedingly difficult. Gator observed the two running further apart, mistakenly thinking it was a playful chase between lovers, and added, "It would be good for Away to settle down. She's timid and needs a male to protect her." Ahem. Aaron felt speechless. It appeared Gator was just as oblivious as the others, utterly misunderstanding a girl's sentiments. Yet, curiously, girls often seem to cling to these dense males. Oh no, she meant males of the beast folk. Although Away felt a tinge of sadness, she quickly adjusted her mindset upon realizing the heartfelt intentions of Aaron. This marked Away's first opportunity to stand side by side with her idol in close proximity, not as a timid voyeur, but as a significant instructor. She understood the importance of cherishing this rare opportunity. According to Aaron, the ceramic kiln workshop being established in the village was distinct from the small kiln they had constructed, and Gattel had the ambition to expand its scale to it was not only meant to provide pottery for the orcs of Lalai village, but also for the remaining 6 villages. Despite the rain, the orcs of Lalai village toiled tirelessly under Gattel's leadership, carving into the rock face to create the first ceramic kiln workshop in their world. The males were hauling timber and stones with grunts of effort, while the females stood at a distance, gazing with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. How had Away suddenly become so formidable? Not only had she grown more beautiful, but she was also impressively capable. Standing beside Lord Gattel, she had truly made a wonderful friend. Ever since she had been with Aaron, she had transformed completely, as if reborn. Upon hearing that Lilai village was constructing a ceramic kiln workshop specifically designed to create fireproof stone pots, orcs from other villages flocked to join in. Some participated in the construction, while others merely spectated. Who was that little female? The males from the neighboring villages quickly fixated on Away, who was busily working alongside the males. Logically, females should not be present in such settings. They were deemed useless. In the realm of beastkind, females were perceived as weak and incompetent, contributing little beyond reproduction. Although they were protected by males, they were also looked down upon to some extent. Yet, Away appeared more like a leader. This was utterly astonishing. She was standing next to Gattel, the leader of Lilai village. How could even Gattel be following her commands? Who was she? Never seen her before. Just as the males from the outer villages were discussing Away, Wanching angrily approached, exclaiming, "You males are so bothersome," chattering away like females. This female was easily recognizable as the village flower of Lilai, known for her notoriously bad temper. However, that was before Aaron's arrival. Now, not only was she overshadowed by Aaron, but even Away had eclipsed Wanching's spotlight. The males paid no heed to Wanching's outburst and continued to watch Away, excitedly discussing her. This little female had not been seen before. Was she new? It seemed likely, probably brought in by that little female named Aaron. I even saw the two of them together earlier, chatting and laughing, clearly very close. 8T this rate. Our Snake Beast clan is about to make a comeback. Indeed, just these little females drawn here is something the other beast clans lack. What nonsense are you spouting? Wanching angrily pushed aside the males praising Away, glaring furiously as she corrected them. That female is Away. She is the ugliest hag in Lilai village. She has merely smeared something on her face. Is it Away? The males were taken aback, incredulously gazing at the little female among the orcs, recalling Away's original appearance, while scrutinizing her current self. No, it couldn't be the same person. Wanching would not allow the males to speak well of Away, insisting vehemently, "It's the same person, the same hideous hag. Her ugly birthmarks are still there. She has just covered them up." Aunt Lou had been standing nearby, feeling somewhat irritated as she watched Wanching rant about Away. To speak fairly, while Away might have some flaws in her appearance, she was undeniably a good girl, certainly better than Wanching, who only cared about herself and never considered others. Away was now contributing to the village by teaching the male orcs how to carve the kiln and imparting pottery-making skills. The future pottery would rely on this workshop's production. Aunt Lou could no longer remain silent and stepped forward to confront Wanching, stating, "Away's contributions are invaluable. You must not defame her like this." Wanching, disregarding her elders, retorted sharply at Aunt Lou, "You old hag, are you not just enjoying the benefits of her? Were you pretending to be the voice of reason?" "I'm trying to reason with you." Before Aunt Lou could finish, Wanching interrupted, "Reason? You are merely reaping the rewards from Aaron, willingly playing the role of her lapdog, and even associating with a lowly creature like Away. You truly are a disgrace, you." Aunt Lou was a loss for words. As the other females stepped forward, Wanching, "You have always relied on your youth and beauty to flaunt your power over the males in the village. Now that little Aaron has arrived, you are making things difficult for her, never reflecting on your own shortcomings. You presume yourself superior, thinking that your looks grant you the right to dictate to everyone. You call Away lowly, but apart from your appearance, how do you compare to her? Even Away is doing better, and Aaron far surpasses you." Wanching, confronted by the orcs, could have retorted, but she had provoked the ire of the crowd. With each person chiming in, her arrogance was swiftly extinguished, leaving her with no chance to respond, ultimately forcing her to flee in disgrace. Meanwhile, Away was busy giving instructions, while Aaron was enjoying herself, kneeling on a mat in the cave, humming a tune as she stirred the murky water in the ceramic pot. Aaron's stirring came to an abrupt halt as a certain snake coiled around her waist, the man clearly indulging himself. She regretted allowing him to wrap around her neck that day. "I really can't deal with you." Aaron fumed, at a loss for words. Ever since that day when he became her scarf, he had developed an obsession with the little female's body, constantly entwining himself around her, sometimes her waist, other times her shoulders, never letting her be, even when she walked or stood still. Aaron suspected that the snake truly believed she was a tree, slithering around her for no reason. It was futile to scold him. It only resulted in tighter coils. Taking a deep breath, Aaron forced a disingenuous smile, adopting a gentle tone as she inquired, "Snake brother, is there a particular spot on your scales that itches?" Internally, she thought, "Stupid snake, if you rub against me any further, I'll chop you into pieces and make snake soup." This was a snake with the most flamboyant scales, a striking azure hue. Even amidst the misty rain, it was clearly visible from afar. Whenever an orc passed by, they would see Aaron ensnared by the snake's body. Blue, her companion, was doing nothing but watching over his wife, though his body was gradually recuperating and he could assume human form at any moment. He had suddenly discovered that his small snake beast form wasn't too shabby either. Could he do as he pleased? Aaron's expression darkened as the snake's tail slipped into her bee skirt. Surely he was doing this on purpose. As a beast, how could one be so lewd? It seemed that all males, regardless of being human or beast, were creatures governed by their lower instincts. Aaron seized the snake's tail, halting its advances. Though angered, she maintained a gentle smile, as if dealing with a troublesome customer, needing to handle the situation patiently to avoid complaints. "Snake brother, you can directly tell me where it itches, and I can help you scratch." Blue met her gaze, flicking his tongue innocently. Though he remained silent, his expression conveyed innocence, as if he were genuinely oblivious, his vertical pupils shimmering with a hint of grievance. "Stupid snake, do you really think I don't know what you're up to? Don't mistake yourself for a simple-minded pet snake." His vertical pupils sparkled with tears this time. He was genuinely aggrieved. "You can't shed those tears. You are a high-ranking male beast. Could you not endure even this minor discomfort? If so, the future of your snake beast clan would be concerning." Aaron knew this fellow valued his pride, particularly when it came to his masculinity. Provoking him would certainly hit home that a peculiar scent wafted, stimulating his tongue. Blue had no clue what it was. The little female often concocted strange things. He knew she was trying to provoke him, and he shouldn't fall for such lowly tricks. Yet, in defense of his masculinity, he still took the bait. After popping a large, unidentified crystalline substance into his mouth, Blue began to regret his decision, finding it overwhelmingly salty, causing his tail to tremble uncontrollably. Yet he could not show weakness that a snake's face should not display emotions, and if it did, it would be incomprehensible, at least to Aaron, who was human. However, those striking blue vertical pupils had completely betrayed the aloofness of a serpent. AI Rand couldn't help but stifle a laugh, yet she pressed her lips together tightly. After all, that was her newly concocted product. It was this fellow's fault for bothering her, so she might as well use him as a subject for her experiment. It turned out she had been diligently working on refining mineral salt, AI Rand boiled crushed feldspar, which, to her knowledge, primarily consisted of aluminum silicate minerals, or dissolved in a brine, which she then purified and boiled multiple times, ultimately allowing the water to evaporate and leaving behind crystalline formations. Presumably, these crystals were indeed the mineral salt. Yet, she wasn't entirely sure, so she tricked her classmate Lon into tasting it to ascertain whether it was truly salty. Lon, feeling utterly exasperated, could hardly bear the situation, as if his very serpent tongue was about to snap. Iran taunted him. "What's the matter? Can't hold on any longer. A robust and formidable male should be able to withstand hunger and cold. How is it that you can't even endure a hint of saltiness?" Lon kept his mouth tightly shut, expressing his resolve to endure. It was uncomfortable, but he refused to admit it. "Oh well. Enough of this stubbornness. Just throw up if you can't handle it." AI Rand continued, feigning indifference. "What a pity for those little females who are so infatuated with you. They admire you so much. Yet look at you now, so weak." Lon turned his serpent head, pressing his face against the stone wall, hoping the coolness might alleviate the sting on his taste buds. Indeed, it was no longer merely a matter of saltiness. It was bitter, numbing, and painfully uncomfortable. What on earth was this bizarre concoction? "Lon, why don't you just apologize to them? Be honest and tell them you're not capable. Otherwise, this could be seen as deceit. Tricking them with your affections." The opinions of the other females didn't concern AI Rand, but the little female's words signified that she, too, cared about his strength. No female would willingly favor a weak male. How could a male admit to weakness? After venting her frustrations, AI Rand smirked and gently stroked Lan's head, teasingly asking, "Will you dare to pretend to be a pet snake and flirt with your elder sister again? If you sincerely apologize, I might still forgive you." In an instant, the small blue python transformed into a larger form, taking on human shape. AI Rand barely finished her sentence before Lan retaliated, pinning her onto the grass mat. Caught off guard, she suddenly found a mouthful of salt forced into her mouth, with his soft lips sealing it shut. "Little female, we'll digest this thing together." AI Rand was frantic. She certainly didn't want to share in this misery. Wasn't this salt far too much? How long would it take to dissolve such a large piece? With her arms pinned down by Lan's grip, she found herself utterly immobilized, his entire body pressing against her, leaving no room to escape. Oh no, he's supposed to be in a weakened state? AI Rand lamented, accusing Lan of playing dirty, bypassing the proper process. He had been exposed, and just like last time, he should have reverted to his smaller serpent form before transforming into a human. How could he skip steps like this? If she had known he had already recovered, she wouldn't have treated him this way. She had always thought that the sweet lips and tongue of the little female would taste delightful. But now, due to a piece of salt, the flavor had transformed. Yet, Lan seemed to find it stimulating. "Sister?" It was amusing to him that this little female, having lived for merely a decade or so, could make a 100-year-old serpent call her sister. Coughing slightly, he seemed to unintentionally reveal a small secret. With tears glistening in his dark eyes, AI Rand realized her mistake. She should not impose such a mouthful of salt on Lan, especially not unrefined aluminum silicate minerals. The salt extracted was excessively high in concentration. Lan's throat convulsed, and AI Rand was taken aback. Had the salt vanished? Did he swallow it? Indeed, her heart ached at the sight of him suffering, yet spitting it out would only validate her logic, proving him weak, unable to endure even this minor flavor, rendering him an unreliable male. Taking advantage of Lan's moment of discomfort, AI Rand turned her head away, avoiding his burning gaze and murmuring, "I 1TB moved." 1T dare to move? Lan was taken aback. What was this insinuation? AI Rand's dark eyes flickered, and she noticed a faint blush rising on Lan's face. What was this? Why was he blushing? Had she said something improper? If the little female said he wouldn't dare to move, then that must imply he could. Upon grasping this, Lan was slightly astonished and leaned closer to her flushed ear, murmuring, "Little female, how could you be even more lecherous than I? Truly, you leave me at a loss." AI Rand felt urgency rising within her, but it was too late. The salty taste mingled with the scent he adored filled her mouth. His long fingers caressed her heated cheek, his thumb gripping her chin, rendering her unable to escape. Her breaths quickened, and she began to feel lightheaded. Yet for Lan, the familiar flavors gradually took shape, reminiscent of the meal she prepared. Only, in this instance, the food was something she had concocted through boiling. While she herself was, Lan had no grievances against Away. Although they belonged to the same village of beastmen and rarely interacted, the recent days had ignited a spark of jealousy within him. As Away had stayed overnight for several consecutive days, the flickering lamp illuminated the scene, and Lan, disguised as an innocuous little blue python, could only seize the opportunity to gain a modicum of advantage with AI Rand. At this moment, with Away absent, Lan would take the chance to act on his desires, even without any hints from AI Rand. The boiling water in the earthen pot diminished with each passing moment, the crystalline formations at the bottom becoming clearer. After establishing a small pottery workshop, he had successfully fired a batch of pottery. Though the quantity was limited, the variety was diverse, including earthen pots, bowls, and jars. For the beastmen, it was akin to unlocking a new world. Once they learned the pottery-making techniques, they could easily create various shapes as long as they had the clay, and then fire them into form. AI Rand's reputation within the Serpent Beast clan spread once more as beastmen from various villages came to visit, bringing fish and meat as tokens of gratitude. Although AI Rand had played no direct role, she inadvertently reaped the rewards. She had merely dispatched her trusted disciple Away to assist in building the pottery kiln and establishing the workshop. Yet, the beastmen from Lilei village still held AI Ran in high regard. She had simply wished to foster a connection between Away and Gadier, allowing them to interact more. Wait a moment. Where was Away? After watching the beastmen depart, AI Ran glanced around but saw no sign of Away. Away had been living with AI Ran, frequently coming and going. However, with the pottery workshop having successfully produced a batch of pottery, Away's task was complete and she no longer needed to be vigilant. Could it be that the girl was truly with Gadier? Yet, that was precisely what AI Ran had hoped for. How splendid that would be, if there were to be a perfect gift for her dear friend. Nothing could surpass the joy of seeing her best friend and crush unite in love. This would also allow AI Ran to pass on her protective duties over Away to Gadier. AI Ran, you truly prioritize friendship over romance. Lon had also left early in the morning. Why didn't TU seek him out? There was far too much, far more than she could consume. She needed to devise a plan to manage it. Otherwise, with the current weather, it would spoil within a few days. Having worried about her friend, AI Ran then began to fret over the fish and meat the beastmen had gifted her. Now that she had mineral salt, the task was not daunting. The meat could be cleaned and cured. But what about the fish? Looking at the fish still flopping on the ground, an idea struck her. She would dig a pit. After all, it had been raining continuously, so she could create a small fish pond to raise them. Placing the not-quite-dead fish into a puddle of water, she picked up a piece of wood and used a bone knife to roughly shape one end into a crude shovel. The mud had been soaked for days, making it relatively easy to dig. Choosing a larger puddle, she began to dig. After about 2 hours, she was satisfied with the size of her little fish pond. She set down the muddy wooden shovel and began to gather stones, carefully laying them at the bottom of the pond. Though the fish were not loaches, she still felt uneasy, not minding the trouble. After covering the bottom with stones, she filled in the gaps with smaller stones. This step took her nearly an hour. Once she had nearly finished, she paused to watch the small amount of rainwater in the pond. A twinge of worry creeping in. What would happen when the rain filled the pond to the brim? Though still in her tender years, she harbors an extraordinary penchant for concern. After contemplating for a while, she resumed her labor, strategically positioning a row of large stones along the lower arc of the small fish pond. This precaution was to avert inundation from excessive rainfall. In doing so, the water could flow away through the crevices between the stones when it began to rise, while the fish would remain confined, thus ensuring a more stable water level within the pond. Ahem, she's indeed a formidable woman, meticulously devoted to her tasks. Should her perfectionist tendencies arise, they would render her utterly uncomfortable. Hence, she strives for excellence in every endeavor, constantly pondering improvements. The fish, having adapted to their new surroundings, became increasingly spirited, seemingly convinced they had returned to the river. Once AI Ran completed her tasks concerning the pond, she turned her attention to the remaining lifeless chunks of meat. With such a substantial amount of meat, mere rainwater would not suffice for cleaning. She needed to go to the riverbank. She placed the fish meat into a ceramic jar, equipped herself with a bone knife, and set off towards the village entrance. Xiao Ran, washing meat. Are you? A lupo approached AI Ran by the riverside, smiling as she extended a large piece of meat towards her. This is for you. I was just about to bring it over when I happened to see you here, so I thought I might as well hand it to you now. AI Ran quickly rose to intercept Lupo's offering, replying, "No need to give me the meat, Lupa. Keep it for yourself. I have more than enough and was merely considering salting it." Salting meat? What does that entail? Oh, right. She had yet to inform the beast folk about the matter of mineral salt. It is, well, AI Ran was not being stingy with her salt-making technique. She simply found it challenging to explain, concerned that Lupa, being of advanced age, might struggle to comprehend. Had it been a beast folk of AI Way's age inquiring, she would have readily responded. Lupa, it's still raining, albeit lightly, but it's uncomfortable to be out in it. I must hasten to wash the meat. When I have time, I will visit you at your home. ILL explained everything then. Oh dear. Although Lupa was curious about the salting process, she was not overly anxious. Trusting AI Ran's words, she recalled how AI Ran had even shared her pottery-making techniques with the snake beast folk. Anything else would surely be manageable. Let me assist you, Lupa declared, lifting her bee skirt and moving towards AI Ran. No. AI Ren quickly intervened, insisting, "Please, Lupo, return. I can manage this on my own," given Lupo's advanced age and reduced mobility. AI Ran was reluctant to accept her help, especially considering Lupa's precarious approach, which genuinely alarmed her. Should Lupa falter, it would not only be her fall, but would undoubtedly involve AI Ran as well. Plunging them both into the river, "I shall keep your meat safe." "Very well," AI Ran acquiesced, and Lupa departed cheerfully. AI Ran placed her hands on her hips, surveying the pile of meat. She was at a loss as to whether to feel elated or troubled. Not to mention the daunting workload of salting. The immediate task of washing was already overwhelming. Heaven knows how exhausting it had been to carry it all here. If she were to traverse back with the meat now, she would be the proprietress of a butcher's shop, with wild meat that city dwellers would covet, and the prospect of becoming wealthy in a day was indeed plausible to Huff. Iran dismissed her unrealistic thoughts, crouching down to commence her work, starting with cleaning the ceramic jar to store the clean meat. With each sizable piece of meat she washed, she chopped it into smaller portions, sequentially placing them into the jar. Despite having been informed about the type of meat when arrived from the beast folk, she had promptly forgotten. Regardless of the type, AI Ran washed, cut, and prepared everything in a haphazard manner, including the subsequent salting. After a flurry of activity, AI Ran finally completed her tasks. Standing upright, she prepared to move on, only to discover a heap of unprocessed fish behind the ceramic jar. Heavens. It dawned on AI Ran that she had forgotten about the fish after extracting them, and they were of considerable size, with some long enough to match the length of her arm. What could she do but continue? AI Ran once again crouched down to gut the fish, scale them, and chop them into pieces, layering the cleaned fish atop the meat blocks with previously washed leaf for separation before adding the fish pieces. After transporting the meat back to her cave, AI Ran used a smaller ceramic jar to store the meat pieces, meticulously applying salt to ensure thorough contact, lest they spoil. Finally, she sealed the jar and set it aside. Subsequently, she ventured out once more, cutting a bundle of thin bamboo strips, sharpening one end, and threading the salted fish pieces onto them, hanging them on the stone wall as close to the kitchen as possible. This way, when she lit a fire, she could take advantage of the heat to dry them as well. It was one thing to roast salted meat, but the workload was considerable, not to mention the firewood. Each use diminished her supply. AI Ran had come to realize that this rainy season was not likely to cease anytime soon. It was not just AI Ran who was lacking. All the beast folk were in need of dry firewood. Shao Ran. AI Wei. Something has happened to AI Wei. A female rushed in, breathless, pointing towards the village entrance, swallowing hard before continuing. "We agreed to meet at Huai village, but when I arrived, I did not see her. I inquired among the village beast folk, and they all said they hadn't seen AI Wei. I went to Paijia village, thinking she might still be there distributing pottery. However, the beast folk there claimed AI Wei had not gone." The female trembled as she pulled out a shard of pottery, handing it to AI Ran. It was stained with fresh crimson blood, while AI Ran's sense of smell was not as keen as that of the snake beast folk. The female could discern. "This blood belongs to AI Wei. I stumbled upon it in the thickets between Paijia village and Lai village, indicating that we had divided our tasks. She was to distribute pottery at Paijia village and then regroup at Huai village. Yet, she must have encountered trouble on her way there. Where is Jadier?" AI Ran had always assumed AI Wei was with Jadier. Lord Jadier did not come this morning, and Gupa is also missing. I have no idea where they have gone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for you. AI Ran, you're the smartest female in our village. You must think of a way. The female's face was etched with concern, her hands trembling uncontrollably around the bamboo. AI Wei had transformed into a key contributor to Lai village. Without her guidance, the pottery workshop would not have flourished. Now that something had happened while she was with AI Ran, it would be impossible to absolve her of blame. It is not my fault. AI Ran naturally did not hold the trembling female accountable. It was that individual, undoubtedly the beast folk who had been bullying AI Wei, who had seized the opportunity to attack her in their absence. "Let us go. We must find AI Wei." AI Ran seized the bamboo cup, setting it aside, and pulled the female towards the village entrance. Here, this is where I found the blood-stained pottery shard belonging to AI Wei. Just as the female was in a state of panic, AI Ran found it odd. She glanced down at the small shard she held, utterly perplexed as to why it was merely this tiny piece, that if there had been a struggle resulting in broken pottery, why was there not a larger collection? Could the scent be more potent than this? That cannot be. The female shook her head. If she could have detected the scent, she would have followed the trail of AI Wei's blood directly, rather than returning to the village to seek AI Ran, flailing about like a headless fly. Something is amiss. AI Ran found the situation illogical. The assailant must be stronger than AI Wei and would have no need to resort to pottery to attack her. Instead, it was possible that AI Wei had attempted to fight back with the pottery. Yet if the pottery had struck the assailant, surely it would not have shattered into just one piece. Moreover, it bore AI Wei's own blood. AI Ran swiftly turned to face the female, pressing her for details. What size are the pottery pieces you delivered? The female spread her arms, gesturing about this big. Damn it. AI Ran chided herself for forgetting that AI Wei belonged to the snake beast folk. It was entirely plausible she had been forced into her snake beast form and forcibly stuffed into a piece of pottery to be taken away. It was likely that AI Wei had chipped off a piece from within the pottery. While it was conceivable that AI Wei had sustained injuries, the bloodstains on the shard were more likely a deliberate signal from AI Wei, intended to alert the villagers that she was in distress and to summon aid in her search. As AI Ran spoke, she dashed away. Although she was uncertain of the direction AI Wei had taken, she understood the urgency of locating her. She had witnessed enough of AI Wei's injuries. During this time, AI Wei had remained by her side, working in the pottery workshop during the day under Jodi Air's watchful eye. The one who sought to harm AI Wei must be lurking in plain sight. It was a pity that she had not found an opportunity to approach AI Wei. Now that they had captured AI Wei, it was likely that her fate was dire. However, the female gazed anxiously at AI Ran, who was obscured by the curtain of rain, stamping her feet in distress. The males of the village had all ventured out to hunt, preparing for the impending winter by stockpiling food. There was no one left to call for assistance. The females remaining in the village were unreliable. Otherwise, she would not have sought out AI Ran, not only because AI Ran was a friend of Wei, but also due to her abilities. She believed AI Ran to be the most capable among the females. The pottery workshop, the female suddenly recalled, realizing there were still a few males busy firing pottery. She could seek their help. As she turned to run, she stumbled over someone's foot. Looking up, she saw Wan Qing standing behind her, a smug smile plastered on her face. What does this mean? Have you lost the great contributor of our village? Luan Qing asked sarcastically to I. The female felt guilty and dared not meet Luan Qing's gaze. Observing that the female did not even dare to rise, Luan Qing couldn't help but snicker, then bent down and added, "Oh, it seems you haven't merely lost her. You've killed Wei. I did not. I did not kill Wei. Then why did something happen to Wei while she was with you? You must be jealous of Wei's newfound popularity. So you took the opportunity to eliminate her. No, I didn't. That was not my intention. If you truly had no intention, why do you feign seeking AI Ran's help? Isn't it merely to shift the blame? Do you think I am unaware of your attempts to clear your name? No, that's not it. Please don't say that about me. I truly did not." As a fellow female, she had indeed felt a moment of jealousy towards the suddenly attractive and capable Wei. Yet, she had never harbored such severe feelings as Luan Qing suggested. Terrified, her face turned pale. "I did not kill Wei. You still think you can act your little tricks in front of me." Luan Qing scoffed derisively, straightening up and gazing into the depths of the thicket, where AI Ran had long since vanished from sight. How naive she was to believe she could save her friend in this manner. "I did not kill Wei. Please believe me. Just moments ago, when it was merely said that Wei was missing, she trembled in fear. Now, being accused by Luan Qing of jealousy and murder, she was utterly terrified, collapsing into the cold, muddy water, weeping softly. Truly a useless creature, easily frightened with a few words. Whether I believe it or not is inconsequential. I merely wish to remind you, if you truly are innocent, then you should hide. Otherwise, Others may mistakenly think you are the culprit, just as I do. With that, Wan Qing turned and walked away. She was subtly implying that seeking help would only lead to more trouble for oneself. Though unaware of who was targeting away, such a brazen and despicable creature, if they were to perish, it would indeed be joyous news, and it would be best if AI disappeared alongside them. The Banshan forest stretched infinitely, yet every inch of land had strict territorial boundaries. Ahead lay the only high-altitude meadow in the forest, home to the lynx beast clan. One could hardly fathom how vast the cold mountains were. Only aware that any beastmen who intruded upon their territory met with no mercy. For the other beast clans, it was a forbidden zone, yet Xie entered without a care. This, Gattel appeared incredulous, casting a surprised glance at Dui beside him. The elder was correct. This lad indeed harbored issues. Had it not been for following him here and witnessing it with his own eyes, he would have never discovered such a traitor within the tribe. Luo Shan's lips curled into a smirk, clearly relishing the spectacle. We cannot hastily draw conclusions. Before Gattel could finish, Luo Shan interjected with a provocative tone. Gattel, why do you continuously defend this brat? Are you perhaps his accomplice? Gattel replied, Elder, you must not believe Luo Shan's one-sided words. Whether belief mattered or not, it was evident that Dui, when deceiving Gupo away from Lai village, had entertained the thought of eliminating Shi. However, Gupo's words had held sway over his decisions. His silent entry, devoid of any sound, was indeed suspicious. Dui restrained the agitated Gattel, signaling him to be mindful of his words and actions. His tightly furrowed brows resembled twisted, withered vines, difficult to relax. The lynx beast clan had keen hearing. Had we not maintained our distance, they would have discovered us long ago. Yet, she entered their territory without a sound, indicating this was not his first venture inside. Dui provided a more balanced assessment, indirectly returning Gupo's favor. However, it seemed his conjectures were evidently more accurate than Gupo's benevolence. The fact that she intruded without any signs of battle suggested there had been no conflict between him and the Lynx Beast clan. Indeed, this is quite unreasonable. The Lynx Beast clan, though not as dominant as the Wolf Beast clan, still possesses enough might to intimidate the other beast clans. Their territory of cold mountains is one where no beastman dares to venture alone. Why then would the reclusive Lynx Beast clan treat and accept the youth from the Snake Beast clan so kindly? Why? Shi's actual age is certainly not as tender as he appears. He is undergoing a level molt. Dui suddenly realized. All snake beastmen undergo a molting process once a year, a normal physiological reaction to adapt to the beast realm. However, a level molt is a reverse molting. Only high-level beastmen can naturally achieve a reverse level molt, and the conditions to do so are exceedingly stringent. Crucially, a level molt is not a good thing. No powerful beastman would engage in such foolishness. The level molt sheds not just a layer of snake skin and scales. It is akin to peeling away a layer of bone. Most importantly, it would exhaust all hierarchical levels. Who in their right mind would be willing to pay such a price to reinvent themselves through a level molt? Wait a moment, the Dui's heart sank heavily. The Lynx Beast clan has never been friendly with any other clan. This brat seems quite adept at navigating their territory. It would be prudent to investigate whether she truly belongs to our Snake Beast clan. Luo Shan, do not sow discord. She is undoubtedly one of us from the Snake Beast clan. Gattel, had you not followed Shi here today and witnessed him enter the cold mountains, your words might have held some weight. But now you see for yourself. Do not tell me you are unaware of the Lynx Beast clan's Lingu technique. That is merely a legend. Gattel, of course, was aware of the Lynx Beast clan's Lingu technique. But he had never believed in it. It was said to be an ancient and powerful force of the Lynx Beast clan, capable of intensifying a beastman's bloodline power under certain conditions, inducing a phantom beast form to deceive enemies. Yet for millennia, regardless of how the beast realm changed or how fierce the wars became, the Lynx Beast clan had never stepped foot outside their cold mountain territory, nor would they allow any outside beastmen to invade. Naturally, no other beast clans had ventured to explore and verify the Lingu technique. No beastman could enter alive with the intent of uncovering the secrets of another clan and return alive from the cold mountains. Gattel, you've had enough. Stop defending that brat. Though Luo Shan was in human form, The characteristics of a snake beast were still evident, scales rapidly appearing on exposed skin, standing on end in a hostile manner, ready to strike. If you cannot discern right from wrong and insist on defending a traitor out of personal sentiment, even going so far as to lie, then I believe it is time for you to relinquish your position as the leader of Lai village. Luoshan had long harbored discontent towards Gattel. They were both at the 7th tier of the communicator level, yet why should Gattel's status be superior to his? Dui, that old fool, is the one who elevated Gattel. Though this old wretch occupies a position of strength before his father, he is nothing more than a writhing worm. Undoubtedly, he harbors resentment, having been suppressed by his father for so long, thus venting his frustrations upon Luoshan. What valorous hero, in Luoshan's eyes, could emerge from such a tumultuous conflict? He perceives Dui as nothing more than a cowardly cur. The specifics of past events elude him, yet one certainty remains. This elder has certainly not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, how could he have survived? Gattel responded, Elder, I do not seek to defend she. Our bond is merely that of fellow villagers. However, I believe it is premature to draw conclusions before the truth is unveiled. Should we rashly condemn she based on superficial appearances, it would undoubtedly harm him. The Serpent Beast clan cannot afford further division. It is Gattel's broad-mindedness and concern for the greater good that have earned him Dui's favor over Luoshan. Yet, who is she, after all? Dui's heart is shrouded in an even denser fog of worry. Both Gattel and Luoshan are not high-ranking beastmen. Thus, they remain oblivious to the concept of advanced metamorphosis. However, for Dui, this knowledge is even more troubling. Previously, due to a slight resemblance, Dui had suspected she to be a descendant of the demon Coation, which already placed him under immense pressure. Now, if it can be confirmed that he has undergone advanced metamorphosis, could it be that he is the true Coation? Elder, Gattel rushed forward, just in time to steady Du. Iran held several shards of pottery, having pursued them along the way. The shards she collected became increasingly diminutive, so small that one might overlook them entirely. Although Rand could not detect the scent of Y, she was certain it was a distress signal left by her, for pottery is unique to the Serpent Beast clan. Though Lai village has established a pottery workshop, the Beastmen would not indulge in such extravagance, especially in a location far removed from the Serpent Beast clan. If her assumptions are correct, a Y has indeed been confined within a vessel. She shattered the pottery, leaving behind a blood-stained shard in the thicket, gnawing at it with her serpentine jaws to leave a trail, just like the shards Rand found, marked with the imprints of serpent teeth. Here, Rand suddenly halted. She gazed toward a somewhat familiar direction, realizing she had been here before. Though it had been night then, her sense of direction remained keen. She recalled it to be the territory of the Wolf Beast clan. Why? Had she been captured by the Wolf Beast clan? Rand turned to look back at the direction of the Serpent Beast clan, wondering why no one had come to help. Had that female not sought assistance from the beastmen of the village? Or had they merely lost their way? What should I do? Rand felt a lingering dread. She admitted to herself that she was afraid. The first time she had unwittingly trespassed in search of Lon. She had been ignorant of the dangers, but having witnessed the ferocity of that group of wild beastmen, she instinctively felt fear. What of a why? If she had been taken to that terrifying place, would it not be even more perilous? But I cannot abandon her. Rand struggled internally, then tightened her grip, taking a deep breath. However, as she prepared to step forward, she froze. Something was amiss. If a Y could bite off shards from the vessel, why could she not escape? If her head could emerge, could her body not slither away from the vessel? Was her tail being held fast? While that was a possibility, Rand sensed danger. It seemed more likely that a Y's actions had been deliberately permitted by her captors. What, then, was the purpose? Though a Y was a small hero of Lai village, she was insufficient to lure those high-ranking beastmen, and the leaders of the clan were certainly not within her reach. The only one who could be enticed was her dear friend, Rand. Upon realizing this, Rand's heart raced violently, nearly causing her to forget to breathe. Yet she recalled just in time to withdraw her foot, as if she had nearly stepped into an abyss. Brushing perilously close to death itself, I must seek Land's assistance. Rand turned to fetch help, but soon encountered another dilemma. Would Lon truly be able to rescue Awai? After all, that was the very core territory of the Wolf-Beast clan. Teeming with ferocious beasts, the last time she had ventured with Lon, they had barely escaped with their lives. Could they truly emerge unscathed the second time? What of Awai, then? Could she simply be forsaken? Tsunuo released the small python from the pottery, instantly transforming into human form, her lips already severely chafed. Yet the beastmen present showed no signs of sympathy. Even the elder Pei expressed disdain. Tsuno, are you jesting with the leader? After Pei spoke, the onlooking males began to voice their opinions in a cacophony. This female is exceedingly ugly. Tsuno, how did you manage this? Did the leader ask you to capture that little female last time? Or did you simply misunderstand or refuse to comply? Although that is the territory of the Serpent Beast clan, as a member of the Wolf Beast clan, stealth should be your fundamental skill. And all we asked was for you to capture an unarmed female. How could you fail at such a simple task? Tsuno, it seems this tribe is truly no place for you. You might as well return to your wandering ways. Amidst the chorus of disdain, the only one who remained silent was Rand. He merely cast a glance at the trembling figure of Awai in the corner of the cave. Indeed, this little female was rather unattractive. What was that blemish on her face? It looked quite disturbing. After enduring so much, Tsunoa had long since grown indifferent, particularly to such trivial jibes. What he truly cared about was how to avenge Leia. To rend that loathsome serpent into 1,000 pieces. Standing amidst the scorn and contempt of the beastmen, Tsunoa strode directly toward the leader, his expression impassive, bowing his head to declare, "This female will undoubtedly lure the other female into a trap." "I cannot fathom that other female being so foolish," Rand replied, playing with a sharp dagger crafted from wolf fangs, its keen edge glinting ominously as he rose to loom over the curled-up Awai. The more they compared, the more regret Rand felt. The decision to remain undetected and conceal their strength had been prudent, considering their opponent was a formidable beastman who wielded lethal artifacts, their attributes enhanced beyond measure. To defeat them would surely cost the lives of valiant warriors. Without absolute certainty, sacrifices were unnecessary. Yet, in hindsight, they could have chosen to retain that little female. Now, it seemed utterly foolish to allow that Titan python to be taken right before their eyes. What confidence do you possess to be so certain? Upon Tsunoa's return, Elder Pei was far from optimistic. A traitor capable of betraying the beastmen and the tribe once could very well do so again. Regardless of the severity of their punishment, they would never truly amend their ways. Disregarded the disdain of the other beastmen, casting aside their doubts and scorn, responding solely to the leader. From my observations over the past few days, I have discerned their close relationship. It is anything but ordinary. Much like the bond one share with Leia, it is one of profound brotherhood. Rand grasped Tsunoa's implication, but did not concur. Retorting, "Do you believe that little female, having suffered once, will quickly forget and foolishly take the risk again? I am not only certain she will come, but also that the Titan python will come." As Tsunoa spoke, his teeth clenched, though he knew he should not display his emotions. The image of Leia's tragic demise was too much to bear. Rand chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further or express his stance. Simply turning away. "Even if the leader forgave and trusted you, I shall never endorse you. I will eventually drive you away. You traitor." Elder Pei made no effort to conceal his disdain for the traitor. Whispering a fierce warning as he passed Tsunoa, then hastening to catch up with the leader, Tsunoa inhaled deeply, raising his head slightly as the anger on his face gradually subsided. Regardless of what others said, he need not concern himself. Though they were of his kind, they did not truly understand him. Only Leia, bound by blood, had followed him unconditionally during his exile from the tribe, placing her trust in his choices. She was his true companion. Alas, she was gone. Thus, Tsunoa remained standing, quietly observing the captive, patiently awaiting the bait to be taken. Awai curled up, hugging her knees, too fearful to raise her head, just as she had conveyed to AI Ran earlier. The most terrifying beast clan in the beast world was indeed the Wolf Beast clan. They were merciless to all, including the scarce females, who were often subjected to brutal slaughter for their own gratification. Awai now realized that the Wolf Beast clan was not only brutal but also cunning, as evidenced by the distress signal she had left behind. Instead, it became a trap they used to lure AI Ran. Had she known that death was inevitable, she would not have acted so recklessly. Hopefully, AI Ran has not discovered the shard of pottery. If AI Ran does not go, Alway will surely perish. If AI Ran goes, she will die alongside Alway. Should she return to seek reinforcements? Oh no, forget it. They had previously refused to help, so why would they come to Alway's aid? Truly, their hearts are as cold as beasts. Huff.ai Ran took 3 deep breaths in place. To die for a friend would surely earn her commendation from the King of Hell, perhaps even a chance to be reborn into a more fortunate life. Escaping this savage, beastly world and returning to the 21st century, Just as AI Ran was mentally preparing for sacrifice, something suddenly pounced on her, startling her to the point where half of her soul seemed to flee. However, upon closer inspection, the creature atop her was not a ferocious beast, but rather a black and white tabby. Before AI Ran could take a better look, the little creature lifted a paw and placed its soft pad directly on her forehead, immediately beginning to lick her furiously, leaving AI Ran feeling quite pained. This adorably soft little thing had a tongue as rough as a floor brush. Little female, you can't possibly be infatuated with that wolf. A voice filled with jealousy and barely contained fury echoed. AI Ran involuntarily shivered. I leave for but a moment, and you rush here in a frenzy. How devoted you are! Are you a masochist? After how they treated you, you still can't forget them? How ridiculous! AI Ran hugged the little creature that was licking her incessantly, rising to her feet while pressing her arm down. The little creature, unable to continue its licking, looked up at her with disappointment, even letting out a couple of soft whines. Does she leap at any male she encounters? She had clarified countless times that her encounter with that fellow was merely a misunderstanding. Does she truly come across as insatiable? Arrogant snake, I have explained to you hundreds of times that I am not a female of your beastly realm. Not impose your prejudices about females upon me. Then why are you not obediently staying in your cave and instead running around here? Of course I have my reasons. AI Ran faltered for a moment, realizing how foolish she was to argue with Lon. She needed Lan's substantial assistance now. Suddenly aware, she changed her expression to one of flattery, despite her desire to strangle herself for such a demeanor. Snake brother, you have come. I was just hesitating whether to seek you out. Away seems to have been captured by a wolf beast man, and I followed the clues here. How about you accompany me to rescue her? Lon gazed coldly at the little female before him. They had spent some time together, and this insincere expression was not a first for him. Logically, Lon should have become accustomed to it by now, yet he still found it hard to adjust. Snake brother? AI Ran thought Lon had been lost in thought and did not hear her words, waving her hand vigorously before his vertical pupils. Hello? Snake brother? I will not go. Lon declined, turning away. Cough, cough, Lon. You are far too tsundere. Must you trick your wife into saying sweet things before you agree? AI Ran, however, did not dwell on that. Fearing this indifferent fellow might stand by and watch, she quickly stepped forward, blocking his path, and insisted, Always in trouble. We must go save her. That glaring light bulb has been shining brightly for so many days. It ought to be extinguished soon. IT has nothing to do with me. How can it not? Alway is also of your kin. I have plenty of kin. She is not my offspring. Ew. AI Ran was furious, yet she found no retort when this fellow became cold. He ignored her entirely, let alone a WET or her recollection. He had never exchanged a single word with Alway. Wait. AI Ran suddenly had an idea. She displayed a look of disdain, exaggeratedly sweeping her gaze over Lon. You are afraid, aren't you? Do you think I do not know? What did you say? Lan's azure eyes darkened, anger rising. Isn't all this just to cover up your guilt? You fear going to save Alway because you are afraid of that wolf. You worry you cannot defeat him and will lose face, lose your dignity as a male. Little female, you are pulling this trick again. Indeed, how formidable he is, being the leader of the Beast Clan. So prestigious, with a band of subordinates, he need not even lift a finger to intimidate the enemy with sheer numbers. AI Ran was truly fearless. She knew Lon was already displeased yet continued her performance. TSK. The young woman was excessively dramatic. shaking her head in disdain while continuing, "You cough cough. I really do not want to criticize you, but you're just a mere villager of your snake beast tribe. There's truly no comparison. Little female, I give you one last chance to correct your words," Lon warned. Yet AI Rand continued unabated, deliberately saying what Lon ought not to hear. "Fine, fine, you should hurry back home." She exaggeratedly waved her hand, displaying various expressions of disdain. A true actress. "Hurry and hide. Tuck away your little snake head under some grass mats. Otherwise, you might give someone a fright." Lon reached out and seized the little creature by the nape, causing it to let out a shriek. "Meow. Little one, are you a lynx? Why did you truly learn to call out like that?" "Cough, cough. It is just a basic skill. Perhaps it learned it from him." AI Rand looked longingly at the little creature being lifted away, feeling somewhat reluctant, despite having just complained about the roughness of its tongue. But a girl truly cannot bear to hear her adorable pet make such pitiful sounds. That arrogant snake wouldn't transfer its resentment onto the small animal, would it? "Snake brother, let's have a decent conversation. I did not mean to provoke you. I just wanted you to help me save meow." "Meow." AI Rand quickly covered her mouth. What on earth? Why did her voice sound like that? "Meow." Her eyes widened in disbelief. AI Rand was unaware that this was the lynx beast transformation technique, though her body had not changed. To outsiders, she now appeared as a lynx beast, and even her voice had been momentarily assimilated. "Ow. Woof. Meow." AI Rand's face was a question mark. What was the little creature trying to convey to her? It wanted her to learn from it. Lon lifted AI Rand effortlessly, one arm around her slender waist, the other carrying the black and white patterned lynx, heading toward the territory of the wolf beasts. The little creature looked somewhat like a small brain axe. "Little one, you can remain so calm while being carried like this and still seek to take on apprentice." "Cough, cough. Actually, it is quite comfortable being carried like this. And the best part is, I do not even have to walk." "Wait, you are a captive taken from the high mountains. How could you have been so quickly tamed by this python?" This massive creature, though lacking in hierarchy and unable to transform into human form, was nonetheless a master of this land, and could the sound of a wolf howl. Countless wolf beasts would come rushing down. Ow, ow, ow. The little lynx, hoisted into the air, seemed eager to challenge the massive wolf beast in its path, baring its tiny fangs and vigorously waving its limbs, resembling a round, fluffy ball of rage. Just like AI ran when she first intruded, unafraid of the tiger, the little one also ventured out for the first time from the high mountains. Though the creature before was massive, it seemed unaware of the danger. "Snake brother, look! The kitty is going on the offensive. Why are you just standing there? Go after it. It is merely a wolf beast. You can definitely beat it. Take it down." What on earth? Lon remained motionless. Surely he was not truly frightened into an action by a mere wolf beast. Hey, snake brother, you can't really be scared, can you?" "If you are, we will lack combat power. We are here to save Alway. We have not yet encountered the true enemy. You cannot be afraid now. Don't scare me, snake brother. You wouldn't really be afraid, would you?" "Ah, so unreliable. Snake brother, you have changed. You are no longer as formidable as before. Wait, snake brother, don't you have that weapon? Draw it and show it off a bit." AI Ran was frantic. Lon was the core strength of their team. If he faltered, how could they save Alway? AI Ran patted Lan's back forcefully, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Oh dear, you are truly driving AI Cien Nu to despair. Do something, regardless of whether that weapon is useful or not. Just brandish it a bit for the sake of appearance. It is quite possible that a casual display of bravado could intimidate the adversary. You think you can do better?" She was on the verge of letting go. No. I was merely jesting." Erin promptly curled up her limbs, for it was her first time being so proactively draped over the shoulder of classmate Lon. Fearful of falling off. Should she tumble, she might unwittingly plunge into the gaping maw of this ferocious beast. The wolf beast advanced, pressing down its front half, encircling the unfamiliar intruder to scrutinize. It was only when it reached Erin that she could truly discern the enormity of this creature. It growled lowly. Panting heavily, its voice reminiscent of molten lava roiling in its throat. Saliva dripped down from its slightly exposed crimson tongue, eliciting a sense of mild disgust, its viscosity rather unsettling, not easily breaking into droplets. Erin buried her head, too intimidated to meet its gaze directly. Despite a certain distance between them, the wolf's nose remained fixated on the unfamiliar scent. This scent was somewhat elusive. The Lingu technique had a hallucinatory effect in a short span, including the aroma emanating from her, which was masked by a faint, mesmerizing fragrance. Nevertheless, the wolf beast blocking her path still instilled a sense of unease in she. Erin dared not act recklessly, yet she felt compelled to take some action. Otherwise, she would be devoured in an instant, perhaps retaliating from within the beast's belly. Snake, snake, snake brother. Erin clutched classmate Land's beast hide tightly, her palms clammy with cold sweat, urging in a hushed tone, "We must do something. This is untenable." Suddenly, a wave of humid warmth, accompanied by a pungent, fishy odor, swept across Erin's face. Overwhelmed by the indescribable stench, she momentarily lost her senses. When she opened her dark eyes, she found herself locked in a gaze mere millimeters away from the wolf's blood-red eyes. And her heart skipped a beat, as if it had ceased to function altogether. Curse it! As if the snake was not unhelpful enough, it even playfully slapped her rear. Erin had never harbored such animosity towards a person. Oh no. A snake. Just as she felt her life slipping away, the wolf beast surprisingly stepped back a pace. Although under the influence of the Lingu technique, her every utterance was reduced to meow. Meow. The scent it bore was unfamiliar, yet undeniably faint. After observing Erin, the wolf beast deduced her true weakness and lost interest, turning away as if to disregard the little fluffball that had dared to provoke it. Such a feeble creature was hardly worth the attention of a formidable beast. It could hardly fill the gaps between its teeth. Huh. Erin's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the retreating figure of the wolf beast. Why was it leaving? Undervaluing you, she muttered as he pressed onward, seeking a way. This place was hardly a tourist attraction. Were it not for the little female's provocation, he would not have returned to this locale. Erin understood her status as a weakling in the beast realm, unable to contend with the beasts, but classmate Lon was supposed to be strong, wasn't he? No, wait, wasn't he quite formidable last time, a python against a wolf beast, managing to intimidate it even after sustaining injuries? Why did that wolf beast look down on him just now? Oh, what a lovely family of three. A small female hurriedly approached, scooping up the suspended little lynx and showering it with affection. Woo-woo. Erin's forehead was adorned with 3 dark lines. There was no need to observe the little creature's expression. Its cries indicated that its defenses had crumbled, and without any signs of aggression, it had succumbed to being petted, even extending its tongue to lick. Wait, a family of 3? How adorable! The other females also approached, surrounding these unfamiliar little animals. So, this must be the family patriarch. How delightful. The larger one was equally charming. It seemed that even small creatures possessed a sense of responsibility, carrying its injured mate while holding onto its offspring. Were they planning to relocate? I am not injured. Erin's voice was inaudible, obscured by the Lingu technique employed by the little creature. Consequently, the illusion it projected mirrored its own relatively weak form. No wonder the wolf beast regarded this family with disdain. How adorable. Where did you come from? They appeared somewhat akin to lynx, though it couldn't possibly be true. However, she recalled that whether lynx beasts or lynx beastmen, they typically dwelled in high, cold mountains. How had they ended up here? Little creatures, had you lost your way? One of the females reached out toward she, preparing to stroke it, but she took a step back, creating distance and deftly avoiding her hand. Hey, you won't let me pet you. The female expressed slight disappointment, but did not grow angry. Instead, she began to admire, praising, if you could evolve into a beast man, you would surely be a devoted and loyal male. Meow, meow. The little creature was completely enamored, engaging in various adorable antics to solicit attention. Instantly, it captivated all the females around, who eagerly reached out to pet, scratching here and there, and no wonder that wolf beast refrained from attacking. It turned out the little one was being quite cunning. Erin had a sudden realization. It wasn't that she was being looked down upon. They were all being underestimated by the wolf beast. The pompous snake had also employed the Lingu technique. Presently, it was merely the illusion of a lynx. TCH, not allowing pets was not an act of loyalty or discretion. It was simply a matter of fear of exposure. The Lingu technique was an illusionary art. A mere touch would reveal everything. Erin fumed. utterly disenchanted. The arrogant snake had transformed. It should have stormed in with grandeur and carved a bloody path instead of pretending to be cute and weak. Meanwhile, the snake, unfazed, maintained that cunning was preferable. After all, fighting required strength. Sustaining injuries could have dire consequences, and even if not for itself, it had to conserve energy for its mate. Ahem. Enough, we should be moving on. She retrieved the adorable little lynx from the throng of females and continued forward, eager to locate a way and depart swiftly, as he had no desire to encounter the leader of the wolf-beast tribe. A mere distraction tactic would only be effective against lower-tier beastmen. Meow. The little creature gazed longingly at the sisters, reluctant to part ways. What manner of creature could be so utterly charming? Its little eyes were simply enchanting. Glistening with moisture, the females whispered amongst themselves before hastily pursuing. Where are you headed? Why not stay in our tribe? What do you like to eat? Our land is abundant. We surely have your favorite foods. Please stay. As the little lynx was enveloped by the sisters, it felt overwhelmed with happiness. Bang! She bore an expression of exasperation. This was not an overwhelming sense of joy. It had truly exploded. Meow, meow. The little creature extended its tiny tongue to lick one of the sisters' faces. Yet, the sister's expression seemed to freeze, her eyes wide as she stared at the humanoid youth before her. What's wrong? Erin sensed an unusual atmosphere. Tilting her head back, she saw the females standing still. Their expressions blank, unlike moments ago when they had been eagerly observing. The beast women's faces, for some inexplicable reason, flushed crimson upon locking eyes with those mesmerizing blue vertical pupils. This male was simply too handsome. At that very moment, the wolf beast that had crossed paths with him swiftly returned. The instant the Lingu technique dissipated, its keen sense of smell immediately detected the presence of the snake beast man. It threw its head back and howled, summoning its companions. Awooh! However, the howl was abruptly interrupted by a wooden block falling from above. Smack. The wolf beast, momentarily dazed, soon heard the reprimand from the little female. No howling. The wolf beast let out a couple of subdued whines in weak protest. This was no ordinary little female. She was the one it cherished most, and they had a small agreement. While the females were generally weaker than their male counterparts, they developed earlier, allowing them to meet the requirements for transformation into human form without facing tier restrictions. Males, on the other hand, needed to reach at least the first tier to acquire the ability to assume human form. Perhaps this was the essence of survival of the fittest in the beast realm, that Darwin's principles were quite scientific. Every ecosystem must adhere to certain natural laws. The number of males far exceeded that of females. Without a system of selection, the ecological balance in the beast realm would be untenable. That if you 1T listen to me, then I 1T wait for you to evolve. A petite female, hands on her hips, remarked. She had grown up alongside this particular era classmate, making them childhood companions. The petite female had already transformed into human form, while the era classmate had yet to progress beyond the first stage of evolution, remaining in his wolf-beast form. Once the opportunity arose, with a little effort, he could awaken and evolve. Despite their agreement, the gap between them was swiftly widening that if he continued to misbehave, it was likely that the petite female would soon become someone else's mate. The era classmate understood this well, letting out a couple of whines before obediently lying down, his massive wolf head resting on his forepaws, intently gazing at the petite female he favored. AI rubbed her eyes in disbelief at the towering creature before her. This behavior was indeed peculiar and illogical. It was vastly different from what she had witnessed during her last visit. The male wolf beasts had been ferocious, so how could they now appear so docile and compliant? Fearing that the guests might be frightened, the petite female quickly explained, "Please don't be alarmed. Our wolf beast clan is exceedingly friendly and treats everyone well. Our males may look fierce, but in truth, they are quite gentle." However, AI was far from convinced. The petite female hurriedly moved in front of AI, spreading her arms to shield the enormous creature, fervently defending, "Era just hasn't evolved yet. Once he does, he won't look so intimidating." She glanced at the Era classmate, taken aback. What was happening? The hostility in his eyes had all but vanished. "Hey, wait a minute. Your father belongs to the snake beast clan, our sworn enemies. And yet, Because of a mere word from the petite female, you're suppressing your animosity. Coughing, it should be noted that within the wolf-beast clan, males are extremely doting towards females, but only those of their own kind. They never reveal their ferocity and brutality in front of females. Indeed, as their earlier remarks suggested, they genuinely believed this. The females of the wolf-beast clan were all treated like little princesses. Regardless of whether they were the object of affection or not, they were all cherished, and an innocent, beautiful, and safe environment was created for them. Each wolf-beast female perceived the beast world as a wonderful place, where the various beast clans coexisted harmoniously. They generally ventured out during the day and peacefully fell asleep at night under the protection of the males, having never witnessed the males in their violent acts. AI Rand began to understand. These creatures were duplicitous, merciless to outsiders, yet excessively indulgent towards their own kind. The way the petite female doted on the era classmate was evident of this. You mustn't frighten others. Do you hear? Woof, he replied. What? You don't realize how frightening you are. Woof woof, came his response. Then why did you bark just now? Were you trying to summon them all? You're already intimidating enough with your size. Why would you want to call even more? Woof woof woof, I'm done talking to you. You're utterly unappealing. AI Ran observed the scene of the wolf and the girl, and despite their quarrel, she suspected she had just been served a fresh, spicy bowl of dog food. No, rather a hearty serving of wolf food. Coughing, why was entry to their territory restricted for other beast clans? Were they concealing this secret of being dominated by their mates? The wolf beast clan was indeed quite remote, with few visitors. This was her first encounter with other beast clan members, and she was at a loss as to how to host them. The petite female appeared quite excited. This is not a remote area. It's more like a one-way street. She seemed momentarily stunned before gathering herself, quickly leading the way while continuing, We truly welcome you. Let me take you to meet the elder matriarch. The conversation blossomed, with the females eagerly chatting as they followed closely together. The elder matriarch had mentioned not long ago how long it had been since she had seen the outside world or encountered other beast clan members. They often listened to her recount tales of the past, which were ever so fascinating. Now that the elder matriarch was advanced in age and unable to venture out, she would surely be delighted to meet you all. Seeing these blissful females sheltered in their ivory tower, AI Rand found it hard to voice the truth and couldn't bear to expose the secrets of those mate-dominated males. It seemed that not only humans could exhibit duality. Beastmen were no different. Speaking of which, the Wolf Beast Clan was indeed formidable. Unlike other beast clans, they made excellent soldiers in battle, known for their strict adherence to military discipline. They truly formed a commendable team, emphasizing the spirit of cooperation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so united, adhering to the rules of pampering females without a single male attempting to break the norm. Long classmate, you can send me down now. AI Rand felt reassured by the friendliness of the wolf beast females, realizing there was no need to worry about keeping up, as Lon classmate had been carrying her. She gently patted his back as a reminder. However, she refused, stating, No, the ability to escape was merely secondary. After all, he had long known that the petite female moved at a sluggish pace. His concern was primarily for the wolf that had come into contact with his mate. It was necessary to keep a close watch on him. The petite female smiled at she, saying, You can relax a bit. There's no need to be so vigilant. Our wolf beast clan is very friendly, and the males won't snatch your mate away. She did not trust the words of this beast clan female, suspecting it might be a trap. Where the guests? The elder matriarch of the wolf beast clan approached. Leaning on her cane, her face adorned with a warm smile that it had been many years since she had seen members of other beast clans. The petite female introduced, Elder Matriarch. He is a beast man from the Snake Beast clan. Then he is our neighbor. The elder matriarch beamed. Though neighbors they may be, they were still separated by 2 mountains. How would they manage that? Quickly, set your petite female down. This isn't right. It could affect her fertility. Before the elder matriarch could finish her sentence, she immediately set AI Rand down. Lon classmates suddenly understood. No wonder the petite female had yet to lay any snake eggs. This was the reason. AI Rand, on the other hand, was left speechless. Stupid snake. Must you be so realistic? Just as AI Rand was harboring grievances against Lon classmate, Another voice expressed even greater dissent from the entrance of the cave. A certain beastman stood, his blood-red eyes dark and brows furrowed, glaring at the adversary and prey amidst the group of females, seething with anger. What is going on? Why are they encountering the females? Zhu suppressed his voice, but his irritation was unmistakable. Was all that effort in vain? What was the point of capturing that clown snake as bait? Elder Pei was at a loss. He had been following orders all along. When the leader inquired, he naturally had to respond. After stifling his frustration for a long time, Elder Pei found an excuse, replying, "Perhaps the females encountered them. Is there any difference?" Zhu was infuriated. Did the order of events even matter? "Zhu, come here, quickly!" The elder matriarch turned, beckoning Zhu while smiling at the guests. "This is my son, the leader of our wolf-beast clan. He is not only capable, but also kind-hearted, a very considerate child, and has always been my pride." Upon seeing Zhu, AI Ran couldn't help but shivered. Kind-hearted? Considerate? Give me a break. When summoned by his mother, Zhu had no choice but to comply, albeit reluctantly. He stepped forward, only to find that the petite female was still closely nestled against that odious snake. Elder Pei suddenly began to acknowledge the traitor's words that it seemed he had indeed been correct. The clown snake served as bait, drawing in the leader's favored petite female, while also bringing back the blue python that had fled that day. Ugh! AI Ran was momentarily stunned. She had expected a heavy atmosphere. Yet upon their confrontation, there was surprisingly no sense of oppression. She's thin lips curled into a slight smile. How intriguing it appeared she had misjudged these females. They were genuinely being well protected by these peculiar and duplicitous males, shielded from the harsh realities of bloodshed and brutality. Simultaneously, Zhu displayed an expression he deemed friendly. Yet, dear brother, that smile was truly awkward. "Please stop smiling. Quickly, tuck it away." Zhu's genuine feelings were as follows. "Damn it. What is that guy grinning about? Is he mocking us? Impossible. The beastmen from outside clans could never know our secrets. So it turns out you are all obedient to your mates." AI Ran discovered a new realm of understanding. Not mockery, but a hint of admiration. After all, in the 21st century, AI Ran's luck has not been particularly favorable, as she encounters individuals who embody a strong sense of male chauvinism. Lon spat blood. "You little female, how could you go so far? Discovering it is one thing, but to vocalize it?" The old matriarch's comprehension was not as astute as her son's, leaving her somewhat bewildered as she inquired, "What does it mean to be controlled by one's wife? In our tribe, a partner is also referred to as a wife, and a male who heeds his wife's words is dubbed a husband under the control of his wife. However, this is a term of endearment, devoid of any mockery." AI Ran felt a twinge of apprehension. Being cautious has never been a fault. If she were to utter something unpalatable and provoke the males of the wolf-beast tribe, it might endanger the females as well. The old matriarch pondered briefly, as it seemed quite reasonable. Her previous mate had always listened to her, and now her son did as well, though she had not found a suitable partner. Should he succeed, he would undoubtedly follow in his father's footsteps. The females of the wolf-beast tribe were equally curious about the outside world, and upon encountering the outsiders, they eagerly inquired, "Do you serpent beast tribe have any similar novel terms?" "How fascinating! You live right next to our tribe, and we had no idea. I thought there was half a Banyu forest separating us. Please, do share more." "Wait, let me clarify. In fact, I'm not a serpent." AI Ran began to explain, but her body suddenly lurched, and she fell directly into the embrace of a certain serpent who tightly wrapped an arm around her waist, leaving her with a sensation of breathlessness. Yet, reason dictated that she had no choice but to amend her statement immediately. "Ahem, it was actually our serpent beast tribe that first coined this term, although it is yet to be widely disseminated." "What a coincidence. It seems that your serpent tribe's novel term refers to our wolf beast tribe. That it appears we share quite the connection, beyond mere neighbors." The old matriarch relished making new acquaintances and enjoyed such fresh tales. Laughing heartily at the exchange, she held a deep yearning for the outside world. However, her age rendered her immobile, and the thought of causing trouble due to her advanced years deterred her from requesting her son to take her along. Now, with these two young individuals willing to engage in conversation, the old matriarch was naturally delighted. Our serpent tribe's females are prepared to be forthright. Ahem. AI Ran coughed twice, hastily interjecting before the blunt Lon could speak. Old matriarch, it is as follows. A young female from our serpent tribe has gone missing and is likely headed in your tribe's direction. Given the vastness of the forest, she may have lost her way. Would it be possible for you to assist us in locating our lost companion? Lon and Pei Lao's expressions simultaneously darkened. Of course. The warm-hearted old matriarch was more than willing to help. She quickly turned and called to Lon. Hurry, send someone to search. It is getting dark, and we must find her quickly. It is still raining. Go. Yes, mother. Lon waved his hand, signaling Pei Lao to dispatch beastmen to search. But in reality, it was to release the clown snake. Pei Lao not only released Away, but also intended to take her to reunite with her companions. Chi Nua, witnessing this, was perplexed, with the bait set. All that was required was to wait for the other party to take the hook. Why release her now? Chi Nua angrily exclaimed. Why did you let her go? Mind your place. Pei Lao reminded him. This is the chief's directive. There is no reason to question it. Even if there were, it is not for you to ask. Step aside. During Pei Lao's declaration, several males advanced in unison, forcefully pushing aside the obstructive Chi Nua. Pei Lao shot a glare at the defeated Chi Nua before continuing forward with Away. Determined to uncover the truth, Chi Nua hastened to follow but dared not get too close. When he observed Pei Lao safely delivering the clown snake to her companions, he was filled with rage. It's the females. It is these damned females who are interfering. Chi Nua had left the wolf beast tribe precisely because he could not tolerate their absurd regulations. Why should females hold the highest status when they were merely tools for reproduction? They should not be treated any differently from the females of other beast tribes. The little Away, still shaken, trembled despite seeing AI Ran and she. When Pei Lao brought her, he had not explained the circumstances, and she feared for her life. The old matriarch looked on with concern. What is wrong? Lon felt a pang of guilt. Unexpectedly, the little female spoke up, addressing the old matriarch. Old matriarch, it is nothing serious. She likely caught a chill from being out in the rain all night. This girl is rather frail. Away, not grasping the situation, glanced around and realized she remained among the fearsome wolf beastmen, signifying she had not escaped danger. Yet how could AI Ran converse with them so amicably? Away. Are you feeling unwell? AI Ran awaited Away's response, hoping she would cooperate. Her current goal was to ensure Away's safe departure while the females still had the ability to suppress the males. Although Away was confused, she felt inclined to trust AI Ran, believing that whatever AI Ran said or did must have its reasoning, and she replied, I am fine, just a bit chilly. That is good to hear. The old matriarch sighed in relief. She wished for nothing more than for this young female to remain safe in her tribe, that Away has been found, and she has caught a chill. She cannot remain in the rain any longer. We shall take our leave now. Old matriarch, if given the opportunity, we shall visit again. Thank you for your assistance in locating her. Though AI Ran spoke lightly. A sense of urgency gripped her heart as she took Away's hand and hurriedly sought to depart. The young lynx, fond of the young ladies, recognized it was time to head home. With a powerful leap, it sprang onto AI Ran's back, clutching her neck tightly. This was the first sister to lick it. It must return home with her. Wait, since you're guests, you must stay for a meal. Lon stepped forward, not blocking AI Ran's path, but rather obstructing she's. In the moment when their crimson eyes collided with blue, an intangible spark crackled audibly. How could we let you leave like this? If word gets out, it will seem as if our wolf beast tribe is inhospitable, sending guests away without even sharing a meal. What is happening? Why has Lon stopped again? Does he genuinely wish to stay for dinner? For heaven's sake, this insufferable snake is too uncooperative. AI Ran could not help but intervene, pulling insistently as she signaled him not to dawdle at such a critical moment, saying, No need. We are on a diet and have not been eating recently. We shall reschedule for another day. Are you in a hurry to return for the meal prepared by our females? Lon not only provoked but also scoffed, adding, So it is true. I thought it was merely a rumor. I did not expect the males of your serpent tribe to truly feast off the labor of the females. Stop. AI Ran's plea arrived too late, as Lon had already commandeered the conversation. We wolf beast tribe males are all hunters. Observing land's rapidly darkening gaze, AI Ran knew they were in trouble. She lowered her head, cradling her forehead, unable to bear the sight. This fellow had indeed fallen for the trap. He was drawn to this bait and never missed. She countered, "Very well. Then let me see what kind of prey your wolf beast tribe males hunt." With such audacity, AI Ran felt her insides crumble. "Lon, please do not be so concerned with appearances. Can you not discern the occasion? You are not foolish. You know full well that they are deliberately trying to provoke you to stay, yet you fell for it. Are you a pig beast? The Feast of Hongmen." AI Ran's expression was one of despair. If they could leave, why not? The little female stepped forward, asking, "What is the Feast of Hongmen?" "It is the banquet that pigs love most," AI Ran declared, raising her foot and landing it forcefully upon a certain serpent's foot. "Huh, what is this?" The females of the wolf beast tribe suddenly noticed the wooden clogs on AI Ran's feet. Upon glancing down, they saw that the three serpents were wearing similar footwear, revealing their own ignorance. "Your name is Xiao Ran, is it not? Let us be friends with the wolf beast tribe. I am called Yen. And the girl who just scolded Iha is called Iya. She is the youngest female among us. These two are sisters. The younger is called Xianing and the elder Xianyuan. Can you tell them apart?" "Ha! Even we struggle to identify who is who and often call them by the wrong names." AI Ran, what is that on your feet? Where did it come from? Do the beastmen of your serpent tribe all wear such things? The females encircled Aaron and away, probing with relentless curiosity. The term Snake Beast Clan had become synonymous with trendiness, at least among this group of females who had never ventured beyond their territory. Cough, cough. That might be the gist of it. "Mother, I've just remembered that the food has run out. We need to go hunting. May I invite our guest from the Snake Beast Clan to join us?" Ji inquired with a tone of feigned innocence, all the while casting a provocative glance at Shi. "Of course. But do exercise caution and ensure that our guests remain unharmed," the matriarch replied without much thought. Assuming her son merely wished to befriend the young man, she readily agreed. Sure, it was perfectly normal for males to hunt, yet the females displayed no interest, remaining entirely focused on Aaron and away. Bombarding them with questions, Aaron watched as she walked away with that fellow named G, her anxiety mounting. What on earth was he playing at? He had been about to leave, but suddenly chose not to, and now he was abandoning her to deal with them alone. "You insufferable snake, where do you think you're going?" Aaron fumed, her frustration bubbling over into tears. Was he deliberately trying to contradict her? "It seems your little female is quite attached to you," G remarked, irritation seeping into his tone. After all, he had been cornered and beaten, only to have this little female chase after him without hesitation. While males didn't require assistance from females, the extent to which this female had gone was indeed enviable. "Seems fine," he replied, "but Lon, you are rather too proud." From a distance, Aaron could not hear what she was saying. She merely watched as he turned away and followed the leader of the Wolf Beast clan, infuriated to the point of picking up a stone to hurl. "Where do you think you're going? You insufferable snake? Can't you hear me calling you?" Aaron was furious, nearly on the brink of a heart attack. No matter how loudly she yelled, that wretched snake ignored her, and despite her throat nearly going hoarse. He didn't even acknowledge her. It is true what they say. Without comparison, there is no pain. She suddenly found herself envious of the females of the Wolf Beast clan. The females from the Wolf Beast clan approached, offering various reassurances that, "Don't worry, they're just off to hunt and will return shortly. Nothing will happen to them. Ji is the gentlest male of our clan and our best leader. His hunting skills are unmatched. He wouldn't truly let your partner go hunting. He merely wishes to befriend him. Yes, don't fret. Why don't you tell us about those things you are wearing on your feet? The crafting of wooden clogs is not particularly difficult. It merely requires a few words, while the subsequent shaping and refinement are the laborious parts." However, the females seemed innately interested in such handicrafts. They gathered around away, and Aaron, one hand grasping wooden blocks, the other wielding bone knives. Aaron's attention was soon drawn to a corner of the cave. The sheer size of the cave was indicative of the matriarch's high status, comparable to 7 or 8 times that of Lon S., with a pile of thick furs stacked in one corner. "What is that white stuff?" The sky was overcast, drizzling lightly, and the light was poor. Yet Aaron's keen eyes spotted neatly stacked white furs in the corner. Upon closer inspection, She realized, oh my, it was sheep fur with wool attached. Wow, Erin exclaimed, unable to contain her awe, her eyes sparkling. You beast clans are so wealthy to possess so much wool, let alone the snake beast clan. Even in the 21st century, such wool products are precious and costly. One wool sweater could equate to several regular sweaters, in yuan. However, dismissed it casually, replying, oh, those? The males hunted those sheep fur since the dry season and have been collecting them all here with the matriarch. This fur is incredibly warm, perfect for winter, Aya chimed in excitedly. Erin couldn't resist moving closer, wiping her hands nervously, fearful of getting dirt on them and having to pay for it. Cautiously, she reached out to touch it. Oh, how delightful! And the wool is so long. Aya, resembling a chatty saleswoman, followed closely behind Erin, enthusiastically promoting, this fur is the best in the beastly continent, exceptionally warm, and feels wonderful to touch. I know. Erin nodded vigorously. Already envisioning numerous wool sweaters, she had been fretting about how to survive the winter. If the firewood ran out, she might very well freeze, perhaps even needing to dig a hole to hibernate with the snake beasts. Little did she know that the beastly continent had primitive sheep. Meon beasts were notoriously difficult to catch, yet you possess so many. Away gazed enviously at the towering stack of sheep furs. Having only heard of their soft, white pelts but never seen them in person, the matriarch generously smiled at Erin, saying, these furs are indeed warm, but they are not very durable and too small. If you like, you may take more. The Meon beasts of the beastly continent differ somewhat from the sheep Erin was familiar with. They're smaller, about 1/5 the size, for the beastmen who lack sewing skills. They are indeed inconvenient to use. While Meon beasts lack offensive capabilities, they're also not easy to catch. Their small size, swift movements, and tendency to dash about make them elusive. However, for the wolf beast clan, it often meant a bounty. They either return empty-handed or come back with a haul. Erin desired a wool sweater, yet felt embarrassed to ask for the wolf beast clan's Meon furs for free. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She grabbed a piece and ran over to the matriarch, saying, Matriarch, may I trade you for a few sheets of Meon fur? The matriarch chuckled. No need to trade. You may simply take them. It felt unsettling to receive something without giving in return, without even asking what she would offer in exchange. The refusal was rather too swift, prompting Erin to continue. I can make 2 garments from 1 sheet of Meon fur. Are you truly sure you don't want me to trade? Aya, still busy with her wooden clogs, was immediately drawn to Erin's words, eagerly rushing over, both excited and curious, asking, what do you mean by garments? Erin explained, in our tribe, we refer to the furs we wear as garments. 1 piece is hardly enough. How could one possibly make 2 from a single sheet? The matriarch waved her hand, stating, no, this Meon fur is simply too small to make garments. The males of the wolf beast clan were all robust, and even the females were not universally suited to wear it. Only the petite females and taller beastmen could wrap themselves in it. At a loss for words, Erin decided to take action. She borrowed a bone knife from a small female and ventured outside the cave, scanning the surroundings before returning with a suitably sized piece of bamboo, diligently whittling it down. The females watched with curiosity, Away included, puzzled as to what Erin was concocting. In no time, Erin fashioned 3 slender bamboo strips, 2 of equal length and 1 shorter. The longer strips were about twice the length of the chopsticks she usually made. With both ends sharpened, she took the short strip, drilled a small hole at the top, and cut off a few strands of wool from the Meon fur, twisting them into a single thread and threading it through the hole. After threading the needle, she demonstrated using her own garment. Previously, without thread, even if one could use fish bones as needles, sewing was impossible. Now, with wool at hand, she could patch up the tear in her bee skirt. Cough, cough, it was indeed torn by the matriarch's son. As Erin demonstrated how to sew, she explained, see, like this, you can stitch 2 separate pieces of fur together. You can make it as large as you wish, just sew it tight enough. Remarkable. This method is splendid. With this, not only could the small beastmen wear the Meon furs, but even the robust males could don them. Fantastic. The females erupted in joy, for everyone knew the Meon furs were superbly warm, ideal for winter. Yet, due to the small size of the Meon beasts, they had never been widely utilized for the beastmen of the continent. Both the dry and rainy seasons were challenging, but neither compared to the biting cold of winter. The matriarch beamed, unable to contain her delight, praising, "Little female, you are truly clever. And there's more." In her fervent quest for a few more pelts from the woolly beasts, AI Ran exerted herself to the utmost. Kneeling upon the ground with one hand pressed firmly against the pelt and the other wielding a bone knife to scrape away the wool. Strands of wool were meticulously teased apart. Twisted and kneaded with care, she joined the ends of the wool into segments. They quickly transformed into a lengthy strand, coiled into a loose ball, though it lacked sturdiness, easily torn with a tug. This did not hinder her subsequent endeavors. Employing the same technique, she fashioned another long strand, coiling it once more, and then, using 2 bamboo needles she had previously whittled, began to weave. Indeed, she was crafting a woolen garment. Initially, the first round of weaving appeared unremarkable, merely wool threaded through the bamboo needles, leaving onlookers puzzled about her intentions. However, as the rounds progressed, a shape gradually emerged. What? Could pelts be woven from bamboo and animal fur in such a manner? The females gazed in disbelief, their understanding of pelts completely upended by AI Ran's ingenuity. AI Ran imparted sewing and weaving techniques to the wolf beast females in exchange for the woolly pelts. This arrangement soothed her conscience, for she feared the burden of indebtedness. Upon learning this new skill, the wolf beast females were filled with excitement, eagerly gathering around AI Ran to inquire and learn. The elder matriarch declared that AI Ran could take as much as she desired, for a single hunt by the males yielded a heap of woolly pelts. Here comes Ia, bursting into the cave with a mound of white fur. Grinning widely, her eyes crinkled in delight, and upon closer inspection, she sported an adorable little wolf tooth. AI Ran could not discern the type of beast fur Ia clutched, but the expressions of the females suggested it was not the usual kind. Perhaps too coarse to Yuan, observing Ia, inquired in astonishment, "Ia, where did you acquire this wolf fur? You wouldn't be. It's from Ha." Aya exclaimed as she plopped down, tossing the pile of white wolf fur before her. Earnestly imitating AI Rant's earlier technique of working with the wool of the woolly beast, "I'm going to knit him a sweater out of his own wolf fur." Aya beamed, her face alight with joy. She felt incredibly proud of herself, convinced she was the most thoughtful fiancée in the tribe, the only one to conceive of such a heartwarming gift. Aya's smile slowly faltered as she noticed the peculiar expressions on her sisters' faces. Xan Yuan crouched down, grasping a handful of wolf fur, and said, "Iya, the rainy season is ending soon, and winter is upon us. If you shave off Erha's fur, how will he survive the winter?" Iya replied, "I'll knit him a wolf fur sweater," and Yuan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "His fur is perfectly fine, and you want to shave it off to knit him a sweater?" AI Ran, who intended to suppress her amusement, found herself unable to hold back upon catching sight of Han not far away, his small eyes filled with a mix of lament and reluctance to resist. She burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Poor Ha!" With his neck and a large patch of his chest fur completely shaved, appeared utterly bare, his once imposing wolf demeanor diminished in an instant. The females followed AI Rant's gaze, spotting the pitiable Ha, and laughter erupted among them. Even the elder matriarch was amused. "Look, after all this time, I've only managed to produce this little bit, with Ha being so large and unable to transform. How long do you think it will take to knit a sweater for him?" Xaning, concerned that you might not believe her, showcased her own handiwork to the blissfully naive Aya. Continuing, "By the time you finish, winter will likely be over." Xine Yuan, ever the supportive twin, added with mock seriousness, "Are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to freeze Ha and then break off your engagement with him?" "Of course not," Aya exclaimed, flustered and on the verge of tears. She had genuinely meant well, wanting to impress her fiancé with a heartfelt gift, unaware that knitting a sweater was a lengthy and intricate task. After Aya's amusing blunder, the cave grew even livelier. Ha, feeling dejected, turned away and left. Earlier, when his fiancé, he had begun to shave his wolf fur, she had uttered a slew of odd remarks and jumped about excitedly, leaving him bewildered, as he couldn't comprehend a single word. He had merely come to ascertain the situation, but ended up the subject of ridicule among the females. deepening his gloom and possibly leading him toward wolf-beast oppression. While the females continued to jest about AI's antics, AI ran set to work, sorting the woolly beast pelts gifted by the elder matriarch, scraping off the wool, spinning it into yarn, and winding it into balls. She also fashioned a bag from the woolly beast pelt to carry the wool balls, ensuring ease of transport when the time came to depart. As night gradually descended, the wolf beast tribe lacked the custom of kindling fires. Although the males had inquired about the methods the snake beast tribe employed to create fire by friction, their disdain kept them from sharing this knowledge with the females, leaving them unaware of the technique. With no dry kindling available in the cave, AI Ran found herself unable to start fire for warmth, let alone prepare dinner, as the thought of consuming raw meat was utterly unpalatable. The wool yarn was nearly sufficient, awaiting the return of Lon. However, that individual had been gone for an unusually long time, with no sign of return. The females gathered together, some crafting wooden clogs, others learning to weave woolen garments, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Noticing AI Ran's anxious glances toward the cave entrance, they surmised she was waiting for her male. That don't fret, the males will surely return before dark. If not, why not stay here with us? Indeed, AI Ran, you're so capable, coming up with such brilliant ideas. Honestly, we would rather you stayed. AI Wei, with her sharp mind, encouraged you all should remain. However, AI Ran hesitated at the thought of staying. Who knew when those wolf-beast males might turn hostile again? It was entirely possible that their females, once asleep, would remove their masks and tear them to shreds. AI Ran politely declined, saying, staying is not an option. I have many matters to attend to at home that I can visit more often, as it's not far, barely a half-day's journey. Xiao Ran, AI Wei began, but faltered. AI Ran, sensing the warmth and friendliness of the females, did not wish to be overtly dismissive, so she quietly reassured AI Wei, it's all right. I'll be home soon and I promise to bring you back safely. AI Wei bit her lip, hesitatingly saying, Xiao Ran, I'm a bit inclined to stay. What? AI Ran was taken aback. She had risked herself to rescue AI Wei, yet AI Wei wished to remain. Although AI Wei was a celebrated figure in the pottery workshop of Lai Lei village, her circumstances had not changed. Luo Shan had been watching her from a distance, and though she'd had no opportunity to interact with Lord Gator during the day at the workshop, now that she was sharing quarters with AI Ran at night, she understood all too well that Lord Gator held no interest in her. After teaching her pottery skills, she had lost any chance of further engagement with him. AI Wei did not wish to burden AI Ran. Staying here seemed like a reasonable choice. At least it was free from Luo Shan's bullying. However, AI Ran grew anxious, quickly rising to grasp AI Wei's hand, whispering, AI Wei, don't be foolish, while they may appear friendly. It does not mean the entire wolf-beast tribe is. They're not of the same kin. They are adversaries. How could they truly treat a snake-beast female kindly? AI Wei, I have witnessed their brutality. They only maintain friendliness towards their own females. What if those males, avoiding their own females, turn against you? What then? You be calling for help in vain. Listen to me. Return home. The snake beast tribe is the safe haven. AI Ran held AI Wei's hand tightly, prepare to pull her away at a moment's notice, now waiting only for Lon's return before seeking an opportunity to depart, as AI Ran had no desire to consume raw meat. I don't want to go home. Wei exhibited a resolute demeanor as she forcefully shook off Aaron's hand, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the somewhat bewildered Aaron. The force of her action was substantial enough to leave Aaron doubting whether her elbow had dislocated. The unexpected resistance, coupled with Wei's tone laced with irritation, rendered Aaron momentarily speechless. Wei continued, her voice ascending in pitch. I adore this place. The echo reverberated through the vast and profound cavern. It was not only Aaron who felt the awkwardness. Even the female members of the wolf-beast tribe found themselves in an uncomfortable position. They genuinely cherished the two female serpent beasts and hoped for their continued presence. Yet they had never anticipated a divergence of opinions leading to such a confrontation. Surrounded by numerous gazes, Aaron was aware of their lack of malice. Yet the scrutiny made her uncomfortable, causing her to feel a flush of warmth. The more she sought to extricate herself from the situation, The deeper she sank into the quagmire of embarrassment that I wished to pursue my own desires. Do not make decisions for me, she asserted. Away seemed to recognize her overly harsh tone and softened her voice. However, for Erin, it was no better than before. She could still discern the veiled reproach within Away's words, accusing her of meddling and making decisions on behalf of others. Erin offered a faint smile, unsure of what to say, perhaps even mocking herself. Erin had ventured into this blood-soaked land, fully prepared for betrayal and the possibility of reincarnation, yet she had not anticipated Away's reproach for her meddling. Months of close companionship and earnest protection seemed to pale in comparison to their brief hospitality. Was this truly the first friendship Erin had forged on the Beast World continent? She had known the dangers and bloodshed that characterized this territory and was aware of the ferocity of the male members of the wolf-beast tribe. The harmony and beauty before her were merely a reflection of their affection for their females. The outsiders among the beastmen could forge friendships with their females, yet the inherent danger remained. Erin felt that the more a community emphasized unity, the less they could tolerate external intrusion. Moreover, such passive methods of engagement made it impossible for them to genuinely accept Away. Any outsider daring to tread upon their core territory would be met with the intolerable wrath of these primal beastmen, who regarded only their own tribe as kin. Even a lone male wolf beast, not of the transcendent level, could swiftly eliminate Away without mercy. The only way Away could ensure her safety was by remaining in constant company with their females. However, when Erin and she first arrived, their ruckus was so great that the males managed to keep the females in the dark. How much easier would it be to eliminate a defenseless female serpent? As Erin wrestled with her thoughts, the surrounding females felt a twinge of embarrassment. Their intentions had been benevolent, yet they had unwittingly caused a rift between Erin and Away, leading to such discord. Aya was about to rise to mediate, but was halted by Anya, who whispered, "This is a matter internal to the serpent beast tribe. It is not our place to intervene." But Aya bit her lip, conceding, "All right, I shall refrain from speaking." For Erin, the embarrassment was secondary. Her heart ached, for she had not anticipated Away's attitude. Suppressing her emotions and controlling her downcast expression, she returned to her seat. A small lynx leapt onto Erin's lap, nuzzling its furry face against her hand, as if to comfort her. Away hesitated, her words hanging in the air, for she understood Erin's feelings. Erin endeavored to comprehend and gradually adjusted her mindset, perhaps recognizing what Away truly needed. As friends, they should interact in a manner that brought comfort to one another, fostering mutual goodwill. Taking a deep breath, Erin mustered her spirits once more. She forced a congenial smile and spoke in a tone as neutral as possible. Devoid of emotion, "It seems our Away is quite enamored with this place and wishes to stay, so I kindly ask for your support." Respecting a friend's wishes was her way of cherishing this bond. Perhaps this would be her last opportunity to spend time with Away. The females present were indeed friendly and kind-hearted, yet the environment they inhabited was inhospitable to outsiders. Erin would not naively believe this was a paradise beyond the world. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she would never set foot on this land again, and Owen responded. Although they welcomed the addition of new friends, they had just witnessed the clash between Erin and Away regarding the matter of staying or leaving, which cast a pall over the atmosphere. Away might possess various skills, from crafting wooden clogs to pottery, and even the art of fire-making through friction. Once the rainy season passed and the wood dried, she could teach them how to start a fire. The females were intrigued by Erin's words, as they presented fresh knowledge they had never encountered before. Yet, none dared to speak up at this moment. Not even the elder matriarch. "Please take good care of Away. She is timid and easily bullied. Do not let her wander off alone. She could easily get lost, and do not let your males intimidate her." Though Erin felt a pang of sadness, sensing that her dear friend did not regard her feelings with the same gravity, she still wished for Away to have a good life here. In the midst of her thoughts, Erin suddenly remembered something. "Oh," she exclaimed, addressing Away from a distance. "I forgot to tell you, I successfully made salt. You've been so busy lately with the pottery workshop that I haven't had the chance to share this with you." Away dared not look up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Away, do you remember Changsher?" Erin chuckled softly to herself, realizing how foolish she had been. After all, Away was her direct disciple and had been immersed in the pottery workshop. How could she not know? Crush chancre in a powder, then boil it down, washing it multiple times. Once the water evaporates, crystals will remain. That is the mineral salt I previously mentioned. Erin, too, could not bear to meet Away's gaze, for the situation was rather distressing. Mineral salt is a fundamental ingredient that enhances flavors, whether for roasting meat or boiling, and it could also be used for curing meats or even added to water for its antiseptic properties. After all this time spent together, Away should be able to grasp her meaning. Yet Erin still felt a twinge of concern, wishing to reiterate her point. Just as she prepared to rise, Away's earlier resistance echoed in her mind, causing her heart to ache. Perhaps it was best not to press further, lest she be deemed meddlesome again. Then I shan't demonstrate it for you. You can try it yourself later. With that, Erin turned away, cradling the small lynx and gazing out towards the cave's entrance, yearning for Lon to return swiftly so they could leave this place. Meanwhile, a certain serpent returned, sporting a bruise on its left cheek. Erin awaited this creature's return to escort her away, but the atmosphere shifted dramatically, akin to a mother waiting for her child to return from school, as it casually remarked, "Did you get into a fight?" "No," she denied, while handing 2 fruits to Erin. Clearing her throat, she thought, at least her partner understood her. She would much rather nibble on wild fruits than consume raw meat. However, the issue at hand was not about food, but rather what he had been up to earlier. Meanwhile, Yuen and the other females quickly approached, inquiring, "Jean, what happened to you?" Erin turned her head to see the leader, surrounded by the female wolves, with injuries on his face. A dark bruise encircling his right eye, which appeared swollen. "Jean, as the leader of this tribe, how can you command respect in such a state?" "I did not," Jean insisted, while placing the freshly hunted meat aside for the females to eat. "Oh, really? Is that not a blatant lie?" The elder matriarch could easily discern that these two had engaged in a scuffle while out hunting. However, she chose to remain silent, recognizing that his injuries were merely superficial. A result of a straightforward brawl, it was nothing serious. In a few days, he would recover, regardless of whether they were adversaries or members of the same beast tribe. Even within a relatively harmonious mode of coexistence, the males persistently engage in battles, vying against one another. Tribe members and their leaders occasionally indulge in bouts of combat, and brothers and friends are no exception. Their competitive and combative natures compel them to emerge victorious in each skirmish. Relishing the experience, it seems as if the males are innately captivated by this notion of strength, employing combat as a means to overpower their adversaries and showcase their prowess. Even in the absence of the little female, AI ran. These two individuals regard each other with disdain. Last time, one of them even contemplated taking matters into his own hands. Had it not been for Pei Lao's intervention, this arrogant fellow might have met a grisly fate. Considering the need to conceal his true strength, he opted for basic hand-to-hand combat. Fortunately, she responded readily, matching him in kind. Among the myriad forms of male combat, hand-to-hand fighting is the most primitive and direct, existing long before beasts evolved into beastmen. Ahem. Thus, these two individuals found themselves in their current predicament, bearing the consequences of their raw physical altercation. The AI ran, turned, and strode directly to Shi, tugging at his collar. Upon closer inspection, her suspicions were confirmed. The injuries extended beyond his face. His body bore numerous marks, with bruises on one side and contusions on the other. Even the skin on his collarbone had been scraped away, revealing glimpses of bone. "Every day spent with you is like this." AI Rand could comprehend that the beastly continent likely operated under such circumstances. However, now that she was here, and he chose to be with her, he ought to show a modicum of respect for her feelings. Though they had coexisted for some time, in AI Rand's eyes, he had not altered his ways due to her presence. He remained as she disdained, feral and sanguinary. Often teetering on the brink of life and death, he was either engaged in deadly combat with another or barely clinging to life, or else recuperating in a cave. He bore no resemblance to an evolved being. He was, without a doubt, a mere beast. She pondered various methods to transform their living conditions, striving to steer towards civilization. Yet he could effortlessly drag her back into reality. The reality was absurd, no matter her efforts. She could not affect change. This was a backward and primitive beastly continent, leagues away from human civilization. AI Rand felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Indeed, she could not change him, nor could she hope to alter the inhabitants of this continent. She could only be assimilated, merging with this land and its beastmen, plummeting from an era of high civilization into this decayed, primitive society, ultimately becoming akin to a female gorilla. She was momentarily taken aback. He had not engaged in any particularly outrageous behavior today, so why had the little female become so incensed? I am weary of witnessing your injured form every day. AI ran forcefully, pushed she away. Growing tired of this savage existence, she did not wish to be assimilated, nor could she bear the thought of her intellect stagnating at a childish level, spending most of her time breeding little gorillas. Damn it, it was not merely gorillas. Her partner was a snake, and who knew what kind of monstrosity their offspring would be? This was utterly ludicrous. Why was she the only one unfortunate enough to have crossed into the beastly realm? Other heroines traversed to ancient times to become princesses or queens, living in luxury, surrounded by countless servants. Yet she did not possess even a single decent garment. She was at a loss for words, unable to grasp the reason behind the little female's anger. However, he recognized that this was the first time she had displayed such intense fury. The old matriarch could only partially comprehend AI Rand's emotions. Maternal love was instinctual. This affection extended not only to her offspring, but also to her partner. Manifesting in a subconscious overflow of care, she chastised him out of concern. Yet the matriarch could not fathom the other half of AI Rand's emotions. She, as a mother, had witnessed her son's injuries, and her maternal love was expressed in the most direct manner. However, she did not exhibit the same level of anger and anxiety as AI Rand. Indeed, to the old female, the male's hand-to-hand combat was trivial, mere child's play. Yet for AI Rand, such brutish behavior was an affront to civilization, extinguishing her hope, as her yearning for civility was gradually consumed by this world and its beastmen. Little female, you are being excessively dramatic. He is not dead. Zhu, oblivious to the implications, could not resist commenting that he should not harbor any fondness for this little female, but he did not know her well, aside from this encounter. He had only interacted with her once before, though he could admit that the scent of femininity emanating from her was the most alluring he had ever encountered. As the leader, he was naturally clear-headed. He did not seek to approach this little female as a potential mate. Luring her here was merely for amusement, considering she belonged to another beast tribe, for the males of the wolf beast tribe. The mere fact of her being from a different race provided no reason to cherish her. Zhu felt a twinge of jealousy. Rooted in the competition among males, she had a devoted and caring little female, while he did not, indirectly proving that he lacked the masculine allure to attract a female. You feel the same way he does. AI Rand ignored Zhu, her gaze fixated intensely on Xi's blue-slit pupils. An unprecedented seriousness causing Xi to hesitate, realizing the little female was testing him. Unreasonable. AI Rand lost her patience, turning away before she could respond. Life and death are sacred and worthy of reverence. Yet here, they seemed ever-present, ready to occur at any moment. Had she not known him, his life and death would naturally have no bearing on her. However, now, regardless of whether he acknowledged her as his partner, his life had become an unspoken bond that tethered her. As the day wore on, the females of the wolf beast tribe found AI Rand to be quite agreeable. She was cheerful, friendly, eager to share her skills in sewing and weaving, and not at all greedy, asking only for some wool from the cotton beasts in return. Little did they know, she was far fiercer with her male partner than with them. While the other beastmen were perplexed, only Away understood AI Rand's feelings at that moment, but dared not voice her thoughts or approach her. Rather than fearing assimilation into this beastly realm, distancing herself from the civilization she had worked so hard to retain. It was more accurate to say she was misdirecting her anger and expressing her frustration. Losing a good friend left AI Rand feeling the beastly world lacked warmth, naturally leading her to think of her boyfriend. Thus she, who had done nothing wrong, found himself unjustly scolded. Males in the beastly continent, after all, engaged in battles, Their legitimate means of ascending in rank was through combat, with even the lower-tier males grappling daily. For a strong individual, fighting was inevitable, so what was to be done? His partner had stormed off in anger. Regardless of whether she was right or wrong, it was undoubtedly his fault, wasn't it? She swiftly closed the distance. Blocking AI ran with one hand while gesturing to the wound on his collarbone with the other. Little female, this injury was not from fighting. It was from her nibbling last night, complete with your bite marks on it. Don't say that. AI ran hurriedly covered She's mouth with her hand, her cheeks flushing crimson. Previously, she had been angry. Now, she felt a mix of shame and indignation. Had she truly been the one to nibble? In her frustration, she had completely forgotten about that detail. But upon reflection, AI Rand's face burned even hotter, realizing it might very well be true. Student Lon's voice was not particularly loud. Surely no one had overheard. Right? Stealing a glance back at the beastmen within the cave, she felt a flicker of hope that it was better not to look. But upon doing so, the embarrassment intensified as she found them all staring intently at her, seemingly verifying the truth of She's words. Purely fictional. There was no such thing. AI Rand, you are a hypocrite. On one hand, you advocate for civilization and harmony. Yet in that particular regard, you are even more violent than the males of the beastly continent. Are you S or M? It feels as though you have severely misled people, distorting gender roles. You must be the dominant one, not the submissive. AI ran, seeing the incredulous stares of the beastmen, felt her heart race with anxiety. That's not how it is, truly. I am a very, very modest girl. Before arriving in the beastly realm, I had never even held a boy's hand, despite having a crush on the school's handsome senior. But I am absolutely not what you all are imagining. Isn't that right? It wasn't me. She implored. Speak up, help me clarify. AI Rand, you were just so fierce with him, and even though it was your own doing, you are now misplacing your anger onto him, demanding he help you clarify things. If he could do that, then perhaps you should just marry him. Meow. The small lynx, oblivious to the truth, leaped onto She's shoulder, gazing intently at the bite mark on the collarbone, mimicking the serious demeanor of an evolved beastman. Such a blunt bite mark could not possibly have been inflicted by their formidable beastkin. The annoyance on AI Rand's face dissipated entirely, leaving behind only shyness and embarrassment, as she even forgot the incident of losing her temper at classmate Lon. Now, she merely sought Lan's assistance to clarify the situation. I bit myself. My wife requested it, so I complied. The onlooking beastmen displayed a myriad of expressions, casting various emotional glances. Were they fools? You bit yourself? Even if you were a python with an elongated neck from head to tail, it would be impossible to reach that spot. Most beastmen regarded them with scrutinizing gazes, thinking you are guests, yet you come to someone else's territory and forget to hide your affection, sharing your boat play from last night. How inappropriate. AI Rand turned her head, covering her face in embarrassment. Yet the intense heat of their gazes enveloped her, overwhelming her senses. Classmate Lon, noticing that the small female was troubled by this, interjected, stating this injury was indeed not inflicted by the small female. She was very quiet during their union, neither moaning nor biting. AI Rand wished to disappear into the ground. The bite mark was not left by the small female, nor were the scratches beside it. Classmate Lon continued earnestly, so, are you helping your wife clarify, or just showing off? Did you not see Ruan's elongated black face? It wasn't her doing. She was quiet during their union. AI Rand, fully aware of her loss of dignity, knew that if she did not intervene, her genteel persona would shatter entirely. With a voice trembling from embarrassment, she desperately interrupted Lan's unintentional explanations. That's enough. Is it enough? She looked up at the onlooking beastmen, but they remained skeptical, and the male beastmen who accompanied Ruan had already clenched their fists, ready to strike him if they were going to argue. Could they not take it seriously? Did they not know that one should see things through? To suddenly stop halfway and flaunt their affection, was that not excessive? Still naive to matters of intimacy, found it amusing and quietly asked in Yuan beside her, sister in Yuan, what does union feel like? And Yuan, caught off guard by the question, blushed. Pressed on, why are the males so obsessed with union? What do they feel during it? And the females, what do they feel? I don't know, I haven't. And Yuan hesitated to utter the word union, as she had not yet taken a mate. Why did Sister AI Rand bite her male partner during their union? In Aya's mind, females were gentle beings who never harmed others, especially not during such an intimate moment. She simply could not comprehend. In Yuan felt a headache coming on. She could understand a little, but struggled to articulate it, especially in front of so many beast men. With the males present, she did not possess AI Rand's fortitude. Aya, why don't you ask Exine Yuan? And Yuan suggested, passing the conversational hot potato to another female. Aya responded with an O. Realizing Exine Yuan was already mated and would surely know about union, Aya prepared to inquire. However, Exine spoke up first, but not to Aya. Instead, she addressed in Yuan, saying, in Yuan, you've got it wrong again. I'm not your sister. I'm Exine. Then you tell her. The sisters were fine with either of them explaining to Aya, as in Yuan wished to avoid such inquiries. All right, I'll tell you, Exine, though not mated, was quite knowledgeable about the matters of pregnancy and shared her insights with Aya, drawing her away from the crowd to speak quietly. It seemed that the small females of the beast world were quite curious about the unknown. Who said girls are the most boring and only loved gossip? Nonsense. They were just as inquisitive, clearing her throat, and Yuan added, elder mother, I must take my leave. AI ran, feeling utterly embarrassed, had no energy left for polite farewells. She simply said a brief goodbye, pulling classmate Lan along as they quickly departed. Chunua, though he had not accompanied Ruan on the hunt, had been waiting anxiously for Ruan's return. Upon seeing she about to leave, he urgently reminded, Chief, they are leaving. Of course, I know, Ruan replied, for he was not blind. The complicated relationship with this python could not be resolved merely through physical confrontation. It also involved the territorial and status disputes between two powerful beast tribes. On the way back from the hunt, Ruan had already planned to find an excuse to keep the python and the small female, waiting for nightfall when the tribe's females would be asleep, to seize the opportunity to act. Yet now, Ruan was becoming increasingly perplexed, unsure of what these two were thinking. Indeed, they completely failed to recognize their predicament, flaunting their affection at every turn and scattering love like confetti. Leaving them here for the night, who would truly suffer? If they could openly discuss union in front of everyone, they might even indulge in further intimacy by nightfall. Let us go. Let us go. Hurry. Ruan suddenly felt regret, thinking he should have simply killed the python at the outset and taken the small female, enjoying a few encounters before disposing of her without all this trouble. Now, after getting to know them better, he began to entertain all sorts of strange notions. Chief, Chunua urged, pressing the leader, we must do something. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain if we let them go now. There won't be a third chance. AI Wei caught sight of a bundle on the ground, which was the wool of the soft beast sheep that AI Ran had been needing for quite some time. Intending to take it with her before Shi's arrival distracted her. Little Ran, wait, AI Wei shouted, hastily picking up the bundle and rushing toward AI Ran. Classmate Lan, hearing AI Wei's voice, suddenly realized that they had come here to rescue AI Wei. Why wasn't Tishi leaving with them? Even more strangely, the small female's attitude had changed dramatically. AI Ran recognized that AI Wei was only chasing after her to deliver the package and felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps, subconsciously, she was still hoping AI Wei would change her mind and come back with her to the snake beast tribe. Thank you, AI Ran replied mechanically as she accepted the package. From her tone, one could detect no emotion, just perfunctory courtesy, for AI Ran did not know how to face AI Wei now, although she desired the wool. Receiving it from AI Wei felt entirely different. Little Ran, may I have a word with you privately? AI Wei's voice sounded somewhat timid, as if she sensed the other's reluctance. AI Ran did not wish to respond to AI Wei with sharp, cutting words. However, the abrupt change was too jarring. One might think the person who had shouted it earlier was not AI Wei at all. Was this not contradictory? But what right did AI Ran have to criticize AI Wei? Was she not also somewhat duplicitous? Deep down, she felt that AI Wei had betrayed their friendship and that she was not worth the effort. Nevertheless, before leaving, she still hoped to speak well of AI Wei. Wishing that the wolf beast tribe would treat her kindly. Taking a deep breath, AI Ran nodded and walked aside. The raindrops fell softly, cool against her skin, reminiscent of a farewell. Little Ran, I hope you understand the feelings I've left behind. Though I'm a member of the snake beast tribe, I have long been alone in the snake beast tribe, and my unappealing appearance has left me without status among the females. Such a sentiment of being alone struck a chord with AI Ran. Her mother had passed away early, and she had long forgotten her appearance. There were no relatives in the tribe. But what about AI Ran? She had risked her life to come here to rescue AI Wei, even contemplating sacrificing herself for her. The so-called friendship, in the eyes of the beast world, seemed to amount to little. Well, AI Ran did not lash out, choosing instead to respond with silence, treating it merely as a formality of parting that I know you've always been there for me, treating me well, considering me a good friend, and thinking of me in every way. Even going so far as to make me the foundation from the Baijian fruit. The concealing effect of the Baijian fruit was decent, but its adhesion and waterproof properties were poor, washing away in the rain and revealing her true form. This expression of gratitude sounded somewhat forced. Iran had initially thought to improve the formula for AI Wei, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Just as AI Ran began to believe that AI Wei had also learned the art of insincerity, she caught sight of AI Wei's downcast face, which was filled with guilt and reluctance. Even with extensive birthmarks, they still could not conceal everything to the very least. It indicates that this girl possesses a semblance of conscience. She is not a heartless wretch, and it is not in vain that she still holds her thoughts before departing. Yet, now that they are destined to part ways, what significance do such words hold? AI Ran's heart softened. She could not bear to see Wei in such a timid and helpless state. I have been overly emotional, she remarked. In truth, your departure is entirely your own choice, and there is no need for you to feel apologetic. Xiao Ran. Wei lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. One ought to heed the whispers of their heart, to follow their own desires, and to bravely make choices. You have chosen an environment that allows you to live comfortably, and there is nothing wrong with that. Upon reflection, AI Ran acknowledged that Wei was indeed correct. It was her own narrow-mindedness that had clouded her judgment. Friendship should not be weighed against one's own feelings, and distance should not serve as a justification for the dissolution of their bond. For Wei, who had always been submissive and passive, this was a form of progress. The evolution of a beast is not solely the transformation from animalistic form to human shape. It should also encompass the awakening and independence of one's thoughts. AI Ran found solace as she reached out, firmly grasping Wei's cold hands, hoping to convey some warmth to her, and said, "Promise me. Take good care of yourself." Xiao Ran, Wei hesitated, her words caught in her throat. She wished to stay, not out of a longing for the comforts of the wolf-beast clan, but because she understood her own identity too well. She could never be treated the same as others. Wei feared Luo Shan. As long as he remained, she could not escape her predicament, and the shadows would continue to loom over her, boundless and suffocating at the same time. She worried about implicating AI Ran. Just as now, AI Ran found herself in peril because of her. Wei wanted to do something for her, but lacking AI Ran's cleverness, she thought it best to distance herself to avoid being a burden. Wei was mired in despair, fully aware that she was beyond redemption. She had long relinquished any dreams of the future. Ever since Luo Shan had taken control of her, she had come to loathe her own body. It felt tainted, unclean, even more repugnant than her face. Since Luo Shan did not regard her as a mate, he naturally forbade her from bearing offspring. Thus, as a female, losing the ability to reproduce rendered her worthless. Xiao Ran, you are my only friend. Wei's voice trembled, her vocal cords quivering involuntarily. And no matter what I become in the future, I will never harm you. I will always miss you. I will undoubtedly be the one who wishes for your safety and happiness the most. AI Ran, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a wave of regret wash over her. How could she have forgotten that matter? She knew Wei had been bullied. While protecting Wei, AI Ran had attempted to find the culprit. Yet, Wei remained tight-lipped. Her decision to stay was not a disregard for their friendship, but rather an act of avoidance. Upon returning to the Snake Beast clan settlement, AI Ran felt a sense of unease, her heart heavy due to Away's departure. The small lynx, though not evolved and unable to speak, since their arrival and leapt from AI Ran's shoulder after yawn. It began to explore the cave, sniffing every corner, and even ventured outside to familiarize itself with the surroundings. Suddenly, the small lynx's back arched, for bristling as it bared its teeth that it was not just the lynx who sensed the hostility and pressure. A pair of blue eyes mirrored the approach of a horde of rushing beasts. Some wielding weapons, AI Ran rose on her tiptoes to place the wool balls from her leather bag into the storage room. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a dark mass of figures and thought little of it, attributing it to the onset of evening. You still know how to come back. With that furious shout, AI Ran turned to assess the situation. They were surrounded by a group of beasts, each glaring with fury, their pupils dilated, their faces etched with rage. One male pointed at the agitated lynx and shouted to the crowd. "Look, it's a lynx. They've come from the cold mountains. The evidence is irrefutable. They're the ones responsible. Kill them. Eliminate these two traitors." She remained silent, his expression impassive. The beasts, seeing no flicker of emotion on his face, grew even more enraged. That AI Ran found herself pondering why he could ascend through the ranks so rapidly within just a few years, achieving remarkable prowess, and even breaking through to the strong tier. It all made sense. He was Kuei Shun. He was undoubtedly the Kuei Shun of the highest order. An elderly male, though frail in movement, spoke with a voice full of strength and conviction. "I can attest. He is identical to the Kuei Shun of yore. Even if he were not the Kuei Shun of the highest order, he was certainly a descendant of Kuei Shun. Kuei Shun was a demon. He nearly exterminated our entire Snake Beast clan. Anyone with even a hint of related blood must be killed. It's better to mistakenly slay 100 than to let one escape." Kuei Shun? She paused, for he had never heard that name before. That moment, an elderly woman emerged from the crowd of beasts, leaning on a cane as she approached. She was the revered Gupa of Lai Lai Village, and even she was visibly agitated. Slamming her cane down, Gupa demanded, "Why did you strike down Jadier? Answer me. Why did you harm Jadier?" Gupa had prepared for the worst. Even if she was truly a descendant of Kuei Shun with formidable and potentially malevolent bloodline powers, she was willing to take the risk to accept him. Yet, she never anticipated that the first to fall to the awakening of his evil bloodline would be Jadier. Everyone knew that Jadier was the person who had cared for she the most in the entire village. She could harm anyone, but he should never have harmed Jadier, unless he had truly lost his humanity, leaving only beastly instincts and malice. Elder Dui followed closely beside Gupa, supporting her as they approached. Though he was the acting leader of the Snake Beast clan, he had always considered himself a junior and held Gupa in high regard. To the very least, give a reasonable explanation, or I will find it difficult to spare you. Elder Dui's tone was resolute, yet his eyes brimmed with anxiety and fear. Truthfully, he could not ascertain how much chance they had if it came to blows. Judging by Jadi's injuries, she's power level had likely surged once again. While AI Ran was classified among them, it was evident that this group did not consider her a dangerous individual. At most, she was seen as the accomplice and partner of the villain. Gupa, what has happened to Jadier? AI Ran stepped forward to inquire, but before she could approach Gupa, she was forcefully pushed aside. Seen as a threat to Gupo's safety, she stepped forward in 3 strides. Catching AI Ran just in time, and only then did his expression reveal irritation. He wanted to retaliate against the male who had pushed AI Ran. But the latter pointed at she, exclaiming, "Did you see that? He must have looked like this before he killed Jadier." AI Ran's heart sank. Jadier was dead? No, Jadier would not die, at least not at this moment. He would surely hold on until that scoundrel met his end before taking his last breath. As Luo Shan's weak voice rang out, the beast parted, creating a path for him to approach. "You lie." Without seeing him first, AI Ran recognized Luo Shan's voice and instinctively assumed he was framing she. However, when she finally laid eyes on Luo Shan, her voice faltered. At the same time, Luo Shan had stepped in front of Shi. Among the young males of the clan, Luo Shan was the most dignified. His father was the chief's trusted aide, a formidable warrior, more imposing than elder Dui, possessing superior bloodline traits of the Titan Python. From a moment of his awakening, he had been above other beasts. Dressed in the most difficult-to-hunt hides, feasting on the finest cuts of meat, he remained a significant presence in the tribe, even without a clearly defined identity or position. Yet now, he was battered and bloodied, with wounds oozing, revealing glimpses of bone beneath torn flesh. His once arrogant and haughty eyes were now filled with blood-red fury as he glared at Shi. Fists clenched, through gritted teeth, he spat, "You bastard, you never expected that we would survive and return, did you?" Regretfully, I left at that time, leaving Gadi Ur and Luo Shan to guard the cold borders of Gao Shamping. Had I been present, Gadi Ur would not have been left to lament his regrets after the encounter with the Elder. This matter is not your fault. Gupa, while concerned for Gadi Ur, should not misplace her emotions and unjustly direct her ire towards others. She gently patted Dui's arm, murmuring a word of comfort before turning back to Shi. Continuing, "Shi, please clarify what exactly transpired." Rather than a mere inquiry, Gupa was offering Shi a chance to defend himself. Gupa's partiality infuriated Luo Shan, who glared with blood-red eyes and bellowed, "What more can I say? Do you expect me to injure myself just to frame him?" With that, Aaron refrained from pressing further, having grasped the gist of the situation. Even she began to believe Luo Shan's assertion that it was she who harmed both Luo Shan and Gadi Ur. Aaron did not belong here and was not well versed in the customs of the beast world. However, upon her arrival, she quickly discerned the hierarchy, having witnessed the oppressive nature of the power dynamics on her first day. The societal structure was starkly defined, although Gadi Ur was of the same rank as Luo Shan. He surpassed him in strength, thus, it was inconceivable for Luo Shan to inflict harm upon Gadi Ur or to threaten his life. "Did you send Gadi Ur and Luo Shan to follow me?" Shi's reply was evasive. His blue eyes cold and clear, his slit pupils indifferent yet resolute, fixed steadily on the elder Dui, patiently awaiting a response that owe him. The one who should bow to his esteemed status was merely another beastman. Had Dui been present at the time, the outcome would likely have been the same. "He has confessed," shouted one male, inciting a chorus of outrage among the other beastmen, "that he killed Gadi Ur. He is the murderer of his kin. A traitor to our serpent beast clan. He must die." Among the males, combat was permissible, yet lethal harm was forbidden. To seek the death of another was tantamount to declaring war against all males of the serpent beast clan, equivalent to treason. Indeed, the males represented strength, which directly influenced the rise and fall of the beast clan. Kill a kin male was to jeopardize the entire tribe's interests, a betrayal of the beast kin as a whole. She did not comprehend the term Kuaishuan as mentioned by the beastmen, but he grasped the general sentiment. Thus, this demonized Kuaishuan was likely a beastman who had slain his fellow kin, judging by their expressions of rage and fear. It must have been a massacre of the strong over the weak. An elderly male spoke sternly, "Kill this wicked fiend." His concerns were not unfounded. If this truly was a Kuaishuan-level transformation, then this individual was in a rapid regeneration phase. Judging by appearances, he likely lacked his previous memories, making this the optimal moment to act. While his bloodline power had not yet fully awakened, it was imperative to eliminate him without hesitation, lest future troubles arise. The old man's memories of past bloodshed sent chills down his spine. As a survivor from that era, he feared Kuaishuan's grasp more than anyone else present. He gathered his strength, trembling, and implored Dui. "Elder Dui, do not hesitate any longer. Kill him. Now is the time. He must die." Various hysterical voices clamored, eager to condemn him. The call for execution sounded more like an act of mercy, which amused Shi. Though he maintained a stoic expression, these foolish individuals clearly lacked comprehension. He had merely inquired whether Dui had sent Gadi Ur and Luo Shan to follow him, yet it had escalated to an admission of guilt. If they continued to make such a racket, then they might as well meet their end. Shi's patience waned, and a murderous intent began to surface. Aaron, however, interjected, addressing the cacophony of beastmen. "She has been with me all along. We just returned from the territory of the Wolf Beast clan, that if you do not believe me, feel free to inquire there. Any Wolf Beast man can attest to our whereabouts. Luoshan widened his eyes and shouted, "Female, are you jesting? You expect us to go to the Wolf Beast clan's territory to find Wolf Beast men to validate your lies? You might as well be asking us to walk to our deaths. Do you take us for fools? This excuse is utterly absurd." Gupa was inclined to trust Aaron's words. Yet given Gadiar's precarious state, mere unverifiable claims were insufficient for conviction. How could this lynx explain? Gupa remained focused on the matter at hand. Luoshan and Dui's accounts were consistent. They acknowledged having followed she and witnessed him enter the territory of the Lynx Beast clan. It was also at the border of that territory, where she had injured Luoshan. Gupa, I believe she has indeed been to the territory of the Lynx Beast clan. However, when I encountered him, it was already afternoon, more than 5 hours ago, Aaron remarked, moving closer to Luoshan, despite disliking the scent of blood and wounds emanating from him. She was keenly observing the injuries he bore. She pointed to Luoshan's wounds. She continued, "You can see for yourselves, Luoshan's injuries are still fresh, likely no more than 2 hours old, which means it was not she who harmed him." Gupa had poor eyesight and needed to come closer to discern the details. Yet, witnessing Aaron's unwavering conviction in her words, she began to believe at least partially. Dui approached, examining Luoshan's wounds closely. They were indeed fresh. Some still oozing blood, indicating they had been inflicted not long ago, certainly not over 5 hours prior. With Dui's actions, the other males gathered around Luoshan, scrutinizing his injuries. Luoshan, feeling cornered, roared, "What do you mean by this? You believe I killed Gadiar and then harmed myself just to frame this scoundrel based on a few words from this female?" In contrast to the matter of Gadiar and Luoshan, the elderly male was more apprehensive about the demon's rebirth, insisting, "She cannot be allowed to remain. He must be eliminated. He poses a threat to our entire Serpent Beast clan." Aaron, now incensed, interrupted the elder who had been urging the crowd to slay she. Correcting him, "She is not a threat. He is the most humane beast man I have ever encountered. You are simply biased, being his female, naturally defending him." A voice from the crowd, unmistakably that of a female, dripped with envy. Female? Aaron suddenly recalled the primal nature of their society. The reason she ventured into the Wolf Beast clan was to find Away, who had left behind blood-stained pottery shards as clues before her disappearance. Away had been assisting in establishing a pottery workshop, teaching the craft, and had been working there that very morning. This was well known among the others, not something Aaron needed to explain if her deductions were correct. Away had been in the pottery workshop earlier that day, and by afternoon, she had left with her female colleagues to deliver pottery to various villages. Aaron remembered the description given by the females. They had departed from Lili village, dispersing to deliver pottery to 2 villages in the southwest, and had agreed to reconvene in Pika village. Something must have happened to Away while delivering the pottery, as her colleague returned to inform me of Away's disappearance, mentioning the lingering scent of Away's injury. The beastmen possessed a more acute sense of smell than Aaron, making this account far more credible than her earlier claims of verification from the Wolf Beast clan. As it was easier to validate and more persuasive, I need not fabricate this. Surely someone among you can attest to it. Indeed, the beastmen remained silent, offering no rebuttal, indicating they were aware of Away's activities at the pottery workshop and her subsequent deliveries. As the crowd listened patiently to Aaron's account, Launching stepped forth, raising an objection. Away's situation has no direct connection to she harming Gadiar and Luoshan. If she did not want her, then do not blame her for adding insult to injury. Aaron replied, "Of course it is related. It is you who dare not venture to the Wolf Beast clan's territory and question my honesty. Whether you go or not, believe me or not, I can only provide my reasoning. If she can provide proof of her justification, she may persuade the orcs that this matter is indeed true. At the very least, one cannot condemn she solely based on Luoshan's one-sided testimony regarding the alleged murder of a kin male. As long as her reasoning holds, there will certainly be orcs who will believe her." Iran continued, stating, "I am merely presenting the facts and outlining the sequence of events. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. However, I wish to have faith that Gupa and Elder Dui possess sound judgment. Otherwise, the snake beast tribe would not have been so well managed during the years the chief was absent. Coughing lightly, she added, "You, my friend, can argue logically without resorting to flattery." Upon learning of Away's predicament, I hastened to the scene, following the leads to the boundary of the wolf-beast territory, where I encountered she around midday. We entered the wolf-beast tribe together. Meow, the small lynx called out, rubbing against AI Rant's legged ah. I almost forgot about it. There is also this little one, Iran continued. Oh right, this little creature is here too. So now, I simply need to convince you that she and I indeed visited the wolf-beast territory at that specific time, which would prove that she's not the murderer of her kin. She articulated her points clearly, recognizing that the best way to exonerate she lies in the timing of events, as Luoshan's injuries are directly related to it. The restlessness and irritation in the blue vertical pupils gradually dissipated with his wife's powerful words. It seems she was right. Violence is not the most effective solution to problems that AI ran. You are quite amusing, truly thinking we are fools unaware of the trivial matters between you two. Luan Qing's anger intensified at this point. Initially, she had been naive, believing the words of the scoundrel snake and the green tea female, truly thinking they had not engaged in intimacy. Now, reflecting on it, traces of their union were everywhere. It is not appropriate to label them as such since you are not considered a third party. Luan Qing, unfazed, continued to feel wronged, convinced that she and AI Ran had deceived her feelings, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She pointed at the small lynx, which was innocently being cute, and continued, "This lynx hasn't even evolved. It can't even speak. You expect it to vouch for you." AI Ran replied, "I can confront the female who worked with Away." Luan Qing's anger subsided slightly, and she could not help but chuckle. Upon hearing AI Ran mention this matter, a smug expression appeared on Luan Qing's face. She was confident that the female would be too intimidated to come forward as a witness. Given the magnitude of the incident, that female should have come to join the fray, yet there was not a trace of her. Definitely scared off by Luan Qing, Iran scanned the crowd of beasts, searching for the female who had accompanied Away to deliver pottery. Luan Qing, with ulterior motives, urged, "Then do tell. Who is it? Who can testify for you?" The surrounding females exchanged glances, shaking their heads, indicating that none of them had approached AI Ran, nor were they aware of Away's troubles. After mocking Luan Qing, her expression suddenly turned serious as she pointed at AI Ran, addressing the gathered beasts with a more resolute conclusion, declaring loudly, "So she is lying?" Gooper inquired, "Little Ran, who is that female you mentioned?" There were simply too many beasts for AI Ran to remember all their names. Yet, she was confident that upon seeing the female, she would recognize her face. "I remember what she looks like." Before AI Ran could finish her sentence, Luan Qing interjected, "You need not say more. You are merely fabricating excuses. Little Ran, that's enough." Luan Qing interrupted, "Gupa, there's really no need to ask further. She cannot produce anyone. She is lying, concocting a story about Away's situation to try and persuade us with falsehoods." Elder Dui, who had been worried for so long and taken such measures, had instructed Luoshan and Jaidir to monitor Shi's movements toward the Gao Mountain Pinghan, seeking to uncover the truth and eliminate any potential threats to the tribe. They needed to determine what she was up to and whether he was the one who had undergone the transformation, or if he was merely a shadow of that. If AI Ran's words were sufficient to prove that she had not committed any wrongdoing and that he did not possess any evil lineage, then Elder Dui's concerns could be laid to rest, for the tribe indeed lacked strong warriors. Elder Dui spoke, "Since you cannot name that female or find her, let us summon Away to confront her and see if AI Ran's claims hold any truth." Luan Qing objected, "Everyone knows the relationship between Away and AI Ran. They're certainly in cahoots. What good would calling her do? Away testifying for AI Ran would carry no credibility." In an effort to pacify the crowd, Gupo instructed the females behind her, "Gather all the females from our tribe's various villages, not just from Lilai village, that if Little Ran says there is such a person, then there surely is. Let us inquire and the truth will be revealed. I think I can testify." A small female stepped forward from the crowd of beasts, in the glaring eyes of the assembly. She appeared somewhat nervous, biting her lip as she continued, The female who might have accompanied away is Lu Qian. She had been quite interested in pottery recently and had been assisting in the pottery workshop. Do not spout nonsense and mislead everyone at such a time. Can you not see? Are you unaware that Jaidir is on the brink of death? Do you not know that Luo Shan is seriously injured? Luan Qing's inquiry resembled a threat. Ji Yupa paused, tapping her cane, commanding, Wan Qing, cease your words. Wan Qing's face turned pale as she observed the expressions of the gathered beasts, realizing her excessive emotions had backfired. She felt regretful yet helpless. With Gu Pei's support, the small female continued. I did encounter Lu Qian. I even greeted her and asked if she had finished delivering the pottery. However, she ignored me, and I have not seen her since. I do not know where she has gone. The small female's words could indeed prove that AI Ran was not lying. There was indeed a female who had accompanied away to deliver pottery, and her inexplicable absence now raised suspicions. However, AI Ran sought clarity. She wanted a definitive affirmation. AI Ran pressed. When did you encounter Lu Qian? The small female, recalling the moment, responded, it was probably in the afternoon. Damn! Luan Qing clenched her fingers, seething with anger at the same time. AI Ran seemed to understand why Luan Qing had been so confident and smug earlier. It was likely that the female had not heeded her advice to return to the village for help, but had been intercepted by Luan Qing. Regardless, this matter was no longer crucial. Away was safe and sound. The timing aligned, proving that the one who harmed their kin was not she. There was no need for me to weave such an enormous lie to cover it up. I did not possess foresight, nor had I set this up in advance to rationalize it. It sufficed to clarify the sequence of events, primarily proving the timing. I ran intended to conclude here. Yet, observing the restless beasts, she added, and certainly, do not misconstrue my words as inciting you to march to the wolf-beast territory to meet your demise. Therefore, do not raise peculiar doubts, such as why we ventured to the wolf-beast territory and return alive. AI Ran's statement silenced many of the beasts, as they indeed wished to pose such questions. The snake-beast tribe and the wolf-beast tribe were archenemies. Any encounter between the two would inevitably lead to conflict. No one would believe they could coexist peacefully, nor would any foreign beast know how gentle and warm-hearted the females of the wolf-beast tribe could be. Previously, we had also returned alive from the wolf-beast territory, and you all hailed us as warriors, showering us with admiration and praise. Now, the moment something went awry, the contradictions became glaringly evident. I gazed at the gathered beasts, including the females who had once admired her, all of whom had come specifically to visit and voluntarily offered to stay and assist. You can boldly question me. However, why did none of you come forward to save Shi when he was in trouble? At that time, why was there not this same unity as now? To put it plainly, it is merely because your own interests were jeopardized. That is why you are so insistent, not out of a desire for justice for Jaidir, but merely out of fear that you too might meet a similar fate. Naturally, AI Ran did not wish for Jaidir to come to harm. As for the reasons, that was a matter for another time. Currently, she cared more about Shi and did not want her man to be unjustly accused. Diwa was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless by the words of a mere small female. AI Ran demonstrated remarkable emotional intelligence. She did not strike directly at the acting leader. She wished to preserve his dignity, maintaining his authority and stable position, even though she harbored some doubts about DUI's methods and management philosophy, and even nursed a few grievances. She still vividly recalled how he had stood idly by in the past. If you wish to uncover the truth, you may investigate who killed the male of our kin. The injury sustained by Luo Shan and his testimony also warrants scrutiny, though I have no desire to learn the reasons behind it. The leaders of the tribe must consider their reputation, yet Luo Shan and AI Ran seem unconcerned. The former has always held a disdain for her companion, and it is entirely possible that he orchestrated this ploy to frame her. AI Ran continued, stating that she would not involve herself in the conflict between the males or the power struggles within the tribe. She simply wished to prove that she was not the demon and source of evil that you portray. Lon, known for his sharp tongue and quick temper, often resorted to extreme measures when provoked. At that moment, He couldn't help but admire his wife, but he had never anticipated that his illustrious name would be defended by a young female. And this sensation felt rather peculiar, a male. How could he stand behind a female? Wait, perhaps there was an unexpected thrill in that. After hearing so much, Gooper reached her own conclusion and stated, "I believe Xiao Rant's words, and I also trust that she is not the one seeking to harm Jaidir." Upon hearing this, Dui chose to believe as well, bowing his head to Goopa and admitting, "I was rash. I should have waited for Jaidir to awaken before inquiring and addressing this matter." "I understand," Goopa nodded in response. The primary concern remained Luoshan's severe injuries, coupled with worries about Jaidir's condition. Thus, Dui hastily summoned the other beastmen to confront Shi directly, even contemplating the necessity of dealing with Shi on the spot. Luoshan, unable to tolerate the situation, shouted in desperation, "So in the end, you believe I am the one lying?" Goop admonished Luoshan, "Calm down. That is not the intention. However, this matter requires careful consideration, and the truth must be thoroughly investigated." "What a careful approach! Is it only considered prudent when I lie here like a corpse, just like Jaidir? If that is the case, then who will carry Luoshan back? If this is your definition of caution, I could very well drag back the gravely injured Jaidir, and I too could lie down and wait for death, allowing the beast to feast upon me." Luoshan's veins bulged with rage as he suddenly realized that the leaders of the tribe were even more detestable than she. "If the demon goes unpunished, then I shall become that demon, allowing you to feel the same anguish." "Dui," barked Luoshan, "do you know what you are saying?" "Dui, you are the leader I least respect, that if my father were still alive. You would not be here to dictate terms. You are unworthy of this position." Luoshan addressed Dui directly, devoid of any respect. Dui was taken aback. He was aware that this young man harbored grievances against him, even blaming him for not saving his father in the past. Yet he never anticipated the level of opposition he faced, especially from the other beastmen, that in the absence of a leader, you disregard tribal laws, relying solely on a blind old woman and a cowardly wretch to assume leadership. In such a decaying tribe, what reason is there to remain? As Luoshan's fury erupted, his wounds worsened with each word, blood cascading from him at an alarming rate. Before long, his feet were soaked in his own blood, a sight both shocking and tragic. Luoshan, Wanqing stepped forward, wishing to dissuade him from his impulsiveness. Luoshan then asked, "Are you willing to leave this wretched place with me?" Wanqing found herself in a dilemma. After she came Jaidir and Luoshan, the latter being the more appealing choice, while Jaidir held no romantic feelings for her. Luoshan was different. However, Wanqing was not naive. She understood that leaving the tribe would mean isolation, relegating her to the status of a wandering beast man, a most disgraceful fate. Only the beast kin and the tribe could provide safety. Luoshan, Wanqing did not believe opposing Elder Dui and Gupa was wise, yet she was acutely aware of Luoshan's character. Given the current circumstances, if she chose Luoshan, she could only follow him. She could not sway him. She was a quiet yet proud snake, aloof and taciturn, but decisive, while Luoshan was unabashedly arrogant, his father a renowned warrior, basking in the glory of his lineage. Like his father, he considered himself superior, looking down upon those of lesser bloodlines and disregarding their efforts and achievements. Now that the conversation had come to this, Luoshan was resolute. He would never submit to Dui. Originally seeking justice for Luoshan, he had inadvertently drawn the gravely injured Luoshan into a confrontation, the atmosphere charged with tension. Directly challenging the tribe's leader, the beastmen stepped forward, offering various pleas. "Luoshan, please calm down. Focus on healing before speaking such reckless words. Before Gupa and Elder Dui, take your words seriously. Quickly admit your mistake. This matter concerns not only you, but the entire Snake Beast clan, and we will investigate thoroughly to ensure you are not wronged. Healing is of utmost priority. Luoshan, like your father, you are a guardian of our tribe. Our hero, you are the one who brought back Jaidir. If Jaidir is fortunate enough to survive, then enough." Luoshan interrupted the pleas of the beastmen, having heard enough of their insincere words. His father had surely fallen for such nonsense, willingly sacrificing himself for this tribe. "Open your eyes and see. These beastmen are hardly worth the effort that he and his father put forth to protect them. I did not save Jaidir because of any deep bond. It was merely because he is of my kin, and I consider myself part of the snake beast clan. Luo Shan surveyed the crowd of beastmen, but they had never regarded him as one of their own. A profound sense of disillusionment struck Luo Shan's heart. He felt it was not worth risking his life to save Jaidir, and he mourned his father's death. They should not be blinded by the glory of tribal warriors and heroes. Becoming mere pawns in the game. In his mind, he involuntarily recalled the massacre at the border of Gaoshan Pinghan. It was not a battle. It was a slaughter. It was the conquest of higher-ranking beastmen over their lower-ranking counterparts. Each blow a fatal crushing, a display of terrifying power. He endured the pain while dragging Jaidir to safety. But what was the meaning of such a narrow escape? Luo Shan once believed that surviving was a blessing, a chance to confront the evil mastermind, only to find himself on the side of deception. How absurd! Utterly foolish! The bloodied, wounded eyes of Luo Shan shot a piercing gaze at she, the young yet cold-blooded face that he would forever remember in his moment of vulnerability. Vowing to return the favor in kind one day, she sensed an unprecedented hatred and murderous intent emanating from Luo Shan. Yet he remained silent while the blue-eyed Luo Shan turned and walked away, leaving behind a long trail of blood. Each step he took stained the rain-soaked ground red. Luo Shan. Luan Qing called out loudly to him through the curtain of rain. This time, he did not wait for her. Luo Shan had waited for Luan Qing countless times. Even knowing that she had turned her affections toward the increasingly successful she, he remained patient, not rushing her for a response. But this time, he had had enough that Luan Qing's indecisiveness and change of heart filled him with revulsion. Perhaps this was a common flaw among many girls. When they are loved, they feel invulnerable. Yet once they realize that their partner has truly given up, they become flustered. Luan Qing stumbled after Luo Shan, but he was, after all, a top-tier beastman. Even if gravely injured, it was not something a mere female could pursue. Luan Qing stumbled, falling into a puddle of rainwater. Her panicked little face was splattered with yellow mud, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was rain or tears. It turned out that being abandoned could indeed cause heartache, even if she had yet to realize her feelings for him. Luo Shan, don't go. Luan Qing cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. She wept, not wanting Luo Shan to leave, or rather, she did not wish for him to depart from her side. Yet, she was even less inclined to abandon the tribe. Fearing the dangers that lurked outside, torn between her reluctance for Luo Shan and her unwillingness to risk stepping away from her home, Luo Shan heard Luan Qing's voice but remained unmoved. Not only did he not turn back or pause, but he walked further away, more acutely aware than ever of the fact that this female did not love him. Luan Qing, come, get up. A Lup stepped forward to assist, lifting Luan Qing out of the muddy pit. It's all right. Luo Shan is still young. Impulsiveness is inevitable, but he will come to his senses soon. So stop crying. He will return. The other females also offered their reassurances. We know you two are close, and you can't bear to see Luo Shan go. But it's fine. He will come back. At his age, he's prone to impulsive behavior. When his father was around, he was willful too. Now, facing such circumstances, it's understandable for him to throw a tantrum. Things would settle down in a day or two. To Jiu Pa, whose eyesight was poor, could no longer see Luo Shan clearly as he walked away. Yet she stubbornly gazed in the direction he had vanished, murmuring, that boy Luo Shan has a fiery temper, but I worry he might truly harbor resentment. Dui remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. This intense resistance and defiance was something he had not encountered since becoming the tribe leader. He had exerted every effort to safeguard the interests of each member, yet there were bound to be oversights. In truth, Gupa could empathize with Luo Shan's feelings. Putting herself in his shoes, it was indeed hard to blame him. He had risked his life and brought back a comatose Gaudier. He had expected his kin to seek justice for him, only to find his plight neglected. Yet even without voicing his thoughts, DUI silence and AI Ran's analysis and explanation were sufficient to demonstrate that he was not the beastman responsible for attacking Luo Shan and Gaudier. Both the palm and the back of the hand were flesh. They were all children of the snake beast tribe, and Gupa sought a resolution while feeling conflicted. DUI, Gupa hesitated, pondering the implications. After careful consideration, it seemed imprudent. Indeed, DUI had also been on the receiving end of Luo Shan's fierce attack. Pursuing him would yield no results. Scanning the surroundings, there was no one suitable. Wanqing had once been the most obedient to Luo Shan. But now, even she had been cast aside, it appeared that Luo Shan was truly resolute in his decision to leave the snake beast tribe, willingly becoming a wandering beast man. Meow. The little lynx arched its back. Rubbing against AI ran Escaf, causing her to pause as she suddenly recalled something. Wait, this situation was rather peculiar. Based on Luo Shan's reaction, AI Ran felt he was not lying. He must have genuinely been attacked by DUI. However, DUI had indeed been with her all along, remaining within the territory of the wolf beast tribe. Thus, Luo Shan's sighting of DUI attacking them must have been an illusion, and the incident occurred in the icy heights of the mountains. The border of the lynx beastman's territory. Coincidentally, the little lynx had previously demonstrated the Ling Gu technique to AI Ran, showcasing the wonders of the beastly world, leading her to naturally associate it with the possibility of Ling Gu magic. DUI had ventured into the icy heights, and the lynx beastmen had encountered him. Therefore, it was highly likely that other lynx beastmen had employed Ling Gu magic, creating an illusion in a short span of time, transforming into DUI's false form and attacking Luo Shan and Gaudier, who were stationed at the border. The pressing issue was DUI. Even if he wasn't directly responsible, this event had arisen because of him. AI Ran turned her head to look at DUI, wanting to uncover what he had been doing in the icy heights and why, when Luo Shan and Gaudier were attacked, DUI had taken her away from the gathering of beastmen. As DUI brought AI Ran back to the cave, the other beastmen dispersed, each departing. Why did you go to that place? AI Ran began to inquire once the other beastmen had distanced themselves, noting that his act of leading her away was clearly to evade those beastmen. Yet DUI seemed to ignore her, as if he had not heard. I'm asking you, did you do something to those lynx beastmen? Otherwise, why would they attack Luo Shan and Gaudier? AI Ran positioned herself in front of DUI, raising her voice to ensure he could not feign ignorance, then continued, Luo Shan and Gaudier followed you to the icy heights. However, I encountered you in the afternoon, and Luo Shan and Gaudier were attacked thereafter. This means you must have left before they did. The little female's logic was quite astute, and her reasoning was commendable. Yet did he have any obligation to respond? DUI refused to reply. It must be that you did something on the lynx beastman's territory, provoking them, which led to retaliation against the snake beast tribe, culminating in Luo Shan and Gaudier being attacked. Just as AI Ran was about to elaborate, she was suddenly kissed by DUI, catching her off guard. What the hell? AI Ran pushed DUI away, exclaiming, "Be serious." Only then did DUI speak, his long finger gently resting on AI Ran's lips, his voice cold yet tinged with a hint of tenderness as he warned, "Do not utter those 3 words. It could cost you your life." Was he referring to Ling Gu magic? Fine, I want to say AI Ran conceded, taking a step back, hoping that Lon could assist in unraveling the mystery. Then tell me what you were hiding and why you went to that place. Meow. The little lynx jumped onto the grass mat, joyfully rolling around. It hadn't yet rubbed against the mat, which felt a bit soft and made of thatch, perfect for scratching an itch, becoming increasingly animated and even a bit excited. And you, don't tell me it followed you on its OW. Iran said this merely to extract more information from DUI, but to her surprise, he readily confirmed, indeed, it followed me on its own. I only realized it was trailing me halfway. I believe you not. If you don't believe me, you can ask it yourself. But it can't talk. Then wait until it evolves into a beast man, and you can ask it then. However, DUI could not guarantee when that little creature would evolve. It might never do so in its lifetime. Meow, meow. The little one continued to roll around, expressing that it did not care about evolution. Being a little lynx beast man for life sounded just fine, carefree and happy, merely needing to be adorable. Damn it, the topic has shifted because of this little creature. AI Ran snapped back to the matter at hand. Pressing on, now tell me about Gaudier and Luo Shan. Didn't you notice them leaving? Everything has a cause and effect. AI Ran believed there must be a reason for Luo Shan and Gaudier's attack, and that there had to be signs and clues leading to the ambush. DUI clarified, little female. I only recently discovered that I was being followed. How could I know what they were doing before? Where are they hiding to monitor me? But you must know why you went to that place. It was evident that this fellow had done something wrong on the Lynx Beastman's territory. Hence, the Snake Beast tribe faced retaliation, with the unfortunate Luo Shan and Gaudier caught in the crossfire. The involvement of Lingu magic clearly indicated a twofold scheme, retaliating against the Snake Beast tribe while framing DUI. When it came to critical matters, this fellow brushed it off, his demeanor dismissive as he said, "Little female, let us leave this matter behind. Don't bring it up again." However, the more DUI refused, the more AI Ran felt distressed. Luo Shan leaving is one thing, but what about Gaudier? Gaudier is injured. For what they said earlier, it sounded like he was on the brink of death. That AI Ran was halfway through her sentence when she was abruptly silenced. Meow. The little lynx lay on its back, exposing its furry belly, its small head tilted back at an angle, its chin and neck aligned, its round eyes fixated on the two figures in the distance. Although it had not yet evolved into a beast man, the little lynx understood mating. It was still a juvenile, yet they dared to engage in inappropriate behavior before it. AI Ran attempted to push DUI away again, but was met with little success. Damn it, he is really biting me. Gatter, today, I've heard the little female call your name countless times. Even if you were to perish, a certain serpent would still be unable to swallow this jealousy. At the same time, AI Ran also came to realize the reason behind the jealousy of the king. AI Ran felt a pang of sympathy for herself, pressing her finger lightly against her red lips, tenderly guarding the spot that had been bitten, speaking cautiously, fearing that opening her mouth too wide would cause her pain. What I mean is, even if you did not attack, this matter arose because of you, and you bear a certain responsibility. That is why I inquired of you. I have no delusions about Gatter. AI Ran explained, feeling aggrieved. What is this situation? Clearly, she had just helped him out, yet he did not even utter a word of thanks and expected her to consider his feelings and explain herself. However, saying nothing felt perilous. This serpent had done such things before and could reveal its fangs at any moment, piercing through her. Not just her delicate lips, but perhaps even her very body could be pierced, like skewers from a spicy hot pot. Lon, with unwavering vertical pupils, stared intently at her slightly panicked face. For reasons unknown, AI Ran, who had done nothing wrong, suddenly felt guilty. Alright, to be honest, she was somewhat concerned about Gatter. Had she not been anxious to ask Lon what he had done at Gaoshan Pinghan, she would have likely gone to see Gatter with Gu Pa and the others. She would never admit it. This was the best way to survive. Ran stubbornly declared. I admit I am merely curious. I am gossiping, and that is why I asked you those questions, wanting to know what you did at Gaoshan Pinghan. She released AI Ran, straightening up to look down at her eyes that dared not meet his. This little female truly vexed him, her face written all over with unreliability. You are so formidable. A young backbone of the tribe, a talented youth with such a high rank that I believe you must know someone is following you. Perhaps you discovered Luo Shan and Gatter Long, AG. Ran dared not mention Gatter's name at this moment. Biting her slightly reddened lips. Ah, it hurts, she retorted. Little female, to speak plainly, do not flatter me. I am not like them. He was not waiting for AI Ran to speak. He was waiting for her attitude. AI Ran furrowed her brows, somewhat irritated. Hey, Lon, you are being unreasonable. Must your wife swear a toxic oath to love only you? Eating so much jealousy is harmful to your health. You swear to... Ran spat blood. She merely thought of it casually, and this guy reacted as if he were a parasite in her belly. Fine, then I shall let Gatter breathe his last right now. Don't. Ran hurriedly stepped forward, grasping She's hand, saying, I swear I truly have no other thoughts about Gatter. But I admit I am a bit worried about his condition. Do not overthink it, she commanded. You are my female. I forbid you from caring about other males. You. AI Ran understood this fellow's domineering and possessive nature. Yet, she countered, What? Do you have other thoughts? AI Ran immediately shrank back, shaking her head in response. No. No thoughts at all. She agreed readily with her mouth. Yet her heart was filled with rebellion. Go to hell. You arrogant serpent. Clearly, it was I who just saved your life, Yet you do not express gratitude and even threaten and intimidate me. Xiaoran, could you spare me some of that salt? Alupa asked with a smile. Behind her were several other females from different villages, all looking expectantly at AI Ran in the cave, wishing to take some salted food back after tasting it. Regarding the salt, AI Ran had only distributed it among the females of Lai village, not to the entire tribe. However, the good news quickly spread, and those who wanted it flocked to Lai village eagerly. Rather than saying Alupa came to request it, it would be more accurate to say she led these females to demand it. This once or twice was still bearable. Sharing a little was fine. However, Alupa frequently brought people to ask for salt, leading to AI Rant's own salt jar running low. She refused outright. Fearing they might have ulterior motives, Iran set aside the half-knitted woolen sweater, shooing the small lynx at her feet onto a nearby grass mat, and went to retrieve a ceramic jar from the kitchen storage room. Alupa, I'm sorry, but I have no more to spare. Iran displayed the nearly empty ceramic jar to the females at the cave entrance, indicating her inability to help a middleman. Alupa felt awkward refusing. Although they were not from the same village, they were all part of the same tribe, and having made a request, she could only bring them here. After a few trips, Alupa also felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing that AI Ran had no extra salt, she breathed a sigh of relief, which meant she could justify refusing the next request. Then, Alupa opened her mouth. But one of the females behind her hurriedly stepped forward, snatching the ceramic jar from AI Ran's hands. While peering into the jar, she shook it vigorously, upon seeing that there was still some at the bottom. The female smiled and said, "There's still some left. Give it to me. Xiang Pa, this isn't appropriate." Alupa reached out to help AI Ran reclaim it, but the female directly backed away with the jar in her arms. Xiang Pa, with a thick face, smiled and said, "Xiao Ran, I am Xiang Pa from Huai village. I am of advanced age, and it is not easy for me to make this trip. Don't you know how to make it yourself? Then just make some more." Then she exclaimed, "Oh, Xiao Ran, when you make it, be sure to make a little extra to share with them." Xiang Pa was older and considered a prominent figure in Huai village. If she wanted to take it, the other females naturally dared not contest her. However, not receiving any themselves left them with some thoughts, when they regretted their slow actions upon hearing Xiang Po's words. They finally revealed smiles one by one. Yes. Make more and share some with us. We are all part of the same tribe. We should look out for one another. It can't be that only the beastmen from Lai village get to eat, right? The pottery workshop established by Lai village also had our village's males helping. Since we are all from the same beast tribe, such good things should naturally be shared together. You could either not share it and keep it hidden, eating it alone without us knowing, and we would have nothing to say. Since you have taken it out to share, it should be distributed fairly. Indeed, this village has it, and that village does not. Isn't that's sowing discord. In truth, when AI Ran distributed the mineral salt, she had already explained the method of salt making to Gupa and had demonstrated to several females how to identify aluminum silicate minerals. AI Ran did not believe that Gupa had not taught the other village females the method. Even if Gupa did not mention it, those who learned would surely bring it up in casual conversation. Well then, let us explain the tutorial again. That Iran considered a review and said, "In fact, the method is quite simple. That I will teach you how to do it, and you can handle it yourselves when you return." The Heaven Punishment Zone is rich in minerals. The females decisively refused, wanting only the ready-made product. Interrupting, the Heaven Punishment Zone is close to your Lai village, but it is far from our Huai village. How can we conveniently run over there? If you don't want to make an extra trip, you can let the males at the pottery workshop look for aluminum silicate minerals while they are at it. After all, they need minerals for pottery as well. You just mentioned that the males from your village help burn the pottery in the workshop, right? AI Ran was not foolish and naturally understood their intention. Just as AI Ran deliberately countered their inquiry, her dark eyes fixed intently on theirs, making the female feel exposed and immediately close her mouth obediently. Caught in the act, she felt embarrassed and did not dare to look up, fearing she would meet AI Ran's gaze. Having her thoughts read so easily was indeed awkward. Iran eliminated one obstacle and continued. After finding the aluminum silicate minerals, one only needs to grind the ore, dissolve it into brine, purify it first, and then evaporated to obtain the crystallized mineral salt. This beastly world is so rich in resources, and the Heaven Punishment Zone is an excellent mineral resource area. One can produce as much mineral salt as desired, which is far more direct than making a long trip to ask her for it. When AI Ran explained the method, they did not show any curious expressions, indicating they were likely already aware. Only Alupa listened attentively to AI Ran's words. However, Alupa was older and had a poor memory. The unfamiliar terms AI Ran mentioned would slip her mind after hearing them once. The female holding AI Ran's salt jar waved her hand repeatedly, her face filled with impatience, and with a tone full of disdain, she rejected, "Oh no. So complicated, we wouldn't understand. It is not a matter of comprehension, but rather a refusal to learn. Indeed, when there are ready-made solutions available, why not take advantage of them?" Another female hurriedly echoed the words of the elder, expressing her frustration that AI Ran was being unhelpful with such trivial matters, stating, "Why do you say so much? Just do it, and after you finish, share it with us." Naturally, it would be more convenient for AI Ran to do so. Without needing their urging, she was already aware of this. However, it was the rainy season. Though the downpour was not as heavy as it had been at the outset, the incessant drizzle persisted. Where could AI Ran possibly find enough dry firewood to boil and produce salt? If she were to do it, it would merely serve as a means to warm herself by the fire. If anyone wants mineral salt, bring your own firewood, and I can assist by making a trip to the punishment zone to procure some stones. However, I have limited firewood left, as I must reserve some for my own winter needs. Seizing an opportune moment while the elder was distracted, AI Ran abruptly reached out and snatched the clay pot from her embrace, retorting, "If you take this salt away, what will I eat?" Sharing should be a joyful act. Forcing someone to comply contradicts the very essence of sharing. There's no need to compromise one's self to be a doormat, especially when such sacrifices may go unappreciated, viewed instead as a matter of course. I am willing to share, but only when I am abundantly stocked will I consider it. Iran's intent was unmistakable. She was unwilling to part with the last remnants of salt in the pot, hoping that all present, including Alupa, would abandon their desires. "You," the elder exclaimed, taken aback by the directness of the young female's refusal. Observing the elder's astonished and reluctant expression brought AI Ran an indescribable sense of satisfaction. As she turned away, she stifled a chuckle and returned the salt pot to its original place. With a graceful demeanor, she settled back onto the grass mat, resuming her work on the half-finished sweater made of soft beast wool. A small lynx stretched, yawning as it approached AI Ran, then gently nestled against her legs, relishing its penchant for lazy slumber. Indifferent to the time of day, a pillow for her knees. AI Ran paused for 2 seconds, questioning whether this creature was merely a pet, tugging at the little one's hind leg. She glanced in the direction of its more intimate anatomy. Her cheeks flushed and her gaze darkened. Ahem, indeed, it was a male. "Little one, you are rather bold. Perhaps you too have crossed over. Not only do you favor soft young ladies, but you also know precisely where to lie down. You had best never evolve, lest you find yourself castrated by her." Meanwhile, the expressions of the females were exceptionally grim. Asking them to bring their own firewood was unacceptable. That would defeat the purpose of coming to request salt, which was originally intended to save them effort and resources. The elder glared at the salt pot in the cave, her anger mounting with each glance. This young female, though still quite young, had a sharp tongue. The elder believed she deserved respect due to her age. Was not unreasonable for her to present her hands in offering, yet the salt had been snatched back after being cradled in her arms. Although the elder was not from Lai Lei village, she held a respectable status in Huai village. She naturally believed that the young females in the tribe should show her due respect. Even if she did not rank above Gu Pa, she surely stood above Alu Pa, who had received portions. Why should she not? Regardless, this resentment was intolerable. She could not leave empty-handed. The elder surveyed the surroundings, confirming that she was not nearby, and seized the opportunity to trouble AI Ran. She stepped forward, her damp wooden clogs leaving muddy imprints on the grass mat where AI Ran knelt. This was intentional, a display of her ire. AI Ran's peripheral vision locked onto the filthy clogs, igniting her irritation. She halted, poised to speak. But the female interjected, "Do not think we are unaware of your intentions. With distribution of mineral salt is merely a means to curry favor, to make everyone forget about she suspicions." What had begun as a good intention had devolved into such a debacle, all thanks to this damned rainy season. Sensing the atmosphere turning sour, Alupa swiftly intervened before their quarrel escalated. Urging the elder, "If it comes to that, I can offer my share first." The females, ever eager to stoke the flames of discord, chimed in with their barbed remarks. "This is where you went wrong. You should have prioritized the elders of the tribe, sharing the good things with the older beasts first, rather than distributing according to village lines. We do not even know which weak beast tribe you hail from. But surely it cannot compare to our mighty snake tribe. Now that you have attached yourself to our strong tribe, you ought to be grateful. Instead, you present such an arrogant demeanor. Who are you trying to impress? You had better apologize to the elder immediately. She only requested a small amount of mineral salt, and yet you were so stingy. If you were asked for something else, would you not be risking your life? You must be deliberately provoking trouble, pretending to offer goodwill while sowing discord among our beast tribes. Indeed, the snake tribe was once very united, but ever since your arrival, divisions have begun to surface, and conflicts among the males have increased. Lord Luoshan was infuriated to the point of leaving, and Lord Jaddle was injured. Their grievances primarily stemmed from AI Rant's earlier care for Lilay village, while they, not being from the same village, consistently missed out on the benefits, thus seizing this opportunity to follow the elder's lead and criticize AI Rand. Lupa interjected. Regarding that matter, Xiao Ran has already clarified it in front of Gupa and Elder Dui. And everyone was present. Jaddle was not injured by such a moment. It was best not to mention Gupa. The elder did not regard Gupa highly. They were essentially on par, the only difference being their mates. Gupo's status was elevated merely by her fortunate choice of partner. But after all these years, Gupo ought to have settled down, with one foot already in the grave. She still clung to her partner's influence. The elder dismissively remarked, her words laced with disdain and scorn. Moreover, they were not from the same village, so there was no need to regard one another with any importance. The females of Huai village chimed in. Gupa is only considered a significant female in your Lilay village. Her words may carry weight among your beasts, but do not impose them upon us of Huai village. Although she is a young male from your Lilay village, this matter is far from trivial. It concerns our entire tribe. Besides, who does not know that Gupa favors that little brat she? Can her words truly be trusted? Elder Dui's intent that day was clear. Further investigation would follow. It was not to say that he believed this young female's words and considered she innocent. The only way to prove his innocence is to summon the leader of the wolf tribe for a face-to-face confrontation. The female continued her provocative remarks, deliberately raising her chin and casting a sideways glance at the kneeling AI Ran, adding, "Otherwise, you will be suspected of lying." The females of the beast world were indeed quite small-minded. Honestly, AI Ran sighed, rising slowly, incredulous yet finding it amusing. Was it truly necessary to escalate a mere jar of salt to such an extent? The female had only sought to wield the elder's influence to mock AI Ran further. But upon witnessing AI Ran's composed demeanor she stood, she panicked, retreating to maintain distance. It's not just me saying this. Everyone is talking about it privately. AI Ran feigned curiosity, inquiring, "What must I do to clear my name entirely?" The female, genuinely convinced of AI Ran's doubts, responded with determination, "Only by calling the leader of the wolf tribe to clarify will we truly believe your words." Unable to contain herself, AI Ran burst into laughter. "If I were to call the leader of the wolf tribe, would you dare face him?" Although AI Ran addressed one female, her gaze swiftly swept across every beast present. Knowing full well that none would willingly stand before the leader of the wolf tribe to hear his words. Not to mention these defenseless females. Even AI Ran herself would not dare confront that fellow alone. The female blushed crimson, rendered speechless. Not to mention the leader of the wolf tribe. Even an ordinary wolf beast might frighten her to the point of trembling. The elder, of considerable age, was not easily intimidated, replying, "Regardless, this matter must await Jaddle's awakening for clarification. Luoshan may be lying, but Jaddal certainly will not. Very well, then we shall wait for Jaddal to awaken. Aaron, dismissing any desire for confrontation, ventured deeper into the cave. Recognizing the futility of further discourse, Sheepa, observing Aaron's indifference to her presence, felt a surge of indignation. After all, she was an elder of the Serpent Beast clan, a figure of some standing among the beast tribes. The insolence displayed by this young female was utterly unbecoming. Did she truly believe that her trifling skills warranted such favoritism from the tribe? Even those from neighboring villages could be taught a lesson. And if the task fell to her, Sheepa would take it upon herself to correct this misguided attitude, lest the community's values become distorted. Sheepa positioned herself, ready to admonish. But unexpectedly, Aaron returned, not in evasion, but carrying a small ceramic jar from the storage room. Setting it before Sheepa, she clapped her hands together to shake off the dust, and, with a bright smile revealing her neat white teeth, inquired, "What do you think of this?" Sheepa was at a loss. "Truly, I have no surplus of mineral salt," she confessed. "I must reserve some for myself, for I cannot abide bland meat." "Surely, you wouldn't wish for me to starve? However, if you find it acceptable, you may take this." Bending down, Aaron removed the cork. Instantly, a mouth-watering aroma of cured meat wafted through the air, enveloping the cave and even drawing the attention of the small lynx, which lifted its head, drooling in anticipation. The other females instinctively swallowed as the enticing scent filled their nostrils. This cured meat had been prepared by Aaron herself, enhanced not only with mineral salt but also infused with flavors from wild herbs, resulting in a product that was semi-dried and more fragrant than standard salted meat. Standing tall, a glimmer of pride graced her youthful face, for she was quite confident in her culinary skills. "Shall we not give it a try?" she suggested, retrieving a bone knife to cut the meat into smaller pieces to share with the gathered females, who were accustomed to raw meat and would not object to this delicacy. As Sheepa's frown began to dissipate at the sight of the delectable offering, the other females sang praises, having never tasted such exquisite meat before. Judging by the expressions of the group, Aaron's cured meat was indeed well received. With hands on her hips, Aaron smiled. "Let us be candid, Sheepa, that I wish to curry favor with you by offering you this jar of my salted meat, which you may also refer to as cured meat." Sheepa was momentarily taken aback. Must she be so direct? With so many females watching, was she not risking inciting animosity? Why was she so eager to please her? Perhaps it was the prominent air of authority that Sheepa exuded. Coughing slightly, Aaron had no desire for an argument. It was merely a matter of a jar of salt, yet she had not anticipated such a vehement reaction, especially when previous grievances were brought up. Aaron deemed the entire situation unnecessary. Moreover, the meat was not even hers. It had been gifted by the tribe's beastmen to express gratitude for her imparting pottery skills, enabling her top disciple to lead them in establishing a pottery workshop. It was quite possible that this very jar of meat had originated from the beastmen of Huai village, and now she was returning it as a gesture of goodwill to the village elder. Continuing, she explained, "This cured meat retains its saltiness even after washing. It can be cooked directly or simmered with fresh meat to enhance the flavor. Is it truly a gift for me?" Sheepa questioned, incredulous, recalling how fiercely she had scolded the young female just moments ago, even deliberately soiling her mat. "If you do not fancy it, feel free to share it with others," Aaron began, but before she could finish, Sheepa promptly squatted down and seized the small jar, not wishing to share it with the other females. In an instant, the clouds of discontent on her face vanished, replaced by a broad grin. "Very well. I shall take it," she declared cheerfully. With limited supplies of mineral salt and cured meat, it seemed unlikely that she could share with the other females. Aaron observed the expressions of the others, which had darkened further, and feigned a look of concern. Though inwardly she found the situation amusing, she did not truly harbor any animosity toward these females. Rather, she found them somewhat entertaining, and no need to worry. They will manage. The rainy season will soon pass, and they know how to extract mineral salt. They have long been aware of the process and are merely waiting for dry wood. Aaron's strategy had proven effective. Capturing the chief first had solved the problem entirely. With Sheepa feeling grateful, she began to advocate on Aaron's behalf, and in an instant, all issues were resolved. Sheepa, having gained an advantage, was naturally pleased, more so than with mere salt. Noticing the other female's lack of response, she urged, "Why are you standing there? Are you planning to spend the night here?" The females were reluctant, feeling that Sheepa was as fickle as the turning pages of a book. However, since they belonged to the same village and were under Sheepa's influence, her word was law, and they could not contradict her. Aaron stood at the cave's entrance, watching as the Hwai village females departed, and intentionally raised her voice to call after the retreating Sheepa. "Sheepa, our Shizi is a good child. He would never harm his fellow beastmen." Sheepa, clutching the jar of cured meat, beamed, her grin so wide it threatened to displace her teeth. And she turned to respond, "Of course, I have watched Shizi grow. I know he is a good child." Coughing slightly, one might wonder how she could have observed him growing up if he belonged to a neighboring village. The other females exchanged glances, bemused. This elder was rather hypocritical, yet no one dared voice their thoughts, each keeping their heads bowed. Despite their reluctance, they obediently followed in Sheepa's wake. "Take care on the slippery path," Sheepa advised, moving slowly. Aaron waved farewell to Sheepa, her gesture tinged with a suspicion of sycophancy, her intentions laid bare. Yet the smile on her face was genuine, radiant, and sincere. After all, amiable elders are quite delightful, at least in Aaron's estimation. This method was far superior to quarreling, and she need not worry about future grievances. "You, little Aaron," Alupa was rendered speechless, clearly taken aback by her demeanor. "Smooth?" Aaron laughed heartily. "Perhaps so, Alupa. Would you care for some cured meat? I have plenty to spare. No. Alupa quickly interjected, aware that the meat had been a gift from the beastmen as thanks to Aaron. She had previously only offered a single piece and felt no right to claim an entire jar. Her pride was not as robust as Sheepa's. "That I've already felt quite embarrassed having to bring them to you repeatedly to request mineral salt. Yet they insisted I guide them, and I could hardly refuse." "Not a problem. Next time, they may simply call for themselves," Aaron replied. She had ample ways to decline. Whether to please or offend was entirely up to her mood. She could even devise ways to appease others after a slight. The scarcity of resources on the Beast World continent meant that with a little ingenuity, Aaron could create marvels they had never encountered, making it easy to win favor, of course. This tactic only worked with beastmen of good nature. As for the brutal males of the Wolf Beast clan, it was best to steer clear. Noticing Aaron settling down, the small lynx attempted to leap onto her lap, only to be gently thwarted by her hand. "Sleep on your own mat, meow." The little lynx looked up, its large round eyes glistening with a pitiful expression, its gaze shimmering with moisture, whether from tears or the rain outside. Aaron coldly avoided the lynx's pleading gaze and replied sternly, "Stop that. You are but a lynx. Do not presume too much. You are only allowed to act cute once a day." The little creature seemed bewildered, questioning why its cuteness was restricted before arriving in the beast world. Aaron had never encountered a lynx and had no concept of such a creature. Even after some time spent together, she had only seen one and remained largely clueless, though the little one appeared cute. Aaron couldn't shake the suspicion that it might very well be an adult male lynx. Much like the sheep beast, adult sizes could be merely a fifth of what she knew sheep to be. Thus, in the beast world, size and form did not necessarily indicate maturity. Indeed, it favored her affections, clinging to females and even resting its head on her lap, even if it were not fully grown. It surely was a precocious little male. Aaron extended her finger to gently tap the lynx's forehead, thwarting its approach, and warned, "Enough! Do not look at me with such innocent and naive eyes. I shall not be deceived." The foul-smelling serpent has engaged in similar antics, shamelessly pretending to be a pet while brazenly consuming her tofu, of course, only to be swiftly unmasked by the astute little fairy and captured on the spot. "You would do well to heed my words, maintaining your distance from me. You may indulge in your cuteness no more than once a day, or else I shall regard you as nothing more than a vile rogue." AI Ran withdrew her hand, her expression serene, yet her slightly parted crimson lips uttered a chilling follow-up, adding, "Of course, there are other options, such as your readiness for castration." The little lynx shuddered in fright, promptly lowered its head, and swiftly snatched a grass mat before dashing away to the deepest recesses of the cave, seeking what it deemed a safe haven. IT laid down the grass mat, curled up and vanished into shadows, This little creature is truly easily frightened. While adorably fluffy, its cuteness is shameful. It should ideally remain within AI Rant's reach, now that it has hidden itself so far away. How is she to pet it when her hands itch to do so? Ahem, AI Rand cleared her throat twice, beginning to coax in earnest. Hey, little one, you need not be like this. I never said I would castrate you immediately. My intention is not to frighten you, but merely to ask you to tone it down a bit. Cuteness is shameful, so do not overindulge. Come now, you can still sleep beside me, just not too close. Little dumpling, come now, come now. Ignoring her, the little lynx tucked its tail and covered its head. Aunt Lou stood nearby, watching the little female and the lynx bicker with amusement, saying, Little Rand, you are indeed the first female in the beast world to dare to keep a lynx. What of it? AI Rand did not perceive this fluffy creature as dangerous. Even if it were an adult, it should be gentle. Wait. AI Rand suddenly recalled something, a chill running down her spine. Indeed, the orc who impersonated the injured Luoshan and Gadier was undoubtedly a lynx orc employing the Ling Gu technique, and she had previously cautioned her against mentioning the words Ling Gu technique. Rand turned to gaze at the little dumpling shrouded in darkness. Such beasts are, more often than not, difficult to evolve into orcs. However, the evolutionary phase between beast and orc is their most terrifying stage, one that possesses formidable lethality. One must not judge a beast by its appearance. That IT may seem gentle, yet it can be ferocious. Fortunately, it is still small, lacking in offensive capabilities, and only possessing a modicum of humanity, thus posing little threat. Otherwise, the males of the tribe would have long since expelled it. Aunt Lou chatted casually with AI Rand. Yet she was subtly reminding her to maintain a distance from the little lynx. For this type of beast, whether beast or orc, once they surpass their youthful stage, they become exceedingly dangerous entities. Even now, a small one emerges, yet it instills a sense of unease. Regarding the little lynx, the orcs of the snake tribe have not publicly addressed the matter. However, privately, there have been considerations, with several orcs contemplating dealing with it discreetly. The crux of the matter lies with She. The little lynx was brought by She, who is known for his solitary nature and reticence. He has not communicated or explained anything to anyone in the tribe, including his little female. What exactly are She's intentions, or what plans does the lynx tribe harbor? Within the snake tribe, two extreme opinions have emerged. One faction chooses to believe in AI Rant's analysis from that day, asserting that she did not harm Gadier or Luoshan and viewing him as a new hope for the tribe. The other faction, however, is filled with skepticism. The former is led by Gu Pa, while the latter lacks a clear spokesperson. Yet its numbers far exceed the former, indicating that someone is subtly guiding this perspective, and that person is likely Elder Dui. He is always cautious when it comes to matters that may endanger the tribe's interests and safety. As the saying goes, he who does not plan for the future will inevitably find himself in distress, especially true for the leader of a beast tribe. However, after Luoshan chose to leave and strongly resist, many voices began to rise within the tribe, questioning Elder Dui's capabilities and deeming him unworthy of leading the snake tribe. IT should simply be a small creature, Aunt Lou concluded with a smile, all the while praying inwardly. Hopefully, they are merely overthinking. As long as She and the lynx tribe harbor no ulterior motives, handling the little creature should not pose a challenge at the same time. AI Rand found herself reflecting on She's demeanor, feeling somewhat suspicious. This is certainly not as simple as a mere pet. AI Rand turned to face Aunt Lou, lowering her voice to inquire. Aunt Lou, what exactly is the lynx tribe, and what is their dwelling place like? Rather than being reclusive in the cold heights, it seems more accurate to say that the beast tribes of the beast world collectively shun them, confining them to the high mountains. Aunt Lou hesitated, her thoughts unspoken. AI Rand discerned Aunt Lou's indecision, clearly grappling with some concern. After careful consideration, she compared the shifting attitudes of the orcs towards her, noting that a divergence had arisen following the incidents involving Gadier and Luoshan. That divergence points to She. AI Rand picked up a ball of beast fur yarn nearby, presenting it to Aunt Lou in earnest. Aunt Lou, every word I spoke that day was true. She was indeed with me and did not harm Gadier or Luoshan. This is wool spun from the sheep beast, obtained from the wolf tribe. I know. Aunt Lou had recognized it as a ball of rope made from sheep beast for long ago. Strangely enough, while AI Ran was knitting, one would expect the females to express curiosity about this new technique. Yet they had only come to request mineral salt, their intentions clear, taking what they wanted and leaving without a word of interest in her weaving. T turned out they had been observing AI Ran's ball of sheep beast fur and had secretly scrutinized her weaving techniques several times. Not just Aunt Lou, but the orcs in the tribe were generally aware. They had long since realized that the coarse white yarn was crafted from fine beast fur, akin to the grass rope AI Ran had previously taught them. The females showed a slight interest in the weaving technique, while the males were more focused on confirming the sheep beast fur. Their decision to trust AI Rant's words that day was partly influenced by the several bundles of sheep beast fur displayed at the cave entrance. The orcs of the beast world are well aware that while sheep beasts possess no offensive capabilities, they are cunning, agile, and difficult to capture when darting about. However, for the wolf tribe, which excels in teamwork, capturing them is akin to fishing. AI Rant's acquisition of sheep beast fur clearly did not stem from her own hunting efforts, especially now, as sheep beasts typically do not venture out during the rainy season. They're almost invisible, and no orc knows where they hide. They are likely already in their pre-hibernation phase. Sheep beasts are quite small, and that one ball of sheep beast yarn could require 5 or more adult sheep beasts. The fact that her cave contains 7 or 8 bundles speaks volumes about their astonishing numbers. Even if we were to entertain the notion that they were fortunate enough to encounter and, with She's assistance, capture a few sheep beasts, it would be utterly impossible to catch so many at once. Therefore, it is highly likely that what they claim is indeed true. They really did go to the wolf tribe's territory. If the lynx tribe is associated with bloodline matters, Aunt Lou opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by a small female who rushed over, breathless and agitated. Aunt Lou, Gooper is looking for you. Lord Gadier has awakened. Why the rush? That is self-evident. The orcs heading in that direction are primarily going to see Gadier awaken. What kind of question is that? AI Ran casually replied, of course, I am going along to see Gadier. Halfway through her sentence, AI Ran froze. It was the voice of Lon. At the same moment, she approached AI Ran, his thin lips silent, cold eyes fixed on her small face. What should have been an open matter was misconstrued as something secretive. Why does it feel as if she's engaging in an illicit affair? AI Ran protested. Everyone in the tribe can go see him. Why can't I? She retorted, just you cannot. She was asking for a reason. Why emphasize such nonsense? Resistance was futile. How frustrating. This guy is acting possessive and unreasonable, yet she feels like a wronged little wife who must endure. What sin has she committed to be so humble? Not humble, but truly unable to contend. A casual flick of his tail could snap 3 of her ribs. When under his roof, one must bow their head. Iran cleared her throat twice and said, well, we should at least understand the situation from that day. Everyone is waiting for Gadier to awaken and explain what happened. You are, after all, a key witness. Even if AI Ran did not go, she should certainly make an appearance. And Oni.as she spoke. She turned around and effortlessly pulled AI Ran away. This concerns you. AI Ran halted, anxious as she declared, even if you clarify that you bear no suspicion. Should Jatir resolutely assert something, it will still influence their trust in you. The elder women immediately reversed their statements over a mere lack of salt, their doubts akin to a child's game. Completely relying on their whims. Ultimately, it stemmed from the absence of direct evidence. As long as there is no evidence directly proving that the one who harmed Jatir and Luoshan is not she, she remains the sole suspect. Let us go check at the very least. When Jatir mentioned she and that day's events, they ought to be present to hear it themselves to prevent the spread of misinformation. Perhaps they might even glean some clues. Even if you are indifferent to the assailant and disregard Jatir and Luoshan's safety, that figure is casting a shadow of blame upon you. Do you not wish to know who is framing you? AI Ran's insistence swayed she. However, to the astonishment of all, although Jatir had awakened, his vision and hearing were severely compromised, resulting in significant barriers to communication. Jatir could sense that he had returned to the Serpent Beast clan, yet he remained desperately in need of a sense of security. What of Luoshan? What has become of Luoshan? Is Luoshan still alive? As Jatir repeatedly inquired about Luoshan's condition, he received no response. even if the other beastmen shouted loudly in reply. He could not hear them, which filled him with dread. Why does no one respond to me? Where is Luoshan? Tell me where Luoshan is. Jadiur's agitation was palpable. On his terrified visage, one could faintly discern the marks of a narrow escape from death. His profound concern for Luoshan indicated that Luoshan had not lied. Indeed, Luoshan had fought valiantly to bring back his comrades during that perilous time. Regardless of any disparagement to his character, he had acted honorably towards his kin. Lord Jur, please remain calm. Lord Luoshan is unharmed. He is simply not within the clan. The beastmen, witnessing Jadiur's blindness and deafness, stepped forward, surrounding him and using touch to convey a semblance of security. Jadiur's sense of smell remained intact, allowing him to distinguish the familiar scents of his companions. Among the multitude of beastmen, he struggled to identify each one, yet he could ascertain with complete certainty that Luoshan was not among them, which plunged him into despair in this silent and dark environment. If Luoshan had perished, it would be by his own hand. What shall he do? In Lilai village, the relationship between Gupa and Jadiur was exceptionally close. Though not by blood, they shared a bond akin to that of grandparent and grandchild. Witnessing Jadiur's distress, Gupa was utterly heartbroken. What has happened to Jadiur? Elder Dui, upon learning of Jadiur's awakening, rushed over without hesitation, intending to ascertain the details of that day, only to find Jadiur in a state of turmoil upon entering the room. He could see nothing, hear nothing, that Alupa shook her head, filled with sorrow. She was one of the elders who had watched Jadiur grow. Despite the disparity in their statuses, she had always regarded Jadiur as her junior. Even though he had awakened, he had become incapacitated. The beastmen shared a tacit understanding, yet no one dared to voice it. Soon, one of the male beastmen contemplated the leadership position of Lilai village, with Luoshan gone and Jur incapacitated, although she was the first candidate. She was also a prime suspect. The males began to stir restlessly. Elder regarding the leadership of Lilai village. Although Gupa was reluctant to admit it, Jadiur's condition indeed rendered him unfit to continue as the leader of Lilai village. Because Jadiur could neither see nor hear, Gupa's tacit approval emboldened the male who had proposed the idea. Elder, now is the time to decide. Appoint a male as the new leader of Lilai village to assist you in swiftly uncovering the truth behind who attacked Jadiur and Luoshan. The male spoke with righteous fervor, presenting himself as one who was concerned for the greater good, yet his true motive was to ensure that no one else spoke before him. Among the remaining males, none held high rank. The only distinguishing factor was loyalty to the tribe. Thus, whoever spoke first elevated their chances of becoming the new leader of Lilai village. There's no rush. Dui firmly rejected. Jadiur had been his personal selection. Since Jadiur's appointment, Dui had never felt disappointed, considering him the most exceptional leader among the 7 villages. However, Jadiur was no longer capable. He could not continue. Dui raised his hand, interrupting the male's argument, and stated, "Enough, no more discussion, I have made my decision." Gupa, aware of Dui's appreciation for talent and his regard for Jadiur, was loath to see Jadiur's position replaced. Yet it was evident that Jadiur was unsuitable to lead Lilai village at this time. Dui, this matter requires careful consideration. Even if we appoint a temporary male leader, should Jadiur recover, that would be ideal. However, Gupa's voice faltered, choked with emotion. Should he not recover, it seems fate has decreed it. The male, perceiving Gupa's sense of propriety, seized the opportunity to speak. "Elder, I represent all the beastmen of Lilai village in proposing this. It is akin to when the previous leader passed, and you stepped forward without delay." His words dripped with provocation. These ruffians had all received Luoshan's kindness, yet they dared to confront Dui directly, infuriating him to the point where he was at a loss for words. "That I do not wish for this position," Dui exclaimed. If a more suitable candidate emerged, he would gladly step aside for the good of the tribe. He was willing to do anything. The males, sensing Dui's lack of conviction, grew bolder, asserting leadership should naturally belong to the young and strong warriors. Jadiur has become incapacitated. It is time for him to step down. Their insinuations and provocations ignited the ambitions of those males harboring ulterior motives. They stepped forward, chiming in, "Elder, Do not misunderstand. Any male will suffice. We do not seek to seize Jadiur's position, but rather for the sake of Lilai village and the entire Serpent Beast clan. Not only should Lilai village's leader be appointed, but in my view, we should also reconsider the leader of our tribe. The chief has been missing for 10 years. Perhaps he is truly dead. The elder cannot continue to act as a stand-in indefinitely. Otherwise, outsiders might think it was intentional. Our Serpent Beast clan has been declining, increasingly inferior to the Wolf Beast clan, precisely because of our ineffective leadership. Elder, you are of advanced age. How can you compete with the strong and vigorous leader of the Wolf Beast clan? When the time comes for battle, you will surely flee swiftly, just as you did in the Great War a decade ago. Those who suffer the consequences will undoubtedly be us beastmen. As a female, she had little interest in the tribe's political power. Goopa's esteemed reputation was bestowed upon her rather than something she had fought for herself. She never expected these insolent youths to become so brazen. Impudent, Salupa interjected on Goopa's behalf, chastising the males with severity. You wretches, how dare you compare yourselves to an elder? Are you not aware of your own ranks? In terms of age, she too belonged to the same tier as Goopa and Dui, albeit Dui was a few decades younger. Ever since the incident with Luo Shan, Dui's authority had plummeted. Even if Dui were to lose his temper, they would still perceive him as monopolizing the leadership position and deliberately denying the younger generation their chance. Do not invoke rank in this discussion. The leading instigator among the males strode directly up to Alupa, his face contorted with disdain, and shouted, "Old female, do not interrupt. This is not your place to speak." It was not just he who resented the old crone's interference. They believed females should merely bear offspring, not meddle in tribal governance, especially for an old female who could no longer reproduce. She ought to have kept her silence. It was only because Dui had assumed the role of acting leader that they felt encouraged to challenge her authority. I have heard that the leader of the Wolf Beast clan is both youthful and valiant. Before he ascended, he was not the strongest among their ranks. Yet, due to recognition and opportunity, he has only grown stronger. As he spoke, the male deliberately raised his eyebrows, casting a derisive and challenging glance at Dui. The more Dui remained silent, the more triumphant the male felt. He continued to needle. Unlike our declining Serpent Beast clan, once feared and respected, we have now become the laughingstock of the continent, known for our aging population. Dui's silence was not born of guilt, but rather a deep-seated unease. The Serpent Beast clan was undeniably on the decline, yet he felt no personal connection to their plight. For a decade, he had navigated the pressures exerted by the various beast clans of the beast world with trepidation and meticulous care, always prioritizing the interests of the Serpent Beast clan while simultaneously safeguarding it and seeking the whereabouts of their vanished leader. Little did he anticipate that the incident involving Luo Shan would incite such profound internal strife. This simultaneous assault from within and without, coupled with an overwhelming sense of despair, was likely a burden only he could truly comprehend in this moment. However, he felt utterly powerless. Perhaps it was time for him to step aside and allow someone else to take the reins. Goopa, understanding Dui's character, sensed the gravity of the situation, fearing that if he did not intervene soon, Dui might utter the foolish words of abdication. She realized that entrusting the Serpent Beast clan to these inexperienced and impulsive youths would lead to its ruin. Slamming her cane against the ground, she admonished, "We're discussing the matter of Jaidir. Refrain from bringing up unrelated issues." Just then, AI arrived at the entrance of the cave, observing the beastmen within with a sense of bewilderment. How peculiar, she thought. They should be questioning Jaidir about the attack. Yet the atmosphere was charged with tension, and the very target of their ire had become Elder Jaidir, agitated and oblivious to the ongoing debates among the beastmen. Remained fixated on finding Luo Shan. It wasn't until he caught a whiff of she's approaching presence that he finally calmed down. The male beastman, casting a challenging glance at she, taunted, "The suspect has arrived. Are you here to silence us?" AI instinctively took on a protective stance, clarifying, "We are here to ascertain the facts." The male scoffed derisively, his disdain evident. He had long since dismissed Elder Dui and Goopa. Showing no regard for the young female, he continued to mock, "In my view, you are merely here to prevent Jaidir from revealing anything he shouldn't." Before he could finish his words, Jaidir stumbled to his feet and lurched towards the cave entrance. The male's expression brightened immediately. See, even though Jaidir is incapacitated, unable to see or hear, he still has some usefulness. He recognizes the perpetrator. AI Rand's heart sank. As the serpent beast man, Jaidir's sense of smell was astoundingly acute. Far surpassing that of the human AI Rand, he managed to seize she before AI Rand could react. Upon confirming she's identity, Jaidir refrained from questioning or showing anger. Instead, he lowered his voice and urgently instructed. We must go. The farther away from here, the better. Jaidir, like Luo Shan, had witnessed she's attack on them that it was not a mere brawl. It was an execution. However, Jaidir was more observant than Luo Shan, who neglected the significance of the scent. Jaidir, on the other hand, detected a flaw. At that moment, she emitted no discernible scent. In other words, that scent could have been obscured by some substance. Regardless of the means, a scent could not be fabricated. Thus, the individual who had assaulted them was likely not she himself. Iran wore a perplexed expression. Though Jaidir's voice was low, she, as the closest bystander, heard him clearly. His intent was unmistakable. He wanted she to leave to avoid danger. It seemed this place was fraught with insecurity. Initially, she had only hoped that Jaidir would not wrongfully accuse she. She had even prepared to provide explanations upon her arrival. Yet, she was taken aback that Jaidir not only absolved she of guilt, but also warned him under such circumstances. AI Rand felt a pang of guilt for prioritizing personal connections over friendship. Simultaneously, she appeared momentarily stunned, a fleeting glimmer of emotion passing through his calm and indifferent vertical pupils, as if he too felt shame for his own apathy. The other beastmen, being at a distance, could not hear clearly. However, the provocative male was the most sensitive. Observing the young female's demeanor, he discerned that Jaidir had uttered something peculiar. He hastily approached, intent on questioning her. Unexpectedly, Jaidir erupted in agitation, pushing she frantically while shouting, "Why did you attack us? I pleaded for you to spare us. Why did you still resort to violence?" Goop has stepped forward, one hand on her cane and the other grasping Jaidir. Her tone laced with urgency. "Jaidir, please, calm down." Alop interjected. "Jaidir, it was not she who attacked you." "Where's Luo Shan?" Jaidir clung to she's arm, relentlessly howling. "Speak. Did you kill Luo Shan? Where is he? Where is Luo Shan?" Though Jaidir could not hear their voices, he was acutely aware that the beastmen were attempting to dissuade him. He even sensed Gupo's familiar presence among them. Thus, as he resisted, he was careful not to inadvertently harm the elderly Gupa. And so, they departed. That AI ran, being pulled away by she, glanced back repeatedly at the agitated Jaidir, feeling an indescribable ache in her heart. Especially after unintentionally overhearing Jaidir's thoughts, his loud accusations served to protect she. Or perhaps even the entire Serpent Beast clan. Iran remained an outsider, even as she recognized her inability to leave and her efforts to adapt to this land. Yet, she discovered that humanity was not the pinnacle of evolution. The beastmen on this continent, though primitive and brimming with savage instincts, possessed a certain purity. They held steadfast beliefs, defending their kin with their very lives. Even Luo Shan, whom she had initially deemed a despicable coward, possessed a fervent and passionate heart. He simply chose to abandon the Serpent Beast clan in its time of disarray. She, AI Rand concluded that they ought to do something for Jaidir. Wait a moment. DUI, having arrived unannounced, interjected before AI Rand could respond. He gestured for she to speak with him privately. AI Rand understood his intent. DUI could have simply instructed her to step aside, for he was the clan leader and did not require elaborate explanations. "I will wait for you up ahead," she said. And "Oh need," she firmly rejected, tightening his grip on the young female's hand, believing there was no need for her to withdraw, just as he never considered himself a timid little python within the clan. "I know you have your doubts about me." DUI exhaled a sigh, feeling a sense of resignation. If the clansmen no longer adhered to the clan's rules, it was not the regulations that were flawed, but rather the leader who had sown seeds of doubt. For me, the question of obedience is irrelevant. She's adherence to clan rules manifested in his avoidance of trouble, yet trouble often found its way to him. She, I believe we need to have a serious conversation. This was the first time DUI, as an elder, had spoken to a young beast man in such a manner. Perhaps he was truly growing old and weary. Even if he did not shed his hard exterior, few would still believe in it. He admitted that she had instilled fear in him, and that fear stemmed not from personal grievances but from his clan. It was evident that his efforts had been in vain. The young males within the clan had begun to rebel. Yet, they truly did not comprehend the might of external beast clans. They had never engaged in battles beyond their strength, and had never witnessed true devastation. Jaidir just shared some words with me that convinced me the one who attacked you is not you, and it sparked a thought within me. I wish to get to know you anew. Because I have not directly opposed you, do you believe I support your claim to the position of acting leader? No. If you desire, you may take the role. In no need, she rejected outright. It was clear that DUI had made significant concessions. He was willing to set aside his prejudices against she for the greater good of the clan. However, she remained indifferent. Not to mention a mere acting leader. Even the position of the Serpent Beast clan's chief held no allure for him. At this point, there was no need for pretense. DUI acknowledged, I know your secret. Irrespective of whether you are a descendant of Coatian or not, you are indeed a beast man of a higher level. And so what? She did not consider this a secret. He was even more curious than DUI to know who he was before his ascension. These terms, which only existed in the beast world, left AI Ran utterly baffled, much like the modern vocabulary she used when speaking with the beastmen, which revolved around her skills and crafts, despite the seemingly incomprehensible literal meaning to the orcs. Sharing and teaching directly remains feasible. DUI harbored concerns about AI Rant's presence, which rendered candid communication inconvenient. Yet, this little female, akin to a simpleton, remained utterly oblivious to their discourse, allowing him to proceed with ease. Regardless of how elevated your previous standing may have been, once you undergo a level metamorphosis, you are reborn as a novice, she expressed with confidence, asserting that he could swiftly surpass your level. DUI retorted, do you comprehend the reason behind your level metamorphosis? She was momentarily taken aback. Can you assure that you will successfully evade the next level metamorphosis? She's brows gradually furrowed. He ventured into the Kangsa region and the Gaoshan Pinghan, seeking answers, not solely concerning his identity, but also the origins of his level metamorphosis, which under normal circumstances should not result in such reverse transformation. In other words, the inability to pinpoint the cause of his dilemma constituted a deadlock. No matter how astonishing his ascent in strength, he might forever remain ensnared in an infinite cycle, transitioning from weakness to strength, and should anyone discover this, he would find himself at a disadvantage. No different from lowly orcs. Damn it. How could such a matter be broached by the other party? She abruptly lifted his gaze, his slit pupils locking onto the orc before him, though he lagged several tiers behind. He was willing to attempt something, especially since he had been taking risks all along. Although she had been reborn through a level metamorphosis, losing his memories and appearing as a novice before the elder orc, he was not so easily deceived. What you speak of is merely a possibility. It does not imply that I will undergo an infinite level metamorphosis. That do not wield this potential as leverage in our negotiations. DUI perceived a glimmer of murderous intent in She's blue eyes, stating, oh no, do not mistake my word for a threat. I seek your assistance. This not akin to a threat. DUI understood that she was undeterred, unafraid of death. The peril of ascending levels was trivial to him. He was bold enough to experiment with forbidden arts of the beast realm, likely the only orc on the continent to utilize his own living bone artifacts. A fellow capable of being so ruthless against himself could naturally disregard the interests and survival of the Snake Beast clan. Yet, every being possesses a vulnerability. What of your little female? DUI, while gazing at she, kept his peripheral vision fixed on AI Rand's hand clasped tightly in his. Have you considered her? She swiftly pulled AI Rand behind him, maintaining distance from DUI, and warned sternly, should you utter another word that incites my ire, I shall not hold back. DUI explained, I have stated before that I am not threatening you, that I require your aid. The Snake Beast clan needs you. The tribe requires you. I have already lost my credibility. In Gattle, she interjected pointedly, I have already declined. DUI was eager to prove something and obtain a promise from she. However, Instead of succumbing to agitation, he calmly stated, "I ventured to Gao Shan Ping Han." She was momentarily stunned. Iran noted the pupils in his blue eyes expand instantly upon Dui's words. She had previously inquired about his reason for going to Gao Shan Ping Han. But her curiosity was silenced by his prior responses. From his two reactions, it was evident that something significant had transpired there, intimately linked to him. Iran tilted her head, her dark eyes curving into a sweet smile as she addressed She. "The rain is somewhat uncomfortable for me. I shall wait for you under that tree. Shall I?" What an understanding little female. Ui observed AI ran scurrying towards the large tree, involuntarily expressing his admiration. Due to their overwhelming numerical superiority, females had more choices, and it was rare for one to willingly remain loyal to a single male, were it not for the constraints of tribal concepts. It was likely that few females of the Snake Beast clan would be willing to stay. When you were captured by the Wolf Beast clan, I was unable to take the risk to rescue you. And for that, I apologize. However, if given another chance, I would make the same choice as before. Ui reminisced about the past. A sense of melancholy washing over him, he sighed softly, continuing, "But perhaps this is for the best. Battles forge stronger warriors, and your continuous growth confirms the little female's feelings for you." She gazed at AI Ran, who was sheltering from the rain, his eyes brimming with uncontainable affection, indifferent to whether Dui had uttered those words. She appeared fragile but was stronger than many males. Dui spoke. He diverted his gaze from the distance back to She, adding, "Thus you are well aware that you are not the same as Luo Shan. You must provide her with a stable home." She could indeed leave the Snake Beast clan and survive anywhere, even continuing to grow stronger. However, he lacked a compelling reason to depart from here. To sever ties with the Snake Beast clan, but on the contrary, he had observed that the little female relished this harmonious communal life. Since her arrival, the tribe had been revitalized, though she was not of the Snake Beast clan. She infused them with fresh vitality, but if such a way is advantageous, why not continue? The elders' high praise, founded on the tribe, was an unparalleled honor for a mere little female. She may be but a small female, yet she would risk her life to rescue you. As her male, a strong and steadfast support, why would you not exert yourself for her? Contributing to the elders of the tribe, jointly safeguarding the tribe, also serves to aid the little female, making her environment more comfortable and harmonious. Yet, she merely lowered his gaze slightly, the corner of his thin lips curling into a playful smirk as he retorted, "To reason with emotion is one thing. You might as well directly propose that I help you conceal the truth of Gao Shan Ping Han. I would rather believe that it was not your doing." "What did you say?" She lifted his gaze, somewhat astonished. This old fellow must be mistaken. Previously, he had asserted that she attacked Luo Shan and Gadol. Now, mentioning Gao Shan Ping Han, such a significant matter, and expressing belief in him, I initially hesitated to step into Gao Shan Ping Han, but for the sake of investigating Gadol and Luo Shan's affairs, I still ventured there. Yet to my astonishment, the Lynx Beast clan was annihilated. Dui instinctively glanced around as he spoke, ensuring no other beasts were near before continuing. "I trust that you are not the perpetrator behind the massacre of the Lynx Beast clan." Within his slit pupils, the innocent and carefree little female lingered. Her adorable smile was captivating. Since her arrival, She's consciousness had undergone repeated refreshment. Although he occasionally found her chatter somewhat grating, constraining his actions with her so-called civility and harmony, perhaps those under despotism are indeed the fortunate ones. Hence, she was reluctant to divulge to AI Ran what transpired in Gao Shan Ping Han. What he had witnessed, I hope you comprehend my sentiments that I do not blame Luo Shan and the other young males like him. Yet, I am genuinely fearful. I dread that the next clan to face annihilation will be ours, the Snake Beast clan. Dui lowered his head slightly, his tone sincere. He was not yielding to a young metamorphosed boy, but rather seeking assistance from one who was once a formidable orc. He believed that she was merely still maturing, in the youthful phase following his rebirth, perhaps even harboring some rebelliousness. As long as the gravity of the situation was explained, he would surely grasp its essence. Gao Shan Ping Han was awash with blood, corpses strewn about. The destruction of the Lynx Beast clan was intricately tied to the injuries of Gadol and Luo Shan. The identity of the puppet master remained unknown. However, Framing she for this did not seem to stem from personal vendetta, but rather appeared as a connection. Perhaps, just as DUI feared, the next target could indeed be the extermination of the Snake Beast clan. The rainy season would soon pass, giving way to a brief period of calm and sunshine. Following that would be the protracted winter. Gaoshan Ping Han, already frigid in climate, would soon see the remains of the Lynx Beast clan buried beneath snow and frost. That served as a warning, yet felt more like a threat. DUI hoped she could comprehend the severity of the situation, just as he could set aside his suspicions of she for the greater good. I shall not be the one to stick my neck out that she was not immature. He simply saw too clearly, which is why he remained detached. DUI watched the departing she, his brow furrowed in worry. Let us go, as she extended his hand, taking AI Ran, who had been waiting beneath the tree, and continued onward. Although AI Ran was curious about the conversation between her blue classmate and DUI, as well as the matters concerning Gao Shanping Han, she understood that it was best not to inquire about what her blue classmate wished to keep from her. If he wished to share, he would undoubtedly do so. Are we preparing to return home now? AI Ran tilted her small face upward, gazing at She's profile as she followed in his footsteps, yet her evident hesitation hinted at other thoughts that she replied, "Little female, you may be entirely candid when facing me." Ah, how casually you speak. Yet who has repeatedly resorted to threats and intimidation? It seems as though she is the one lacking honesty, perpetually playing tricks, when in reality she merely fears for her life, and thus cannot speak the truth. But let this be the one exception. Classmate Lan's thoughts leap too swiftly. AI Ran feels somewhat dazed as she halts and grasps a certain snake, inquiring for confirmation. "You have no idea what I intend to do. Yet you grant permission?" The snake retorts, "Are you not hoping to gather herbs for Gattle?" Heek. AI Ran hastily releases her grip and retreats several paces. This man? No, this male beast is utterly terrifying. How could he possibly know her innermost thoughts without her uttering a word? AI Ran had initially planned to stealthily ascend the mountain to gather herbs while she was absent from the cave. Little did she expect that this fellow was already privy to her intentions from the outset. Wait, then does that mean he has also discerned her feelings of guilt when facing Gattle? Goodness, she should never have frivolously engaged with a beast man. There is no privacy whatsoever. Classmate Lon steps forward. And as he extends his hand, AI Ran cries out, "Ah, that hurts. Little female, how many times must I remind you to consider the consequences before acting? I have been patient, asking for confirmation twice, so do not attempt any tricks in my presence." She pinches AI Ran's cheek, lacking any sense of moderation. Ahem, with one hand on her delicate skin, it surprisingly feels rather pleasant. Stop dwelling on those irrelevant thoughts. You cannot accomplish anything behind my back. Do you understand? Who is trying to play tricks here? AI Ran is not being dishonest. She simply fears that this fellow might misunderstand her. After all, when she called out Gattle's name a few times, he accused her as if she were straying from the path of virtue. It took quite a bit of courage for her to express her desire to gather herbs for Gattle. Wait a moment. AI Ran suddenly has a flash of insight, seemingly grasping a certain snake's weakness. With a sly grin, she says, "You feel guilty too, don't you?" "I do not." "How could you not feel a twinge of guilt for your ungratefulness? Gattle has treated you so well. Surely over the years, he has cared for you like an older brother. Yet here you are, completely indifferent to him. Little female, do clarify your definitions. Do not redefine ingratitude arbitrarily. Years of care have not earned you even a shred of concern. You are indeed a heartless, cold-blooded creature, and surely you will not treat me well either. How do you propose to treat me well? Now, if we were to return, perhaps..." AI Ran spurts blood, regretting her words. It seems this fellow has completely misconstrued the concept of intimacy. He is the one deriving pleasure from it, yet he boldly assumes he is extending kindness to her. What is this? Fuzai grass. What is it used for? It is beneficial for Gattle's recovery. Well done, snake brother. You hide your depths well. I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. You must be an academic prodigy in the beast world. All snake beastmen are aware of Fuzai grass. Aha! Snakes possess inherently poor vision, especially before evolution. Their eyesight in snake form is notably deficient, thus we have a great need for Fuzai grass. How poor is it? AI Ran asks earnestly, Her curiosity piqued, while her mind races with thoughts of escape, her heart fluttering with excitement. It seems snake beasts are indeed nearsighted. If only she could seize an opportunity to escape far away. What are you plotting? Classmate Lon quickly discerns the young woman's intentions. Halting his hand's movement as he rises to face her, it is better not to look. Every glance reveals her flaws, but no. AI Rand shakes her head vigorously, her entire being denying it as she fervently clarifies, I merely wish to learn more about you, to understand your snake beast clan, that if in the future the beastmen speak of intimacy and reproduction, I would like to expand my thoughts on the subject. However, the mere thought of becoming pregnant and laying 2 snake eggs feels utterly absurd. Yet strangely, she finds herself inexplicably eager. She wonders whether the eggs will be soft-shelled or hard-shelled. Or perhaps they will first be soft-shelled and turn hard upon exposure to air. Will she then have to incubate them? Ahem, AI Ran, are you overthinking this? No, this is the beast world, where anything is possible. It is wise to prepare oneself mentally. AI Rand's cheeks flush crimson, embarrassed to articulate her thoughts too explicitly, subtly implying, I merely wish to inquire further, to understand more. You should comprehend without my needing to elaborate extensively. I do not comprehend, the snake replies earnestly, seeking clarification while admonishing. Little female, you truly are incorrigible, still contemplating escape. Since sleep eludes you, perhaps I should simply swallow you whole. Sleep eludes me? AI Ran erupts, what nonsense. Do not try that here. It won't work with she, who is undoubtedly the most oblivious male beast in the entire beast world. Regarding her fleeting thoughts of escape, he is completely certain that she slightly leans forward, catching her off guard, and suddenly seizes her face, which bears all the signs of her inner turmoil, reiterating, I say, if you entertain such thoughts again, I shall swallow you whole that I meant the baby snakes. AI Ran protests, feeling aggrieved. She cannot possibly be a masochist. This fellow shows no compassion whatsoever. How could she still be contemplating having his offspring? What a heartless beast of a boyfriend. And she cannot even break up with him. This is utterly outrageous. Seeing the situation spiraling, she quickly releases her and gently rubs her flushed cheeks that he was not squeezing too hard. Yet the little female still cries out, I am not a masochist. AI Ran repeatedly insists, as her heart races with anxiety. She feels as though this beast has turned her world upside down. Her taste seemed to have shifted into something far more intense. That is not how it was meant to be. She was supposed to be a pure, innocent girl. Cough, cough. Or at least that's what she believed herself to be. Relationships with others are typically filled with sweetness. Why is hers not the same? She does not desire sweetness anymore. Can she simply wish for it to end? Tears well up in her eyes, reflecting his handsome visage. She purses her lips, struggling to voice something akin to a breakup. Even as her mind drifts off, imagining whether their child might resemble him more than AI Ran is overwhelmed, realizing she is the toxic one. She pauses, momentarily taken aback. This is likely his habitual method of silencing her. Indeed, a kiss, and she quiets down. This grass is called fusai grass. Though it appears unremarkable, it holds great value for our snake beast clan. Thus you must recognize it, as it will be needed when the children are born. She places a sprig of fusai grass in AI Ran's hand, genuinely engrossed in educating her. I did not say I wanted to have children with you. AI Ran pouts defiantly, filled with resentment, unwilling to let a mere kiss serve as consolation. Yet her ears betray her, standing upright, attentively listening. Snake beasts possess vision akin to that of human nearsightedness. No, rather, severe nearsightedness. They cannot detect stationary prey, genuinely unable to see it. However, should the prey move, the snake beast can capture it with pinpoint accuracy. They are innately equipped with infrared sensory abilities, a gift of nature, with their tongues organized in a manner akin to a camera, enabling them to detect warm-blooded mammals. Although their severe nearsightedness prevents them from seeing objects beyond 10 meters, they can accurately capture prey from dozens of meters away due to their thermal positioning capabilities. Small, agile prey like the woolly beast are adept at hiding and evading, indeed posing a challenge for snake beasts. Moreover, snake beasts are among the larger species in the beast world, necessitating larger prey to satisfy their hunger. They have little interest in weaker woolly beasts. Before evolution, they relied on their sense of smell and thermal positioning to catch prey. It was only upon evolving into beastmen that they achieved normal human levels of vision. Although snake beastmen do not boast the same visual prowess as other beast clans, such as wolf beastmen, who can see clearly even at night. However, this does not impede the daily life and combat prowess of the serpent beastmen. Gators' temporary blindness is not an anomaly among the serpent tribe, for their vision has always been poor. Rather than being a consequence of injury that impaired his sight, it can be said that he has merely reverted to his previous state of amblyopia. Naturally, the evolved beastmen surpass their predecessors and can restore their vision through proper care. The puzai grass serves as an excellent remedy for enhancing eyesight. Before evolution, serpent beast children, upon their birth, are entirely blind with a vague understanding of sense. They can only perceive warmth. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. AI Ran insisted vehemently, correcting, what I brought into this world is a baby, not a beast. Wait a moment. Would her direct rebuttal lead the other party to misunderstand her, thinking she harbored disdain for beasts? In this realm of beasts, she, as the sole human, is the true anomaly and should not express her disdain so openly. No, that is not the case. AI Ran hurriedly looked up to prove her lack of prejudice against beasts. A gentle kiss landed precisely on her lips, silencing her attempts at explanation. Classmate Lon remarked that such intimate matters should be reserved for home, clearly not suitable for the wilderness. Yet, the little female had been incessantly discussing the prospect of having a baby, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Ahem, you two are quite bold, finding a cave to carry out such activities. Impressive. AI Ran clutched the beast hide to shield her exposed chest with one hand, while the other covered her eyes, feeling as if she were trying to block out the sound of a bell, pretending that she had not witnessed the occurrence. However, the more she resisted this primitive behavior of the beast realm, the more she found herself adapting to it. How utterly shameful. Little female, what is it? AI Ran's thoughts were pulled back by that voice as she placed his hand gently on AI Ran's flat abdomen, inquiring, why have you yet to lay any serpent eggs? The warmth of his touch sent AI Ran into a tizzy. She had not fully recovered yet, and his mere brush against her made her exceedingly sensitive. Yet he remained fixated on his confusion, his brow furrowed in puzzlement, muttering, after so many unions, you have not laid a single serpent egg. AI Ran's cheeks, already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of crimson upon his inquiry, hastily responding, you can ponder such matters yourself. There is no need to inform me, but I will not lay eggs. You certainly have the audacity. Yet, it sounded more like a burden being placed upon the woman by the man. There are countless unsolved mysteries in the world. One should simply let nature take its course, without necessitating an understanding of the reasons behind everything. That if you are curious, then ponder it quietly by yourself, without voicing it aloud. But I wish to discuss this matter with you. I do not wish to. AI Ran firmly rejected any discussion of such topics. Classmate Lon, however, was relentless, asserting the seriousness of the issue. He could not possibly be without offspring. Could he? Little female, his azure eyes met AI Ran's flushed, heated face as he scrutinized her body thoroughly, asking earnestly, could there be a problem with you? I believe the issue lies with you. Men are truly not to be trusted, regardless of the space or era. They are the embodiment of scoundrels. Why is it that their first reaction regarding fertility issues is to assume the girl is at fault? Should they not reflect upon whether the problem might lie with themselves? Classmate Lon, can you not be more equitable? AI Ran did not seek special treatment. The concept of ladies first holds no ground in this beast realm. At the very least, there should be fairness between males and females. Or rather, between the two sexes. Fine, since the conversation has reached this point, let us discuss it. Otherwise, he might truly believe this is her fault. Ran sat up, protecting her chest, and reminded him, even if you do not know my beast tribe, you are well aware that we are not of the same beast lineage. Why must you pose such difficult questions regarding cross-species reproduction, leaving it to me to answer? Reluctantly. AI Ran continued, such matters of reproduction across species are inherently unreasonable. Yet, the serpent remained focused, his gaze fixed on his wife, filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. patiently listening to her explanations, even more so than when he had learned about Pooh's eyegrass. He had shown no interest when she mentioned the methods of striking fire from wood, even dismissing the idea that the absence of fire seeds would hinder daily life. Yet, when it came to reproduction and serpent eggs, he listened intently. Indeed, this is a serious issue. It could very well mean the absence of future generations. Do not look at me with such expectation. AI Rand turned her head, feeling embarrassed under his gaze. She had been teaching the females small skills and instructing the males in building houses. To put it plainly, it was merely a trivial act. Now, with him gazing at her so earnestly, she found herself hesitant to speak freely. I believe I have no issues, and you likely do not either. It may simply relate to our differing species. With each word AI Rand uttered, her body temperature rose. Humans and beast men. This, in the 21st century, such a relationship would undoubtedly be deemed abnormal. She allowed a soft "oh" to AI Rand turned to look at him, wondering if he would say anything further after his brief acknowledgement. Hey, what do you mean by that? You ask me, and then what? Shouldn't you have something to say? His silence left her feeling quite unsettled. Regardless of what AI Rand inquired, this fellow showed no intention of continuing the topic. He simply stood up, donned his beast hide, mirroring the very scene when she had first arrived. He was the epitome of a scoundrel. AI Rand could no longer remain calm, although she understood that this handsome man was the one she had initially enticed, and it had begun merely as a casual arrangement with no expectations of responsibility. After spending so much time together, they had, in essence, become a couple. If this man were to abandon her due to her inability to bear him offspring, she could not guarantee how she might react, perhaps contemplating drastic measures such as silencing him or even castration. Just as AI Rand's anger flared and vengeful thoughts emerged, she too sensed the chill creeping down his back. Little female, you are quite ruthless. This time, AI Rand did not attempt to argue. Instead, she stood tall, unwilling to let her presence be overshadowed. Ahem, although I may not be much taller, I am indeed a woman not to be trifled with. Little female, I am not like you, unsatisfied and obedient. Put on your beast hide. It is futile. Do not attempt to entice me further. This should be sufficient. Let things flow steadily. What? Do you think my delay in dressing is due to a desire for further intimacy? AI Rand's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly dressed while stammering. I did not mean that. You must not misinterpret my intentions. Is this man a devil? His capacity for misunderstanding is truly remarkable. The absence of children is no concern. Is it a matter of indifference or of forced indifference? AI Rand lifted her chin, about to question him, only to see she's face filled with seriousness. His words were genuine, although there was a hint of regret. He seemed willing to accept the situation. He did not even know who he was or whose blood ran through his veins. Discussing children was indeed premature. Most importantly, he did not wish to change partners. When he had initially agreed to mate with the little female, he had been more cautious than her, repeatedly asking if she was certain of her choice, for this was not a fleeting encounter, but a matter of choosing a lifelong companion. Hey, classmate Lon, spare me the theatrics. You speak as if you were so prudent. Do you even know her? You are hardly discerning. All are adults here. Please be honest. You were simply drawn to the little female's appearance and delightful scent. You just went along with it. Ha! Men, these primitive males of the beast realm are mostly brawn over brains, while there are indeed many delicate and handsome males. This particular fellow is the one who ensnared AI Rand with his looks. Had it not been for his striking features, AI Rand would not have faltered in her resolve. If only she could have strategized before crossing over, or received a prior warning. And no matter how handsome, one must never associate with the obsessive serpent beastmen, who only allow loyalty to a single female due to their inability to find a mate. Ah, right, and the brutal, exclusionary wolf beastmen who are only kind to their own females should also be avoided. The allure of an attractive exterior often starkly contrasts with the hues of one's inner self. Whether it be peculiar inclinations or cunning deceit, the true danger lies not in the intelligence of the beastly folk, but in the unsettling notion that their wits may surpass those of humankind. Interacting with such beings can be quite laborious, often leading one into a labyrinth of confusion. Point one might find greater ease with the straightforwardness of a muscular male. Indeed, the sight of well-defined muscles is often deemed quite alluring. Perhaps it is indeed attractive. Ahem, nonetheless, let's set that aside. AI Rand's tastes lean towards those of a more delicate appearance. However, irrespective of the type of male, whether sinewy or otherwise, their concerns invariably distill to three matters: sustenance, the escalation of conflict, and the propagation of their lineage. In truth, AI Rand finds herself reliant on them. Even in her own time, the ancients spoke of the paramount importance of descendants. Yet to so casually dismiss the significance of progeny? Surely, such flippancy is but an act of mockery. A scoundrel's sweet words often flatter, appealing solely to the whims of young maidens, assuring them that all is well, even when one of the essential elements is forsaken. Such nonchalance is surely a ruse. Little female, you are woefully ignorant of the fusai grass, and yet you profess to assist gaudy air in gathering herbs. Does that not seem rather implausible? It is common knowledge among the inhabitants of the beast realm that the serpent clan possesses poor vision, a fact often exploited in battle. Yet this naive female seems oblivious to such truths. One must wonder from which obscure corner she has emerged. AI Rand's forehead bore a frown. Behold, this is the nature of men. When a girl's emotions linger on unresolved matters, they have already moved on, forgetting entirely, and they do not even feel the slightest embarrassment in diverting the conversation. I did not offer to assist with herb gathering merely for show. AI Rand's ire was twofold, partly due to the abrupt dismissal of a serious topic, and partly from the affront of being labeled insincere. After all, Gaudier had previously rescued her from peril when a serpent beast rampage nearly led to her demise. It was he who caught her just in time. So her intention to gather herbs is but a gesture of reciprocity. Moreover, the bonds of neighborly relations are invaluable. Fostering harmony yields countless benefits, akin to the goodwill of a kind-hearted matron. AI Rand, too, would gladly offer her share of salted meat, for quarrels only breed animosity. It is far more prudent to coexist amicably. However, when discomfort arises, one must not hesitate to voice their discontent, lest they be perceived as lacking conviction, open to being trampled upon and exploited. If I have not informed you of my needs, what would you gather for Gaudier? This fellow clearly delights in teasing and deriding her. This beastly man is rather petty. Does he fear she might usurp his credit? AI Rand returned a handful of fusai grass to she, declaring, "What is so remarkable about this? Here, take it back. I shall gather my own. Furthermore, I absolutely refuse to collect such trivial herbs." It seems the wife is vexed. The serpent remarked that he merely wished to lighten her mood. Having observed her sullen demeanor during their walk, little did he anticipate that she would erupt like a powder keg. What does it matter that she is unfamiliar with fusai grass? I desire to gather something far superior. I know of ginseng. I intend to unearth a millennium-old root for Gaudier to rejuvenate him. AI Rand wandered about, yielding no fruitful finds, not to mention ginseng. She had completely forgotten the appearance of fusai grass. Even if she were to tread upon it, she would remain oblivious. Should both ginseng and radish roots appear simultaneously, she would surely be unable to distinguish between them. Little female, where is your ginseng? She followed closely behind AI Rand as they meandered through the mountains. Perhaps a stroke of fortune is required. The droplets of water upon the banana leaves plopped into a puddle with a soft splash. The rain had ceased. Long-awaited rays of sunlight pierced through the mists, a beam visible to the naked eye, transforming the tiny droplets in the air into shimmering golden starlight, a sight to behold. Soon after, the clouds were penetrated by countless beams of sunlight. The earth basked in brilliance. The damp flora revived, drenched in resplendent sunlight, and the Banyao forest instantly brightened. AI Rand quickened her pace. Leaping onto a protruding rock, the view was breathtaking. The sunlight, though gentle and lacking the ferocity of the dry season, still uplifted her spirits, vanquishing the remnants of rain and humidity that clung to her. After savoring the exquisite scenery, she tilted her face upward, her eyes half closed, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Though this place lacks many things, It is abundant in fresh AI, or IT seems the rainy season has finally passed. The villagers spoke of the upcoming brief winter solstice, a time for the land to prepare for the cold embrace of winter. The winter solstice in the beast realm possesses a vitality surpassing that of early spring. Though it lasts for a shorter duration, less than half a month, it provides ample opportunity for the beast to prepare for the winter, stockpiling sustenance. She followed AI, ran up the rock, and inquired. Little female, do you know of the gone ran day? Isn't it called the winter solstice? AI ran, having heard the villagers mention the winter solstice numerous times, was aware of it. The relentless rainy season was indeed a test of endurance, and all wished to see it through swiftly.